KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Ball game. Astros complete a pitching gem all 3 days against the Phillies, limiting Philadelphia to 1 run in 3 days. A 2-1 win and a 3-game sweep against one of the best teams in baseball, coming in having won 9 of 11.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they came in hot, Philly. They leave cold. Seth, have you heard the good news?
I've heard all the good news.
Have you heard the good news, my friend? 15 games over 500. We will play this song. We will rattle this tune. We will play this banger as long as that ceiling keeps going up. Every time they go the next step above 500, we celebrate. 15 games over 500, 6.5 game lead, and it's not even July yet. That was a fun series, my man.
It's the seventh best start of the first half of the season in Astros franchise history.
Okay.
If you had told me a season that they would be up there in the top 10 of anything in terms of team performance over the, you could have told me back then, hey, they'll claw their way back over the course of time, but it did not look like it was possible at all. And this series was kind of emblematic of the way in which they've done it. That you go up against one of the best teams in baseball right now, and they can't. It takes them until the 26th inning of baseball played for the Phillies to score a run.
Yes.
And, I mean, that's good for them. That's performance in the clutch.
Big time.
You know, you're a couple innings away from getting shut out for an entire series. Well, then you came up big. There you go.
I had forgotten. They got shut out the last time they played last year, too. Like, they were the consecutive scoreless inning streak against the Astros was up to 30 at that point, just going back to last year. So the Astros, just spanning over 2 seasons, had just locked this team down. And, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's funny. It's funny you bring up the start. When they were – yesterday's the 81st game, so we're exactly at the halfway point right now. So this is an easy spot in the calendar to do some assessment and storylines. And obviously it's very easy to be on pace guy. You just multiply everything times 2. When they were at 80 games yesterday, I went back and looked to see, okay, what the 2 years they won the World Series, and then 2019 I always use also because I feel like that was the best team of this era. They didn't win the World Series, but 2019 was the best team.
Just like stacked.
Yeah,
they were a potent, record-breaking type of play on both offense and defense.
Right, like in a fantasy world, if I had to pick one to war with against all the other teams in baseball, I would have picked the 2019 team that went into the World Series with the Nationals. They just flukily lost. You said this is the 7th best start. Those 3 teams are 3 of the teams that had better. So they all had won 50 games at least, 80 games in. But the Astros had won 47. This team, and I say that because not to downgrade them, those were 3 great teams, 2 that won a World Series and 1 that should have won a World Series. The Astros are right there right now with those teams in terms of pace. Like last year, they were still trying to use your words, they were trying to claw their way back. They were still trying to catch the Mariners. They've done an amazing job this year, and I thought yesterday was just – this whole series was a microcosm of what they've been all year long. Not high-scoring games. I mean, ultimately, it was like a soccer tournament more than it was baseball with the final scores. But yesterday I thought was really emblematic. You get 7 shutout innings from Hunter Brown. Brian King doing what he did has not been emblematic of the bullpen. It's more emblematic of what he's been lately. But then Cam Smith getting a clutch hit, dude. I tweeted this out after that hit. Maybe the most encouraging thing about Cam Smith is he does seem to have some semblance of a clutch gene. He's gotten a lot of big hits this year so far.
He had the walk-off. This was a go-ahead. Yeah, he's there's no part about him that looks like the moment is too big for him.
Exactly.
And they've done a good job, I think, as the Astros, as an organization. It seems like they have so many of these guys that are mature beyond their years when they come up. But I could go back through the last 10 years and grab bag various ones. Pena is that way in some regards. Just kind of approaches the game like baseball.
Very much.
Yeah. So Cam huge there, and I like that he got it over the head of Trey Turner on that go-ahead hit, because Trey Turner, sometime over the course of the last 3 days, I grew to hate him. And the only thing I can really put my finger on is his stupid stance, where he looks like a Tecmo version of a baseball. Does he not just look like, oh yeah, that's a 1993 video rendition of what a baseball player looks like at the plate?
Yeah,
just with his like perfectly upright with his bat held out kind of stiffly. Screw him.
He's the one, Seth, who slides into home always goes viral. Yeah.
I know that. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah. Well, for the audience,
he wasn't going to have an opportunity to do that in this game. He just had an opportunity to get up there and look like an awkward 13-year-old at the plate. I hate him.
I wasn't trying to little bro you. I was doing it for the benefit of the audience, so they knew who it was.
Right. You said Seth, so I said, sorry. I thought you were addressing me.
Gotcha.
Screw Trey Turner. Yeah. I'm glad his team sucks.
Yeah. Here's Cam Smith's RBI single yesterday in the clutch.
Neither team has been particularly good with runners in scoring position in this series. Astros trying to change that here. Line drive over the head of Trey Turner, base hit. Here comes Paredes. He'll score the go-ahead run. 2-1 Stros in the eighth. Cam Smith, a big RBI.
Cam coming up clutch again. It's not a walk-off, but it definitely counts as putting the Astros ahead. Big two-out RBI, a laser just over the head of Trey Turner.
Here's after the game on the big hits that Cam Smith's been getting this year.
Cam Smith, how many times he comes up this year, big moments, get hits like those, that grows your confidence. This kid he's just a young kid, and he gets big at-bats against a really good pitcher, and that stuff matters. You look down his career 3 or 4 years from now, those hits, they matter.
Yeah, he's been great, man. Cam Smith they are winning the Kyle Tucker trade right now, which is crazy to say because he's an MVP candidate over in the National League right now.
I mean, look at that inning. I mean, his 8th inning was Paredes was hit by pitch. Yep. Altuve advanced him with that broken bat single, and then Cam, there were 2 outs there, right, when Cam hit that?
Yes, because Christian Walker popped up afterwards to end the inning.
That's right. Oh, he did, didn't you say? Okay.
Yeah. Tell me if you've heard this before. Well, at least he made contact this time.
Yeah.
That was good.
He's fine.
Brian. Well, we got no choice. He's playing. They ain't calling up John Singleton to take over at first base like they did last year.
But yeah, that inning, as far as the trade goes, and I'm sure Wisniewski was enjoying it somewhere.
Yeah.
So the trade so far as you head into this series against the Cubs, my God, I'm even willing to relax a little bit on my requirement that Paredes and Cam Smith hit a combined 7 home runs in this 3-game series.
Have you adjusted that? Have you adjusted that number at all, or are you still?
I might be happy with 6, but Tucker still has to go over. If Tucker doesn't go over, this series will be a vast disappointment.
That's a reasonable ask. The 6 home runs, you might be out over your skis a little. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, but we'll see. The Tucker, So Kyle Tucker, Ryan Presley coming to town. The other thing, the other person we got to give props to is Brian Abreu. And I tweeted just a week ago when Brian Abreu was scuffling on a Friday night, able to get out of it, but was doing what he'd done all year, putting guys on base and then kind of weaseling his way out of it. He's been amazing. He's been amazing, Seth, since I tweeted the following. Brian Abreu is the worst sub-2.5 ERA pitcher I've ever seen. Now, was I drinking at the time? Yeah, it was a Friday night. Of course I was. I was a little angry that he was making me stress out over a baseball game.
Yeah.
Since then, he has pitched 3 2/3 innings, given up 1 hit, walked nobody, given up no runs, obviously, and struck out 8 guys in 3. Of the 11 outs he's got, 8 of them have been via strikeout. He's got a whip of 0.273 and a strikeouts per 9 innings of nearly 20 right now.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised when I saw that tweet by you. I didn't. You know what you reminded me of?
What?
Richard Smith, the former Texans defensive coordinator.
Wow.
Because he was fun. He was the kind of coach that anytime, like 3 times a meeting, he would say, "This is the worst I've ever seen in my life, in my 20 years in the NFL." And you'd be like, it's like some play where a defensive tackle got reach blocked or something. You're like, I don't know if you've been paying attention, coach, but that was a bad rep, but it wasn't the worst I've seen in the last 3 weeks. What's wrong with you, man? I can't take you at face value.
I don't know who you hate the most in the world because I question. But the person you brought up on this show that you've hated the most through the years is Richard Smith, and I just got that slapped on me. Wow.
Yeah, it was that bad a tweet. Human being.
It was that bad a tweet, huh?
It was like worst ever.
Yeah.
All right.
It was in the moment. It was emotional. Yeah. It was during the game. Yeah, it probably doesn't age as well if you just look at it like at 11 o'clock the next morning. But in the moment, I got a lot of support from people on that saying, yeah, man, this guy makes it really stressful. He does, and he did. He had a whip that was not correlated to his ERA. You know what I mean? Like it's. So I'm here to say I was wrong. Well, actually, I'm here to take credit for it more than anything else. I feel like I inspired him. But, good job, Brian Abreu. I say all that to say good job, Brian Abreu, last night. Struck out all 4 guys he faced. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. So, man, they are stressed out in Philly. We're going to have some Philly audio a little later in the show. They sound like we did the first 3 weeks of the season when the Astros
that's a shame.
Couldn't hit their way out of a paper bag. Yeah. So
I'm sure the good people of Philadelphia are taking it in stride.
Yeah.
As a very, just a mentally health conscious
We'll revel in that a little bit later in the show, for sure.
Hunter Brown, just in his lifelong quest to emulate Justin Verlander, is getting closer. I don't have the stats pulled up right now, but I did before the show. In terms of ERA, he's creeping in on Justin Verlander's career ERA.
Really?
So that includes Hunter Brown having a really, really bad beginning to last year in a small sample size where, he's creeping on down. His strikeout rate's a little bit higher than Justin Verlander. He's rounding basically a clone of Justin Verlander.
The career ERA thing shocks me because he got called up in 22. So he was horrible at the beginning of last year, but he was up for a whole season in 23 where he was not great. He wasn't. Yeah, that's why. I mean, it does go to show you what kind of season he's having this year.
Well, yeah, he's having that kind of. It's not like Verlander was a 1.5 ERA every single season or anything. So and I only obviously that's a career long thing to be as good as Justin Verlander. But I mean, in so many ways, he's becoming that trustworthy. You just feel that good about him.
And he pitches. He looks exactly like him when he pitches. It's amazing.
Exactly. That's where I don't know when he probably. Let's see, I don't want to do the age math right now, but from the time he was actually really caring about his pitching form and everything, Justin Verlander was the guy he was watching on television every 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Man, Richard Smith. Seth chose violence this morning on my Brian Abreu tweet.
I haven't seen Richard Smith in 20 years. He might be a completely different person by now.
Sure he is.
So he's still coaching in the league. Yeah, people change.
Yeah.
I was in his role as a defensive coordinator too, where sometimes guys are different when they're a coordinator versus when they're a position coach.
But you weren't comparing me to that version of it. You were comparing me to the version you hated, and I love that. All right, Bobby.
What alcohol does to people, Sean.
Bobby Slowik. Bobby Slowik. A chart came out yesterday. Obviously, this is radio, so we can't post the chart for you in your cars right now. But the ultimate determination from this chart that came out on play calling last year around the NFL, this will hit home with heart. And it does, in a way, makes you more enthusiastic about the upcoming season. We've got that for you coming up next. My first stop, I'll be on vacation.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're forward-looking on this station and as a city. We're looking ahead to 2025, but boy, when a chart like this comes out, I like to think this is going to get me excited for a new play caller for the Texans. That's the prism. I choose Seth. We'll lay this out in a second here. There's a chart that Twitter, a graph that shows ultimately it shows the play calling success of the 32 offensive play callers in the NFL last year, and it's not great for Bobby Slowik. It's not great.
It tried to separate the players from the play calling in such a way that what was this guy doing with what he had and the tools he had at his disposal, and it didn't look good for the Texans.
No,
so it's a nice graph. With, Matt LaFleur is up in the upper right quadrant. Kyle Shanahan's over to the right. Liam Cohen, who just completely turned around the Bucs offense, they're up in that upper right quadrant. And then way, way, way down at the left. You have to, on your phone, you have to click on the graph to even see the Texans logo. Bobby Slowik, all by himself in the very bottom left corner of the draft, just trying to gain a little bit of ground on the second worst Raiders. It just looks disgusting.
You framed it perfectly, because if you look at it on Twitter, there's actually two graphics. There's the graph itself that has the logos dotted all over the place.
Yeah.
And then they took that and they made a chart with the 32 names and some percentages with, some of the percentages. If it's a really dark green, that's good. If it's a really light green, one of those things. So there's two graphics. And if you look at it on Twitter, you can't see the entirety of each graphic when you look at the tweet.
Yeah.
Bob, you have to actually open that whole graph to be able to see Bobby, because he's so far off to the left.
It looks like he didn't hear the starter's pitch. This is kind of like he's in his sprinting crouch, and everybody else is taking off, and he's just sitting there. Like he all of a sudden seized up fight or flight. Yeah.
Well, in the summary of this, this tweet, the tweet and the chart come from somebody named Joseph Bryan, who's using things like he says using PFF grades and play calling data from the last 15 years. I created scores on how well a play caller influenced each regular season. You may agree or disagree, but the stats are solid. And so then he tweets the graph we're talking about, where you have those various
2024 season.
Yeah, for last season, and you got the various names Seth just said of very well-respected coordinators that are in the upper right-hand quadrant. You got Bobby Slowik barely out of the starter's gate at the bottom left corner of the bottom left quadrant. All due respect to Jim Irsay, the bottom quartile of the bottom quartile. Sorry, Seth. And the big thing that comes out of this when you start reading the thread is that Bobby Slowik was not only the worst play caller of the 2024 season, but according to this metric that this Joseph Bryan has, he is the worst of all 15 seasons that this study is part of.
The worst since 2010.
Yeah.
That's the worst score he had last year. It matches, I think, the eyeball test and what you felt about everything.
You felt about it, yes.
Well, I've talked about it without being able to, because honestly, and the guy that put this together admits, he's very transparent. Like, obviously, this is really hard it's hard to separate the PFF grades from the entire offense and how that.
Yep.
So it felt good when I looked at it. The one thing that I put a little asterisk on it is that Andy Reid is also in this bottom quartile too.
Okay.
So okay, is Andy Reid, was he that atrocious? Was the offense bad because Andy Reid is all of a sudden a bad play caller?
Right.
I hesitate to endorse that.
Yeah, I do too. And yet, this is one of those charts I want to believe is true, because it makes me feel better about the upcoming season. Like, then if this chart is true, then what the Texans did this offseason was exactly what they should have done.
Well, what have I been telling you entirely the whole way is that if Nick Caley is just an average offensive coordinator, it should be a big improvement for the Houston
100%,
Texans.
yes.
If he even, leave play calling out of it. He could just randomly point at plays on his card, but if they're executed properly,
correct,
then they'll be a better offense.
Yep.
You guys know, one of the things that was driving me insane last year was that Bobby Slowik was somehow separating the offensive coordinator from the actual execution. Like, in a way of, to me, it always felt like kind of sneakily blaming the players. Yes. When in fact, as the offensive coordinator, your most important role is the execution.
Yeah.
Are we talking about play calling?
Yeah.
Do you know how many great offensive minds there are where the play calling is actually relatively plain and straightforward? Yeah. They just execute like madmen.
Yeah.
And they were doing none of that last year.
No. And obviously the organization and D'Amico Ryan specifically disagreed with Bobby's assessment of what
people thinking like, which offenses are that? Peyton Manning and his offenses. Yeah. They were relatively simple offenses.
Yeah.
They just Drew Brees, same way. They just executed everything so seamlessly. Mm-hmm. And they just had all the right tweaks to actually make things work and go.
Yep.
But yeah, Peyton of all the, it was not the complexity of that offense that made it work. So it's Bobby Slowik and his inability to get proper execution out of his guys. If you can just get somebody who's average, they're a better football team.
Yeah.
So hopefully Nick Caley's better than average. Not so much that he gets a head coaching offer right away.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's right somewhere there in the sweet spot.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Bobby.
Have some glaring issues somewhere along the way in the first season. So where statistically you don't look that good, but you figure it out.
Yeah.
And then,
As opposed to getting head coaching interviews after your first season and then being this in your second season.
Yes.
Bobby, yeah. Bobby's a unicorn, man. He's a unicorn, but the body is like a donkey instead of a horse. Like instead of like a rippling muscle horse, it's Eeyore with just these unicorn horns. Like he's that far outside the graph, man.
He's one of those. No, he's that goat man from mythology.
Yeah.
Is that a satyr?
No.
Whatever it is. It's like you're kind of like, wow, that's unique, and I don't think it should exist in nature. I'm going to shoot it. Yeah.
Right.
You see a unicorn, you're like, oh, behold the unicorn.
Yeah.
I'm going to change things in my life.
True.
You see a satyr, and you're like, I'm going to kill that thing.
Satyr.
Yeah.
Good. This is a good question. This is a good question on the text line. You brought up Liam. You said Liam Cohen's in that upper right-hand quadrant, right? Liam Cohen is near the top of this thing. Does that make you more concerned about the Jags this year? They also asked where the Colts and Titans OCs were on this. I'll find that while you answer that question. So.
And we talked about this a little this week, as Liam Cohen did a really good job with Tampa last year. And, that's an offense now going into this year when the Texans face them. That'll be their third new offensive coordinator in 3 years. Mm-hmm. So he did it in 1 year, really turned them around, and in almost every statistical category, took them from near the bottom to near the top. And Baker Mayfield had the best season of his career, statistically at least. So, yes, I think Liam Cohen, just like it is with Shane Steichen in Indianapolis, I feel like Liam Cohen is a bona fide offensive coordinator. It's just a matter of, all right, but is he an offensive coordinator who's also a head coach?
Yeah.
Because he has a lot of, if you judge him by if you go by looks, which I think matters for coaches, not handsomeness of face or anything, but just overall demeanor, the way you carry yourself and everything. He kind of looks like a goofy dude that's a career offensive coordinator.
He's dopey. He's
really good
dopey.
at it, but
yes.
yeah. So we'll see.
Exactly.
He's got an Opie Griffith vibe to him.
Yes.
They're like, okay, Opie, great character and everything, but I don't want you actually being the sheriff someday.
No.
You're gonna get shot by the first perp you encounter.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want you calling plays for my offense.
A little bit of a Mike McDaniel, not as goofy as Mike McDaniel, but just that. Like, is this a leader of men?
Yeah,
I'm not so sure.
That'll be the big thing. To answer the texter's question, where are the Colts and Titans? Exactly where you think they'd be. The way this graph works is the horizontal axis is how good you are at calling passing plays. The vertical axis is how good you are at calling rush plays. The Colts are way up the top they're like the second best team in terms of the rush calling.
Yeah.
They're not very good. The team who had a quarterback complete less than 50% of their passes. Now, this is independent of players. This is just play calling. But, you know which way the wind's blowing. They're really good on the run game, not so good on the pass game. The Titans aren't very good at either, but they're much better than the Texans. Brian Callahan, I guess, would be the play caller there. Shane Steichen in Indianapolis.
I have a hard time saying the word availability. I have to consciously think, don't say it the way people make fun of you for saying it.
Mm-hmm.
I've never realized the way you say the axis. You say access.
I misspoke.
You got horizontal access. You said horizontal, and I was like, oh, that sounds sexy.
Yeah.
I've been granted horizontal access.
Wait till
but then you said, I thought you might have misspoken, but then you said vertical access also.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Maybe you just might say it that way.
I misspoke twice. Yeah,
That's not how you always say it?
I don't know. I got to go back and look.
It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah.
Where I grew up, they say elementary instead of elementary.
Okay.
And I didn't realize it until God bless this job. People made fun of me for it on the text line.
Well, how do you say availability?
I can't even. I used to say like availability or something.
Oh, really?
I got mocked relentlessly for it on the text line. I was like, oh yeah, that's dumb.
You say a few words. You say organization sometimes. And And I'm not judging on that, but like that's the one where, like if what's Seth say that's unique, maybe indigenous to where his upbringing. I would say he says some more. He lived closer to Canada than most here, and says a couple of words out there like a Canadian person would say.
I said the other one. I weirdly say I'll say Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Stress the Fitz.
Yeah, my wife's from the same area as me, and she makes fun of me for that.
Yeah.
I say cocaine. But that's because of Eric Clapton more so than anything else.
Yeah.
That's not a
song influence.
That's not the way I asked for cocaine when I was, a child growing up.
I got you. I got you.
Mama. I guess some of the medicinal cocaine.
I guess I do. Yeah, you know what? I guess that is. I'm just trying to think. Like I'm going to say it right now in my brain. I'm like, yeah, I guess that is how I say it. Access.
It's better than axis or something like that.
Yeah.
You're not trying to sound fancy.
Yeah. No, not at all. Axis. Yeah, access. Yeah, that is how I say it.
We get on the vertical
I'm in my head
axis, and then we get carry the X and then the Y.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So we say all this to say that it's going to be a whole lot better in 2025.
That's right.
The play calling. Yeah. Make a shirt that says horizontal access, Seth, and I'll buy it. That's what somebody just said on the text page.
You've been granted horizontal access.
Wait until you get the vertical access. Little freaky. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Off and running on a Friday. Having a good time with you here with us. Headlines coming up.
Barely understanding what Sean's even talking about.
I know. How did I make it this far? Mispronouncing access. All right. Well, Astros win. Astros sweep. NBA draft closes the books last night. A wild story about a former Rocket as well. And we got a suspension in the NFL. I don't think the NFL is buying Justin Tucker's story. We will get to that all in headlines coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
These three teams right now, the Astros, Rockets, and
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Ball game! Astros complete a pitching gem all 3 days against the Phillies, limiting Philadelphia to 1 run in 3 days. A 2-1 win and a 3-game sweep against one of the best teams in baseball, coming in having won 9 of 11.
It doesn't get any easier. The Cubs coming into town tonight. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But the Astros, as you heard Todd Callis on the call right there, Space City Home Network, the Astros beat the Phillies yesterday 2-1. Hunter Brown, man, it's a shame Hunter Brown didn't get the W in that one. Brian King came in and gave up a run in the 8th inning. But Hunter Brown was fantastic for 7 innings in this game, 7 shutout innings. Cam Smith got the opportunity, though, to get a big hit, and he did. Joe Espada said after this game, this felt like a playoff series.
Tell you what, it felt like a little playoff out there today. Fan base, right? Loud. It's fun. That's a fun game. Fun series. Wow. That's a really good rotation. Our guys, too. It was pitching, low-scoring games, good defense, clutch hitting. It really felt like playoff.
Yeah, it did. And that's what we were saying before this series. These will be 2 series. The Phillies, Seth, the last 3 days, and the Cubs the upcoming 3 days, where I think – and we'll have audio later in the show. On MLB Network, they were talking about it the last 2 days. Like, these could be the 2 teams we see facing off in October with each other.
Yeah. And 13-7 in 1-run games. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, where sometimes there's a tendency to say, well, that's kind of random, and it's a coin flip whether you win or lose those games. I think there's substance to it. There's still a coin flip element to it. But the Astros pitching and their bullpen especially is just so good that when they get to the 6th inning, you've got a better chance than most teams in the league of holding the other team scoreless. So there's not nearly as much flukishness to this stretch of 1-run games that they've won compared to a lot of others. So they're 3rd in ERA right now. Their bullpen is 2nd in ERA. Their starters, which at any given time are 2 guys that you really know and 3 guys that you're just getting acquainted with. They've got the 8th best ERA amongst starters in the league.
Yeah.
Fewest hits allowed, first in strikeouts by a big margin.
Yeah.
The Phillies in 2nd place are about 50 behind them in strikeouts. So there is no part of me that's embarrassed or bashful or anything about the fact that they've won this many 1-run games.
No.
This is how they're constructed and how they're effective this year.
It's how they're built, man. It's how they're built. And this was the rare game where the bullpen came in and didn't do its job. Brian King came in the 8th, gave up a run. What happens? The Astros, very next inning, come back, and Cam Smith gets the big hit to put the Astros ahead in the game, and they go on to win 2-1. Brian Abreu got the save yesterday because Josh Hader had pitched 3 of the previous 4 days. Abreu was sensational. He came in. He had to come in the 8th inning to clean up Brian King's mess and got a strikeout to get out of that inning, and then struck out the side and the guy he faced. So kudos to Brian Abreu on that. Seth, I don't know if I can frame it any more appropriately than they won 2 games in this series in which Victor Caratini was the cleanup hitter in one of them and Jake Myers was the cleanup hitter in the next. Myers has had a great season so far, but he's not a cleanup hitter,
No.
And they win the game, little house money, so it feels good. Cubs coming to town. I'm looking up to see who's pitching. Tonight's a Brandon Walter joint. Brandon Walter against Cade Horton for the Chicago Cubs. The first time, Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley back in Daikin Park since both getting sent to the Cubs last offseason.
Yeah, so they'll have a nice tribute video. Mm-hmm. Get there early. You can give both those guys a cheer. We're nothing but super positive on this show this morning, Sean.
Yeah.
Nothing but love in my heart for Kyle Tucker as he hopefully goes over in this series.
Absolutely.
That's the bar I've set. I will not be happy unless Kyle Tucker goes over in this series.
The Astros were not messing around on social media. After the game was over yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, they put a graphic up teasing ahead to this weekend series.
Yeah.
And it was Kyle Tucker and Cam Smith on the graphic.
Nice.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. That's saucy. I like it.
Cam Smith, if you look at, obviously Kyle Tucker's having a great year, but if you look at Cam Smith's first half of his first professional season compared to Kyle Tucker, it's night and day.
No comparison.
Tucker was atrocious.
Yeah. Yeah, people have pointed out when we brought that up, Cam Smith, a couple years older than Tucker was when he came up. Like, it's a drastic difference.
I don't care. I don't give a damn. A couple of you has been Major League Baseball for less than a year.
Yeah, that's right. That's
all right.
right. Yeah.
I've been fed a steady diet of, oh, no, Kyle Tucker's untouchable. He's the most incredible thing that ever lived. Yeah.
All right, the NBA draft came and went. The Rockets took exactly nobody for themselves in that draft. They made a couple picks for other teams and picks that they had traded. When you acquire nobody, when you have no picks in the NBA draft, it means one of two things. It either means that you have emptied the chamber and things have not gone very well for you and you're destitute, and we've seen many teams that are in that type of shape right now, or you feel like we got everything we need and anybody that we pick is not going to be making an impact on this roster anytime soon. That's the category the Rockets fall into. Mm-hmm. It was kind of nice to not have to pay attention to the NBA draft the last couple of days. That was good.
It was kind of. It's not like the NFL draft when you don't have a first-round pick or you trade out within the draft, where you just feel like you missed out on something.
Right.
This is all about like, oh nope, we're just gonna keep talking about Kevin Durant. That's all the draft sensation or hype I need.
That's all we need. Well, and the draft itself, and we've talked about this, but like Brooklyn had 5 first-round picks, used all of them, didn't trade any of them. If an NFL team had 5 first-round picks and used them all, we would still be talking about it 3 days later. That this team is going to be flipping everything around, you know?
Yeah.
And in the NBA, it's like they have 5 first-round picks. Like, all right, one of them might work out. We'll see.
If you had 5 first-round picks, yeah, and your fan base, the fan base of that team to win the Super Bowl that year.
Yes.
Because even if you reached a little bit on each one of those picks, there's enough hype over those guys.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a story, we teased it into headlines here, so we'll get to it here quickly. Dillon Brooks, who's former Rocket, now Phoenix Sun, has filed a new restraining order against the mother of his 2 children and alleged that she threatened to, quote, cut off his fingers.
Ow!
You know when you've got to file a new restraining order, it ain't great. That means that there's a previous restraining order. But there's an article I'm looking at the Daily Mail. Phoenix Sun star Brooks filed the TRO against Heather Andrews in Los Angeles on Wednesday afternoon. In the file seen by the Daily Mail, Brooks alleged that Andrews, who's the mother of their 2 children, ages 5 and 2, had hacked into his social media accounts, destroyed his belongings, and threatened to jeopardize his basketball career. They've got copies in here of the she sends him dozens of texts with no response from him of just literal threats of things she's going to do to extort him, things that she's going to do to him physically. I'm not effing around. It's war, Bia. Just wait.
I'll have someone cut each one of your bleeping little fingers off one by one so you can never play basketball. LOL.
LOL.
She's just kidding, son. You guys take things too literally. And actually, now I understand why people are racist.
Yeah,
she's damn.
Yeah.
That's rough, man.
Yeah.
Shit, that is rough. And you're in the, oh, boy.
Apparently they met each other a few years ago. She had the one kid, and then it was ugly for a while. Then they made up briefly, had another kid, and now here's where we are with this. The ability for athletes to compartmentalize some of this type of stuff. Like, if I had this going on in my life, I definitely would not have had the best three-point shooting night or the best three-point shooting season of my career like Dillon Brooks just did.
Yeah.
I'd shoot 10% from 3 if this were going on in my personal life. It's crazy. Crazy story, man.
She called his mom ugly.
That's fighting words right there.
Yeah,
that's
she's an attractive lady.
Yeah.
This is where you gotta just pay attention. There's more to it than just looks, man.
Yeah. Yep. Justin Tucker suspended for 10 games for, I would say, stuff that's in the same neighborhood as Deshaun Watson for sure. Mm-hmm. Misconduct in a massage setting alleged by 16 women. The NFL has done, the way this works is the NFL does its own investigation into this, and the NFL's investigation into this, which yielded a suspension in much shorter time than Deshaun Watson's did. We didn't get a Deshaun Watson suspension until after he got traded to Cleveland. The lawsuits had been out there for over a year. Justin Tucker suspended 10 games. He's not on a team right now, so his suspension will begin in week 1 of the season without him, presumably without him on a training camp. Then obviously he'll start with his new team suspended for 10 games.
That's so when it comes to stuff with domestic violence, every time this happens, you get a lot of people saying, "Hey, what about due process?" Hey, listen, this is not a court of law. This is a collectively bargained process that the NFL has with its employees, and they can pretty much do whatever they want.
Yeah.
They have the authority. They go through. They have an independent, former judge usually who makes the decision and everything. So I don't know why his was one more game than Deshaun Watson's.
It was one less, actually.
One less game, that's right. Yeah, Watson's was. I knew it was a weird number.
Yeah.
It was 11 games.
Yeah, it was 11 games.
I have no idea, and we'll probably never know maybe the full details as to why it was 10 instead of 11. I have no clue.
His representation, I don't know how much we're going to get digging into this, like how much digging into this is going to happen, because unlike Deshaun's initial suspension was 6.
Yeah.
And then the league appealed and said no, it needs to that judge and said no, it needs to be more. And it actually went the rare appeal that goes up. It went from 6 up to 11. Justin Tucker's going to take his medicine, according to his lawyer. He's going to accept the suspension.
That judge did give an explanation in the Deshaun Watson scenario, which basically sounded like it sounded. I read it as, yeah, I would have loved to give him more, but I have to follow the procedures and the precedents that are in place, and that this is what it is.
Yeah.
And almost sounded like kind of peeved that she was she had to follow the rules of like what she could and could not suspend.
Right, and you don't have to totally follow the rules. Go ahead and give him 11 instead. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. We are at the exact halfway point of the Major League Baseball season. The Astros are on pace for 96 wins right now. The 5 biggest storylines so far of the Astros 2025 season. I want to run through these with Seth. And also we've got audio from Philly radio this morning. Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and the rest of the Astros might have ruined Philly fans and Philly radio people for what their offense is right now. We've got that for you coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Texans training camp. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Astros win yesterday afternoon 2-1 over the Phillies. They sweep the Phillies. They're on a heater right now, the Astros are. They're the best team in the month of June in all of baseball, so that's been good to see. They're the best in one-run games in all of baseball, 17-7, and they're 6.5 games up on the Seattle Mariners. I won't say all is well because they need to get some of these guys healthy again if they're going to sustain this and keep it going, and they're absolutely at some point going to need Yordan Alvarez back. Not just back because he played the first month of the season, but they need Yordan back, Seth. They're going to need... They need his left-handed bat, if nothing else. Just the fact that he stands on this side of home plate instead of that side of home plate to hit is going to be a benefit unto itself, regardless of actually how he hits.
Yeah, John Singleton is back in the organization. It's cool. I'm happy that John Singleton is back in the organization, but they do not scrounge for lefties.
Yeah.
They need a lefty out there.
Yep.
And it's a nice big plus and benefit if it happens to be Yordan Alvarez.
No doubt. So we're at the halfway point. 81 games. For those of you who like to do the on-pace thing, you just times 2 and you're good. That's what everybody's on pace for right now. It's a good point in the season, especially in between these two series with the Phillies and the Cubs. Kind of sit back, take a look. What's been the biggest thing so far this year, and how big are these things going to be moving forward? I think I've got what I think are the 5 biggest storylines of the year, Seth, so far, and see what you think of these. Number 5, bullpen magic. The bullpen has far exceeded expectations this year. I would submit that it's been maybe the biggest reason why they, individually, obviously there's Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena. As far as an entity, like a collective on the team, this has probably been the most important group on the team in terms of being the catalyst for winning games the way they've had to win these games this year.
Right, yeah, and that's been 100% the key to why this team is as good as they are in one-run games and everything else that comes to it. You hold... I mean, they almost shut out the Phillies for an entire series.
I was so mad they didn't. When
I was greedy at that point.
I was so disproportionately mad as far as like how mad I should have been at that moment. Because how mad you should have been is like, all right, well, this happens. Brian King's not been that great lately. It's only tied. They're not trailing. He didn't blow the game, and they go to win in the next inning. But like, man, I did. I wanted, and we're going to hear from Philly radio here when we go in with the storylines. They're not happy with their team right now. I was getting greedy, man. I wanted that 3-game whitewashing.
Yeah,
big time.
That Brian Abreu and Brian Abreu makes it interesting in a fun way, in that you can't hit him but he'll walk you.
Oh yeah.
But when he's dominant and really he has that movement that he does on his pitches, he's impossible to hit. So when he's out there like he was yesterday, you get that you start to feel very, very confident.
Yeah.
Okay, well, nobody's touching him today.
He's had an incredible week. He's pitched 3 times this week. He's gotten 11 outs, and 8 of them have been strikeouts. And he hasn't walked anybody. To your point about you're right, the walks had been an issue for him. He hadn't walked anybody. He's given up 1 hit all week long. He's been great. He was great yesterday. Even if he had just come in the 9th inning and did what he did, we'd have said, man, what an outing for Brian Abreu. That he came in and had to clean up a mess and go 1+ innings in that game.
Yeah.
Just great job by him. So, and I think, and to the point of this segment, like, great job by the bullpen all year long. And good job by Dana Brown finding these guys. Dana Brown figuring out, that's an area of the team where they're not spending a ton of money. They're already spending $19 million on Josh Hader. So, they can't do the $11 million Montero thing anymore. They've got to find guys that are still team controlled. And that's the big thing. Like, if these guys... If this is if like guys like Okert and Ort and Sousa, these and Brian King, like if this is who they are, then they've got some inexpensive labor in the bullpen, not for this year, but for the next couple of years too.
No, it's just this is one of the things that's been the most pleasant happening. I was going to say surprise, but it's not a huge surprise. But is that the Astros car wash has stayed just as good? That, as we exited the emphatic golden era and turned into a little bit of a reset or turnaround or whatever you want to call it, we've never really had any opportunity to lose faith in the Astros' ability to get the absolute best out of pitchers, whether they're homegrown or whether you bring them in like a Kikuchi. They just flat out get more out of their pitchers than other teams do.
Well, and to that point, I think the number 4 story, 5 biggest Astros storylines for the season so far at the midway point is, I'll call them the starting rotation subcontractors. You know, sometimes you got your regular employees, and then you got subcontractors you bring in on one-offs to do things. That's kind of what it feels like. Colton Gordon, Brandon Walter, Ryan Gusto to a lesser degree because he was on the team coming out of spring training. But it's Walter, who pitches tonight, by the way, and Colton Gordon, he was excellent against the Phillies this week. Those guys, the non-Framber, non-Hunter guys, have been a huge part of why they've had such a good June, this team.
If you look at, I just love doing this. It's so much fun. The starting pitchers who have pitched the most innings so far for the Astros.
Yeah.
You got Framber and Hunter. No big surprise there.
Yeah.
You go to Gusto. No big surprise.
No.
And then you get to these fourth most innings pitched. You go to Blanco, then Colton Gordon.
Yeah.
There was Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
Brandon Walter, those are the guys who have pitched the most innings, half of whom aren't even on the roster, aren't active right this moment. It's just incredible.
It's been chaos outside of Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. And what I mean by that is it's just been you rattled off like 9 names there, Seth. They have a 5-man rotation, sometimes a 6-man rotation. I mean, and even within that, they've called it like Blue Ball had to have a start at some point. They brought in Jason Alexander to pitch the last game of the A series. He gives you a quality start in all this. So that's where if you're looking to give Joe Espada credit for things, his ability he's done a great job of managing this pitching staff, the usage of it this season. Yeah. You know,
Cesar Salazar is dead last with 1 inning pitch right now.
But the most fun inning out of all of them because he's a position player. I love that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I love that.
Plus, he's got he's got a 0.0 ERA.
Hell
I don't
yeah,
think
man.
they should pitch him. They shouldn't pitch him again.
No.
Let him retain that 0.0 ERA.
Or bring him. Let's see how he is in clutch situations. Let's see how he is with some runners on base. Bring in Salazar with his 0.
You never know. His whip is 0.
I know.
Good luck. Good luck finding how he does with a runner on base.
That's right.
Yeah.
Number 3 storyline: the hand of Yordan Alvarez. The right hand of Yordan Alvarez, which started out as a muscle strain. Well, if we're going back, if we're to assume that Yordan has been dealing with this all year, then this is a storyline that goes back to the beginning of the season because I choose to believe if he were dealing with it all year that's a big reason why his OPS was so bad.
Yeah.
Not even by Yordan standards. He has a bad OPS by Major League Baseball standards.
It's the most reasonable explanation. It doesn't mean it's the accurate one, but the fact that he was in his longest slump by far of his career, and then it turns out that he had a broken hand that at some point was broken. There was some stretch of time where it was broken and they didn't know it was broken.
Yep.
So, yeah, it makes sense that it was probably far, far before he even realized that it was something different than his normal kind of hand pain. And, that's what I would hope for. And that once he's completely healed, he'll be back to the guy that he's been for his entire career up until this season.
Yeah, the stretch they're on in June has become a real luxury in terms of handling Yordan Alvarez. You know, the fact that the pitching's been so good, the hitting's gotten better. It's not great, but it's gotten better. Mm-hmm. You don't have to rush Yordan back. And this team has rushed guys back at times. Ask JP France about getting rushed back. You know, like this team has not been the best at handling return to action for guys. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they're winning baseball games, the fact that once they get through this Cubs series and they get through the Dodgers next week, then you're almost to the All-Star break and a stretch of baseball where you're not playing very good teams. The Astros have put themselves in a really good position to handle Yordan with the extreme kid gloves. If this were last year, Seth, where at this point they're still trailing the Mariners by a bunch of games, there would have been the temptation, and Yordan had the same injury, there might have been a temptation to not rush him back, but bring him back the exact very first day that he could have. They have the luxury now, if they want to, of going, you know what? Give it another week just to make sure. You know.
Yeah, and I would say the same for Spencer Arrighetti when you're dealing with a broken bone, a bone. And the broken bone, it always sounds simple enough, like, oh, the bone heals and there you go. When it comes to the hand and the foot, there's so many little intricate the processes going on that like, being conservative as possible makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Because you got to, especially if you're a pitcher with your hand, or thumb or whatever, you got to really, you got to get all those muscles, all that fine tuning back so they can take their time with them.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, number 2, 5 biggest storylines so far of the Astros 2025 season. They're winning the Kyle Tucker trade right now. They're winning Kyle Tucker is going to be an all-star in the National League. He is a very reasonable MVP candidate. I mean, Shohei's going to win it because he's going to win it every year. But Kyle Tucker is in the conversation for MVP of the National League, and I would submit the Astros are winning this trade. You got a third baseman to replace Alex Bregman, who is playing overall just as good a baseball as you got from Bregman when he was an Astro. Paredes has 16 home runs right now. He's playing an outstanding third base. And Cam Smith has the makings of a future star. He hasn't shown the power maybe that he was flashing in spring training. He's only got 5 home runs, and that's kind of buoyed by he has a couple of 2-home-run games, so he kind of bunched a couple of days. He's had 3 days in which he's hit a home run. He's got 5 home runs total. Thinking about this last night, like Cam Smith, or yesterday, and they're showing Cam Smith just standing in the outfield, and I'm thinking they're talking about his numbers, and I'm like, he's gonna hit for, like, look at him, he's gonna hit for power eventually. Like, just look at him. Like he will be a 25 home run guy at some point.
You go back to Kyle Tucker, and early in his career, he was really good at hitting stuff to the warning track, and eventually he learned how to lift it up out of there.
Yep.
And Cam Smith, there's nothing to be pessimistic about right now at all.
No.
I mean, like, you'd have to be honestly a lunatic to be pessimistic about him.
Yeah.
If you want to just if you break it down by Fangraphs WAR, Kyle Tucker has a 3.6 WAR on the season so far. Paredes and Cam Smith combined have a 3.8 WAR.
Okay.
Yeah. So but you have the added also the years of control you have over those both those players compared to Kyle Tucker just being a rental up in
the biggest asset in this trade is the years of control you have over Cam Smith this year and the subsequent years. That's the biggest. We said that at the time. We said that when you and I were there when he was hitting bombs his first week at spring training, and that's the pivot point on this trade, because the Astros were never going to give Kyle Tucker a 10-year contract. If Cam Smith turns into something, the Astros win this trade in a landslide, in my opinion.
If we add Wisniewski's WAR into it, then they're 0.2 behind Kyle Tucker.
Oh, he was negative. He was
negative 0.4.
He was negative 0.4. Okay, yeah. Well,
in my mind, I was like, I won't use Wisniewski because I don't know. I don't remember what his WAR was, but it might help out the Astros. But still, okay. So, basically, it's a one for, except that you've got a guy in his rookie contract versus a guy who's a 1-year rental.
Yeah. Well, and it goes to show you, A, how good those, I'll call them again, subcontractors they've been using in the starting rotation have been, and B, just how good Paredes and Cam Smith have been, that you had a guy in that trade that literally a month into his career needed Tommy John surgery. And you're still winning that trade, I think, I won't say convincingly. I mean, Kyle Tucker's a really good base. I don't want to diminish. Like, Kyle Tucker is arguably one of the 15 best players in baseball. A lot of it has to do with just what we know the outcome was going to be if he had still been here this year. He wasn't staying. He was leaving. So maybe that turns into a separate argument, criticizing ownership or the front office for not keeping Kyle Tucker. But if you know what the situation is, and you're a fan, you go, okay, well, if we know that there needs to be a bailout, there needs to be a consolation prize, this goes far beyond a consolation prize for Kyle Tucker. These are 2 very good baseball players under team control, Yeah. So that's number 2. Number one storyline for the Astros, and this is going to be a storyline now for the next couple of years because of Jeremy Pena hiring Scott Boras earlier this week to represent him. But the ascension of Jeremy Pena has been essential to this team. He's not only their most valuable player, he's in the conversation for the most valuable player in the American League right now. Judge will probably win it, but Jeremy Pena right now, if the season ended today and you had people vote on the MVP, Jeremy Pena is a top 5 MVP candidate in baseball in the American League.
100%. Yeah. And he will not be all-stars, but that's a popularity contest. Yeah. Blum the other night sounded kind of shocked that it was a popularity contest, and people are voting on the internet, and they're allowed to vote multiple times, and it 100% becomes a popularity.
Well, your employer is your employer,
Yeah.
and I'm not. And by the way, this is not shade at the Astros for doing this. Every team in baseball does this, but every team tells their fans to go just vote party line for the Astros. Like, they're literally telling fans to go vote for Christian Walker for the All-Star team, you know?
Yeah, the baseball and the NBA All-Star squads have just always been about largely just popularity.
Yeah.
And it's not always an accurate reflection of just who the actual best guys are.
It will be interesting to see. Payne deserves to make the team.
Yeah.
But the problem is that either Jacob Wilson or Bobby Witt Jr. is going to get voted in, and the other one of those two absolutely deserves to be in the game. Do they take 3 shortstops to the All-Star game?
Yeah. It's not like the most egregious of all injustices or anything. There's just some really good shortstops this year.
Yeah. I mean, he deserves to go. And sometimes the fan voting, the starting is a popularity contest. Sometimes the reserves, you need to have some reputation, some goodwill in the bank for a couple of years. But I think Payne is going to make it, but I don't think it's and he should. The process doesn't make it the slam dunk that it should be.
So even if no Astros make it past phase 2, they still get an All-Star anyway, because in Major League Baseball, every team gets an All-Star.
Yeah, but Hunter Brown's going to be that guy for the Astros. Hunter Brown's going to start the All-Star game. The Hunter Brown will be. The Astros are going to get 3 or 4 guys. Hader's going to make it. I think Payne is going to make it. Paredes deserves to. Framber deserves to. So those are my 5, Seth. Bullpen, the starting rotation outside of Hunter and Framber. These are the top storylines.
These are the stories that
have gotten us here.
Came into this season. Yeah,
that have gotten us here. Jordan's hand, winning the Kyle Tucker trade, and the ascension of Jeremy Pena. Those have been the biggest storylines so far in the Astros season.
I don't think you missed any. Amongst the top 5, I don't think there's any one of the storylines that should be better than that. Good job, Sean.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. It was hard to leave Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez out of it, but I think this is kind of what we expected out of both of them coming into the year.
Yeah, it hasn't been as much a storyline that those guys are really good. As much as these other storylines have been surprising.
Little surprising.
Jordan especially. Biggest of those 5 things is Jordan's A, slump, and then B, his mysterious broken hand, the most surprising of all of them.
Not for me, because he's had a hand issue before. The biggest surprise for me is probably how good the bullpen has been. I did a piece on the Houston Press early before the season where I talked about this maybe being a breakout season for Jeremy Pena. So that doesn't shock me. And we saw some of it in spring training, the adjustments he had made. Probably the bullpen is the biggest surprise for me, just because I didn't know any of these guys coming into the season.
The bullpen,
the pitching at large, the bullpen, and the guys that they brought up from Sugar Land.
I mean, you knew them, but you didn't quite expect the guys in the. Yeah, exactly. You didn't know this version of them. But I guess for me it would be the starting pitching. Yeah, it would, the fact that you've had to rely on those guys. It's not like they've come in and given you some pleasant surprises or doses of positive play here or there. It's like you've had to rely on them heavily, and they've been winning ever since all those injuries started happening.
Yep. No, that's a good one. All right, so I was listening in on Philly radio this morning. Obviously, we know the Astros just completely flummoxed the Phillies for 3 games. This goes back to last year, too, and they shut them out in their series of the last game last year as well. So I wanted to listen in. So I listened in on WIP, our sister station up there, on the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. And it was John DeCamera, and it was Jody Mack in for John Ritchie. John Ritchie, former fullback for the Eagles, is normally the co-host on there. He's on vacation, so it was Jody Mack. I got a little jealous right out of the chute, Seth. I turned them on right at 5 o'clock, and they said, live from the Tasty Cake Studios, which today are at the Borgata in Atlantic City. Here's Joe DeCamera, and I said John DeCamera. I think it's Joe DeCamera, and Jody Mack. And I'm like, man, 10 seconds in, I'm completely jealous. Their studio is named after a delicious pastry company, and they're doing their show live from a casino at 6 in the morning. That's pretty good. So I'm glad that they were completely frustrated by the Astros. Here's DeCamera and Jody Mack talking about listen to them and tell me that they don't sound like how did like the first 3 weeks of the Astros season this year.
And when you measure this offense against either other offenses in baseball we're through the years in baseball history, including, by the way, like 80 Phillies, 08 Phils, 07 Phils, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, guys, we're smart enough to know this offense, Jody, for a true World Series contending team, this offense at a very basic level just does not have. Now, I want to be careful here to say enough because theoretically they can still win the World Series, but I'll frame it this way. The offense itself does not have enough players that you feel you can count on, period. Who can you count on, Jody?
There's an imbalance to this roster.
Is it zero?
You are 100% right.
Who can you count on?
Count on?
Yeah, is it zero?
It all depends on how you define
No, what is it? It's zero, right? Right now, there's 0 players. Seltzer, what's the number? 0?
I mean, like Schwarber.
One? Schwarber?
Yeah, I think Schwarber. And look, this season, Turner, you have been able to count on him for the most part. But I get it. Like, come the playoffs, I don't think anyone's going to definitely count on him. But I do think this season, Schwarber and Turner, you can say you can count on those two guys.
Okay. So, yeah, that. Dude, I was listening, and I kept listening to them after that, too, and I'm like, this is what we sounded like. This is the difference between winning and losing. If they had won each of these games 1-0, 2-0, and 2-1 and swept the series, that's not the thing. And by the way, the hitting with both of these teams was very even in this series. Neither team hit the ball that well. The Astros just came up in big situations, and their pitchers clutched up in the series. Like, that's the difference between the joy you and I are experiencing this morning and what we just heard. It is a very thin line. It is a very thin line.
This as we've just already discussed in this, the pitching has turned the Astros offense into a less infuriating affair because your pitching is so good that all you do need is just somebody do something in the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th inning in these close games, and that's exactly how it happened yesterday. You had Cam Smith show up in a big moment with 2 outs and drove Paredes home. The hand-wringing that we had over the offense, I mean, we could say almost all the exact same things that we were saying at any point earlier in the season, right?
Yeah.
They've shown little hints of promise here and there, but you just swept the team in a 3-game series by scoring 3 runs. It's it's been that's one of the best teams in baseball. Yeah. You had to sweep them by scoring 3 runs over the course.
5 runs.
Excuse me, 5 runs. Over the course of three games.
Yeah. But it's man. It's fun. It's fun right now. We'll see what happens with the Cubs this weekend. Cubs a little more firepower than this Phillies team. All right, shifting gears. You know, it's too bad that we don't do a Pettycast on Friday. We typically do it on Tuesday because, boy, Kendrick Perkins wants a piece of Bill Simmons. This was Bill Simmons on his podcast talking about ESPN's.
I didn't know which telecast to watch. It was like, do I take this samurai sword and jam it into my temple, or do I take this chainsaw and saw my leg off? I couldn't figure it out.
Okay, that's harsh. And he had mentioned Perkins by name also, like, before in that podcast. And for those who don't know, if you weren't following the NBA draft on TV this week, they had an ABC feed and an ESPN feed with two different teams. Stephen A. Smith was on the big feed on ABC with a couple of guys, and the one on ESPN included Kendrick Perkins along with Jay Billis. And Simmons was obviously not a fan of either broadcast, which is a little ironic because Simmons used to be on the draft coverage, and he was not the greatest on that draft coverage.
Even people that like Bill Simmons as a podcaster would concede that, he sucked on television.
Yeah. So I found that a little ironic. I don't know if it's Take-a-mania worthy. We'll find out at 9 o'clock today. Kendrick Perkins got wind of this. This is Kendrick Perkins sitting in a suit in the front seat of his car, getting ready to go to some event, ready to wring Bill Simmons' neck.
Thinking about Bill Simmons, cupcake ass. Always got my name in his mouth. But I'm going to address you Sunday, okay? Believe that. I'm going to address you on my special edition, me only, yours truly, Sunday on Road Tripping, okay? They give me my spot, and I'm going to get on your ass like back pockets. Because I'm not tired of you. I don't know who anointed you, the preacher or king of the head honcho of overseeing basketball. What have you done? What have you done, period, in the game of basketball? Have you ever played? And I usually don't even address people because I don't even be really caring about it, but it's kind of pissing me off because you feel like you're sitting on this throne. You got in your feelings. You got in your feelings because I said that I feel like the Toronto Raptors are going to be a top 6 seed. Why was that like, oh, he said this and I'm man, shut up. You didn't think before you started drinking them Heinekens. And then you got your little peanut gallery up on the podcast who just agree, yeah, Bill, you're right, stand up. Man, shut the hell up. The hell you done. But I'm going to get more on your ass come Sunday. Believe that. I'm going to finish doing my research on you. Enough is enough. Like you some type of head honcho. Okay. You ain't no shot caller.
That was a great tease for whatever it is Perkins is doing Sunday. I don't know if it's a podcast or if it's a TV show. I don't know what it is. I will go find it. I promise you that. He's doing research on Bill Simmons. That means it's going to get personal. Ooh.
What team did he say was going to be the 6th seed?
Toronto, the Raptors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had a whole. I actually trimmed that down. Like he had a whole about 45 seconds to a minute where he defended his take on the Raptors. I just figured Houston doesn't give a crap about that. They just want to hear Kendrick Perkins talk about beating the hell out of Bill Simmons verbally.
Yeah. Verbally, yeah. He's not physically threatening him or anything.
No.
I feel like he'd have to go to the, you didn't play card. Because that's, all right, that's just it. You can say that about anybody as a commentator that didn't play.
I was sad he did that.
Yeah, because it's he didn't have to do that especially if he's going to be doing his research and what have you.
That's right.
So other than that, as long as he leaves that part out of it, then I'm gung-ho. And I say that as a former athlete who's in the media. It's cheap. It's just easy. It's it's like okay, great.
It's lazy. It's lazy.
It's lazy. So I hope he doesn't lean into that part of it.
Yeah.
I'm going to get on your ass like back pockets.
Okay, I'm glad you played that again.
Good.
That was good. The two things I wrote down that I really liked in there, cupcake ass at the very beginning, Bill Simmons. That's where you knew it was going to get personal. Like, it wasn't going to be one of these things like where he was explaining himself to Bill and trying to make it like, hey, here's what I meant, blah, blah, blah. But he goes, I got to talk about Bill Simmons. Cupcake ass. And I'm like, ooh, okay, this is going to get good. It's going to get good. And on your ass like back pockets. I've never heard that before. That's excellent. That's really, really good. Did you play? Yes. Cheap heat is what that was. Cheap heat. I'm going to go find whatever this is Perk is doing on Sunday about Bill Simmons. I will seek that out for sure.
It's his solo show. Is it on television or is that his podcast?
I don't know. He said something. I don't know.
He said they let me do it solo, so I think it's on. It must be on television.
Yeah, Road Trip. He said something about Road Trip, so maybe it's a show that's called Road Trip. I'm not sure.
Good promoting there too, though. Kendrick Perkins.
Really good. Yeah.
That was really good.
Oh, you know what it is?
Road Trippin'.
Road Trippin'.
Yes.
And he's gonna be doing an episode of. Is what it? You know what it is?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's a podcast with Richard Jefferson, Channing Frye, and Allie Clifton.
Okay.
So
maybe Perk gets his. Maybe they're on vacation or something.
I'm just very curious about what kind of research he's going to be doing.
I do too. Yeah. What is AI?
Well, there's a whole lot of easy. Anybody that's written as much and said as much as Bill Simmons, he'll be able to trip him up a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Especially if Kendrick. Bill Simmons has attacked nobody as much as he's attacked ESPN itself.
Yes.
They could probably get a legion of interns to just go find all the different ways that Simmons has either contradicted himself or anything. The same way any of us who speak a lot end up contradicting ourselves a lot. So he'll have some good ammo.
Oh yeah, oh my God, I hope I don't piss off Perk. Perk is a guy who does research on people that criticize him. He just got taken off of every Pettycast and every Take-a-mania. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need that kind of heat. How has Bill Simmons messed up? I'm just going to see if Google's AI says anything. If he's just Bill Simmons' career has had its share of missteps, particularly his departure from ESPN and subsequent criticism of their handling of inside the NBA. Okay, well, we've done that. All right, so he goes on to talk about. I was hoping there'd be something juicier right out of the chute. Departure from NBA, criticism, over-reliance on catchphrases and gimmicks. Bill Simmons, that's true.
Yeah.
He was kind of he was one of the first ones that did like a lot of long form, like this is how the NBA season compares to the movie Rounders, and it was I liked him as a writer on ESPN page 2. I really enjoyed him a lot. Not so much with the spoken word. Solipsistic sorry about that.
What were you trying to say there?
Solipsistic is the word. It's
He was trying to say axis.
That's why you need the Odyssey Rewind feature, people. Well, let's go from Bill Simmons to somebody far less annoying, Colin Cowherd. Is Cowherd sold on the Houston Rockets?
My 2026 NBA championship bubble, I would have Houston, OKC, Cleveland, Minnesota, Orlando, and then I would have the Celtics and the Nuggets close. New York's two best offensive players are both terrible defensively. There's no Lakers if Austin Reeves is your third best player. Look around the NBA. Old doesn't work anymore. Indy's young. Orlando's young. Houston's young. OKC's young. Boston has young players. I mean, one of Denver's problems, they're too old.
He highlights one of the coolest things. At the end of the day, it doesn't bother me whether Cowherd thinks the Rockets are a title contender or not. He highlighted something there, Seth, that I think is worth repeating. We've talked about it already. The Rockets just made a trade for Kevin Durant, one of the 10 best players in the NBA this century, for sure. Still a great scorer. And yet they get thrown into the bucket as this team is young. And they are. Mm-hmm. My guess is even with Kevin Durant at age 36, soon to be 37 on the team, that they're still one of the youngest teams in the NBA on average.
They were the 11th for this last season. They were the 11th youngest team in the NBA.
Okay.
So like Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet and everything, they rounded out. Do you have, when you talk about whether a team is young or not? Do you have multiple impactful young players? And as far as the average age, sometimes that doesn't tell
the age of the rotation is the big thing for me, because here's why I say that. Jeff Green crushes your average for you. Jeff Green got drafted the same season, the same draft that Kevin Durant did, except Durant was a freshman coming out, and Jeff Green, I think, was a 4-year guy at Georgetown. Yeah. Jeff Green's got to be 40 now. That's so. One guy doesn't throw it off kilter. I just think
they do it average age by minutes too in the Rockets.
Oh, they weight it
10th in average age by minutes.
There you go.
11th overall, but 10th in minutes.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me. It doesn't bother me. I like that Cowherd's got him in his, what do you call it, a championship bubble? It's a bubble he called it? Yeah.
I don't we talked about this yesterday. He said that, age doesn't work in the NBA anymore. It's never, people try to read into trends way too much about what works or doesn't work. And then all of a sudden, at some point 5 years ago, that thing that wasn't working, lo and behold, a good team is making that work. I like just in the overall I think on any team, you want to have your really good young promising players, but you'd like to have a couple of old heads as well. Yeah. And I think the Rockets have the right blend on that team. But they feel like a very young and still on the rise team because of guys like Amen Thompson and Şengün and everybody else.
Right. Like you take the last two places Durant went where it didn't work out, Brooklyn and then Phoenix, their moves to put the cores together that they have were this series of all-in moves. Durant was an all-in move for Phoenix. He is leaving that his fault. But he is leaving that place, and the place is in complete disarray and complete destruction. Similarly, look where Brooklyn's picking every year since that big three fell apart. Kevin Durant could come here and be average for the next 3 years or get hurt, and this team is still well-positioned to be a very, very good basketball team, even 3 years from now. All those guys are still in their mid-20s. So that's exciting. It's a move that has an all-in name in Kevin Durant that's not an all-in move for the Rockets. Not even close. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. We'll do Take-a-mania at 9 o'clock today. We've got some really good entries. Trying to take down John McClain, who is the current champion. He holds the belt for the current worst take on the sports landscape. So we'll get to that. Similarities between the Texans and the Rockets. I think this draft in the NBA highlights one big similarity with yet another one. These two teams have been very similar the last few years. Another big similarity between these two coming out of the NBA draft this week. We've got that for you coming up next.
Hey, if you're looking to build a custom home, you know that finding the right home builder is
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Was it a preview of the World Series that we watched? An MLB former Major League pitcher says maybe so. We'll get to that at 8 o'clock. We'll do that at the top of the hour. The Texans and the Rockets have been on very similar trajectories, made very similar moves through the last couple of years. We've highlighted that several times on this show, from coaching to the way the roster's been rebuilt to the time frame, going all the way back to Deshaun Watson and James Harden demanding a trade the same week, which seemed to be the starting point for the rebuild for both teams. They've had very similar paths here. The hope is for, obviously, future postseason success for both teams. Another big similarity, I think, came out of this draft this week in the NBA. This was Stephen A. Smith on ESPN making a pretty bold prediction, actually, or a pretty bold statement here about what Cooper Flagg means to the Dallas Mavericks.
I think he could potentially make them the number one threat to the Oklahoma City Thunder. When you consider the way that Dallas has fared against Oklahoma City in recent memory, with or without Doncic on the floor, considering that you've got an Anthony Davis, assuming he's healthy, with a Lively, with a Gafford, with a Klay Thompson, etc. P.J. Washington, let's not forget about him. This is a very formidable team, if healthy. That's the big question, health. There are no questions about Cooper Flagg. When you see this brother leading Duke, points, rebounds, assists, steals, block shots, he's all world, okay? Only 4 people in NCAA history have been National Player of the Year as a freshman. He was one of them. He's the real deal. Houston and other teams you got to pay attention to. But in my mind, clearly, Dallas is the number one threat to OKC if everybody's healthy.
Okay, I disagree with a lot of what he said there. I agree with some of it. I disagree with a lot of it. I think relative to the Texans and the Rockets, what it got me thinking about, Seth, was that the next similarity between these two teams is I think that they're both viewed as clearly the best teams in their divisions right now. I think it's safe to say, I mean, the Rockets were the 2 seed in their entire conference, and the Texans are a 10-7 team in a division full of teams that are below 500, some way below 500. So I think that's obviously a similarity, but they are now both dealing with multiple number 1 overall picks in their division. Like Victor Wembanyama is giving San Antonio a lot of hope. Cooper Flagg clearly is giving Dallas a lot of hope, and Stephen A. Smith some serious delusion over what exactly they can be next season, in my opinion. Similarly, and I don't know that this is as threatening a duo as Wemby and Cooper Flagg are to the Rockets, but the Texans are dealing with a former, at least labeled, generational talent in Trevor Lawrence. He hasn't been sort of the Wemby in this thing. And then Cam Ward, who is, I don't think he's the level of Cooper Flagg is, but Cam Ward, number 1 overall pick this year, like Cooper Flagg just was. You're dealing with teams in your division, both the Rockets and the Texans, who they're not there yet, but they've got the foundational players that they feel can get them there, and it's up to us to kind of figure out, okay, how big a threat are these? Who's under more of a threat to their supremacy in their respective divisions right now, the Rockets or the Texans, do you think?
And within the division.
Yeah.
Oh, I still think I would say the Rockets, just because 1 or 2 players can make that much of a difference.
Yeah.
And that those players in Wembanyama and Cooper Flagg, if they really deliver on their potential, it's a really, really high ceiling.
Yeah.
Football, it's like teams make quick turnarounds, but none of those teams in the division in the AFC South really have great overall rosters, regardless of how well Cam Ward plays, or maybe you see Daniel Jones do the Sam Darnold thing and you get the absolute best out of him this year. They still have weaker overall rosters, and generally it takes longer to change those.
Yeah.
And but at the same time, I still think the Rockets have more of a very clear window to be a championship caliber team.
Yes.
So it's the AFC South is a weak division.
Yeah.
And in football, divisions don't really change as quickly as things can change in basketball.
Yeah. What's your concern level over what Cam Ward could be or is?
Bold. On the rookie side of things, he makes me nervous because he's a guy that, kind of a lot like Pat Mahomes, not in player comp, but in the willingness to take risks in college. People look at it, and they look at it as a negative, because if he continues to play that way, then it's going to be an issue. Pat Mahomes, as we know, figured out a way to play a little bit more controlled and could still do that stuff out of pocket and improvisationally. So Cam Ward has that potential, I think, is he's got to rein some things in and learn when not to play hero ball. But if he does do that, yes, he has the arm talent. He has the athleticism to keep defenses off balance. He can create. So, in the short term, I worry about the fact that on any given Sunday, that when you've got a rookie like that, you might see the bad version of the rookie where he throws 4 picks, but you also might see the best version of the rookie where he has 4 miracle throws and they beat you by 28 points because of that.
And you just hope you're not playing him on that Sunday. It's a little like what you talk about with Anthony Richardson. Totally different players, but you do a little like you talk about with Anthony Richardson that you've talked about. Like, he's going to have 3 amazing games throughout the season. You just hope you're not playing him on one of those Sundays where he has that amazing game.
Yeah, all those. You know who else was like that was Ryan Fitzpatrick in the first half of his career.
Yes.
Fitzpatrick would have incredible games.
Yeah.
Like his first time he ever started against or played against was against the Texans.
As a Ram.
When we were up by multiple scores against the Vikings, or was it the Vikings?
It was the Rams.
The Rams.
He was on the Rams. Yeah.
Yeah, and Fitzpatrick comes in. I'm sure they talked about 29 times about how he went to Harvard. That was when it all started that day.
That day.
Yeah, that was when the world first would learn that, that guy, he did go to Harvard.
Oh, my God. I go back and forth in the division with quarterbacks over what I'm more nervous with. Trevor Lawrence, kind of recapturing some of that brief magic he had back in 2022. If Liam Cohen gets that version of him, or Cam Ward just being something new that's new that's in the division, and it turns out like he's a rookie that like C.J. Stroud just gets it. The game is not fast for him. It slows down very quickly for him. I go back and forth, and ultimately the thing with Trevor Lawrence with Liam Cohen, and I'm nervous about that, but like, okay, they were saying all these same things about Doug Peterson, who did get a version of Trevor Lawrence for a half a season that everybody thought he would get, but then for the next 2 full seasons, Trevor Lawrence was trash. He wasn't good for nearly 2 full seasons. He was good the first half of 23. Okay, the first half of 23. Point being, all the same things that I find myself saying about Liam Cohen. I'm like, all right, weren't we just saying this about Doug Peterson with Trevor? And Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl. You know, like
No, and I think that the thing with a guy like Trevor Lawrence, who still is a guy that hasn't really progressed beyond, people view him as, defenses view him as a first-read quarterback. Mm-hmm. That if the first read's not there, he doesn't exactly know what to do with it. Or if you can fool him with your defensive alignments and coverages and everything. So the danger is in the first year that a coordinator has with a guy like that, it's a face rookie quarterback. You don't know what the tendencies are going to be.
Right.
You don't know exactly how Liam Cohen's going to use him, and how is he going to potentially mask some of Trevor Lawrence's weaknesses.
Yeah.
Doug Peterson did a good job of getting the best out of maybe what Trevor Lawrence's ceiling was at that point, and they couldn't progress beyond it. Liam Cohen might do that very same thing, especially in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
And you don't have enough film on him yet to know exactly what the plan is. And Lawrence has the physical ability to take advantage of stuff like that.
It's funny, the dynamic you and I are talking about, these two particular quarterbacks, the Texans play them in the first month of the season. Like
right.
the Texans' first 5 games are super interesting. They play the Rams in the opener, which is, I think, two of the top at least 12 teams, if not 10 or 8 teams in the NFL going against each other. Monday night against Tampa Bay. The next week, you're playing against the team that won the division and is viewed as a good team. And then those next 2 weeks are when you play Trevor Lawrence on the road and you play Cam Ward at home, and then you're going up to Baltimore to face a team that you have not put up a good performance against yet in the DeMeco Ryans era. That's a really, really interesting first month of the season.
Yeah, and within the division, if you look at Jacksonville, it's the first time these two teams will have faced since Trevor Lawrence decided to wait until the last moment to duck underneath the freight train.
Yeah.
And, people look at Trevor Lawrence as the victim in that Alshire hit. And if anything, I look at him as a cautionary tale. He's no better than the dumb kid that tries to ride a freight train through the city and then gets decapitated. He shouldn't have been standing up on that freight train.
That's right.
What the hell are you doing?
Dummy?
Yeah.
How to get decapitated. That's how.
Setting a bad example.
Right. Trains and
Aziza. Look at all my live stream TikTok followers. Boom.
Blammo.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Was this a preview of the World Series this coming October that we just watched the last 3 days? One former pitcher says yes. We will let you hear that. Let you hear who it is coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ball game! Astros complete. A pitching gem all 3 days against the Phillies, limiting Philadelphia to 1 run in 3 days. A 2-1 win and a 3-game sweep against one of the best teams in baseball, coming in having won 9 of 11.
All right, that was Todd Callis on the call, and he nailed it. That was a great series win by the Houston Astros. Chicago coming to town. We'll do 5 reasons I hate you, Chicago Cubs, in the next segment. I feel it's appropriate that we do that. Here was Joe Espada after yesterday's game, a 2-1 win over the Phillies. Cam Smith with the big hit, RBI single in the 8th inning. Here's Joe Espada saying this felt like a playoff series.
Tell you what, it felt like a little playoff out there today. Fan base, right? Loud. It's fun. That's a fun game. Fun series.
The pitching in this series.
Wow. That's a really good rotation. Our guys, too. You know, it was pitching, low, good defense, clutch hitting. You really felt like playoff.
Yep, no doubt. It felt like playoffs. The Astros score 5 runs in 3 games, and they sweep. If you given that total, they're going to score 5 runs. How many games do you think they win? I said, I don't know. They probably go 1-2, maybe 2-1, but they sweep. Soccer scores is what we had the last 3 days.
If you go through just the actual the team defense and the Astros are one of the best fielding teams in baseball this year, and then look at how critical fielding was, say, in Cam Smith's go-ahead. The outfielder couldn't get the ball out of his gloves.
Yeah.
Bobbles it out. There's a few moments in this series where it was just these little things. Trey Turner, it didn't end result in scores, but in the second game, Trey Turner just didn't handle that relatively easy one from Paredes right up the middle. They didn't score in that inning, but it was just you don't see it as often out of the Astros.
I think they did. The one you're talking about, I think they did.
Okay.
Yeah, it was early in the game. I think they did score that inning. That was the 2-0 game. That was the middle game of the series. I think they did because later in the game, Trey Turner made that same play. It was almost an identical ground ball, and he actually made the play.
Yeah,
I'm almost certain they scored. But either way, your point is spot on, which is the Astros didn't hurt themselves with little things in this series like the Phillies did. You know, it's a game of inches, as they say. Ryan Dempster is on MLB TV. And former pitcher, former Cub, ironically, with the Cubs coming. He and Kevin Millar were on a show chopping it up. And Ryan Dempster, this is a couple days ago. This is before the Astros won 2 more games in this series. This is after the first game where Fromber pitched. Ryan Dempster said this could be what we end up seeing in October.
There's something about the Houston Astros. It's winning pedigree. It's like the Yankees of that run they went on in the mid-'90s to the mid-2000s, where it's like they're just so accustomed to winning that they don't know how to lose. They win the 1-0 games. They come back and fight late in the game. Hunter Brown, by the way, is going to be he's a Cy Young finalist. This guy is going to have a shot at winning the Cy Young in the AL. He's absolutely filthy. So I'm actually going to, I know it's going to shock you guys because you probably thought I was going to go Phillies. I'm going to say the Astros. And I think that Jim Crane has proven his leadership and ownership of this group that he is willing to go make the trade when need be. And you've heard all these trades, all these teams. Cubs need starting pitching. This team needs a bat, yada, yada. Nobody hears anything about Houston. And they pull the punches when they need to, and they are going to go ahead and make that trade wherever they can shore up something in life. So I'm going to say they got a better shot of getting back there. I wouldn't be shocked in one way at all if this ends up being a rematch of that World Series with these two teams. Wow. They're capable of getting back there.
Yeah, it is wild. They are. I mean, the Astros do feel like nationally they are kind of flying under the radar a little bit right now. You know, like they are not getting the same level of attention that the other teams get. You know, I get these newsletters every day from MLB.com, Seth, with their top. Here's our top story, and they do a big graphic for it. And here's our 7 other stories. And the bullet points are at the actual logos of the teams that are mentioned. And I'm doing a lot of delete, delete every day because there's no Astros stories on there. I
would say you probably hear more about Paul Skeens than you do about Hunter Brown. And, and I would guess that's just because his girlfriend is Livy Dunn.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, he plays for the Pirates. He's awesome. He's a great young, phenomenal pitcher and everything. But Hunter Brown, it feels like, to me, too, if I'm looking at it objectively and just seeing, okay, what comes across on my headlines and whatnot.
Yes.
Hunter Brown leads MLB in ERA right now, and he's not really talked about a whole lot.
No, and he should be. I mean, Dempster just mentioned him. He said he'd be a finalist for the second. He should be starting the All-Star game for the American League. Hunter Brown has been incredible this year, and he's been incredible for over a year now. Unfortunately for him last year, he wasn't incredible in time to make the All-Star team. He started getting incredible in the middle of May, but he has been this dude for over a calendar year now.
Yeah, he's in the first in ERA and fourth in WHIP in all of Major League Baseball.
All of Major League Baseball, yeah. He's been excellent. He pitched 7 innings yesterday. Pitch count was getting a little high. I think he returned to the mound in the 7th, somewhere around 83 or 84 pitches. Here was Joe Espada on giving Hunter Brown one more inning when his pitch count was starting to get high yesterday.
Against any lineup, he's just really good. He's really good. Stuff was really good. Asked him to go back out in the 7th. He looked at me. He said, "Joe, I'm going back out there and give you one more inning." And he did. And Brian Abreu, oh my goodness, really good.
Sometime. I love
Left right over Brian King. What the hell? I thought we were going sequentially here.
He did him a
Brian
favor.
King had a scary one. We had talked about it yesterday morning about how Brian King has been kind of scary the last few games, and you can add one more to that.
Yep.
But I mean, I'm not panicking about it or anything.
Brown
but
is.
It is. You were talking earlier about just how good the bullpen has been, and it's almost the level of excitement headed into this season was not nearly what it was last year when you looked at what should have been. I mean, that was a story that people around baseball were talking about in the offseason last year. The fact that they had Abreu, Presley, and Hader as their 7, 8, 9 guys, and it just didn't work out that way.
No.
We didn't see this version of Hader through the first half of last season. But yeah, this is a better situation than I was hoping for last year.
Totally.
When on paper it looked a lot better.
Yep, no question. Here is let's relive the Cam Smith RBI single. Let's do that because that was fun. Let's say this is the Phillies tie the game in the top of the 8th at 1, and then the Astros come right back. Cam Smith RBI single.
Neither team has been particularly good with runners in scoring position in this series. Astros trying to change that here. Line drive over the head of Trey Turner, base hit. Here comes Paredes. He'll score the go-ahead run. 2-1 Stros in the 8th. Cam Smith, a big RBI.
Attaboy, Cam. Coming up.
Yeah, that was the hit. Here's Joe Espada on Cam Smith and the clutch hits he's been getting.
Cam Smith, how many times he comes up, get hits like those, that grows your confidence. This kid he's just a young kid, and he gets big at bats against a really good pitcher, and that stuff matters. You look down his career 3 or 4 years from now, those hits, they matter.
Yeah, it's good to see him getting around on the ball too. Like he was early in his career, I guess I'll say it. Early this season, everything was going opposite field, and you're wondering, like, is he having trouble getting around on major league pitching? Even the home runs he hit when we were there at spring training, Seth, were opposite field home runs that he muscled them out there.
And it was on windy days, too.
Yeah.
Carried,
That's right. Yeah, there was one that just barely went over the wall. So it was so early. I mean, not that it was like a 5-alarm fire or anything, that everything's going oppo. But, boy, he's just really accelerated his development. He is a hitter you plug into the 5-hole now, and it's not like, all right, well, this is one of these janky lineups where they're resting 3 guys, so Jake Myers is batting cleanup. Like, Cam Smith belongs in a run-producing role, in a run-producing spot in that lineup. He gets big hits, man.
Yeah, and he's been in the month of May and in the month of June, just individually, he's been a slightly above average Major League Baseball hitter.
Yep.
And for where he is right now and how just not far removed at all from college baseball, we are at least finally past the 1 year mark.
Yeah.
For the longest time, you could say, less than a year ago, he was playing in the college.
It was
World
always
Series.
like, on this day a year ago, Florida State was playing so and so.
Yeah, I grew up in the 24 College World Series.
I hated the 24
Seminoles. So much the hell Seminoles. Kyle Tucker, I was kind of hopeful. In the month of May, he had really slowed down a good chunk. Still very good, but he wasn't on the same ferocious tear that he had started off the season. He's back up to, in the month of June, having a 952 OPS.
Okay, well, time to cool him off.
Yeah,
the next 3 days.
That's all I ask for. Ofer.
Yeah.
Ofer for the series.
Cool him off. That's your request. Ofer, and I think you reduced your request to 6 home runs.
What are you, Brandon Walter, if you're not somebody who shuts down Kyle Tucker?
Are you,
Prove it to me.
That's right, man. That's right. My favorite part of that Dempster cut was at the very beginning where he says the Astros, he compared them to the Yankees of the late 90s, which is that's a high compliment. They won 4 World Series. But I like where he said they've won so much they don't know how to lose.
Yeah.
I love the framing of that. Like they are, and it's the characters that are part of this whole thing turn over a little more frequently than they did early on in this run of dominance now.
Yeah, one of the big things they always cite is that they've got a very welcoming clubhouse. There's no rookie hazing or anything, or amongst even veteran free agents, they feel like they're right at home when they first get in there. And I think that you also don't want to separate. It's funny. I really 100% believe that there's a culture with the Houston Astros, and it's managed to endure. Like with a lot of great teams, you go to the Patriots or the Ravens when they were just so good for so long. Sure, even after all the original players have left the building. There's definitely a culture there, but you also just have to look at the way that the pitching development staff and the way they've been able to just churn these guys out year after year after year. I always, it's like when somebody recovers from cancer and they think the crazy new age treatment that they tried, but neglect to mention that they were also still doing all of the stuff the doctors were talking.
right.
And the doctors are kind of left like, oh yeah, glad you had that.
Thanks for the credit.
Yeah, glad you had that person that had a community college degree in Eastern medicine come in and pray over you one day.
Right.
Yeah,
give you some ayahuasca.
I did see you every day for chemo. Remember? Yeah,
that's funny.
That's the pitching analytics staff for the Astros. Probably like, yeah, sure,
yeah. That's funny. The culture you're talking about, I'm like, that's Altuve. Like that's Altuve. He's the guy that's been here for the whole time. He's the guy that never seeks out credit. He's the guy that goes and will do whatever it takes. Like, you need me to play left field? I'll play left field. Doesn't pull a Rafael Devers and say, second base is mine. Are you going to move? No. Yeah. See, Altuve doesn't do that. And he's a quiet leader. He leads by example. But I think that culture, I think that's why you sign the guy to a contract that's probably by statistics not going to age very well, because he's like that air freshener that you just plug in. You know?
So far he's been horrible though in stepping into the role of Jeff Bagwell and whatever he was over the last few years, because so far he has publicly stood up for 2 notable players that he's demanded that the Astros keep. One, Alex Bregman.
I like it.
He gone. And now Jeremy Pena. He stood up and said they need to get to work on extending him. They tried at least, apparently, to extend him. But then Jeremy Pena, whoever we need to find. Okay, whoever was handling the extension talks for Jeremy Pena, that Pena got to the point where he decided to say, screw this, I'm going with Boris.
Yeah.
That's who we need to be angry at, not Scott Boras.
No.
No. Not the guy that gets called in to fix whatever the first guy couldn't accomplish.
Well, and Altuve, I think one of the interviews he did about it, he framed it as like, I'm surprised that Jeremy Pena doesn't have a contract extension yet. And I felt like saying, well, he has to accept it. I'm sure they've offered him one. I mean, he has to say yes to it. It's more on Pena to say yes than the team to. Yeah, so we'll see what happens.
If Pena turned down, so if Pena, the reported extension that they were discussing would have been about $20 million a year.
21, 5 years, 105. Yep.
I mean, if Pena keeps this up through next season, it's the difference is going to be gigantic.
Look across the diamond this series. Trey Turner is a $300 million shortstop.
Yeah,
he's a $300 million shortstop. So that's where it's going to be, man. That's Pena, and Pena's a guy who's had postseason success. That's a big selling point. That's going to get him another few mil. It's enjoy. it now. The text message, can't believe Sean compared Trevor Lawrence to Victor Wembanyama. Wemby's been a stud. Lawrence is close to being a bust. My comparison was of what they were both viewed as coming into their respective leagues. I said both were viewed as generational players. They were both players that there was practically a countdown clock counting down 2 years at least the time that they would become available for the draft. That was my comparison. I know how bad Trevor Lawrence has been and how good Victor Wembanyama has been. I get it.
It was always, and I think if you go back and look at some of the people who are more calm-headed and rational about it, I think there were a lot of people saying at the time, because I watched enough Clemson that I didn't quite get why the gushing was so over the top, but there were a lot of actual draft analysts who said, okay, don't put him in that same boat as some of the genuinely great slam dunk top-tier generational type prospects. It's just that, it was compared to what people thought of him at the time or what the consensus opinion was. It was much, much better than what it is right now.
Oh yeah, no question. No, I think the texter's assessment is I think Lawrence is close to being a bust also. He's also going to get to play for at least 3 more years for the Jags because they gave him a huge contract.
So basically, that guy is criticizing you for mentioning those two in the same breath.
Yeah,
is the whole problem.
He
heard the two in the same breath and then stopped listening.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't compare. I compared their rep coming into the league. I didn't compare how they've both played. No. I didn't do that. Payne and Pendergast with you. So yeah. Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley. Ryan Presley coming back to town tonight for the Cubs. That'll be fun.
I wonder if, the other part with him, we were talking about the Jaguars and kind of looking around the division. We didn't even mention Travis Hunter and the fact that we'll see Travis Hunter in the 3rd week of the season.
Are you more worried about him as a wide receiver or a cornerback?
As a rookie, I worry more about him as a wide receiver just because they can find ways to get him open at times.
Here's your 10 plays. Yeah.
Whether he's polished or not, he's got to be accounted for.
Yeah.
I'm excited about seeing him as a defensive back. Dude, you're not playing a bunch of zone in the Big 12 anymore. You're going to have to be covering Nico Collins, man, and you're a tiny little fella. You're going to have to be covering Jaden Higgins potentially just in the length mismatch there is there.
Yeah.
That if you're trying to do both, learn how to play wide receiver and learn how to play the defensive back at the same time. I'm intrigued. If he pulls it off, it'll be incredible. Everything I'm saying right now also fuels, hey, if he pulls it off, it's going to be really, really impressive. But man, playing defensive back in the NFL while also part-timing as a wide receiver, however they're going to handle it.
Yeah.
I know they're looking at him as primarily a wide receiver. It just there's going to be some opportunities there. They're going to try to dial up opportunities to get Travis Hunter singled up on Nico Collins.
Yep. And I hope it happens, and I hope he trucks the hell out of him. I hope he does to Travis Hunter what he did to that poor bastard on the Colts in that Week 18 game a couple years ago where Nico trucked him on the sidelines. They both went out of bounds. The guy trucked again for no reason. That was fun.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about Travis Hunter that I was surprised wasn't discussed as much as, all right, you can have the discussion about whether a guy can play both ways, and it's interesting. We did it with Shohei Ohtani, but the fact that he is so tiny, that matters.
Huge.
I'm sorry, it's different in college than it is in the NFL.
He's going to get hurt. He will get hurt doing this. All right, 5 reasons I hate you.
Trying to play both ways.
Yeah.
If he's just a receiver, I wouldn't worry about it.
Nope.
But it's both ways.
Both ways. Yeah, you got to hit on the receiver. You can catch the ball, get down, get out of bounds. You got choices you can make. You make those choices as a defensive player, and you get labeled at that point. You better be getting 7 picks if you're choosing not to throw your head in there and tackle.
You better be as good as Deion Sanders.
It's exactly right. It's exactly and he impacted the return game and everything else. So it's a big balance sheet. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. We do this every week during the football season. We dust it off for a few special occasions in the offseason. I think the Cubs coming to town with Presley and Tucker is a reason to dust it off. 5 reasons I hate you, Chicago Cubs edition, is coming up next.
How do we feel about the KD trade here at 610? Well, Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. I think this is the second time this week we've done a 5 reasons, if I'm not mistaken, because I feel like this is the second time I've asked our substitute producer, Colin Neal, to pull up this music. Ben Gary, shout out to Ben. Get well soon. Ben will be back soon. Colin, you're doing a great job. Thank you for getting that music ready to go. Let's do 5 reasons I hate you, Chicago Cubs style. Normally a football season thing, but it's very flexible. We can use it anytime we want. Reason number 5, I used to be a partial of Cubs the 3 years that I lived in the Chicago area. Had a lot of fun around the ballpark. I did not have nearly as much fun in the ballpark because the ballpark itself is an overrated hellhole, in my opinion, where the seats are built for a munchkin field trip. These are seats that, are built for people much smaller than I was at the time in Chicago and much smaller than people in Chicago are right now. Also, the seats I had, Seth, were down the right field line, and they weren't aimed towards home plate. You were facing the field. You know what I mean? So your head was cocked to the left the whole time. Turn Seth's mic up, please. Yeah.
Like you were sitting in one of those combo stadiums from the 70s.
Yes.
The baseball/football stadiums where you're not always facing the field.
The Metrodome.
One of the respective
The
sports.
Minnesota Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome. I went to many games there when I used to travel on business. And yes, that was like that. I'm like, why do I have to turn my head to look at the field? Except at least the Metrodome had the excuse, like you just said, of being a multi-purpose stadium. Wrigley was made for baseball. It's a dumb stadium, kind of dirty. I'm guessing maybe they've changed this in the last 20 years, but when I was there, you peed into troughs.
Oh, the trough urinals.
Troughs?
Wait, what?
Yeah. Last time I was at one of those, I think it was at Rice's old stadium.
Yes, Rice had troughs.
Yeah, they had the troughs.
Hold on, Colin just gave me a, hey, what's a trough? Colin's he's much younger than us.
Well, peeing in the trough?
In it, there's a long trough.
Yeah.
That 5 or 6 people are peeing.
Those are called.
Those are called troughs. Yeah. Yes.
My age just displayed.
They're troughs. Yeah. They're troughs.
Yeah, you get to kind of. It's a community. You can watch everybody's urine kind of.
Compare notes.
Form into a river that.
And it flows downhill. Right.
Probably into the street in Chicago. Right onto the open street somewhere.
Or into the hot dog stand.
Watching everyone's urine. That's the only reason why. That's the only reason why you should use those things.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's really fun. It's a lot of fun. So.
Old stuff sucks. All right. Yeah, including your stadium up there.
Yep. Number 4, Kyle Tucker, sedated sloth in right field.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he ate paste as a kid too. We can say that
100%.
now. We can say that now. Yeah, he's.
He looks like he's the singer Beck. It's like he's Beck's younger brother.
He does.
Who has to finish homeschooling his last couple years because he got caught stalking a teacher or something.
Beck, just as a reminder. Here. Oh yeah, he does.
He does. He looks a lot like
Beck.
Beck.
That kind of horse face going on.
You don't get away with looking like Beck.
No.
Unless you're an awesome musician or an all-star right fielder. Yeah.
I would encourage fans to do one of 2 things tonight. Actually, let's get to Presley, and then I'll do my encouragement here. Ryan Presley, number 3, 5 reasons I hate you. Ryan Presley's on the Cubs. Ryan Presley's mom has rabbit ears.
Mm-hmm.
Way too big of rabbit ears. I'm not necessarily hating her. I just think she needs to settle down a little bit. I think Ryan needs to have had a talk with her at some point.
Fighting the fight to defend the honor of your family member on social media is always a losing affair.
Yeah,
you're never going to win that. You're never going to shut up all the haters.
When they're not playing well. Like she was on there. I admire the loyalty.
Yeah.
But it is a 5 reasons worthy performance by her many times. Like, come on, just, lay off. Just back up. Let Ryan do his thing, that kind of thing. She got rabbit ears. This is what I would tell people for tonight. Do one of 2 things. When Ryan Presley or Kyle Tucker are introduced, or maybe even during their tribute video, and I'm recommending this, mind you, during 5 reasons I hate you. Either take out a newspaper and hold it up like you're not interested in what you're seeing on the Jumbotron, or since newspapers are very scarce these days, just turn your back. Just turn around. Turn your back to the Jumbotron and don't watch the Kyle Tucker Ryan Presley video tribute.
That feels a little extreme.
It's 5 reasons I hate you. I'll feel differently at 8:45, but right now, in the moment, In the moment, this is what I'm telling people.
Do something like this, some kind of chant that involves Kyle Tucker not being good in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That'd be the better one. Let's wait for the playoffs.
You're not good in the yeah, shorten
Wait for October.
That's not bad.
There you go.
That's not bad. No, I'll feel differently in 10 minutes, but it's 5 reasons I hate you. So right now, turn your back on them. Number 2, Jim Belushi. I Googled celebrity Cub fans yesterday, and there's no shortage of annoying people on the list. The one that annoys me the most is Jim Belushi because I feel like he gravy trained off of his brother John Belushi, who passed away far too soon, age of 33.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of the wrong one died going on with this one. You know, like... Yeah,
kind of. Yeah,
that's a general sentiment.
Yeah,
not my opinion. I would say just that's been a joke forever.
I was on Reddit and there was a thread that said the wrong one died in the Belushi family. Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading what the internet's saying, but yeah, he's not as funny as his brother. Kind of gravy train. I didn't know who Jim Belushi was until after John Belushi died. Feels like Hollywood has kind of been doing him a solid all these years, you know. So, and he is a big Cubs fan. They've got John Cusack is a Cubs fan. I've never really enjoyed John Cusack.
But didn't Cusack, what was the deal there? Chicago people were upset with him because he was either a Cubs fan who showed up wearing White Sox gear at a game or vice versa.
Oh, I don't know. I had to look that up. That sounds juicy. Knowing the people I know from Chicago.
Somebody from Barstool attacked him. I can't remember which was which and who he's the fan of, but somebody from Barstool kind of accosted him and called him a fraud for wearing the gear.
I put in John Cusack fandom. John Cusack is known for his diverse film roles and status as a Chicago. He's an admitted fan of both the Cubs and the White Sox, a stance that has drawn some attention and even criticism.
Yeah.
While some fans might find it unusual, Cusack has defended his dual allegiance, noting that other Chicagoans, like Craig Robinson, played Daryl on The Office, share his love for both teams. Okay, that can't be hey, Craig Robinson does it. You know what? My apologies to Jim Belushi. John Cusack, you are a reason I hate the Chicago Cubs.
There's no polyamory in sports.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, polyamory.
I mean, sometimes there is, but as far as your fan.
No, but not in the city like that. You can like multiple. You can like multiple teams. You have to have a favorite, in my opinion. But liking the Cubs and the White Sox, it's just that don't compute to me.
If we're on the topic of movies, I would say Running Scared. I think Running Scared also annoys me. 2 Chicago cops, Gregory Hines and Billy Crystal, in a movie that somehow all I remember is it took a weird turn where all of a sudden they're in Key West and Gregory Hines and Billy Crystal are roller skating in short shorts in Key West.
Short shorts.
And yet somehow finding heterosexual love interest.
They found women doing that?
Yes. It was a weird movie. It was Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines cast as tough Chicago cops, and I didn't quite get it. I'm sure they were short timers too. You know, it was one last bust before you get your pension.
You got to be careful with the short shorts. Did you see the video of the hurdler this week that had the really short, loose shorts on, and everything was coming out during the race? He's having to while he's hurdling, he's pulling the shorts down over his member down there, and then he tumbles to the ground at the end of the race, and it's all hanging out there, flipping and flopping. Yeah,
that's a tough decision to make on the fly.
On the fly, and he won. Oh,
he won
while
as he was
pulling
adjusting himself.
Yes. It was crazy. All right, reason number 5. 5 reasons I hate you, Chicago Cubs. Steve Bartman. And it's not Bartman that I hate. The Cubs fans drove that poor bastard into exile over one unfortunate thing that I think 99% of other people sitting in that seat might have done. The Cubs were up. People forget this. They make it like Bartman. It was a tie game, and with 2 outs in the 9th, and Bartman did that, and that cost them Game 7 in their trip to the World Series. A, it was Game 6. It wasn't Game 7. B, the Cubs were up 3-0 with 1 out in the 8th when this happened, and it's not like it was a hit. It was a foul. It was in foul territory, so you still had a chance to get Luis Castillo out at that point. They went on to lose 8-3. You were up 3-0. You allowed 8 runs in that inning. So, I mean, look, Bartman went to Notre Dame. That's not why I'm defending him. It was a little embarrassing for all of us associated with our small parochial school in Indiana.
Yeah.
But my God, like this guy is hailed as a reason why they didn't get to the World Series. You had a whole other game and 2 more innings, and you were up 3-0 at the time, and you got so mentally frazzled that you gave up 8 runs in the inning?
Yeah, that's somehow that Bartman. They ran him into, the guy had to go into hiding.
Yes.
It just, to this day.
To this day.
Hard to find. You can't just pick up a phone book if you can find one and point out Steve Bartman.
You can't.
He's been in hiding the entire time.
It's not an exaggeration. He went into exile.
A bunch of coked up mercantile exchange workers thought that they were going to defend the honor of the city by beating him down.
The visual of him with a coat, not wearing a coat, like a coat over his head, getting escorted out, getting pelted with stuff. Holy crap. Great documentary, but I think the anger was a little misguided. You know what I mean? So
I miss those headphones that had the radio in them. They still make them, you know.
Yeah.
And I might have to get one of those for the press
That's
box.
what he had, right? He had the headphones?
He had those one. I can't remember if there's an antenna sticking up or not. Kids, the height of making it in the 1980s was to have either headphones that also had a radio right in the earphones, or a portable television, a cathode ray television
I want to
that you could carry around and sometimes see some television shows on.
Yeah. Why do I think he had one of those little Watchman things? I don't remember. You're right with a headset. I remember that. Remember he had a green turtleneck on with a Cubs sweatshirt of some sort, because that was right before Halloween. A week later, everybody was going as Steve Bartman for Halloween. Green turtleneck, Cubs gear, hat, big headphones. There you go. The guy was hurdling and pole vaulting at the same time. Okay, he was. I was taking that text literally.
No, Texter. Those are 2 separate events.
I'm like, was it one of these events?
You're so stupid.
I was like, was it one of these events where you have to do multiple things at the same? I'm like, oh yeah, pole vaulting.
Yeah, like the new heptathlon.
Yeah.
That would be a fun event.
Oh yeah,
the pole vault hurdle type of thing.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Like you have 10-foot pole vaults in a row. Not a hard amount to get over, but you got to land, get out of the puffy thing, land in a pit of water, and then pick up another pole and keep going.
Oh, you're putting a pit of water.
The same pole.
You got a little with a pit of water down there. I like it.
I'm a track expert.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here. All right, 2 of the newest Houston Texans. We heard from them. One of them, actually former Chicago player. It's personal. The other one, it's been personal with the Texans on the other side of the field. Now he's one of them. We will hear from both of them coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
These 3 teams right now, the Astros, Rockets, and Texans, all feel like they've got the behind-the-scenes stuff really kind of sewn down and good.
Yeah.
And now they just got to win.
I'm so tired of you framing things in terms of wins and losses, Sean.
I know.
What about the experiences we enjoy along the way?
You sound like Aaron Rodgers yesterday. Right now. I hate him.
O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you Friday. We will have Take-a-mania coming up at 9 o'clock, our weekly segment where we take the worst takes we've heard this week and put them up against the current champion, who right now is John McClain, his take on the signing of Damon Arnett last week. We'll have the champ, we'll play the champ, and then we've got challengers, and we will see if there's a new champ. So the Texans have picked up a few guys on the defensive side of the ball. Not that they need a ton over there, but I do think it's interesting that there are guys out there that have been productive players, been decent players at other places that are look at the Texans now, Seth, I'm guessing, as a place, especially in the front seven, where I go do a one-year deal there and maybe I can get a bigger deal somewhere else. We've seen that work out for guys. Sheldon Rankins it worked out for. Now he's back here doing it again. He had a good one-year deal with the Texans, had a nice season, went and got more money with the Bengals, and that only lasted 1 year. Now he's back here. Two of those players we're going to hear from here right now. Darrell Taylor is one of them. He played for the Bears last year, and he's been a productive pass rusher at times in his career. He signed a 1 year, $5 million deal, $5 million and change with the Texans, and he was on Good Morning Football this week, and he said it is personal this year for him.
Man, it's personal this year because, I feel like I left a lot on the table in Chicago, and, I'm in a great place where, the offense is, going to do their thing, and, we have a great coaching staff to, be able to put me in position to be able to help our defense out this year and, make a lot of plays. So I'm excited about that. So that's the reason that, I'm with a chip on my shoulder than I ever played with. So I'm just excited to be there and excited to offer what I got, my skill level to the Houston Texans, man.
He's got 24.5 sacks in 4 seasons so far in the NFL.
In his second year in the league in 2022, he had I want to remember, close to double-digit sacks.
9.5,
9.5 sacks.
Yep.
Really promising start. And then he's never really developed into a physical run player, but he's also, and it's ironic they started off in Seattle because I'm about to use Jason Babin as an example here. Jason Babin got drafted into Houston and was an outside linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. And it never quite worked for him here. He ended up going to Seattle and playing in a 4-3 scheme at the time where he could just play defensive end with his hand in the dirt, and it was off to the races. He became a much better player, played at a few different places after that. At one point was one of the sack leaders in the NFL when he was playing in a 4-3 defense that had a lot of similarities to this. When he was in Tennessee, that's kind of the roots of this current Texans defense.
Yep.
So likewise with Darrell Taylor, he's been on a 3-4 team and playing as like an outside linebacker type or just not always as pin in your earbacks and get to the quarterback the way they do with the Texans. So the scheme change might be really big for him. You might really get the best version of him in this scheme.
That'd be great. We know, Will's missed a couple games each year so far, and you need a little bit of depth back there. Derek Bart.
Yeah, whether missed games or not, they're going to rotate the defensive linemen. Ideally, they want 8 guys on game day that can all play.
Yep.
So, he might be one of those sneaky X factors that people aren't talking about a lot that ends up having a big impact on in at least a few games this year.
Yep. EJ Speed, another new player. Another player who signed a 1 year, I think $3+ million, can get to $5 million if he hits some incentives. But again, like a 1 year prove it kind of deal. For a guy who, EJ Speed's been around the league even longer than Darrell Taylor. EJ Speed came in, I think, in 2019. So he's been on some decent Indianapolis Colts teams. He leaves Indianapolis after several years there to come to Houston. He was on with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris on Texans All Access and was asked, why the Houston Texans?
I like what was going on over here. The great draft pick in C.J. Stroud, of course. A lot of guys, younger guys who came into the league and, probably wasn't expected to be who they are today is doing that here in Houston. So that just shows that it's a place where a lot of people is growing. Wins in the win column obviously speak for themselves. Been to the playoffs. It's a team that's familiar with the playoffs, and just getting in and just finding my role within that situation where I can help and get to the end goal, which is a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's that he mentioned C.J. Stroud first. It's not a big surprise. I think they have the same representation I think he's a Mulligetta guy, if I'm not mistaken. But like that, he mentioned CJ first. I think CJ is probably a draw for a lot of guys that are looking around at looking at spots to land.
Well, when EJ Speed and we're kind of going back and forth at it on social media, it was genuinely playful between those two guys. They're both friends. They get along fine. There was another part in this interview where he talked about specifically just how many different ways there are for different linebackers to contribute. And that's what I think he probably saw, is that, it's a good defense. He's kind of in a prove-it deal, and that he's going to have opportunities to play even if he doesn't start, because D'Amico's going to want to use different packages for when to stop the run, when to, when can we get 3 linebackers on the field? Because they played with 2 linebackers, especially in the first part of the season last year, a lot. And some of that was due to injury, but also some of that perhaps not trusting the guys, the other guys that they had on the depth chart. But when they had to go up against heavy personnel, when they had multiple tight ends or a fullback, the Texans struggled to kind of match up physically. Yeah. So there's times they're still going to run nickel more than anything else, but there's times where you'd really like to have 3 run-stuffing linebackers on the field, and EJ Speed is very, very good against the run.
Yeah, that's good. Here is EJ Speed. Why do you like playing for a former linebacker in D'Amico Ryans?
He does like to talk to you guys.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that he says just makes a lot of sense. Just because he's been in a situation, you feel what I'm saying? He knows the footwork. He's played in certain situations, knowing down and distance and all that type of stuff. So it's little interesting things that like he can just say to you. That's like, you know what, that does make sense, and it's actually applying on the field in certain situations. You know what I mean? Like a lot of stuff that some people just can't relate to.
Yeah, the thing that popped into my mind when he was talking about that was Jamie Sharper, who came to the Texans in the inaugural year after winning a Super Bowl with the Ravens, was playing on that very, very good Ravens defense. But he used to tell me that Jack Del Rio, when Del Rio was the linebackers coach there, just completely changed the way he saw the game, because Del Rio was one of those D'Amico type of linebackers that could just kind of see things differently and taught him exactly what to key in, what to care about, like what tendencies you could pick up and all of that. And you see a lot of that with D'Amico and his players. That's why Christian Harris, I think, took that big jump forward in the second half of 2023. I don't think he necessarily would have made that on a team where he didn't have a guy like D'Amico Ryans
Probably not.
to teach him.
Yeah, I mean, and that goes back to San Francisco. You hear guys in San Francisco. That's why, I mean, Azeez Al-Shire, it's why he's here. He was a backup in San Francisco, and D'Amico was the linebackers coach there. So, yeah, he's got a long history of that.
They do have they've got an intriguing linebacker room, because they've got a lot of guys that you get intrigued by, and that you can see them playing a role. You just don't know exactly what the role is going to look like. But even going back to Jamal Hill, the rookie from last year, he was very, very raw when he came in. But when you watch him out on the field, man, he's got size, he's got range. There's a lot of potential upside there with Jamal Hill. Neiman, the linebacker, who's mostly a special teamer, and think of him more as a special teamer, but you'd like to see, okay, maybe he can develop more as a linebacker here in this environment.
Do you think a healthy Christian Harris just slides right back into his old spot where it's a super competitive situation?
I think it might end up being a little bit of mix and match with Azeez and Christian Harris, depending on how healthy Christian Harris actually is.
Yeah.
And just,
and how suspended Azeez Al-Shire is.
Yeah. Like Christian Harris, in theory, you look at him and you think, man, boy, he could end up being one of these guys that's a 3-down linebacker that's great in pass coverage and all the other stuff. He hasn't clicked, at least as of 2023, in the pass coverage side of things.
Yeah.
But that's something for linebackers, there's a whole big mental side to pass coverage. Because just by recognizing routes and using proper leverage and everything, that goes a long, long way.
Yeah.
Brian Cushing always had better coverage grades than people expected, because he wasn't the guy that you wanted to line up on a tight end and have him carry him all the way down the sideline.
Right.
But he was really good at playing the angles and pretty good at anticipating. So some of his physical weaknesses he made up for. But you got to, like Fred Warner's, you watch Fred Warner break down film and everything, the guy just sees the game differently. Yes, he's a freakishly good athlete, but it's his ability to anticipate that makes him really good.
It's good, man. Couple guys. I mean, these are two guys, Darrell Taylor, EJ Speed, who we just heard from. They signed 1-year deals here to jump into pretty competitive rooms. Like it's like a lot of confidence on their part to make the team, and then I obviously a lot of hope that whatever the magic D'Amico dust is on linebackers and defensive linemen, both of them. People weighing in on the text page, going back to 5 Reasons I Hate You and expressing my disgust for Wrigley Field, particularly the troughs in the men's room. Text message, the best part of peeing in a trough is when they're filled with ice and all of you work together to melt the ice.
To melt the ice. Yeah, no, and you do
it
feel
is
a little
team
sense
building
of accomplishment.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, or if you just, you individually might be focused on one little cube of ice to see if,
Right. But
I always feel like ballpark urine doesn't have as much cutting power as normal urine because it's usually so diluted.
Very watered down. Yeah.
If you got 4 or 5 beers in you, it's not that bright yellow that you're looking for.
Yeah. Well,
and trying to melt an ice cube.
And that's borne out in the many YouTube videos that are out there of people deciding to headfirst slide through the troughs at Wrigley Field.
Oh, really? That's a thing?
It's out there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's out there. Yeah, so it ain't that watery. Yeah.
What's wrong with you kids?
Yeah, I'm with you. The two, and yet I can't stop watching when I come across these videos. My 2 favorite videos involving some version of human function, the trough slides at Wrigley Field, and then the this is less contact level gross, but at like the Kentucky Derby or the Indy 500 where they have those rows of portalets on the infield, and people try to run across the top, like hammered, run across the top. They're trying to run across like 50 portalets, and they make it 20 until a foot gets stuck or it's raining and they slip their head up, and that's really fun.
Yeah, I want to see a sober person do it. I don't know how actually difficult it is. Give me one of those guys. Give me one of those martial arts guys from the movies that weighs 98 pounds and can just kind of glide over it like it's nothing.
Yeah. How many?
I don't like watching anything where somebody might fall. I couldn't watch that. I couldn't watch that video of the guy falling on the ice rink at the Galleria.
Oh, I would have been able to watch the. Did video of the actual fall come out? I haven't seen. I've only seen the aftermath. Oh, really?
And it's exactly what I feared. I did watch it.
No,
it was. I forced myself to. But it's like he lands and the legs split out immediately.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing you can't tuck and roll. Yeah. You got no chance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nasty. Some idiot falling off of a portalet, like on a tuck and roll situation. I can deal with that. Now that's another idiot. The guy in the Galleria is an idiot, stealing glasses and jumping.
You've probably got a better chance of surviving a fall from that height when you're drunk than when you're sober, right? Your body's more relaxed.
The Galleria height or the portalet height? Oh yeah,
either of them.
Yeah. Alcohol helps with the pain, if nothing else. I would say. Yeah.
And your body is a little bit more related. You don't necessarily realize the danger.
Probably.
The funniest part of Matthew McConaughey's book that he wrote, his autobiography or whatever it was when he talked about the time he got arrested in Austin. Because remember, he'd been playing the bongos naked for 18 hours or whatever. Yeah. He said he was in such a state of mind when the police arrived that in his mind, he was going to run towards the fence in his yard, the fence
naked
into like a backflip type scenario from the movies, and then land behind the officers, and then as they were chasing him, he was going to dupe them that way.
Dude.
It didn't quite work out that way in reality.
That's a frame of mind right there, man. All right, Take-a-mania.
One of our listeners. Okay,
we got to. Yeah, we're up against it. Yeah, yeah, sounds good. Take-a-mania, worst takes of the week, trying to take down the champ, John McClain. That is next.
Texans training camp is just a month away. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Take-a-mania time. We do it every Friday at 9 o'clock. The worst takes of the week compete for the title. This is something we've been doing since February. We've had many a worthy champ. None more worthy than our good friend, John McClain, who said this on Area 45 the day that the Texans agreed to terms with controversial cornerback, Damon Arnette.
I think Damon Arnett's the worst signing in this franchise's history. How they have lowered themselves to sign a guy like this, and they said, well, he deserves a second chance. No, he's had a second chance with the Chiefs, with the Dolphins. The Raiders cut him. You know, when the Raiders cut players, you got to be bad.
Okay, so we don't need to re-adjudicate.
The worst signing in Texans history is what did it. For a guy that ended up, as we suspected, he got 1 year minimum. It's very much just get him in the building and see if, says he's changed his life in the last year. He did a year in the UFL without we know of, and they see what happens, and that it's very, very easy to walk away from if it doesn't work out. So there's not a chance in hell this can be the worst signing in Texans history, unless something catastrophic happens while he's in the building or something.
Right, and it's his fault.
Then it could become the worst. But other than that, it's, doing what the Texans have done multiple times before. Here's a guy who was a first-round pick at cornerback. It's really hard to find guys with those physical skill sets, so let's just take a swing at him and see how it works out.
Yep.
I would say I'm guessing the odds are that he doesn't make the team.
Yeah.
But the upside is that, actually, you know what? He cleaned himself up, and he's actually incredible.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, he's got
very low. I love almost zero risk with potentially high reward.
I agree.
That's fine by me.
You and I we're simpatico on that. I disagree with John that it's the worst signing ever. I don't even think it's a bad signing. So let's get to the contenders here. We've got a few of them. Speaking of, this is kind of one that's got some similarities. The Texans getting a guy in the building. Yeah. They did this with Deontay Johnson last year, wide receiver. Didn't last long. He was here for only a few weeks, got let go after the win over the Chargers in the playoffs. Only played a couple of games, had a few catches, wasn't here for very long. This particular cut has nothing to do with the Texans. This is from his time in Baltimore. This is Deontay Johnson talking about the incident that got him cut from Baltimore, where he was active, he was in uniform, but refused to go into a game in the second half.
I wasn't getting into, no run play, passing plays, no nothing.
Wasn't it cold as shit, you said?
Yeah, it was cold. So I'm on the sideline, just standing there, just going to the heater back and forth, just waiting to hear my name called.
Yeah.
So, fourth, end of third, going into the fourth or whatever. They're like, Tay, we need you. I'm like, nah, I don't think to me, I don't think it's a good idea for me, because I was thinking about, my legs, I don't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film.
Right.
And it's not like I didn't want to go in the game, but you got to think, leading up to this point, I done been through so much. And
like you said, man, you were kind of checked out.
Yeah, I checked out mentally. I was like, whatever happens, happens. I was just rolling with the punches at that time. So I told him I wasn't going in. I was like, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to go in. So I just sat on the bench. And then that's when they suspended me.
Okay.
The part there at the end where it almost sounds like they suspended me.
Yeah.
Like it was surprising or something that he would get suspended after refusing to do his job.
Yes. The part that got me, because we played this 3 times now. We played it twice yesterday. We played it. This is like an episode of The Sopranos where you're noticing things that you didn't notice the first watch. The part where he's like, all that I had been through. I'm like, what exactly had you been through? What had you been through that wasn't self-inflicted here?
You've been on multiple teams now, and you've been on 3 teams in the last 12 months because I'm guessing this stuff like this. Yeah.
The whole thing where teams keep giving you opportunities to get a paycheck in the NFL, it's got to be brutal.
I'd been through a lot, including my unwillingness to go through to actually play. The only thing that rescues him is that he never referred to himself in the third person.
Okay.
If he had said at some point, Deontay don't play that game, man.
He'd be the winner.
You're talking to Deontay Johnson here, and Deontay isn't going in unless everything is just perfect.
Okay.
So, no, McClain's is still worse than
McClain kicks out.
Can he do it? Cover!
McClain throws Deontay Johnson off of him. All right, let's get to the next one. Here was Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show, a nationally syndicated show.
That he's going on voluntarily
every week.
Yes.
During the season, every week, going on voluntarily, telling people to keep his private life private, y'all.
And where are we at in society where that's like the norm now? That just because I'm not selling wedding photos to the magazines or leaking personal information or making a loving post on Instagram, and look, you want to do that, that's fine. That's your own prerogative. I don't care. That's just not what I want to do. I don't want to be a part of anything. I told you, when this is all done, I'm out. You won't see me. And I know that I've chosen to be in the public eye for one more season, but my private life is staying private. And any other ridiculous story that's out there about my family that I don't talk to, they wouldn't know any information about me. Like, leave them alone. And you want to keep stalking me on the beach and getting photos of me and Apollo? Go for it. I don't give a shit. I'm making shit up. And my private life is my private life, and it's going to stay that way. And I'm with somebody who wants to be private. And if and when she wants to be out and there's a picture, she'll choose that. And she deserves the right to that. But the entitlement to information about my private life is so ridiculous and embarrassing. Like, hey, do what you got to do, but just, try and leave me out of a conversation, sports world, for a month. Try and just leave me out. My personal life, my professional life. Try not to talk about me. Try not to still be relevant for the next 6 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever it is. Just see if you can do that.
Okay.
Just see if you can do that. As I'm appearing on one of the biggest shows in all of sports media. Yeah. Yes. Oh, he's such a victim.
Yeah.
Poor Aaron Rodgers. My favorite thing about Aaron Rodgers the last couple of years has been his transformation of a 40-year-old guy who's noticing things about the world, as it's been for a long time. But to him, it's just this steep and very just powerful observation that he's made is like, hey, did you notice that people are digging into the private lives of celebrities? What have we come to in this world? Like, when did you never go to the grocery store with your mom when you were a kid?
Right.
Like, you've never seen a tabloid or what have you?
Oh my God.
He walks around in constant amazement that things are pretty much the same way they've always been. Yes, there's a lot of new stuff that's super weird and everything, including like him showing up over on the Pat McAfee show or anything else and then demanding privacy afterwards.
Is it? Yeah. I mean, it is somewhat miraculous. Unless she doesn't exist and it's a Manti Te'o situation, it is a minor miracle that we don't know what she looks like, right?
No, if anything, for Rodgers, that's where he doesn't realize how much he's whining compared to people that are actual Hollywood celebrities or what have you. The amount of digging that they would have done into somebody like, Jay-Z or somebody like that. A lot more would have actually been known, and a lot more false stuff is written about those people, too.
No doubt.
Like the actual bona fide, crossing the sports world celebrities.
Yep.
So he's got pretty relatively light treatment. But, for a guy that's been on the podcast circuit and dipped his toe into political waters, to act like, I can't believe people are talking about me.
Where are we on this? Does it beat McClain? That's the question.
Yeah, it beats McClain.
It beats McClain. We got a new champ. And he can do his little discount double check and everything. Yeah.
And this is why. This is because self-awareness.
Yeah.
I think McClain a little bit knew. Like, he's just going to speak hyperbolically about it or what have you. Whereas Aaron Rodgers, it's deep within him that he's being victimized at every turn.
This might stick for a while. We'll see if it sticks even through this segment, though. We've got 2 more left. So Aaron Rodgers, new champion. Just pinned John McClain 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring. All right, Stephen A. Smith. I don't think we've played this one yet on the show this week. I'm pretty sure we haven't. We've talked about it. This was Stephen A. Smith talking about Kyrie. They did away with his option for next year. The Maverick, I forget if it was a player or a team option. They ripped that up and they give him a 3-year, $119 million contract, nearly $40 million a year for Kyrie Irving, who's coming off a torn ACL. Stephen A. Smith is hopping mad that he only got $40 million.
But let me say something further. I think Kyrie Irving got lowballed. I think he deserved more. It's Kyrie Irving we're talking about here. What happened to him? He got injured. And so for me, I'm going like this. In today's NBA economy, where you got cats getting paid 55, 60 million plus, you couldn't give this guy at least the 43 to 45 a year. Remember, he was supposed to get the player option would have given him 43 million. Mm-hmm. So to me, at 119 million, forgive my math, but I think I'm pretty good at stuff like that when it comes to contracts. I think I know a little thing or two about it. The brother got 119 million. That is a fraction less than 40 million per. Kyrie Irving deserves more than that.
Let me present my feelings with this to you. You're ultimately the judge and jury on this, Seth. But the things that annoy me, the reason this cut made it into Take-a-mania, one, is that this is one of the least relatable topics ever. An on-air personality who makes $20 million a year, bitching and moaning about a basketball player only getting 40 instead of 43 or 44.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? Like, literally, who cares?
And also just acting like Kyrie Irving has somehow no say in the matter. Detroit and a shady record producer signed him to a 20-year deal. Like no, Kyrie Irving's been in the league for over 15 years now. And by the way, he knows full well what he's doing. He's like, he accepted the contract.
Yes, he accepted the contract. He's injured. He tore his ACL. These things happen. Like that's sorry. I mean, it's bad luck. It happened. The other thing that bothers me is he did that thing where they're talking about big money contracts, and he took that little opportunity to remind us of how much money he makes. I know a little something about big contracts. You know, I think I can do the math. I know a little something about that. Like, that's Stephen A. reminding us that he just inked his 5 years, $100 million a couple of months ago.
Yeah,
that's annoying.
To me, this is a bad take, but it's more like a bad take about something that I don't care about. Yep. The only reason I care about it is because of the bad take.
Right.
So I can't reward the bad taking that excessively by making
Inception.
the yeah.
All right, so we get a kick out here. I'm with you on that one. Aaron Rodgers is a worthy champ over that. All right, last one. We did play this one. Joy Taylor of FS1 was on the Joe Budden podcast and had this take on the dynamic between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese.
The Magic Johnson, Larry Bird moment for the WNBA. Like, this is great. I'm a storyteller. I think storylines are so important. I think you need villains. I think you need heroes. You need to sell. You got to sell a fight. Like, brand all of this. And it upset white men to watch this strong, winning, unapologetic black woman be in Caitlin's face.
In their savior's face.
Yeah, and they still cling to it. And it's now like spun to this whole thing where like Caitlin's better than Angel and blah, blah, blah. I just said we would not be talking about Caitlin Clark the way that we do if it wasn't for that moment with Angel Reese. And I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill.
I was with you until that.
I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill.
Joy.
I will fight this piece of me.
Joy, chill out.
Okay. Everybody piling on her at the end there is significant in this.
I've thought about this one because this is the key. This is where she saved herself, and I don't even think she meant this. She said we wouldn't be talking about this the way we are, or we wouldn't talk about Caitlin Clark the way we are if it weren't for the Angel Reese confrontation.
That incident.
It wasn't clear to me. She was talking about the most recent incident?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's the whole thing. Like, yes, there is with some like whatever percentage of the population of white dudes, there is that, obviously. Right. Like, as there is with anything. There's going to be people that like find a way to totally make it about race. So that does change the tone of the conversation, but the way she said it, it was like she was diminishing Caitlin Clark as a phenomenon that has brought like the little girls that flock to these WNBA games are not caught up in the same social media world that Joy Taylor is.
Yeah.
You know, like she has brought so many more eyeballs. So to kind of try to Caitlin Clark's impact as just a byproduct of some subtle race war.
Yeah.
Like that's like as the guys that were on the podcast with her knew. That's just completely bogus.
Well, or that this is what put Caitlin Clark really on the map, and completely ignoring all the viewership, completely ignoring her college career. This is where Caitlin Clark really got into the consciousness of the American sports watching public. It's just false.
She took a kernel of truth and blew it up into a gigantic race baiting bomb.
So where are we with her and Aaron Rodgers?
Who's the current champ?
Aaron Rodgers, yes, 2 takes ago.
Oh boy, this is a tough one. Ever since the belt got unified, this has been difficult. I used to we used to have 3 separate champions in a given week. Yeah, I gotta go, and I'll give the panel that she was with there on that show probably put her over the top.
Yes,
into just how egregiously bad it was, and it also in trying to diminish Caitlin Clark as by bringing a social element into it. Yes, she is this week's
Joy
champion.
Taylor. This is the second time in a month that we've had multiple title changes in one segment. It happened earlier this month too.
I was there for
this
both.
Time of year,
you were there for both, huh, Colin? Yeah.
You would expect it this time of year.
Yeah.
This is when people start getting desperate. They see their online engagement going down and evereverything.
That's the best point you've made. You made good points today. That's your best one. That this is the time of year for bad hot takes because the traffic, the foot traffic's slow. Yeah.
I go through this every freaking day, man. As you look at what a lot of the talking heads in sports media and in political talk are really good at is that they genuinely don't care whether they're right or wrong or what they even believe in what they're saying. Yeah. They just know that if the ratings are good and the clicks are up, then I'm doing my job.
That's right.
And I just can't do it. I've got plenty of just normally bad organic takes.
Same.
But to really consciously put yourself up over the top, sometimes you just got to go right in and say, I know that I don't actually believe what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it because I need the clicks, baby.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I don't believe that Joy Taylor actually believes, even as she was saying, and I believe this and I will defend this, I don't believe that she actually believes what she just said.
Maybe not, but that does not strip her of the belt. The take is out there, and she is the champ. Maybe our first female champ, too, I think. I'd have to go back and look at the lineage of the title. All right.
See, now if I really wanted to do max engagement, what I would do is be sure it was a female every week.
Yeah.
And then there would be a think piece on it and on CNN or something. Look at these classic old bastards.
We would be the misogynistic radio show down in Houston. Yes. Yeah. There's money in them there hills. All right. Kevin Durant is a unicorn. And I'm going to tell you what, a unicorn in a situation that should actually scare the hell out of a few other teams in the league. I'll explain when we come back. Stay there.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets. Payne and Pendergast is Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is something that should make Rocket fans happy, I guess, and probably makes other NBA fans right now a little nervous. Achilles tears have been a big topic this week because of Tyrese Halliburton tearing his Achilles in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Obviously, Jason Tatum tore his earlier in the postseason, and that kind of torpedoed the Celtics' chances. There have been a record number of Achilles tears in the NBA this year, to the point where now Adam Silver's getting asked, what are they going to do about it? And he's having to talk about how we've got scientists looking at it, we've got AI looking at it, which turned into a lot of really funny Allen Iverson memes on social media of Allen Iverson looking at an X-ray of an Achilles. But it's a big topic in the NBA because it's more than they've ever seen. There's a graphic. This is a little scary if you're a fan of the Indiana Pacers or the Boston Celtics, and it's a number that is really kind of shocking and maybe scares you a little bit too if you're a Rockets fan expecting Kevin Durant to play a ton of games. Seth, they put up a graphic that had they had 8 big names who've torn Achilles tendons over the last several years. Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, Boogie Cousins, Brandon Jennings, Kobe Bryant, Chauncey Billups, Elton Brand, and then goes all the way back to Dominique Wilkins back when and the numbers are startling, man. Before these players tore their Achilles tendon, they averaged playing 71 games a year. After they tore their Achilles tendon, now keep in mind, some of these guys are still very young men when they tore it. They played an average of 47 games a year. Their number of games they played dropped by over a third. The average percentage drop in scoring by these players per game dropped by an average of 34%. The only player who actually improved his scoring after rupturing his Achilles out of all these guys, Kevin Durant. Averaged 27 a game before. He's averaged nearly 28 a game since. Other than that, that's why I teased into this that Kevin Durant is a unicorn. Just empirically look at the two biggest things, durability and then productivity. And all these other big names all went down significantly. Kevin Durant's still scoring at a really high level.
I think the other thing there, too, is that half of them are guys who are 30 years old or older when they tore their Achilles. And just a classic old man injury in air quotes. It's in your 30s when you start, like, as a normal guy on the street, your buddy that tore his Achilles playing pickup basketball at age 38. Yeah. And
I do.
So some of it is a little, okay, a lot of these guys, if you tear your Achilles when you're 34 years old, then your numbers, you're probably not going to recover from it as well. That's the impressive thing about Durant is he's one of the guys who tore it at age 30.
Yeah.
And his played per season has gone down, partly because of the one big injury the 1 year, but the production going up is the really impressive part of it. And the fact that he's so many years removed from his Achilles tendon tear right now that I almost don't even factor it into it.
Yep.
That, okay, he's demonstrated that he's recovered from his Achilles tendon.
Right, it's not 1 year, and you're right. He tore the Achilles in 2019. We're heading into 2026 soon enough here. So this would be, and you're right. Like, we have the only green, all these other players have red ink next to all their numbers, because everything went down. The only thing that has green ink next to it is Kevin Durant's scoring average going up. That's really good for Rocket fans. I would be, Celtic fans have probably had a chance to process the Jason Tatum thing a little bit. Pacer fans are still grieving over Tyrese Halliburton. It's only been a few days. This graphic would scare the living daylights out of me if I was a Celtics or a Pacers fan right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, the thing that jumped out at me about this is because we talk a lot about, they made so much progress with Achilles tendon tears, et cetera, and usually it's, in most situations in basketball and football at least, it seems like, all right, no, guys come back faster, but you still have that drop-off in performance, running backs especially, that it's still a big deal when you get it. It's really hard to come back from. That Durant had 552 days of recovery.
Yeah.
Compared to everybody else on here was like in 200s to 300s. Of where Kevin Durant had a full almost 2 years, or like a full year and a half to really get over it. And maybe that's the missing factor, is that we gotta stop being so impressed with how fast guys can come back from Achilles compared to the old days, and actually just give them a full year and a half to rest.
I think of all these guys on this list, I think he's the only one that literally took a full season off to recover. Everybody else came back the next year at some point, it looks like, just based on the number of days. Yeah. And that was his first year in Brooklyn. Like, Brooklyn was perfectly okay with paying Kevin Durant a max salary to sit and rehab his Achilles injury.
Yeah.
You know, so
Klay Thompson had 414 days of recovery. So depending on what time of year it was,
he had multiple injuries too. He had an ACL in there somewhere.
It was the NBA Finals where they lost to the Raptors because he went up for that dunk. And then,
That's right. So he was probably out for the whole year the next year too. I would imagine. Yeah, I'll look it up. But yeah, this would be. Doesn't scare me. We got the only guy who improved his scoring average on this graphic, so I'm totally cool with this. Oh yeah, Klay Thompson. Yeah, Klay didn't play for 2 years.
Yeah.
2019, 2020, and then he tore his ACL somewhere in there and didn't play again. So he was out. He was out for a couple of years. Klay was, and then he came back and won another NBA title in 2022. Good times.
So, do you think the reason why KD is the only green on that chart is because of his playing style? Because a lot of these guys seem like their game is drive around driving.
Yeah, probably.
KD's a shooter.
He's not. He doesn't rely on explosiveness as much.
Exactly.
Kobe looked totally different after. I mean, Kobe was really old, but Kobe was like a complete shell of himself after the Achilles tears. So, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. There's somebody on the text page, Seth, who's very happy that I'm going on vacation. A listener here.
Why?
I think he was listening earlier when I was talking about my Brian Abreu tweet that I said he was the worst pitcher with under a 2.5 ERA that I've ever seen. It was in the middle of while he was loading the bases in a really stressful game. And I admitted that I was out somewhere having a beverage while I tweeted that. I don't think it was a tweet that would get me fired or anything like that. It was just a strong opinion at the time. Sean drunk tweeting is not something to brag about. Looking forward to his vacation as usual. The show gets better. Damn. I know, that's harsh.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's harsh. Yeah.
That's something happens on X sometimes where somebody compliments you, but then they also insult like somebody that you work with at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to respond to something like that. You can't really say, well, thank you. I value your opinion. Obviously, you have good judgment in these matters.
It happens to me 10 times a day, and I'm still able to not retweet
DMs. I know. You had to hire a personal assistant to handle all those DMs you're getting.
Do you want me to read my reply to this person?
Yeah.
I said, enjoy it while I'm out. As long as you're listening, that's what matters. Thanks, man. Signed, Sean.
Taking the high road.
Just taking the high road.
Well, he or she didn't take the high road. Try not to embarrass Houston or 6'10" by you're gone. Don't worry, I'm in Jamaica for this vacation. It's okay.
Don't get too drunk and insult any Jamaicans, though, Sean.
No, I won't.
Don't do it off resort, especially. Okay.
Don't worry. Not
do it on resort all you want. That's what you pay for.
Right.
But don't go off resort and start talking about this city's this whole country sucks.
That's what I'm told. I'm told stay on the resort.
This is the worst vacation resort country I've ever been in.
Ever. Yeah. I've been one other time. I went for a wedding in 2011. Did not leave the resort that time either. So,
how many days are you at the resort?
We're going for 6 days, 5 nights. We leave.
That's an endurance. An all-inclusive.
It's all inclusive.
Usually around after like 3 days or so, you might start getting the feeling like we should go. Let's go take a scuba diving trip.
I won't scuba dive. I won't do that. I won't do anything that involves going deep down into the water. But Amy and I kind of talk like, maybe we'll go jet skiing or something like that, like by the middle of the vacation, something like that. But I appreciate your concern, listener, about not embarrassing Houston or 6'10". So much to the contrary, I think what you're referring to are the videos that I did in the bleachers at the Target Field in Minnesota. I don't think I embarrassed anybody up there. Houston was behind me 100% because I was sticking up for Jose freaking Altuve. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You were defending the honor of the city of Houston.
Thank
and
you.
Jose Altuve.
Yes.
Whether you're drunk or not makes no difference.
Jamaican weighing in on the text page. Sean is a Jamaican. I'll tell you, like everyone else, all caps, stay on the resort. I know. I've been. I'm not. I'm good.
I had a couple friends once that went and they went on a moped tour. And I don't want to say what country it was in, but I'm pretty sure it was Jamaica. And they got off into some remote village, and the guide said, "Oh, by the way, no, it's $50 more expensive than I told you it was." They're like sitting on their moped with the gas tank on a quarter, like in the middle of this dusty little crossroads. I guess it's $50 more expensive than we thought it was.
Yes,
this is back before we had GPS on our phones, kids. Yeah,
that's scary.
Did you use the stars to navigate?
Yeah, right. Back in the day, the North Star. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Astros ruined the Phillies. Can they ruin the Cubs similarly? They ruined the Phillies. We've got the proof of it from morning radio in Philadelphia. If you missed this earlier, you won't want to miss it. We've got that for you coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
It is pretty damn impressive what this team is doing, despite not just injuries, but key injuries. Losing your best hitter, being down, 7 starting pitchers? Wow. And, man, this Astros team continues to just find ways to win games. It is incredible.
Radio hits different at night on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
From Attorney Seablade Traffic Center, 713 call lead. This is brought to you by Low T Center. Not bad out there. I-610 South Loop eastbound at MLK Junior Boulevard. Looks like a stalled out vehicle. That's in the left lane. Also, State Highway 225 westbound at Underwood was the right lane. That's out on the shoulder. Partly sunny. Right now, 84 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Guys, are you or your spouse looking to lose weight in time for summer? Head over to Low T Center for prescription weight loss treatment options, including semaglutide. If you qualify for treatment, you can get a free B12 shot when you start. The offer is limited, so book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Something was really off with Mom, like forgetting the names of her grandkids. We wondered if it was Alzheimer's disease. So we talked with Mom about it and decided to see her doctor as soon as possible.
Diagnosing Alzheimer's disease early can improve quality of life for your loved one today and give your family time to plan for the future.
If you see the signs, see a doctor.
To learn more, visit dshs.texas.gov/Alzheimer's. Sponsored by the Health Services.
Wait, something feels different at Sterling McCall Chevrolet.
Yeah, there's a new energy, fresh faces, and a stronger commitment to putting you first.
That's right. At Sterling McCall Chevrolet, we're entering a fresh chapter of customer service excellence. Experience the difference today with refreshed inventory, reimagined customer service, and renewed dedication to finding your perfect Chevrolet.
They even streamlined the paperwork process.
Visit us today at Sterling McCall Chevrolet. Same trusted location, fresh new approach.
Imagine owning coastal land with ocean views and world-class fishing just off Matagorda Bay. Well,
quiz.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we'll get to the Astros ruining the city of Philadelphia in a second. This, I had zero interest before this in the Utah Jazz or Ace Bailey. I barely knew who Ace Bailey was until the draft process. He played at Rutgers, by God. But he's the kid that got drafted 5th overall by the Utah Jazz on Wednesday night. He's also
not happy about it because he was trying to drive his way down to where was he trying to get to?
He was trying to get to Washington, New Orleans, or Brooklyn, and he didn't work out for anybody. Like his inner circle was really trying to manipulate the draft process. He didn't care if it meant getting paid less with your slot. You know, you get several hundred slot to go down. He just wanted to be on those teams, not Utah. He gets drafted by Utah. Looks like he got drafted to go to I don't know, Siberia. And now, according to ESPN, I'm looking at a tweet, Brian Windhorst talking on a video, Dylan Harper's co-star at Rutgers, Ace Bailey, told certain teams not to draft him. The Utah Jazz did it anyways. He ghosted their draft night plans and still has not reported to the team. Here's what's interesting about that is that Utah traded up later in the first round to get Walter Clayton Jr., who was the point guard on that Florida team that made the Final Four, made all those clutch shots in the Final Four. He was amazing. He got on a plane and went to Utah to do all the press conferences and everything. Ace Bailey did not get on that plane.
Yeah. I'm torn here because there's a part of me, there's the idealist in me, but then also the pragmatic side of me. Yeah. I reflected on a lot after Shedeur Sanders, was that I'm cool with rookies trying to force the hand of the organizations because rookies are in a position where they have zero say in where they're going. You do a great job in college, put yourself out there. In any other industry, if you've established yourself as a guy that a lot of companies want to work for you, you get to make your decision. Yeah. So I kind of like guys that try to buck the system, but you also got to have some awareness about it. Yeah. And there's only and understand and recognize what you can and can't do. It seems like watched that part of it and maybe overestimated his own ability, whatever it might be. So I watched this. I don't know as much about Ace Bailey, but I know Danny Ainge, and I think Danny Ainge. This could turn into quite a showdown. Oh yeah, I could totally see Danny Ainge being like, remember. Danny Ainge had like 29 draft picks that he just sat on for a decade for years. Here in Boston. Yeah, for years. I could totally see Danny Ainge being like, he'll show up and play when he plays. Yeah. You know? Oh no, because usually what happens is teams start feeling antsy because but that service time. That guy's rights and everything, they don't start ticking until he actually signs the deal. Well, Danny Ainge could sit on this forever and just let it fester.
And Utah ain't winning anything this year anyways. You know, if anything.
He might be like, good. I hope it takes a year
get
to
another top
this.
5 pick. Yeah. Pick somebody next year who doesn't want to come to Utah. So anyway, something to keep an eye on as the days and months roll on here towards the NBA season. The Astros... They beat the Phillies, 3-game sweep, 1-0, 2-0, 2-1 were the final scores of the games. They locked up the Phillies. It took till the 8th inning of the 3rd game for the Phillies to scrape a run together. It ended up being a sacrifice fly, drives a run home, tie yesterday's game at 1. The very next inning, Cam Smith hits the RBI single to get the win. See if this sounds familiar. This is WIP's morning show. Joe DeCamera and Jody Mack in for Joe's co-host John Ritchie. The two of them are chopping it up about this series that the Phillies just got swept by the Astros, and they see if this sounds familiar to you. They're lamenting about the lack of offense for their team.
And when you measure this offense against either other offenses in baseball or through the years in baseball history, including, by the way, like 80 Phillies, 08 Phils, 07 Phils, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, guys, we're smart enough to know this offense. Jody, for a true World Series contending team, this offense at a very basic level just does not have. Now, I want to be careful here to say enough because theoretically they can still win the World Series, but I'll frame it this way. The offense itself does not have enough players that you feel you can count on, period. Who can you count on, Jody?
There's an imbalance to this roster.
Is it zero?
You are 100% right.
Who can you count on?
Count on.
Yeah, is it zero?
It all depends on how you define
No,
count.
what is it? It's 0, right? Right now, there's 0 players. Seltzer, what's the number? 0?
I mean, like Schwarber.
One? Schwarber?
Yeah, I think Schwarber. And look, this season, Turner, you have been able to count on him for the most part. But I get it. Like, come the playoffs, I don't think anyone's going to definitely count on him. But I do think this season, Schwarber and Turner, you can say you can count on those two guys.
I mean, that's for most of that cut. That was you and me the first 3 weeks of the Astros season.
Yeah.
Except they didn't call their team boring like we did with the Astros.
No, and that we could still very much be. We could still very much be talking about them like that if they weren't winning games.
Yes.
I mean, they're right now. Let me see. Where are they? It's so weird having to scroll this far down. They're 19th in runs scored so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're not.
There's only a couple teams have 82 games, and they're a bottom half of the league offense.
Yeah,
and they have been. I guess the difference is that they're not underperforming on paper as much as maybe the Phillies did as of late. Schwarber, I feel like that might be a little based on Schwarber's scary, man.
Yeah.
Like if you throw him a strike, he's gonna hit it. Yeah. So I feel like Schwarber's having a good year, and they're maybe a little too caught up in the moment of having watched the team score 1 run over the course of 3 games. But Schwarber, if I were a Philly fan, I think I'd still trust Schwarber.
Well, I mean, we can't ignore the fact Bryce Harper's hurt right now, too. I mean, he's one of the best players in baseball. So whatever version of the Phillies is going to go into the postseason is, I'm assuming, going to have Bryce Harper there as well. So that improves things. That's a Jordan effect. I mean, he's one of those guys that not just is a great hitter, but he affects the guys that bat in front of him and behind him, too, in terms of pitches that they see and things like that.
Yeah, the Phillies are 11th in runs scored, and somehow we're the team, we're the city that's not wringing our hands about the lack of offense. Part of that, you're exactly right. I mean, the return of Jordan makes you feel better about it. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be a panacea for everything,
right?
But it's the fact that the pitching has been so good that it feels like, all right, man, if they can just tweak the offense and get more juice out of the offense and Christian Walker and a few guys, then at least you're respectable and a well-rounded team.
Yeah. I mean, Christian, think about that. Like, this is where we talk about Joe Espada and the little moves that he's making. Joe Espada, Christian Walker down to 6th, and Cam Smith up to 5th in the order, won the game for them yesterday. If it's Christian Walker that comes up with runners on base in the 8th inning, the inning's over. You know how I know that? Because Christian Walker got out and popped up in foul territory the next at-bat after Cam Smith. If Cam Smith's batting 6th and Christian Walker's batting 5th, Cam Smith is leading off the bottom of the 9th. Presumably, assuming Abreu holds the Phillies to no runs in the top of the 9th, Cam Smith's leading off a tie game in the bottom of the 9th. Instead, you make little tweaks like that. Deservedly so. Cam Smith is a better hitter than Christian Walker. To me, it took almost too long to make that move, but he finally did. That won the game for them yesterday.
If Christian Walker never raises up out of the 600s with his OPS this year, and he's a guy that's been an 800-plus OPS guy before he got to Houston.
Yep.
Do we have to seriously start considering whether there might be a Yuli Gurriel curse at first base for the Astros?
So we've had
if
Yuli,
Jose Abreu turned into absolute dust immediately. He aged a decade in a year. And if Christian Walker is the worst version of himself, is this all because they didn't do what I demanded they do, which is find a way to keep Yuli Gurriel in there, elevate him to vice president of something? I know he still wants to play baseball. Yeah. Money whip him until he decides, no, I'm going to be the Astros vice president of Cuban American baseball scouting or something. I don't know.
Something. Yeah. I think as a show, Seth. So you're asking, do we think that there's a hex on first base? Do we, Payne and Pendergast, think there's a hex? Openly embraces hexing other teams and that kind of black magic? Then yes, there's absolutely a curse on first base.
We got to go about. I feel like there's something we can do about this. We could send gifts to Yuli or something. Crowdfunded.
Yeah.
Crowdfunded.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go fund me. We'll put it up after the show.
Okay, let's think about this. I'll brainstorm this. This is what I'm going to work on the entire week you're gone.
Okay.
What gift we could get to Yuli Gurriel that might somehow. Now, I'm not saying that Yuli imposed the curse. The curse. I'm guessing it was one of the Castros.
Right.
But how exactly do we rid ourselves of this curse?
Yeah.
This Yuli Gurriel curse at first base.
So you're going to think of some sort of some gift that we can give to him where he can lift the hex that is on first base right now.
Yeah.
We need that, man. I mean, this team, I'm kidding aside, they're going to need Christian Walker at some point to hit better than a 623 OPS or whatever. They're going to need him to stop striking out so much. Like, at least while you're up there and you got guys on base, make some contact so the thing keeps moving. It's just he strikes out so much. It's crazy. It's crazy. Good news, Seth, is that there's several people who've weighed in on the text page who actually enjoy having me on the show to balance out that one guy who is really happy I'm going on vacation.
Yeah, no, that's always it's one of the hazards of this business is you're going to have every single co-host I've worked with, too. There's some people that like me more than the other guy and vice versa. You know? We're not striving to have a perfect 50-50 split of adoration.
If you got to everything, then something wrong is going on. You know,
it seemed like the weirdest dynamic I noticed was the people that really, really have hated me and tried to get me fired over the years will consistently say, "I can't believe that this guy is so much unlike Rich Lord," and they'll point to Rich Lord as the kind of guy who retired, by the way, that should be here because Seth is completely the opposite of him.
Right.
And I like Rich Lord a lot, but I don't know. I don't see how Rich Lord and I are all that much different. Why would people who love Rich Lord hate Seth Payne?
I mean, Rich didn't get as animated as you get. You've got big energy.
That's
you know what I mean? Like
probably people that kind of like something a little bit more there. That makes total sense.
Right. I think this is how I can sum it up. Don't take this the wrong way. I have a lot of people that come up to me to talk about the show, and they say this lovingly. I want to be clear.
Yeah.
How do you control Seth Payne?
Oh.
They ask me that. Like, how do you control Seth? Because you've got that big energy. It's a good thing. Nobody in my 5.5 years of doing a show with Rich Lord, nobody came up and said, "How do you control Rich Lord?"
That makes sense. Okay.
Right?
And I don't. Obviously, when I first got into radio, I took everything personally. Yeah. But now I just look at it pretty academically. If somebody doesn't like me, I'm kind of like, oh, okay. I wonder if let me figure out why they don't like me. And okay, that makes sense. I get that. Yeah. I get why somebody might rub them the wrong way.
Yes.
It took a lot of time, but I can get to the point where I can just dispassionately be like, oh yeah, I am an a-hole in that.
That's what I've been with this guy on the text. He said, "We'll get drunk and embarrass 6'10" and Houston," and I said, ha 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 ha. I won't. I'm going to Jamaica. We just read your text. That was really funny, Sean. Right? Mm-hmm. You know, you roll with the punches is what you do.
Well, that's a guy that just clearly doesn't, he doesn't approve of your chosen recreational activity.
That's
which is getting drunk every single day.
Yeah, not every single day. I mean, not all of them.
Every other day.
Not all of them. Okay, you're getting warmer.
Okay.
No, I've actually been very, very good lately. I've kept it confined to the weekends lately. What are the odds Sean made up that text just to get people to tell him how much we like him? I'm more insulted by that than I am the guy telling me he hates me.
The old straw man is at work.
You think I'm like that's something nefarious right there. You hear those voices? It's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, how we feeling? How we doing?
Terrific.
Yeah?
Wait till they hear that I'm going on vacation
next week. Also?
Yeah,
You're for sure going to get some of those texts.
Yeah.
People hate you. I'm kidding, John. I'm kidding. You know I love you.
You know what? I always
I don't care.
That's right.
I always tell guest hosts to, try not to look at the text line too much just because people always hate the guest host if their favorite guy is gone or whatever. But then I realized but there are people who text in and say, "Oh, I love you. I wish you would replace the other guy."
Yeah.
And I'm just realizing, I wonder how many guest hosts thought that I was like just doing that self-servingly. Feel like I don't want this guy to see how much people actually like him. Yeah.
I like when the guest host comes in and this should be the show, not Lopez.
When the guest host says that. Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'm like, Maybe
someday. No. I want the show to sound good while I'm gone, man. I'm measured on these same numbers, even if I'm here or away.
Don't get your hopes up. I'm on vacation all next week, just in my mind.
Up here, I'm already gone. That's crazy.
I'll be sitting in front of a microphone, but my mind will be in Puerto Vallarta.
Yeah.
Puerto Viagra.
What's the question of the day, fellas?
Well, happy Screwed Day. Isn't that it?
Yeah, DJ. June 27th, baby. It's a Houston holiday of sorts, and because of it, No, outside of Houston, maybe there's a few folks that really rock with the Screwed Up Click and, Chop the Screwed. But, it would just be a Friday the 27th. But here, for a certain group of people, it's a holiday. And so that got me thinking, what do you celebrate like it's a bona fide, real holiday, even if it's not?
October 15th, 1988.
Wow, that's very specific.
Catholics versus convicts.
Hey. You and me were both there.
We were both there, yeah. We were both there. You were a young scribe at the time.
I was a very young scribe.
I was go figure, a drunk sophomore at the game. That's where it all started. So October 15th, I feel like it's one of those things like it's a date. The date pops. You don't need to be reminded of it, So that's it for me.
This obviously doesn't qualify because I can't remember the exact date, but it gets brought up every single year, which was the date of the DeAndre Hopkins trade. That's not a celebration necessarily, but it's a time to reflect quietly at home. You tell your children about it, Just like on a lot of these holidays, you sit your children down and say, hey, this is why this is important and why it can never happen again.
July Memorial Day. I feel you. I got it. Right.
Yeah. I think it was, Seth, I want to say it was March 15th because it was right as the world was shutting down.
It was the day before. It was the day before everything really just.
Well, that was March 11th, I believe.
I had just gotten back from our honeymoon. March 11th was the Rudy Gobert day. Yeah. But Seth and I did that show in studio. I remember that. We were in studio that day. Because I remember going home right after the show and standing at my kitchen counter watching all of Schefter's tweets pop up about the trade. Yeah, so I want to say it was sometime in the middle of March.
Hey, is Screw Day? Is today the day that DJ Screw died, or was it some other event in his life?
No, so there's a big the June 27th freestyle, which I believe was Big Demo's birthday. And then,
I looked it up.
That day became. You did?
Yeah, I did.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So you can confirm that I was correct in saying that?
No, I knew it was DJ Screw Day, or Screw Day, whatever you want to call it, but I didn't know why.
Gotcha. So
there you go.
You informed yourself. Yeah. So my personal celebration is making sure that I listen to the entirety, all 35 minutes of the June 27th.
So what are your holidays, Seth?
It's and this one's saying that also that he recorded Screwed Up. Wait, when did he do it? It was he recorded a freestyle on this date in 1996. What's that, John?
What's the day that you celebrate like a holiday?
The DeAndre Hopkins.
He just said the DeAndre Hopkins trade. Yeah, he celebrates it to educate others to not do things like that.
Yeah, as Reginald said, it's like a Memorial Day for me.
Yeah, there you go.
Is it Happy DeAndre Hopkins trade day? No, it's we observe DeAndre Hopkins trade day to just think about some of the things that have happened in the past and how do you avoid.
Remember the things that we've lost. Absolutely.
Yeah. DeAndre, March 16th, 2020 is the date of this NFL.com article. Stunner. Texans trade DeAndre Hopkins to Cardinals.
To say the least.
March 16th. I think that was the last day we were in studio for a long, long time. I think we shut the studios down the next day.
What should I had that thought on the last Memorial Day because I caught myself saying Happy Memorial Day. What should you say instead of Happy
That's
Memorial
awkward.
Day?
That is tough.
Yeah, that's awkward.
I think in theory you still want people to have a happy day even though it's a somber day of remembrance. So I'd probably still go with happy and then just kind of work out the feelings myself.
Yeah. I would just say, hope you have a good Memorial.
There you go.
There it is.
There you go.
That's it.
This is okay. Yeah, this doesn't help me out at all. Rather than say Happy Memorial Day, you can say we remember and honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice.
You should do that.
Their courage and dedication.
You should walk around society saying that to everybody you walk up to.
Yes.
That won't be You'll be the first person to annoy people about Memorial Day.
Admonishing little old ladies at the grocery store.
Here comes multi-sentence wisher again. All right. Well, fellas, Seth, antibodies, and I'll see you on July 6th.
Antibodies and check out, man.
Don't worry.
Forget this world even exists. I'll fill you in on everything that happened while you're gone.
I just have to finish this list of 30 things that I've got on this piece of paper, and I'm gone. Yeah, so a lot of things, Reggie. Reggie's squinting to see.
Is it a honeydew list or is this something else entirely?
It's a Shawnee-do list.
Very
is
good.
What it is. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
DeAndre Hopkins' sacrifice never be forgotten, nor his courage and dedication, which we will always remember.
I love that it's that version of a holiday. All right. We're done. We're out of time. Oh, can I remind, before I leave, I want to remind everybody that Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, good teammate. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, we can say happy about this one. Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday.
In the loop. Happy June 27th to you, to all my folks that celebrate. Go ahead and enjoy a DJ Screw Day. We're going to have a fun, funky Friday, as we always do, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Already getting going on the text line where you can get involved with the program, 713-572-4610, and also appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch, 610 Houston. The 832 says the Astros are celebrating June 27th as well, Reggie.
They are.
That's right. I think that they have it's a pop-up shop of sorts.
The Texans are doing that.
Texans are as well. That's right. I did see that.
Yeah, Texans are going to be selling all kinds of stuff.
So,
so
we might, part of the celebration might be popping over to some team stores and getting some screwed up merch for your favorite Houston teams. But yeah, man, we're gonna have a day and a half today in the loop. So make sure you rock with us. Somebody said they want to sip screw. All right. Go ahead and get into what you get into, as long as it does not impede on anybody else's freedom and does not get you fired, because that's one thing you don't get fired on, especially on a Friday, baby. Like in front of this weekend, don't do that. Brandon Scott should be sliding through.
Got fired on your day off.
All right, Lopez, I see you got some versatility in there. I see it. But yes, B. Scott should be sliding through to celebrate the day, but then also just to hang out with us, as he will on Fridays moving forward. So we'll catch him in the 11 o'clock hour. But I would also like to go back before DJ Screw Day to a Hunter Brown Day, which is another holiday of mine whenever Hunter Brown is on the mound.
It's turning into that, isn't it?
It is that. Not turning it. We're there now.
Yeah, we're there.
We are 100% there. The Astros get a sweep of the Philadelphia Phillies, a 2-1 victory. That made me feel great, especially even though I had 9 hot dogs and technically
pause
10
right
shots
here.
of tequila.
Let's pause right here real quick, because the people need to know. We're going to get to the Astros and something that I kind of feel weird saying.
Sean, I'm going to hold off your holiday just a little bit longer because I think you'll enjoy this.
Yeah, he will, and he's going to enjoy it like red stripes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, so I did indeed complete the 9 shots and 9 hot dogs for the 999 challenge, and I've got to be honest, it was easier than I thought it would be.
That's crazy.
Here's the thing that I'm going to do. And to be fair, I realized afterwards, watching back, because I'm on Instagram, I tried to kind of document it every 3 innings. And what I realized is I documented myself talking about eating the hot dogs. And I there was a few shots that I showed. I can say, Lopez, Figgy, y'all saw me eat and drink the first 2. Sean, you saw the other one.
Oh, I was with you in the middle innings of the game.
Bijani and Creighton, because I came in here and checked in with them.
I don't doubt you.
I just want to make sure.
We don't believe you. We need
more people. All right, very good. Thank you, Jay-Z. I'm not going to lie, and this is the hot take of it. I think I could have doubled up to a shot every half inning.
Oh, wow.
You think you could have done 18 shots?
I think I could have.
And 9 hot dogs.
I felt that good on the back end.
Your stomach would take it easily. I mean, the shots, that's the big thing.
That's right.
You and I texted
just
about
a
this
little
afterwards.
bit of,
The beer, and I felt this all along when I proposed the 999 challenge on our show, with the 9 being beers instead of shots. I respect the shots for sure, more so, but just the effect they would have. The beer is the difference maker.
Agreed.
The whole thing. Like I ate 5 hot dogs during the same shindig you and I. We had a big party up here, and I ate 5 hot dogs just sitting watching the Astros game before you came in to say hi, eating your 4th or 5th.
That's right.
Like just sitting around eating.
I think a low key, check mark for you in this case is they were not hot dogs.
No,
they were
at
cold.
the beginning. They had just started getting them going in the hot dog
Which makes it
machine.
harder.
Yeah.
Like just a nasty old cold hot dog. It's like.
And that's fair. Someone said all the bread was soaking up the liquor. So maybe I re-engage with another time. However, I am talking about this.
18 shots though, Reggie?
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt so clean on the back end of it that I was like, I feel like there should have been another
level. We got to see how big these shots are, too.
No, I was watching them. It was announced.
Solid fours.
So you could do 18 of those.
Games are shorter nowadays too. I mean, if you catch you risk game like this, it's 2-1 also.
Yeah,
like,
it's
the
faster.
best thing you can do is catch like an 8-7 game.
Yeah.
You can space things out a little bit. An 18 shot. Anytime I get into that realm of shots, I think about my 21st birthday, where you had to do 21 shots. You know who gave me my last shot, John?
Oh, you told me.
Tony Rice.
Yeah, you told me once.
Tony Rice, quarterback of the Irish and Catholics versus Convicts.
You've got so many great stories.
Last thing, because you're on vacation and I don't want to impede that.
Yeah, it's okay.
Red Stripe beer tastes better in Jamaica.
Yes. Okay.
It tastes. It absolutely. Heineken tastes better in Holland.
Yeah.
Mexican beer tastes better in Mexico. I don't know what it is.
I've been to Jamaica one time. It's all I drank was Red
I
Stripe.
don't know what it is.
Haven't drank a single one back here in the mainland at all.
Red Stripe. I don't know if it's because it's made there. It's fresher, whatever. Red Stripe tastes better in Jamaica.
There is Red Stripe. I booked a limo to get from the airport to our hotel, which is 90 minutes away.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to. It's a big vacation. I don't want to ride with other people.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I double checked. Red Stripe in the limo.
Yeah.
Getting going before
I even get to the all.
You'll love to see it.
I know this is a safe bet, but I need some social media with the Red Stripes.
I will.
That's what I'm most jealous of. Like, they're just so good there.
Yeah. I won't be on the social as much as we are when we go on those long road trips, just because I won't be at games and stuff.
Good.
I'll just be. It's like, here's me drunk on the beach again.
That's good enough.
It gets old.
That's good enough.
I will tweet out some Red Stripe just for you. I'll tag you on it.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. So the one
We
thing
can
I'll
collab.
There you go.
As they say.
Oh, yeah.
The one thing I'll say before we actually get back to talking about the actual baseball that was played by a man who I think is climbing up the ranks here in Hunter Brown. I've talked about how easy it was. However, is this some level of counter to my own feeling? As I told you, I was coming in here back into the studio as Bijani and Creighton were holding down the drive yesterday and just giving them updates at the end of segments or what have you. And after one of the segments, that studio door is very heavy. I was about to slide out.
I have to use my body sometimes.
Right. I was about to slide out of the studio, and I think PC was saying one more thing. I tried to catch the door and hold it open real quick, and I think I kind of missed. Can you describe what my index finger looks like right now, John Lopez?
Is it red and purple? It sure does look red and
Show
purple.
it to the camera.
Yeah.
It got caught in the door.
Oh, no. That's the worst.
I didn't feel like I was drunk. However, this is the type of thing that a drunk person does.
That's exactly what you were drunk.
So if anybody has a feeling that maybe Reggie is...
it's more red than purple. It should be bruising.
I mean, there's some blood pooling that's happening on there. So that was my 999, but it all felt great because a sweep of the Phillies. The Astros again continuing to push themselves further up and up in the AL West and in the AL in general. 6.5 games up of the Mariners. I mean, this thing is just going off. You're halfway through the season, and this team looks phenomenal. And Lopez, I think you have a take on how good this Astros team is.
Yeah, I do. Tell me if this is when I thought this and then I put it down for us to chat about. I thought, well, that's not gonna go over real well, or maybe it will. You tell me. I think the Astros are better off without Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman, and Ryan Presley this season.
It feels wild to say that, and I'd agree. But if I was gonna individualize that, there's one or two of those guys that I feel more comfortable.
Really individualize it for you. And let's see if we can kick this around. First of all, there's the salary relief that you get just in terms of money that you're spending on players that, you know what I mean?
It's not my money.
No, exactly.
Shout out to my gospel. It's not my money, so that part's not going to hit.
Not my money.
I mean, that's true. Figgy does it so well. That's true, but let's set that aside. Cam Smith was accelerated to the big leagues because of Kyle Tucker. If you had to just draw a line, it was Kyle Tucker leaving, Cam Smith going to right field, right? Cam Smith is kicking ass right now. I mean, he absolutely is, and he's going to get better. He's getting better every day, and you have control, and he could be a star.
Sure, but that's all projection. If we're just talking about the first half of the season,
he's playing his ass off.
Kyle Tucker is a better player.
No, Kyle Tucker is a better player
without question. Now, the one thing that you might be able to say is last year at this point, Kyle Tucker was not a better player because Kyle Tucker was an injured player.
Yes.
Right? Maybe that's the place that you could come from.
Yeah.
But outside of that
bruised leg, huh?
That ultimately ended up being a little bit more. Not going to lie, I did think about that when I basically bruised my finger. Like, oh, did I break it? Do I need to go look at something?
We're going to put you on the injury
Did it hurt
report.
that much?
Strained finger.
I mean, for the first good while, like I went and grabbed
finger
a beer.
Soreness.
Yes, yeah. Finger discomfort, really.
Finger discomfort.
Finger discomfort. I might lose.
In other words, he's losing it.
Yeah.
Tommy John.
No, but
Tommy John.
Yeah, he did have that. But yeah, I think that's the only thing you could use for me. Like that's the one where I'm not going to get there. That like they're in a better place without Kyle Tucker in that particular place. But as you talked about,
but without Kyle Tucker, you're getting Cam Smith and you're getting him early. You're getting controlling. A guy that's producing. can run, all that stuff. Now, I know Kyle Tucker could run, but that's one. That's one right there.
So you saying it's better for the future?
It's better. It's better this year and for the future.
Yeah, you get me on it this year. I can't. You're not gonna walk me there. However,
it is better for the future.
It's 100% better for the future. I mean, we knew Kyle Tucker was the Astros organization had peeved him. Like he was not long for this because of a perceived disrespect that I don't think he was wrong on.
Right.
The future prospect of Cam Smith, love it. He's looked fantastic in defense with the range. You talked about his speed on the base paths.
Yeah.
He's even coming around just swinging the bat generally. 81 games to the season, Kyle Tucker gets it. I have a feeling that you're not gonna have to twist my arm nearly as much with these other two.
Isaac Paredes, he's as good and maybe a better overall player in 2025 than a very good Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman is playing some outstanding baseball. But understand, Bregman has played 52 games. He's been hurt, and Paredes has played 77, I believe. And as much as you look at batting average, on base percentage, OPS, slight check mark to Bregman, Paredes has more home runs, more RBI, more runs, and get this, more walks.
Yeah, no, that's been he is that was one of the big things we were talking about when we were talking about the additions in free agency that you traded for Isak. He came over in the Kyle Tucker trade, and that's where you might be able to get me on the Kyle Tucker. You don't have Isak without the Kyle Tucker trade going out.
Too,
right? Guys, him and Christian Walker, which we can deal with that later. But they are more patient hitters, and as a team, becoming more patient hitters was going to work. Not just for the individuals, but to help the rest of them guys around them. Yeah. Because with Bregman, the idea is he's a great clubhouse guy. He helps, gives guys tips, what have you. This is another way to help your team. Take more pitches, work a pitcher a little bit longer, make it easier for them to, get out of the game, get to the pen. That's the type of stuff that Paredes does. And on top of that, his defense has been phenomenal to the point where, could you see him being a Gold Glover this year?
He's in the mix. For the longest stretch, I want to say 40-something games, he didn't have a single error. He didn't have a error, none. I
thought he was going to be an average fielder and then a fantastic guy at the plate, especially with that pull power. He's been even better than that. He's been one of the guys that's metronomic for this team. Huge.
Yeah, okay, let's get to another spot here, and I think this one's huge. When you talk about Ryan Presley. Had Ryan Presley been here, I don't think this bullpen would be, number one, as settled as it is. It's a settled bullpen with defined roles, and I don't think it would be as filthy. You have very defined, Abreu, look at Abreu yesterday, and Hader, perfection is good, right? 21 for 21 on saves. And then you have to think about Brian King, what he's done.
Yep.
Caleb Ort, Bennett Sousa. They would all be pushed down, if not even in the rotation in the bullpen. If Presley was still here.
And for me, you're right in all those things. I think the biggest thing for me is just the bullpen has largely lost the element of kind of, oh boy, here we go again, right? Like CJ for San Andreas. We walk into this and your bullpen comes in. I feel great about it now. And that is 81 games in, halfway through the season, it's a real 180 for me personally. And maybe you could just say I didn't know ball at the beginning of the season. You could say that, go for it. But I felt like, hey, a young pen that you're coming in and asking them to play above what I think the expectation or the reasonable expectation was early. You come in and they do it. Again, salute to the Astros as an organization dealing with pitching. Salute to Joe Espada, because that is a manager's responsibility, knowing the
Espada on the better eye at the plate. That was one of his emphases.
Yes, knowing the right guy to put in at various circumstances out of the pen. And those guys have all delivered in a way that is comfortable, that is consistent, that you know what you're getting out of the pen. That's huge.
I got one more for you. And this is more of a sort of organic kind of, it's hard to put numbers on. But would Jeremy Pena be the clear leader he is now? And would he be the player he is now if he hadn't had to have been thrust into that role without Bregman and Tucker?
Yeah, and that's a great question that I don't think I can have an answer to, but if I was going to guess, I say no.
Yeah.
That space is going to be occupied to some degree in that clubhouse. And what's the saying? Necessity is the mother of invention.
And he has embraced the role.
He has.
In every way.
And he's always been capable of it. I think Mauricio Dubon has kind of been very open and honest about that. He's always felt like this is the guy in the clubhouse that he could be. and he's become that. Bar none on the YouTube. Pena took Tucker's place. Smith took Pena's place. Paredes took Bregman's place. Basically the same team as last year.
Yeah.
And even then, that is impressive because you can go back to the first thing that you talked about, Lopez. The money that it takes to get that level of production is different, and maybe it's more impactful this year because you've had less from the surroundings of the Astros to ultimately get you to this place. You're a below league average offense, but you're a timely offense, and you get exactly what you need, and that's outside of the defense that you're getting. And ultimately, all of it still adds up to a good amount of wins, a comfortable lead in your division, and being halfway through the season, a team that everybody has to look at as a real contender to do something special, including hoisting the commissioner's trophy at the end of the year.
Real quick, earlier this year we asked the question who was going to step up as the leader. And I think we all kind of had different answers. Who do you feel like is that leader right now?
I think they look to Jeremy Pena. Leadoff role, defense, clearly, an altogether different player. Would you say it's him? Obviously, still Altuve. I mean, that's a separate category.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say.
Yeah, we was kind of talking about that a little earlier because he's kind of he was that kind of quiet leader.
He's
a little bit
more vocal.
He's a little more vocal. Yeah. I think I mentioned Pena should be the one to step up. I think one of us mentioned who was
I thought Christian Walker, but he's just having a bad year.
Yeah, so I was wondering who is that guy now?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like me personally, I went to Altuve. It's obvious, but also like I have a little bit the type of leader, and he's answered the bell and what you need. And also, again, maybe I'm being a little heavy-handed with it. I think outside of the actual players, Joe Espada deserves a lot of credit for being at the helm and steering this thing perfectly. As there's been a number of things that you've had to manage, and here you are managing all of them, and continuing to. You're still navigating those waters as we speak.
Yes,
and you're
not looking a lot better. You're marginally
sweeping good teams and stepping up to the plate against the Cubs team that I think is going to challenge you because they've got a little bit more offense and there's a little bit of emotion tied in with Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley returning to Dyken Park. So get ready for maybe Waterworks. Definitely get ready for a video. And excited for what I hope is another series win because they ain't lost one in all of June if you didn't notice. Astros special. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there was a statistician on Twitter, I saw on Twitter, that charted the best and worst play callers of the last 15 years. Where does Bobby Slowik rank, and what does it tell us? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
How do we feel about the KD trade?
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. Happy School Day to you. In the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Appreciate you, Horace, on the YouTube page. Said, I heard the Astros are doing something for Screw Day. Are they? I remember last year they did the special merchandise.
Yeah, they posted something.
They posted some, but it's the Texans that have the pop-up and all that.
Yeah.
Really cool stuff.
Yeah, the Astros posted something recently. I wasn't sure what it was, though.
Yeah.
I didn't know if they were selling something or just saying Happy Screw Day.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the least. You got to at least make sure that you say Happy Screw Day. It matters here.
At one point, that wasn't happening like that. That's the crazy part.
Well, I mean, yeah, on their Instagram, they did point out that the DJ Screw collection is live exclusively at the Center Field Team Store.
There you go.
So if you head out to Dyken Park, you'll get some more Screw merchandise. Some of it with that old school, the gold star as well. They got the screwed up tape off the back of a what looks like is that a jacket, I think? Yeah, man. They got some real dope chopped and screwed merchandise the Astros do.
I really like that the teams do this, man.
Oh, you have to.
This
here.
is dope, man.
You have to here.
Nah, for sure.
But they didn't. You're right. They didn't for years.
A lot of teams. I mean, I don't know. A lot of teams probably wouldn't do something like this, but it's cool that they embrace something so special in Houston like that.
It's a necessity. I mean, in this town in particular, man, like it's such a unique place where we have culture, and that's one of the easy ways to make it very evident that these teams are ours. And so, Happy Screw Day. Go ahead and get you some merch. At least the Astros are doing. You know what? I'll have to go and double check and make sure and see what the other things are, so we can shout it out if you are getting active on this Screw Day. So I mentioned this, teasing it in, that there is a statistician. His name is Joseph Bryan. I saw him just kind of cruising around on Twitter, and he used. And this is, you got to use the disclaimer. He used PFF grades as part of this, but he also used play calling data dating back the last 15 years in the NFL. And he created scores on how well a play caller influenced every regular season. So again, I'm using it. He's a statistician, but obviously always methodology and these types of things have to come in play when you're looking at it. And there's a level of still room for judgment and, interpretation.
Yeah.
But with this, an interesting thing emerged, which is, Joe Brady, we're ranked really highly. Does that feel like that tracks? Joe Brady, offense coordinator with the Bills.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson tracked ranked second. Feel good. Liam Cohen third. Feels like that makes sense, right? 32nd when it came to 2024 coaching scores by play caller.
So this is just 2024.
2024. 32nd out of 32. Can you guess who it is? And I think you understand who it is by the way that I've set this up.
Well, the way you set it up, I want to say Bobby Slowik.
It is indeed one Robert Slowik.
32nd?
Literally the worst offensive play caller by these metrics. He went even further looking at some interesting notes. Andy Reid was rough. I mean, that offense didn't look all that great, which that might be something that's worth looking forward to with the Texans is, are the Chiefs, are you finding where a great coach maybe starts losing his edge, right? That's maybe something for another day. Bobby Slowik scored out as the worst passing play caller, not just this year, but since 2010.
Dang.
15 years of play calling data, and by these metrics, Bobby Slowik was literally the worst play caller in these 15 years.
That's hard to believe, man.
Well, you know why it's hard?
Is it? Do you watch them games?
But you got the Cleveland Browns, man. You mean one of those offensive coordinators?
When Freddie Kitchens was the head coach?
Yeah, you mean one of those offensive coordinators wasn't worse?
You're missing the most obvious one. You have Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien?
have Bill O'Brien.
You're putting me in a weird place to defend Bill O'Brien. And maybe I should just be smart and not do that at all.
Awful.
Go on and do it.
Bill O'Brien's offense did not help make the players better. However, with the players that you had, they could exhibit their dominance, right? Like, I don't think that he was inherently a terrible play caller. I think for Bill O'Brien, he was a terrible people manager, which is really weird that he wanted to usurp and take more power
Lopez
in that
is
space.
Cringing right now, man. He about to leave and start his vacation early.
I'm not here to tell you that Bill O'Brien is a great NFL coach by any means. I don't think that he was terrible.
He was terrible.
Okay. Very good.
He was terrible. He was terrible. Bailed out by Deshaun Watson a lot of times. Obviously, there was a little bit of
had a really good defense.
At some point, Wade Phillips obviously was in there at one point helping him out. No, nevertheless, I just to say that Bobby Slowik was worse than Bill O'Brien is all you need to hear in this city.
Sure.
Yeah. And by the way, this is, you say it's data and all that, but this is pretty intense research too in terms of how the play, that was designed ends up working. The the way they carried it out, et cetera. It's execution, as coaches like to say. I still find it kind of hard to believe that he was last.
Right, and that's the thing. From the 979 on the text line, everybody knows he was terrible. Quick kicking the dead horse and move on. I think, yeah, I think
looking at the situation, it was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have never thought that he was the worst out of everybody in the league.
I mean,
did they have the worst? Did they have the worst offense in the league? Like as far as like numbers?
No.
And I think that's the thing. But ultimately, the thing I wanted to get to is then off of the backside of that is, what does that tell us about what we've seen? Well, first and foremost, I think C.J. Stroud, it again highlights one of the things we've talked about, which is the ways in which people have talked about a slump really underestimates the amount of
unfair
trying to bring back to level that he had to do just from his position of what he was dealing with, right? There was that. Are there any other players or any other things that you like are recontextualized when we put it in those stark terms that Bobby Slowik was doing one of the worst jobs of play calling that we've seen in the last decade and a half?
Yeah, the very first thing that popped into my mind, normally it's a cliche, but I think it can't be worse. You can't like the offense this year, the play calling this year cannot be worse than DFL. It just can't.
I was like, who's DFL? Oh.
So is that hope? I mean, is that – and Bobby Slowik. I mean,
I would have never thought
we knew
that,
it wasn't great, but last –
some of the other things that I was – because, like, yes, that is a fair point because one of the things that I've had questions, and it does give me a little bit of calm coming into the Nick Caley era is just, okay, you have a first-time play caller. What kind of mistakes are possible there with the lack of experience? But when you just have somebody who has done such a poor job, you do look up and you go, even as maybe you're taking your knocks, you're right. It probably is a better circumstance. Now, how does that also match up with, what you have with the talent on the offensive line in particular, so on and so forth? We've had those conversations. But, yeah, there is a level of comfort there. Even some of the guys that maybe we've had negative views toward, like someone like maybe a Dalton Schultz. Does this give you any confidence that maybe you can wring more out of him because he was not necessarily being utilized as well as possible within the schematics of what was happening?
I'll take it a step further. The offensive line. We don't know how good this offensive line is. The league is saying they're doubting this offensive line. But the most important part of play calling is the execution and technique, which is what some buzzwords that they've been using a lot over there lately.
Right,
is the offensive coordinator. The offensive coordinator is his most important job is getting the line to play at just an average level. Me confidence there. Obviously, I think it gives me confidence with the tight end, especially with a Patriots-styled offense that leans heavily on the tight end. It gives me confidence about the run game. With or without Joe Mixon. So, sure. No, absolutely it gives you some more confidence.
Brother,
I don't know how much.
Man, I'm still on this offensive coordinator thing, man. I'm looking at Nathaniel Hackett.
That's a great – all right, who's the worst offensive coordinator that you recall in the last 15 years?
Well, apparently Bobby Slowik.
No, but I'm saying, let's have the fun with it.
He was worse than Nathaniel Hackett.
Nathaniel Hackett is a great – you are leading the clubhouse. That is I flopped.
Yeah.
I flopped straight, right? That's what you
and
did
I know
there.
Bobby was bad, but damn.
And this is a question that is fair to be asked, but I think it requires a little recontextualization from the 8-3-2. What happened from year one to year two with the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowik? I think one thing to remember is in the moment, the framework rather matters. And so you were looking at a rookie quarterback and you were looking at an opportunity to go and win the division, right? And all of that kind of framed certain things some ways. But that offense wasn't incredible year one. It was just better than where you had previously been, and it ramped up towards the end of the season to where you had better feelings on the back end of it. It was not a great offense. You could not scheme up the run, if you recall, from that year, right? That's a huge part, half of the offensive process. And so year two was maybe more of a degradation of year one, but I don't think that you could say this as, well, this is a stark difference from year one. It wasn't great under Bobby Slowik at any point. You were just hoping that, okay, year one, there's reasons, there's excuses that one can make clear that those excuses were not palatable and tangible.
I'm still with you, Figgy. I'm looking up bad offense coordinator.
Matt Canada is a good one. Shout out to the
Matt
Tulane one
Canada
there.
is the one that I looked up.
And who was the coordinator for the Bears last year? It was Shane
Waldron. Shane Waldron is a good answer.
Like, was he better than Bobby Slowik?
Apparently.
Seems like it. In fact, let me see exactly where he fell on this particular, of course, inexact science. But Shane Waldron came in 21st.
Okay.
Luke Getsy last year came in 31st, and he was dealing with what was it, Aiden O'Connell as a quarterback and such. Arthur Smith ranked higher.
Oh yeah, Arthur
by a
Smith,
couple.
Yeah,
man, it's incredible when you have it in those terms. Yes, we can say that we understood it to this point.
Daniel Hackett, man.
And of course, inexact science. However, that inexact science points to you having literally the worst offensive coordinator of the last decade and a half. That was a jarring thing. And again, that's another thing that if you want to look at it one way, you can look backwards and say, dang, that's what you're dealing with. But you can look forward and say, that should give you an opportunity. Can't be worse, but also there's a lot of room to grow there. That is a huge place and opportunity for development and growth. And maybe, just maybe, if you get like below average is fine, right? Because again, you were dealing with worse.
Right.
If you get average level play calling, hell, if you hit the jackpot and you get above average level play calling, where does this team
You could creep up in the top 15.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it truly was
and
Bobby.
You're happy. Yeah.
So found that to be very fascinating when I was scrolling Twitter yesterday. But there you go. You were dealing with, as Lopez says, DFL last year. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, again, June 27th to you. If you are a fan of the Screwed Up Click and DJ Screw, it is Screw Day. We celebrate it here in Houston like it's a bona fide real holiday, even though everywhere else is just a Friday. And that got me thinking. Question of the day. What else do you celebrate like it is a bona fide real holiday, even if you're not getting the day off for it? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about getting out to Driftwood Shores.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Sly and the Family Stone on your Friday. Happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Let's get to the question of the day on this DJ Screw Day. Happy Screw Day to you, to all who celebrate June 27th. Is when you'll hear, or when at least me personally, as I celebrate Screw Day, I will listen to all 35 minutes of the June 27th.
You really do?
I really do. I try and make it a point every June 27th to find some time to put 35 minutes of that thing, let it roll. And so that got me thinking, what do you celebrate like it is a bona fide real holiday, whether you get a day off or not? In fact, bonus points if you actually do take a day off work for something that is not inherently a holiday, because I think that's always great. 713-572-4610.
I'm telling you right now, well, there's several that are like. First of all, is kind of something that you celebrate like a holiday.
Why is that?
And it's different for different people. It's your last day at work before you go on vacation. Like a real vacation.
Yeah.
That's you celebrate like a holiday. I mean, I'm going full Deontay Johnson.
I checked out mentally. I just went. It was bad timing. Checked out mentally.
Oh, that's what time it is?
Yeah, just checked out.
Thank God B. Scott is coming in next segment. He said, "I'm out of here, brother."
Hey, if we can hit that again. How's Lopez today?
I checked out mentally. I just went. It was bad timing. Checked out mentally.
It's bad timing.
It's just bad timing. But the last day before you go on vacation, that's a holiday.
That is fair. That is fair. But are you celebrating? Are you like? Is there...
Oh yeah, I'm celebrating.
Okay, very good.
Like even to the point where I was kind of in my thoughts, doing stuff for the show today because I really am not checked out. But anyway, I was in my thoughts doing stuff for the show this morning, and I walked in to get my cup of bone broth that I drink every morning, and my wife was standing there, and I said, hey, she goes, you're going on vacation, and that's the best you got? I said, good morning. I was just kind of lost in my thoughts. I said, hey.
The wife don't even get a good morning. All right, very good. Some answers that have come in on the YouTube, interestingly enough. First day of March Madness Magic. So yeah, that one's easy, right? Like you might call in on that one. For me, the real opportunity, or what shows up as celebrating is I got to get my setup ready.
Mm-hmm.
So I normally have 3 TVs. I try and make sure to pull in a 4th TV because I want to turn my head and see what's happening hoop-wise on that first day or two, first weekend of March Madness. Some other ones, start of regular season of all major sports. Which one of them hits the hardest for you? Is it NFL kickoff? It's definitely not NBA.
This is an easy answer.
Opening day, right?
This is an easy
college.
Answer. First full Saturday of college football.
I knew it.
Dude,
I don't know.
Dude,
Week 0?
That's
week 0 is it
first
for you?
full Saturday. First full Saturday. It might be week 1 depending on the schedule,
Opening day's better.
But no, it's not. Like to the point where
MLB opening day is better?
No.
Yes.
No, I love, don't get me wrong.
All the bunting and the pomp and circumstance. Come on, dog. Are you un-American?
The spectacle of college football. To the point that I create, like I barbecue all day. I've got
remind me to come to your house.
Kids and people coming over, schedule all the games, put all the TVs on. First full day of college football. That is a holiday.
Okay,
absolutely.
Fair enough. Some other ones that are coming in on the text line. 420. Blaze it, I guess. From the 713, of course, I knew Ocho was going to come in with this in particular. Celebrate Hunter Brown Day like a holiday, especially if he pitches during lunch hours, like was yesterday. I celebrated it by eating a whole bunch of glizzies, apparently. But yes, it was. Look, it's getting to that point where Hunter Brown Day is a thing. From the text line, the 713 said WrestleMania weekend is a holiday. Fair enough. Like my friends in Wrestle, they love them. That WrestleMania coming up, like it is a big deal. Schedule their whole weekend. If you're going or you're trying to get a watch party together. Is there something for you that hits you like a holiday, even though it's not really a holiday?
Yeah, the ones that hit me, this was before I moved here, but we used to have a 216 day in Cleveland because that's the area code.
Oh, okay.
So it used to be different concerts, like local concerts and local artists and stuff like that. And then the other one personally is draft day, NFL draft day.
Oh, that's a good one.
Because I feel like the lead up, I feel like it's so drawn out. And then when the day comes, it's like, all right, it's draft day.
Yeah.
Just hearing the Sounders and all that stuff, to me, that's when it's like, all right, y'all, it's draft day. Who we getting?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 281 Astros weekday games. Oh, wow. I'm guessing, are you weekday day games? Okay, I was about to say, like, just weekday in general. No, day games at work kind of do hit different. That is fair.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
yeah.
Like if you at work and you, at least if you have access to be able to stream it and watch it, or maybe if you just put the radio broadcast or what have you, man, that really does feel a little bit different. Or like sports during the day in general has that feel, because I think that's part of what March Madness's appeal. I remember going back, I think 2014 in particular, when the World Cup, when they were in South Africa.
That's a big one, yeah.
Because the games were happening during the day. Like, and I had the opportunity to kind of access it. It just felt entirely different. So yeah, daytime sports in general, for me, and this is going to be like obviously real Reggie niche sports sicko things. Championship Sunday in soccer, which is the final regular season day where
I had the TV on all day.
Last movement,
obviously,
right?
Liverpool was clinching and they were celebrating. So
yeah, and whenever you get to end of regular, right past
that.
I
great
get it.
celebration.
Your club won a championship this year. Fine. God. No, but you get to that last day of any regular season where they kind of have all the games stacked, except week 18 in football, you got a lot of teams that are not trying.
Yeah.
Like Championship Sunday, and when it comes to Premier League footy, everybody's fighting for something. Some of these teams are fighting to stay in the league.
Yeah.
Some of these teams are fighting for an opportunity to like get into tournaments next year. And some of these teams are like, yo, this is our last ditch effort to try and win a championship.
Let me get a little bit of a pivot here because it is DJ Screw Day. What is your favorite Chopped and Screwed song?
Ooh, that's
I
tough.
believe there is a winner. And tell me if it's blasphemous.
Sharing our love between the sheets.
Isley Brothers, Between the Sheets. Periodically, I just like get in the mood driving. It just calms
I don't think you're supposed to tell us about you and Jan's relationship.
No,
like
not that mood. Not that mood.
Y'all making love to this chop the screw version of
that. Actually,
well, I'm not going to
say.
I never thought about that.
You know,
I'm not going to say never.
We might be talking about something here.
I'm not going to say never, but generally, I'm just like driving and want to chill. Come on, man.
All right. So my thing about this is, this can't be the answer for me because Between the Sheets is such a heat rock in and of itself. I think the pace that it drives at is perfect. So you chop and screw it, and it feels like, we're dragging to me personally.
No, it's better chopped and screwed. There are certain songs that get smoother to me.
Yeah, and by the way, this song was an 8-minute song.
Oh, yeah.
Chopped and screwed.
Hey, man, if you ain't got time to
That's
enjoy
about
the
7
song.
minutes too long.
If you don't got time to enjoy the song, you don't need to be in the chop and screw
8 minutes.
Interesting. I mean, you know the chop stars, obviously, Fig. Like,
yeah.
When you start talking to that space, I'm like, there's a lot of songs that I really like. One of the, I like the, I think it's a Drunk album by Thundercat. There's a couple of songs off of that one that really make me, that I like as a chop to screwed, and I think it's probably the one with Wiz Khalifa. I'm kind of blanking on the name right now, but that one's up there for me. From the 281, continue to talk about the days that you celebrate like bona fide holidays, even if they're not. Black Friday, shopping, food, and football. That's fair. 713 says Marine Corps birthday, November 10th. Happy, yeah, absolutely. Daytona 500 day. Okay, I feel you on that.
I can feel you on that too. It wouldn't be necessarily a holiday for me, but it's a big one.
What about the? I don't know if this is like a official or unofficial, but I think it's called Go Texan Day.
Oh yeah,
right before the rodeo.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like seeing the little kids dressed up in the hat and the boots and
going
all
to
that
school.
stuff. Yeah,
that's a great
I love
call.
that.
Yeah.
Dang, that made me reminded me of a photo of my Go Texan Day way back in the day.
Somebody said Monday after Super Bowl, if only.
Don't get Lopez started.
If only.
Please, someone said Phil Collins in the air tonight chopping this. Oh, y'all got some stuff.
Oh yeah.
Here.
Oh, I got to check that one out.
Horace might be right though. With 25 lighters, chopped and screwed. That's tough.
Yeah.
Swang.
Oh yeah. Trade the truth.
Yes, swang. Crazy. And you know what? You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I would like to ask that question of a bona fide Houston expert. How about Brandon Scott, B. Scott, who joins us on this Friday? We'll talk to him next as we go around the NFL.
Texans training camp is just a month. Bullpen style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's Sports Radio 610.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, happy Screw Day to you. Happy Friday to you. Happy B. Scott Friday to you. That's what it is from now on. It's a B. Scott Friday, baby. Brandon, Kyle, Scott in the building. How you feeling?
Yeah, man. Hey, glad to be here on a Friday, too. The vibes are different on a Friday, man.
It really is.
So I enjoy it, man. And especially, I'm not going to lie, I appreciate it in the last segment, y'all playing some screwed up music. But it did get a little weird when we started talking about Lopez and Jan's love life. They're not my radio parents per se, but I didn't like it going in that direction.
I'm sorry.
I gotta be honest with you.
That's on me. I'll raise my hand.
Like, wait a minute.
That's
now.
my bad. However,
Some things are sacred.
I hear between the sheets, and I know what time it is.
You are correct.
That's an 8-minute song, and I'm good for at least 3 of them.
See, that was his fault. That was him. I didn't do that.
Yeah. And see, that was the joke I was going to make. I appreciate that Lopez could make it himself. That's why I love you, man. Nice job by you.
As always, I'll give you the opportunity to hop on this wave. We were talking about, Screw Day, and the question of the day really was, what's something that you celebrate like it's a bona fide real holiday? If you want to answer that, go for it. But I feel like you want to get in on what's your favorite Chop the Screw song.
Yeah, so, I mean, it would be hard to nail down one. I just got one from experience, and it's just really unique to my experience. I do want to point out the day that I used to celebrate like a holiday. They don't do it anymore, but Sam Houston State, y'all know I went to Sam Houston State. Mm-hmm. When Sam Houston State would play SFA, and particularly when they started doing it in NRG Stadium, Battle of the Piney Woods, it might have even still been Reliant when we started. But either way, that was, like, for me, like a holiday for sure. But on this, it's a real deep cut. And I'm trying to remember how I even got this, because y'all got to remember, I was a little too young to be at the front of the screw. Like, he died in 2000, right? So I'm around 11 years old. So I wasn't, like, standing outside of his house waiting on screw tapes. I hear about those stories. Mm-hmm. But once I did come of age, LaToya Luckett, who formerly of Destiny's Child, had a song called Torn.
Yeah.
Okay, it had to have been maybe 2008, and somebody screwed it up. And I jammed this, and I don't even want to mention what kind of frame of mind I was in. But around 08, 09, I jammed the mess out of Torn, Screwed Up.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what time you're on.
So this was my one. Torn, Screwed Up.
I might have to play this on the way home, man.
No, I'm going and finding this.
And the version that I had.
Put these on the big speakers.
And mind you, this is like 16 years ago or so. Yeah, so I was going to say it had vocals, yeah.
This is tough.
Yeah, all right. Dude, so that's my one.
Appreciate you putting me on, because that's all that you did there. There's some other people that you can put on, but I don't care about them right now.
No,
for me
not right
in particular,
now.
I thank you for that.
Yeah, man.
With that, in honor of that, what I'll give back to you is around the NFL, and I'll start with one of the least fun topics.
But I don't want to gloss over what you said in passing, so our listeners who are here all the time know. You said from now on.
Yes.
B. Scott's going to be joining us 11 to 12.
Yes.
Correct.
So if you were used to Tuesday, I just want to make it kind of sort of a program.
No, you're right. You're right.
That you'll be here every Friday, so that's going to be fun, man.
Yeah, put a pin in that. Put that on your calendar, man. Every Friday.
They said T-shirt and panties by Adina Howard Screwed and Chop. All right, I got my notebook out.
I did remember those.
I will write some notes.
It's
down.
a lot of R&B that's fired, chopped and screwed, though, man. That might be better than the rap songs.
That's why
that was the beauty of it, is that like the really good songs, especially like love songs or slow songs, if you chopped and screwed them, it kind of enhanced it a little bit.
Isley Brothers, which I grew up on the Isley Brothers. I went to their concerts when I was in high school.
Back when they were doing Twist and Shout?
Yeah, they would be beyond that even, but all the way through college, I used to go to Isley Brothers concerts. They got 4 or 5 songs?
A lot of songs, especially Ron Isley.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I've been a jerk and really poking that shit a lot recently. You're about to go on vacation, though. It's fine. All right, around the NFL, we should have gotten to a little bit earlier, but that's on me. Free agent kicker Justin Tucker has been suspended without pay for the first 10 weeks of the 2025 season due to violations of NFL's personal conduct policy, which is to say it very, very lightly. The way that this goes, Tucker has denied all misconduct, and his agent, Rob Roche, I believe is how the name is pronounced, said, quote, "We are disappointed with the NFL's decision." He went further to say that Justin has always strived to carry himself in a way that would make his family and community proud. He stands by his previous statements in order to put this difficult episode behind him and get back on the field as soon as possible. We have advised Justin to just accept the resolution and close this matter. The people who know Justin best know his character and remains fully committed to excellence as a football player. He is deeply dedicated to his most important lifetime roles as a father, husband, and friend.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope so.
Jesus Christ.
They laid it on thick.
Yeah. So look, I want to be clear. Obviously, we don't know exactly what happened. We can't say exactly what happened, but this, similar to the Deshaun Watson situation, I always come back to, man, if you did not do this, this would have to be one of the bigger conspiracies of the century that you could think of in terms of like framing or trying to blackmail somebody or essentially frame someone for doing something that they didn't do. So that being the case, what's more likely? That a guy might be a jerk and take things too far and overstep his boundaries, or that one of the bigger conspiracies that you can remember is happening right in front of you?
Look,
like one thing feels more likely than the other, and that's me with the caveat of saying I don't know what happened.
And you've heard me say this before. If I am accused of something I didn't do, I am the most compatible, helpful, so-called accused on the planet. I'm like, what do you do? Let's go get video. Let's go. Whatever you want. You can take my blood, take my DNA. I didn't do this. All right. Yeah. I did not do this. I'll go. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do to prove that I didn't do this. When you say he's just going to accept the penalty, it's just a horrible look. And by the way, the last regular season field goal, I think he's done.
Yeah. I mean,
we're not going to see him again.
That's the football side of it, and knows how much like his personal life has factored into his performance. I have no idea.
Last regular season field goal he kicked and made.
Yeah,
Houston Texans.
Why'd you do that? Was that necessary? See, that's a man that's about to go on vacation.
Man.
That's a man that's about to go on vacation. That's what that was. If you need some level of insight. No, I'm with you. I think he is done. Like, how old is Justin Tucker again? Like, he's already up there.
At least 34, 35. I mean, he was in college. I feel like I was in college or still hanging around college, not supposed to be around the time when he was
35.
in college. Yeah, so I was going to say he's right behind me.
I guess in theory guys could continue kicking, but the bigger issue is that you've seen the, the actual accuracy go down, and I mean, the standard of, or the delta between solid kicker and elite kicker isn't so high that you're putting up with like this type of scandal continuing.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. If he didn't have the scandal, he would have got another chance somewhere else if Baltimore released him.
Yeah.
But it's not worth it having this scandal held over him like that.
Yeah. And for the kick, and not to downplay kicking, but let's just be honest. Like you were more like Deshaun Watson had all of this stuff, and then he got the most guaranteed money in NFL history at the time, and what is now probably going down as one of the worst contracts in sports history. Right? Like, but that was because of his position as a quarterback. Cleveland Browns' desperation for a quarterback. Ain't no team going to be that desperate for a kicker, especially one that's performing like this. But no kicker, even if he was prime Justin Tucker, you're to where you bring a guy that's suspended and got all of this
That's
baggage.
a great point. Like, because also, suspensions don't just roll if you're a free agent. It's 10 days after once you sign. So you would have to sign him and then eat 10 weeks of utility.
Yeah.
I thought they said I thought saying something said he could serve it as a free agent though.
Oh, okay, I guess.
I don't think that's how it works.
But that is how the language was written in this particular instance. So it does feel like that. But either way, right? Even if it's just like, hey, we got to wait 10 weeks to sign you. Maybe there's a team that's
just as bad.
Maybe there's a team that's so hard up in week 11 that they go, all right, we might give this a shot. But there's some places where you're willing to, take on the risk benefit analysis or the cost benefit analysis of, hey, this dude has is a blemish on our moral record or whatever.
Yeah.
Kicker ain't really typically one of those.
It would have to be a team like the Chiefs or something like if their kicker get hurt or something like that.
It's a very small group.
Yeah, it got to be
Harrison Butker to Justin Tucker switch would be.
They the only.
Oh wow, that's right.
They the
Fly
only
on the wall, baby.
See, they the
conversation.
They the only ones that could probably do that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's very few teams that could do it.
But think about it. It's not that many guys that can kick But there are enough of them for you not to have to do this.
Yes,
correct.
Like you can go find another guy who can physically kick. He ain't Justin Tucker per se, but you'd probably rather do that than this at this point.
Yes.
All right, some other things around the NFL. Commandos, the Washington Commandos, wide receiver. Who's their best wide receiver, do you think, at this point? Is it still Scary Terry for you? Because they have Terry. They add in Debo as well. I still would go Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, I would say he's got a chance to be, like, I think he's more of X factor. Like now he adds an element, really because he's such a Swiss Army knife. He adds an element that they just didn't have before. But if we're talking about overall best talent, Scary Terry, I mean, he's probably a top 8 to 10 receiver.
I mean, the tough thing about doing like top 8, top 10 with wide receivers
But you gotta leave somebody out.
It's just like basketball for me, where you see, people do like, oh, he's top 5, top 10. I'm like, go actually count it out. And
yeah, it's like quarterbacks too.
We don't often. Well, quarterbacks a little different, but like there's so much talent in basketball. But then also wide receivers now, there's so many good ones that you look up, you start counting them. You're like, I thought top 10, and I go, top 25 isn't that much of a disrespect to a player, right? In certain instances.
Yeah, I spitball a number, but to the original question, I do think he's their top receiver.
Right.
Terry McLaurin. With Debo being, again, the Swiss Army knife, that could be an X factor.
I'm with you, and it feels like Terry also feels that way. He's getting mandatory mini camp. He's in this contract dispute with the franchise as he's trying to get a new deal. He's in the final year of his current deal coming up, and he had a career-best 13 touchdowns last year. It's hypothesized that he could be asking for something in the $30 million range, which would put him in just like the top half of the league. Like if we're talking about, average annual value, I was looking at it for all the wide receivers, and, $30 million on average annual value would have him, somewhere looking around T. Higgins, Jalen Waddle, Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk literally just got a deal a year ago.
That's the one.
At 30 average.
I feel like that's the one for Scary. Like if you're Terry McLaurin, you're looking at Brand, and I know that the folks over there, I follow out there in the Bay Area quite a bit.
Right.
I know that they look at that Brandon Ayuk deal as a bad. They don't like that deal.
Yeah.
The fans and the media there, right? And if I'm Terry McLaurin, like not just hating on Brandon Ayuk per se or caring about the 49ers, just thinking about your own situation, I would feel like I'm better than Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, sure.
Or at the very least, if this is what he's getting, this is what I should be getting.
And the other part of this is, it to me, it just kind of reflects how good a deal Nico is on.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know.
21.
I feel like we knew that
22?
at the time.
It'll be 24.25 this year, but
come
on average, general average value all the way across.
Hey, look, Nico's a mild-mannered dude for the most part. How long we think that lasts?
That's a great question. Although I got to remember exactly what the length and the term of that. It's a 3-year contract. Like, so I think once
it goes through 27. Yeah.
Once you get through this, actually, it would be 4-year contract in that, right?
Yeah.
Once you go through this year, 2 more seasons.
Yes.
Like you're getting near that space where you're going to have to have that conversation again, which is why the MO of the Texans works. You get your money. We're okay with paying a little bit because we'll be back in the negotiating table here relatively soon. Or you might be okay with taking a little bit. Like it's not going to be too contentious because we'll be back here talking relatively soon.
Well, literally the only argument against Nico in a negotiation is one that still stands, and that's the health thing, right? Like he hasn't really been able to stay healthy for a full season, realize his full potential, even though we've seen more than a glimpse of it over the last couple of years. So I feel like that's probably a good reason or a big reason why either he wouldn't agitate or wouldn't necessarily be successful in getting that, because they still have that question of, hey, can you stay healthy for 16, 17 games? And can you do it more than once?
Yeah, fair enough. So I look at it and I go, okay, you have Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, DK Metcalf, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra, Tyreek. That's kind of that top tier. And it feels like that $30 million is really that line of demarcation of, do you view him in that top tier or do you view him below that? And now I have deputized Brandon Scott, John Lopez. You are now the decision makers for the Washington Commandos. Do you give Tyreek 30? Or not Tyreek, rather. Terry, sorry.
Yeah. My point on this is yes, because of who your quarterback is and you've got the opportunity.
Stole my thunder.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say that to me, it's not a coincidence. It could be because of the time and his years, his career, but like the quarterback comes in, the wide receiver has his career high in touchdowns.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're cooking with grease. Kind of similar to the Nico Collins thing. Like, I will say I was early on the Nico Collins thing. I just thought he didn't have anybody to throw him the ball. Like even in year 2 of Nico Collins, and then he got hurt, of course. It's like, oh, man, I think that there's something there if they ever figure out the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
They did the next year, and then here comes Nico Collins. I think it's a similar situation with Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, the context is everything.
Where people have known he's been really good, but they're just, Sam Howell, whatever they were doing there didn't really make a whole lot of sense, and now it does. I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Especially with the quarterback on the rookie deal still.
And man, I wish I had given myself a little bit more time because if you look at the Commanders are actually a wildly old team. They have the average age on that whole team. If you're not doing it now, like spend that money. Now, of course, they are spending a lot of money. Shout out to Josh Harris or whatever. But if you're not doing it now, then I don't know what you're actually going for because it's not like you got you got a young quarterback, what have you, but you have a lot of money tied up in some older guys. Might as well put a little bit more in. At least that's the way that I view it as someone who is not signing any of those.
Yeah,
checks.
and even if you sign the contract, let's say you did so reluctantly on Washington's behalf, would that not be a tradable contract? Like if it doesn't work out, let's say you just go all in this year, the next couple of years, for however long you've got, for however long you got the rookie quarterback or the quarterback on the rookie deal, and then if it doesn't work out, he should have, I feel like, a tradable contract or something that they can get out of. I think this is something that you can just do to kind of satisfy everybody and go all in on right now.
Yeah.
All right. I said I was about to get out here, and of course I'm breaking the clock. Sue me. It's a Friday. Question on the YouTube page. Is Nico the league's best value proposition at the position of wide receiver?
Ooh, I'd have to look at it.
Some other ones that I'll throw up here. Can I interest you in a Cooper Kupp, although 31 years old and coming off an injury at $15 million average annual value? A Chris Godwin at $22 million, who is about $4 and change less, or rather $2 and change less than where Nico is making at 25 plus, and then Mike Evans at age 30 at $20.5 million. Those are the ones that I'd throw up here.
Evans or Kupp?
Yeah. I was gonna say Evans, or you threw another one in there that was good. But I
Godwin.
Yeah, Evans and Godwin I think are both pretty good. But I mean, Nico's got to be right there.
And Nico's
younger than all of them.
He's a good 4 years younger than all of them, than the youngest of those.
So it's probably Nico, actually.
It's probably still Nico. Yeah, fair enough. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got B. Scott in tow, as he will be on Fridays from here on out. And so get used to 11:20 on a Friday, getting B. Scott's thoughts. We'll do that next.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone.
Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
He is here on a Friday. It's B. Scott from Hiram Clark on this June 27th. Happy Screw Day. And without any further ado, B. Scott's thoughts.
Hey, it's not just June 27th, Happy Screw Day, but now that we've had several days to mull over the Rockets' decision to trade for Kevin Durant, right? And this is my first time in with y'all to talk about this.
It's true. It's been a minute.
I've had enough time to really, because y'all know I've always been on this, right? So I was an early advocate for guys that are happy about the deal. Like, that's not going to shock anybody. But the more time I've had to think about it, I feel like this is their best offseason that they've had in my memory. And my memory goes back about, let's just go back as far as offseason moves to like the Steve Francis era. But after the championships, but like 25, let's go 25 years or so.
There's one particular offseason that
I know. And now
my eyebrows are raised.
In hindsight, I feel like that offseason, you're talking about the one where they trade for James Harden.
Of course, absolutely.
In hindsight, that is obviously their best offseason.
Yes.
But let me tell you, and this is the reason why I thought about this. I'm talking about at the time.
Okay.
Right? So at the time of the move, I don't think any of us thought that James Harden was going to be the level of player that he turned out to be, regardless of how disappointed you were with his playoff performances and how he left and all of that. He's an all-time great, and he became an all-time great right here in Houston, okay? So we can acknowledge that. But when they made the move, here's what I was writing and talking about at the time. I was writing at SB Nation at the time. And I thought, I wonder if James Harden and Jeremy Lin could be.
That's right.
Okay? So this is what we were talking about at the time in the conversation that I posed.
Yeah.
Could they be like some version of Cuttino Mobley and Steve Francis, which today sounds ridiculous, probably sound ridiculous at the time, but I didn't know exactly what to expect from James Harden other than the fact that he was a real nice lefty, okay? And Jeremy Lin had just got paid a bunch of money by the Rockets.
That is true.
And so at the time, I'm thinking, all right, Jeremy Lin and James Harden, let's go. Let's see what this is.
I'm sorry. All I'm thinking of is which one did you think was which?
No, I mean, I thought the lefty was going to be Cuttino. James turned out to be much better than Cuttino Mobley, with all due respect to Mobley. And Jeremy Lin turned out to not even be in the stratosphere as Steve Francis. Shout out to Steve Francis. But
all he needed to do was dunk more. That's all.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Just take it to the cup more. He dribbled enough. He dribbled enough. Yeah. He just didn't dunk enough. But at the time, that's what I was thinking, right? And that doesn't. That is not giving off the same vibes of, hey, you could go win the Western Conference. Hey, you've got a former MVP, a two-time Finals MVP, and not just that, not just Kevin Durant. And this is the thing I've been fixated on the last couple of days, but because I'm just as excited about everything around Kevin Durant and what the Rockets actually are bringing in, or bringing back, I should say, as much as I am what they're bringing in Kevin Durant. The maturation and ascension of Amen Thompson, of Alperen Şengün, of the presumed ascension of Reed Shepherd when we think that's going to happen, figuring out a better role or how to maximize what you have in Jabari Smith Jr. Like, the core essentially is still here, and you've kind of got this duality of bringing in an all-time great who's still very good in Kevin Durant and maintaining the bulk of the core that you've built that, for the most part, brought you this far. Boy. So I'm as excited about it. To me, this is the best Rockets offseason that I can actually remember.
In the moment.
In the moment. Not in red, because we don't have the benefit of hindsight with this one, right? It hasn't happened yet. But in the moment.
I think that's a great point. I really do, because I was on the air here. You know, we were talking about the James Harden thing at this station, and what people tend to forget, man.
He's a six-man.
A really good one, though.
6 man of the year.
Even in that moment, but yes.
Average
fair
less
enough.
than 17 points a game.
And coming off of an offseason where the fall off was problematic.
Right. Look, so in the moment, I think that's a great point, and I absolutely agree with you, because we were having the discussion. You know, Daryl Morey fell in love with his stats. This was one of the big advanced analytics guys that Daryl Morey absolutely loved, and I'm like, well, he's really good. You know, kind of what Reggie's talking about. You know, 6th man of the year. I think he won it that year, if I'm remembering it right. And all that, but he was still a 6th man that averaged less than 17 points a game. We weren't
had a horrible finals too, by the way,
and had
coming off a really bad final.
And we weren't asking the question that Reggie asked yesterday: championship or bust when they acquired him. We're like, okay, let's see. Let's see what he can do. in this moment, and I don't know if you were listening yesterday or not, but we said you don't acquire Kevin Durant unless you are trying to win a championship that year.
Yeah, y'all were doing the championship or bust segment. I'm with you, and I think it's pretty clear and obvious of that, right? Like, especially given the age, like you were acquiring a young James Harden, you're acquiring an older and established Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that's 100% the case. Like with James Harden, you were just now, and I don't think we even realized it at the time, but you were just now putting that building block there or establishing it. Then later, of course, you get Dwight Howard, and then things start to kind of come together, and you see almost immediately you see what James Harden is. Like, but it wasn't the expectation on set go the way it is now. And I think that's not just like if you rent on any old Rockets team, I don't know, the 09 Rockets, like just any Rockets team, then it's like, okay, what exactly is going on there?
Yeah.
If you just show me this core, like last year going into this year, it's like, okay, they had a great turnaround, but what's the there? You bring it together, Kevin Durant and the core, like you're giving me much more than what you were giving me in, say, 2012 or even last year, obviously.
And I think there's also an additional part of this that we've talked about a lot, but I think in the context of your takeaway here, your thought on this being the best offseason that you've had in recent memory, in your memory, was the cost, right? You had to pay a pretty fair market value, but you had to pay a pretty hefty price in order to end up getting James Harden. The cost of acquiring Kevin Durant is amazingly low here.
Yeah.
Like, you did not have to touch, like, typically you have to give up either a little bit of the future for the or the current for the future, or a little bit of the future for the current. You did neither. You gave up neither of them. It remains incredible to me. A lot of praise is due to Rafael Stone, and I think that's part of why Rafael Stone went with the approach of we're building a foundation first and adding to it, as opposed to Daryl Morey, rather. I keep trying to say James Harden, but Daryl Morey, whose approach was, I am looking for the star. I'll get the star and figure out the rest.
Yeah, and even if you want to go further back than that, right? Like if you want to go back to the 90s when they traded for Charles Barkley.
That's the one I was thinking
I
of.
saw somebody mention, like, this is giving me trading for Barkley vibes. Come on, and Lopez, you can recall this better than anybody here. Like, Barkley, by the time he got to the Rockets, was younger than Kevin, but also not nearly as good.
Yeah.
Not nearly as good at that point. Like, he'd already had his best years. And I don't know, like, you can maybe even argue that, like, Kevin Durant just overall is just better than Charles Barkley at, maybe not at his MVP year, 93, but, like, this version of Kevin Durant is better than most versions of Charles Barkley, like, period.
Yes.
So, and maybe more specific to what you need and the fit, like Charles Barkley with an older Drexler and an aging Hakeem Olajuwon, right? Like, that fit is okay. So we got a collection of old guys who were at one point great. Now you've got the old guy who is still really, really good to great with a bunch of young guys. To me, it does not compare to the Charles Barkley thing. And then, of course, Drexler was an in-season trade as well.
I think it compares to the Barkley thing, but it's not in the same at the same level.
Yeah.
Because the reason I said that is because the Rockets were still in championship mode.
Yeah.
Like they were fresh off of winning and all they needed was that other piece. They thought Barkley was it.
To Reggie's point, though, about the cost, I think the cost of getting Barkley.
I don't
was
remember
also,
it exactly.
Oh man, they gave up Robert Horry, Sam Cassell, I think, or didn't they? Yeah, I think they gave up Robert Horry, Sam Cassell. Maybe Chucky Brown might have been part of that deal. Like, they gave up like 4 players, no less than 4 players. Because I remember, of course, Robert Horry threw the towel in Danny Ainge's face.
Yeah.
So, like, they gave up significant pieces of their championship team.
All right, B. Scott, I see you with the memory.
Yeah.
Sam Cassell, Robert Horry, Chucky Brown, and Mark Bryant.
Yeah. And I was a little boy at the time, and I remember that.
No, the cost for sure, but again, they still
Mark
had
Bryant,
they still had a dream. They were tears removed from a championship. They had all their other pieces, the Matt Bullards of the world and all that.
Yeah.
So you still had the window, but the cost was more, as you mentioned, and
the player wasn't
Barkley
as good.
was not nearly as good as Durant.
And I think the part that you mentioned that I want to make sure to reemphasize, your team was already relatively old. So you added another old to olds. You're adding an old and experienced to youngs.
Yeah.
And accelerating what is the development of this team. And you're not giving up the next 5-6 years, it doesn't feel
And
like.
at the risk of being repetitive in citing these stats, Barkley did not lead the league in jump shot percentage, in jump shooting percentage, in mid-range percentage, in off-the-dribble shooting percentage. Kevin Durant did all of those things at 36 years old.
That's right. And so it's reasonable to expect. That's one of just Barkley's game was not going to age in that way. It was predicated on physicality and athleticism. Kevin Durant's isn't. Like, Kevin Durant's game is predicated on good footwork and being able to raise up over everybody because he's a 7-foot tall alien.
Yeah, and being able to handle the ball at that height
as well.
He can still dribble, he can still shoot, he's still tall. So it's all good.
Fantastic. So if you needed any more settling on the Kevin Durant trade, selling on the Kevin Durant trade, B. Scott is your man. Always appreciate you jumping in. Of course, you're not going anywhere just yet.
I'm still here.
Because coming up next in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, we will talk about what's popping, including Kelly Iko of The Athletic. Just earlier today, dropped a very interesting note about the Rockets as well. And again, no better person to talk about it with than B. Scott. So let's do that and more next.
Splash Radio.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're having a great time in here. In fact, he's supposed to be on holiday, but he just had to let us know that he knew that Mark Bryant was in that trade.
It's a party in here, baby.
I was driving around town. I'm like, it was Mark Bryant. I got to go tell the guy who was in that trade.
Yeah, who did I say? Chucky Brown?
Yeah. You got the other three. You just didn't have Mark Bryant.
He was in
Chucky
it.
Brown wasn't it?
I didn't have Mark Bryant.
You just didn't have Mark Bryant.
Chucky Brown and Mark Bryant.
I told you to go drink Red Stripe. I told you to go drink Red Stripe.
Reggie rescued. I left my foam rubber microphone condom up here. So I can't. I would not be able to.
Yeah, you got to stay
relax
strapped
on the beach, knowing my condom was sitting on a microphone.
That's right.
Back here.
That's
gotta be
poor
safe.
etiquette to leave your condoms around.
Now I'm leaving.
If you didn't know that it was a Friday, it is a Friday here in the Loop. That is Sean Pendergast, who is now officially, I think, on vacation for the third time.
Maybe.
That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Tula, Figgy Fig, hanging out, and B Scott in on a Friday, baby.
I just love that I was able to bring Sean out.
Yeah.
I like wherever he was resting. You know, he rose and came through here and had something to say. I appreciate it.
I like to think he wasn't even listening. He just something in the realm spoke to him. Like I gotta tell somebody.
I gotta
Mark
tell him
Bryant.
Mark Bryant. I gotta get that. I gotta get that in there. Yeah, B Scott's got 75% of the trade out. Man, you gotta get that in there, man.
Speaking of the Rockets, speaking of trades, could there be another one coming? Kelly Eco of The Athletic, as we talk about what's popping. Good friend of the show. Shout out to him. He does incredible work. He says, and I'm doing a segment that I like to call Reading, Rockets' third-year wing Cam Whitmore has been the subject of a number of trade discussion in recent days, sources tell The Athletic. Situation is best described as fluid right now. Fellas, I thought that with the trade and with the guys that have kind of moved out, Cam Whitmore felt like he could be eighth man, ninth man, and an opportunity to have some impact on this design. And a lot of people that watched clearly desired. He's being bandied about. How y'all take that?
So this should not be surprising based on how his first two seasons with the Rockets have gone. So this is not a surprise report, but it is a little disappointing to hear because of the reasons that you just laid out right there, Reggie. And I think it's because, like for me, I looked at it in a similar way. Like not only are you moving on from Jalen Green, but you're also kind of moving toward these younger players, these guys that you drafted after him, right? Like he was the first drafted player of the rebuild, right? Cam Whitmore is drafted a couple of years later. So like you're now kind of going to rely on, at least in my mind, you were going to rely on Reed Sheppard and Cam Whitmore to be perhaps the eighth and ninth guys. Like I feel like with the Rockets who the top seven guys are. Regardless of what moves they might be making this offseason, past the Kevin Durant trade.
Right.
Feel like who the top seven guys are.
I go 8.
Well, I was gonna go 7, and then the 8 and 9, depending on taking that next step, we're gonna be Reed Sheppard and Cam Whitmore. Like I can pencil Reed Sheppard in there, but based off of last year,
fair enough.
Reed and Cam to me are the hopefuls.
Yeah.
But the hope was, at least for me, was that they would be guys 8 and 9, and potentially guys either 7 or 8 or be in the mix there. Of course, Steven Adams off the bench and Tari Eason off the bench are going to be probably your main guys. But if Reed Sheppard can give you the shooting that you've been sorely lacking, Kevin Durant notwithstanding being added to the mix, if Reed Sheppard can give you that secondary shooting, he can't be somebody that plays just as much as any of those other guys. But the Cam Whitmore thing, it does feel like he's going to be the man kind of outside, the man on the outside looking in, I should say.
Yeah, but there was an opportunity there, and this is where it gets interesting to me. This floated, and he said it's fluid, I believe is how he put it. So
yeah, but I feel like it's fluid because there might not be as many bites in the water.
Right. But my point is, you mentioned Reed Sheppard and Cam Whitmore. Those are two relative still unknowns. So maybe what the Rockets are doing here, because I'm with you, B. Scott. You were talking about it during the break. I could see Reed Sheppard being, a very integral part of the rotation.
I am irrationally confident in this guy.
Maybe I'm not as irrationally confident as you are, but I could see it happening. But I also don't know, and the Rockets clearly, want more knowns. Because even Cam Whitmore is kind of an unknown in terms of stepping up his role.
Yeah, I agree with that, but here's be my only pushback on that. what we do know about Cam Whitmore and what we do know about the Rockets, and again, this is the Kevin Durant trade notwithstanding, because obviously that's why a big reason why they brought him in was to help with their perimeter scoring and their outside shooting.
Yeah.
But Cam Whitmore, at the very least, is a bucket.
Bucket getter. Yes, sir.
Gets you a bucket. And what did the Rockets struggle to do for the longest time?
They need offense so bad. Yes.
So like he also, oddly enough, and we're saying this with the understanding that he's been kind of on the outside looking in at times, on the outside of the rotation, looking in for the most part, honestly, unless somebody was hurt or whatever it was. But he so perfectly and seamlessly fits into an obvious weakness of the team. It feels like there should be a spot for him, especially.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
It's replacing a younger guy with an older guy who my only concern is that they would over-rely on the older guy that they're bringing in. I'm high on the Kevin Durant trade, but my concern would be, if I were to have one, would be that they would over-rely on a 37-year-old in a way that I don't want them to, and they got this young 20-something-year-old who's only in his third year who can go get you a bucket. Can he play smart enough, play a well-rounded enough game to give you some quality minutes and not have to run Kevin Durant into the ground?
Right. That's exactly what my mind went to when I saw this, which was, that was one of the few young offensive guards that I look at when I'm trying to figure out if this team can develop an offensive identity outside of Kevin Durant as well. And at the very least, what this tells me is I don't even need to see the trade, whether he's traded or not. You mentioned he's on the outside looking in with whatever they're trying to develop. He is not part and parcel. He is not a focal point of what they're trying to do, which tells me either they're not going to be serious enough about the offense, which I think will be a big demerit, or that's going to be something I watch as, June 30th come Monday is when the legal tampering period starts. The 6th is when the new league year starts, so free agency starts. When we're talking about building the team, offensive guard is where I'm looking at this team to be making some additions, or at least looking to add, because Amen Thompson, great slasher, the shooting isn't there. I don't know that you're going to be depending on just Kevin Durant and Jabari and Tari to be offensive guys for you. I think you still need something in that space, especially if Cam Whitmore's on the outside.
And you mentioned this in the break, so we have to bring it on air in terms of finances and how you can fit a player in, because I think they're looking more for a polished, finished king, whatever you want to call it, because Whitmore is also one of the guys. You brought up this question yesterday, like how are they going to be finishing in the fast break and transition? He can help you with that.
Yes,
you know, he can help you with that. So it just has all the markings to me of they're getting more of a finished product is what they're looking for.
Yeah,
and that can fit salary wise.
Yes, and it's worth pointing out too. You got the non-guarantee of around $8 million to Jock Landale.
Yeah.
You got just under $5 million of a team option, I believe it is, for Aaron Holiday. So you could very easily decide not to bring either one of those guys back, and if you trade Cam Whitmore, depending on exactly what that looks like, what you're getting back, you can use that money and whatever the trade is to address that issue, right? The exact issue that you're talking about, Lopez. But I don't know. I keep getting back to this, and y'all tell me if y'all think I'm contradicting myself by saying that I feel like Kevin Durant is such an obvious fixer for their issues, but I caution against them just saying, hey, Kevin Durant's here now, that'll fix it, right?
Oh, that's what Reggie's been all about.
You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
those. I feel like those two things can exist in concert without existing in conflict, if that makes sense.
No, for sure.
You know, and that's where I'm at. Like, I think Kevin Durant obviously fixes a lot of their issues. I don't want them to just be like, all right, well, it's settled now, we're good. We don't need Cam Whitmore and all of this potential. You know, like we don't coming off of our bench as our 8th or 9th guy. Like I think that there is some value to him in that role, especially like we're not talking about, you know, graduating him up to a starter or him playing 25, 30 minutes, 35 minutes a game, but can he give you 50? Can he give you that 18 and 18? You know, that kind of special.
Can I run this I guess analogy by you? Katie's duct tape. It's gonna hold your bumper together, but you probably should take that to the shop and actually get like a real answer, a real fix for this.
That's
kind
of insulting, but yeah, I get it.
Hey, no, duct tape is great. I didn't say he was like bonding. He is duct tape. Like you can do this, but like that is not going to be the way to actually try and combat this in a real tangible way.
I think that's a fine analogy. I just, for me, I can't go there, but just because I feel like, you know, duct tape is like something that you use when something is like urgently broken, or I need this duct tape.
Was that not the offense last year? Was it not urgently broken?
I do think so, but they were also like I don't want to lose sight of the fact that they were also the number 2 seed. This is part of the other side of what has me excited.
Yes.
Right, is that they've got this foundation built, an already good team that he's being added to. So I do think it was urgent for them to add more offense, but I don't know. Maybe I'm also looking at it just in the short term of like this is even better than that, because you got a real opportunity to go out there. You're not just trying to keep your head above water. You got a real opportunity to go out there and compete for a championship, to go to the Western Conference Finals with Kevin Durant. So I think the opportunity is a little bit more valuable and shinier than that.
No, for sure. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so duct tape, too much of a pejorative. Fair.
But I see what you mean, though. I see what you mean, because it's not like that's going to be the answer for a long time. You need a more long-term answer. Now, back to our conversation about Cam Whitmore. I don't know if that makes him – that doesn't make Kevin Durant. Still got open questions about Cam and Reed that existed, whether you get Kevin Durant or not.
But it just makes it more evident that no, your answers are not inherent if they're not viewing that as a part of the solution. That's the assumption that I'm making based off the Kelly Eco reporting. Some other things.
It's a shame. It's a shame, because I am high on Cam Whitmore and Reed Sheppard.
He's
I like
a
to see them be a part of it.
But I can understand how a coach like Ime in particular might look at a player who, at least in theory, is mentally, not in the place that he wants and goes, I'm not touching that, even, talent be damned.
Yep.
All right, some other things that are popping. Astros 2-1 victory yesterday. Salute to Hunter Brown with another fantastic outing, 7 innings of work. Abreu comes in for a 4-out situation at the end of it, a save, and then, of course, some good work there. So you get a victory there. I do want to ask y'all about this. After 7, 93 pitches, if memory serves, but he is dealing. And Hader you were going to go to him. Would you have brought him out for the 8th?
Hader? Or
no? Would you have brought out
Hunter Brown
and allow him go to the 8th, even though you'd be cracking?
I saw someone, I think it was Ocho, texting about that, and that thought never really occurred to me. 93 at this point in the season, you got what you got. You have Abreu ready to go. Now I know he would have had to be extended a little bit, and he was.
And I mean, it got a little tough because King came in, and you were anticipating King would get hit, just hold the 8th, and he only got 2 outs.
Right.
I respect that Lopez is like not saying for sure, because I do feel like, and I'm saying this because you come from an era where, like, the 8th, if he's dealing,
he's in.
He's in. Because I'm thinking my sensibility is to, like, so we're doing pitch count versus the timing of the game. Like, he's got 93 pitches, it's the 8th inning, he's dealing. Do you bring him out? Well, like, for me, I still kind of harken back to that era where, like, if a guy, you roll a hot hand, if, let him finish the game if he's capable, if he feels like he's rolling.
Yeah.
And, like, I can appreciate the stepping back from that, because that's more gut feeling than data-based.
You don't want to crack 100.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, back in the day, you would crack 120.
That's the point that I'm making. My gut feeling would say, hey, put him back out there.
Yeah.
The data is clearly telling you, is trying to make you smarter and say, hey, rely on your bullpen. This guy probably shouldn't go again.
I've always been on that side as well, but my logic was also it was influenced by the bullpen. I mean, this is an amazing bullpen.
Yeah. That is true.
No matter who might come out.
Yeah. And that part has to factor into it.
Ultimately, decision worked for Espada, who's been fantastic of late. You got Brandon Walter back out there on the mound today as the Cubs are welcomed in, and of course that means a return of Kyle Tucker and a return of Ryan Presley tonight at Daikin. So we'll see what happens there if the Astros can go out there with another challenge in the Cubs, who are a better offensive team than the Phillies are. So that'll be interesting. But then also, we're on watch to see if maybe, just maybe, TBA on Saturday turns into Lance McCullers Jr. Remember yesterday, Joe Espada said that if he was feeling good today, that'd be the guy, that there's a chance that that'd be the guy we see on Saturday. I'm assuming that some conversations have happened already, and I just can't wait until we, the general public, find out if that is indeed what we get, because I am super excited if you can get Lance back into those established guys at the top of your rotation.
Hey, look, with Lance, I can only be hopeful. We understand Lance's history. I can only be hopeful about it. But one last thought before I get out of here, just to kind of put this on y'all's brain. If they keep playing like this, the Astros, that is, they keep playing like this. I know I did a thing a few weeks back of, are you ready for Jake Myers' All-Star season? This feels like a Joe Espada potential manager of the year.
Absolutely.
Dana Brown potential GM of the year with that Kyle Tucker trade and what they've gotten back and what they've gotten out of those guys. I understand Wisniewski is hurt and got the Tommy John and all of that. But like that is something that I'm keeping an eye out for. Or do we have the manager and potential general manager of the year right here in Houston.
All right. That is final words on B. Scott for a Friday, the inaugural B. Scott Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I think it was really fun. I think this worked out. This might be a thing. You might have a future in this.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that before.
Yeah, might try this radio thing.
All right. You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging with us on a Friday, on a DJ Screw day here in Houston. Coming up next, we continue. Oh, man. All right. So DJ Screw, positive vibes. What I'm about to say, sorry, not quite the same. I'm continuing my 2024 rewatch of the Texans season. Today brings me to week 3 at Minnesota. And that one. We'll talk about it next.
How do we feel? KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610 here, an Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitude.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is June 29th. That is the June 29th freestyle by DJ Screw and the rest of the Screwed Up Clique. It is a Houston holiday, baby. We are having holiday-type vibes. I hope that you're enjoying your Friday to this point. Again, appreciation to B. Scott, appreciation to Sean Pendergast, both of which whom lent their voice to the program over the last hour. And we will keep it on rolling on the day. All right. Right now, I am in week 3 or day 3, depending on how you view it, of my 2024 rewatch of the Texans season. I'm taking my notes to kind of revisit what happened in the Texans season. Of course, I reached my first speed bump of this. Did I say 29th? I meant 27th. Apologies. But yeah, I rewatch, and I hit week 3 on the road. Minnesota Vikings. Lopez, what do you remember from this game?
All right, several things. This was a real eye-opener. Remember the first 2 weeks were like, yeah, okay, it's early on the first one. You know,
it was 2-0, right?
They were 2-0. There's going to be some. There's going to be some, growing pains as you get into your second season with C.J. Stroud. Then you get the Bears game, and you're like, well, that was kind of ugly. Should have probably won by more. But the defense is looking better. Week 3 is when I went, okay, maybe there's more we need to be paying attention to.
Yeah.
Because number one, I remember going into that game thinking, this is gonna be easy.
That's why I was looking like Sam Darnold.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's one of my points. What you just said. Number one, this defense is going to make life miserable for Sam Darnold, and I don't know how good he is to begin with, and then he ended up just lighting you up.
Well,
just lighting you up.
I didn't realize how good the defense for the Vikings was.
That's two. That's the second thing.
They were killing
it. That's the one we probably should have known coming in. Brian Flores has bona fides in this league.
I didn't even think about that.
Really good defense coordinator. But at this point, we had not gotten to a place where we had a level of belief in Sam Darnold, Mr. Seeing Ghosts himself, bounce around the league.
And it was still early, too, in the NFL season.
It was.
Yeah, but this was the first time I went, okay.
They might be for real.
Yeah, okay. No, well, not just are they for real, but like, is there something we need to start wondering about with this squad?
That's a fair point. Well, going in, there was something that we knew was going to be a little bit of difficulty for the Texans, was that no Joe Mixon, no Dameon Pierce in this one. And so Cam Akers with a little bit of a return home of sorts as the running back. And I forgot that this game was not just bad in the aggregate of a 34-7 loss, but it was instant pain. Holding on Cade Stover to start the game, trying to grab Blake Cashman, who was going to have a beeline towards CJ, right? He timed the snap perfectly, which I don't know what that says about what the Texans were doing. But then also defensive tackle and nose tackle, in fact, Harrison Phillips, his name comes up a few times. He tips, a little drop off that's supposed to go to Tank Dell, and then you have a Camu Grugier Hill interception.
Where'd he used to play?
Yeah, man. There's a lot of guys that I've already mentioned a couple of them. Another one pops up because if you used to play for the Texans and you wore purple on that day, it was your time to shine.
Didn't Jack used to be saved his life? Was that him?
Oh, was that Camu Grugier Hill? Remember we put his hands on him as he's leaving the field? Yeah.
He left off on a stretcher, man. I thought it was over. That brother played the next week.
And Easterby saved him.
I mean, I feel like in that instance, God saved him. Easterby was the vessel. But, I get the point.
Yeah. Easterby took the credit for that one.
Yeah. Why am I not surprised? All right, some other things. Outside of like a big outbreaker by Justin Jefferson, like early the D-line was pretty effective early on, and then you end up with the situation where you start seeing the D tackles get moved in this one, which was a little frustrating at times. But Sam Darnold was flushed. Like they were applying a level of pressure to him. But
he was nails, though.
He was pretty damn good in this. All right, one of the first things I really wanted to make a big note of. There was a particular play that is funny enough. I teased this coming in from the last break, and B. Scott was like, ooh, Cade Stover. And I was like, oh, so you remember that vividly too, huh?
Yeah.
So there was a particular play where Cade Stover ends up one-on-one with Jonathan Grenard. Again, another one of those Texan to Vikings transitions there. And Grenard steamrolled. I'm talking cartoonish steamroll where you end up with Bugs Bunny a centimeter high because he is just laid out flat like paper. That's what Cade Stover looked like. I don't know if that's someone's fault in particular. As I was looking at it, it was a slide right on the offensive line. It felt like Cade Stover is on the backside, and Stover just gets killed so quickly that CJ can't get the ball out quickly, which I imagine was what he was looking to do.
Yeah.
And I mean, CJ is tackled before any of the 3 routes that are down there even have any level of break. So it was just a great job in my mind by Brian Flores, who brought guys up to the line, and they had like 6 available. One of them drops out on the side where you have a predominance of players. So you sliding your line to the right, the Texans, does not have as much impact. And then he's also not a known blitzer, Brian Flores. So he just took all of the things that you would think about his time and when you're game planning against him, and he flipped him on its head. He blitzed a lot in this game. And I imagine if you were game planning, a reasonable offensive coordinator goes, I should not expect a whole bunch of blitz, except he brought a whole bunch of it, and this team was not capable of handling it.
Well, and the other thing is, the offensive coordinator, and this is the first time where you go, whoa, why are you putting the tight end in one-on-one like that, against a guy like Jonathan Grenard? And that was an ongoing theme as the season progressed. But in that game, Grenard was amazing. I mean, he just destroyed the Texans in that game. And I know you rewatched it, so I know this part. This was the other point I was going to make that was very memorable of that game. I know you're gonna have something on this part.
Maybe.
Laramie Tunsil season began.
Buddy. There were so many illegal formation by Laramie, and so many of them also a foul on the play. It's that it negated solid or 2 big plays time and time and time and time again. This was peak frustration. And I mean, there was a point in time where you had 3 straight false starts in this game.
Yes.
In the second quarter, it was disgusting. And one of the things that I had, it was an insane amount of not just procedure penalties, and it wasn't just Laramie as well, because I can mention him, but there was
procedure
other folks,
is just pre-snap anything
all the way across.
Yeah.
And my thought was, the boys are shook. But then also, does any of that line up with a lack of belief in the game plan, right? Because one of the things that we got to at some point in the season, and that's why we saw a switch up in the the ways that the offensive line was handled. It's one of the reasons why Cole Popovich obviously retains or now has the start of the the big time offensive line job, is that at some point late in the season they made that switch because those guys did not believe in what the offensive line game plan was from Bobby Slowik. Was week 3 too early for that to creep in? Because it felt like there was a lot of times where these guys weren't locked in, and I wonder how much of that was just they didn't believe in what they were doing.
I actually just here as you bring up the question, I actually don't think it was too early, because you're also seeing tight ends get steamrolled. You're seeing C.J. Stroud not able to get the ball off, receivers not able to even get into the break of their route, and I don't think it was too early. Now that we look back at it, but that was the week, and boy, the next week was fun on the radio when we're like, all right, what's going on with Laramie? Because Laramie was the focal point of it all, but it was the entire line, which would indicate maybe there's a lack, even if it's not lack of confidence, maybe just uncertainty. Uncertainty of what's being called and what they're asked to do.
All right, so you mentioned this game was very much are they getting big boyed coordinator-wise? And that was one thing that you look Brian Flores to Bobby Slowik. On the other side, Kevin O'Connell, rather. Kevin O'Connor is the basketball analyst. But Kevin O'Connell, thank you, I appreciate that. The head coach and play caller for the Vikings, did feel like he had a one-up on D'Amico as defensive play caller.
Yeah, it did.
And this is another thing. I don't know that there was a particular play, and I should have pulled this one, but there was a particular play where the Texans weren't rallying to the football, and I was like, I don't think I've ever seen, or I might not see that through watching the entirety of the season, a play where the Texans defense does not rally to the football. They might get beat. Guys might, they might give up a big play, but at least they typically all as a team rally to the football. And I was like, they look kind of dejected, like they did, like maybe they were smelling their own stuff or what have you, but they did not expect to be hit in the mouth in the way of the Vikings.
I think that second part is more of what it is. They didn't expect what we didn't expect. They didn't expect. Aaron Jones had a good game, as I remember it as well.
He sure did, 100 and something yards.
Yeah, and then Aaron Donald and then Aaron Donald doing his thing. I think they were sort of just taking Sam Darnold.
Yes, okay. I legitimately was like, wait, I don't know where you're going.
It probably felt like Aaron Donald was on that defense, to be honest.
And then Sam Darnold was having a good game. I think they were just kind of like the offensive line. They were just like taken aback, take a stun, so to speak.
Now to that point, running game, and I mean, they ran the ball pretty well. This was a 118-yard performance on the ground. Not crazy, but also like pretty efficient in the way that they did. And one of the things about this is we haven't talked a lot about this offseason. How confident are we in this team's ability to stop the run? This game, like, they got mauled a lot, and there was only really one explosive, which was later in the game when the game was starting to get out of hand. But still, the Texans stacked the box in this game far more than any other game. Like 40-something% of the time, the box was stacked versus like the next most of the 17 games last year, which was in the 30s. And still, you had a 100-yard game on the ground. Like, how confident are we in this team's ability to stop the run going forward? Because it's largely the same when it comes to trying to stop the run. When you talk about the spine of the defense, it's Foley, it's Settle, it's Mario Edwards, it's Azeez in the linebacking core, it's Henry in the linebacking core. It's largely the same. We haven't really talked about them stopping the run.
Yeah, and that's one of the best things about you watching all these games translated to this year. So I think, there is a certain amount of skepticism, and we've talked about it going into the draft even, certainly into the offseason, the interior defensive line, that's where it starts. And then it comes back to, linebacker play. Well, we feel pretty dang good about linebacker play, especially now EJ Speed is in and all that. But the interior defensive line, fair question. Absolutely one of the things that we need to be watching as they go into the training camp and the preseason. But I also feel the fact that the secondary game even got so much better, it gives you more options up front in your front seven,
I would sure hope so.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they weren't bad as a whole stopping the run last season. I don't want to make it seem like that. However, that was a point where I think there is an opportunity for growth and development, obviously watching this particular game. I want to take you, because I tried to put in some audio. This game, very easily, you could look at this game as a microcosm of the season. Easily, especially if you wanted to go through and look at how it didn't look good for CJ. However, even in this, the microcosm stands because there were gems within the scrap heap of this, and one of those was this particular play to Nico Collins.
We mark the ball at the 47 of the Viking logo. It's third down. Third down and 11 for the Texans at the Viking 47. CJ shotgun. Dare in the backfield, two receivers left. Here's the snap to Stroud. CJ pumping, firing downfield to his left, and Nico with the catch! Running out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. Mark him at the 13. That's the big play they needed.
And you can hear it in Mark's voice. Yeah. That is true. It is a 3rd and 11. You need a big play. And allow me to draw the play up for you so you can kind of see it. Nico Collins lined up to the left. There's a second wide receiver inside. Nico motions in. So he's still the outside guy, but now it's a little bit tighter.
Yeah.
A switch release, so he ends up as now the inside guy. And then from there, he runs kind of what I typically refer to as a flag, just kind of like maybe a corner route of sorts. And this is just a gorgeous football by C.J. Stroud, where he feathers it in perfectly. And it's where, Nico is making catch, but it's only
in the right spot.
It's perfectly over his shoulder where only he can get it. And I'm like, there's CJ in the midst of running for his life, in the midst of sometimes making a few not great passes at times. That is CJ Stroud showing you that, hey, the greatness is in there, even in a season and in a game where maybe it wasn't as good as people anticipated and hoped. That was one of those plays that was like, no. For anybody that's like sophomore slump or whatever, even if you want to get there, CJ still has it.
And that's the microcosm part that you're talking about, in terms of all the problems that he faced, whether it's running the ball and protection and running for his life, which he did a lot of, and getting sacked and getting hit, which he did a lot of in that game. There were still moments where you're like, okay, he's trying to overcome things that are almost impossible to overcome.
Now, the last thing I have for you is also CJ, but this is the other side of it. And I do have a positive spin on the back end of it, so please hear me out. But this was CJ Stroud, unfortunately, turning the football over.
Third down and a long 7 across the Houston 32-yard line. Crowd revs up the volume. One back, Stroud in the gun. On 3rd and 7, leg down. Here's the snap from Scruggs. CJ backing up. CJ coming forward, throwing downfield, and intercepted. Cameron Bynum tackled by Dell in Viking territory. 2 picks on the day.
By the way, only the second game in CJ's career that he had a multi-interception game, right? Obviously, we talked a lot about that the year prior. But it's kind of interesting because the play itself, or at least the rather route combination that you were looking towards, kind of a reverse of that other play. Go Collins, switch release, except this time he's running the inside route. Okay. But because he's running the inside route like a post, it's too high safety, so it's supposed to be middle open. That should be the place where, Nico's getting the football. CJ throws it behind him, kind of outside. And I was like, why does he make that mistake?
Yeah.
At the same time, Tank Dell is on the other side, the wide receiver, and his route is supposed to kind of go up, maybe up the seam possibly, but he ends up kind of taking this inside drawing into the middle of the field as well.
Bringing the safeties and
so my thought was, I do wonder, does Tank Dell understand what the intention of that play is? And I don't say that to knock Tank and try to say that he's any level of dumb or anything. I think that this may be, and this is the positive spin I have on it, what is Nick Haley talked about imbuing into his team this year? He wants these guys to understand not just what the play is, but what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And I think if in that instance Tank Dell understands we're trying to attack the middle of the field with Nico Collins, his route does not also end up in the middle of the field. He does not drift inside. If anything, he drifts outside to pull that safety further and give CJ a window to throw into. And that's one of the things I'm hoping in a negative play here that I can spin into a positive is that you'll see more of these instances where a play that goes bad and further and basically wipes out the ability to come back in this game is an opportunity for you to make a big play because everybody on the field is working to try and get the play as designed to work.
Now, that's true. I thought you were going to go somewhere else. I thought you were going to go to C.J. Stroud, having control at the line of scrimmage and understanding maybe the safety was cheating. We don't know. I mean, you saw it more recently than I did, but, maybe the safety was cheating. Maybe there was movement after the snap where if C.J. Stroud on the field can maybe it's Tank Dell or in this case, Christian Kirk or whomever, maybe he can make an adjustment that eliminates that.
Yeah. A couple more small things. The fourth and final sack on CJ, Kenyon Green just got diced up by a nose tackle. Not overpowered, diced up.
Yeah.
And then another one, there was a seam shot that I think CJ was trying to throw up to Dalton Schultz that he just couldn't get his hands on. I was like, that's Christian Kirk next year.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for that. So, that was week 3 versus the Minnesota Vikings, and everybody kind of wants this. Everybody's like, when it comes to this game, what I'm trying to hear is Andre Ware.
Here's the give, and they blow the play dead. Looks like a false start on the Texans. Let's find out who.
Before the snap, false start. Offense, number 78. It's a 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
He got it out of the way early. Laramie Tunsil.
It's every week, though. When you're a Pro Bowl player, there's no excuse for that. None.
That was absolutely
we go. 8:28 to go, first quarter.
This is my favorite part.
7-0 driving.
Honestly, I don't know why I get upset about it anymore. I should have come to expect it.
That's not week 3, though, right? Like, that's not week 3, but that was the feeling that everybody had revisiting the Minnesota Vikings game. So now that one's out of the way. Monday we'll be back with week 4, which is a much better feel. But there you go. That is my rewatch, week 3 Minnesota of the 2024 Texans season. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get our confessions going on this Friday. We will do that next.
Payne and Pendergast. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so kind of a weird thing happened yesterday, and it would have been easy to sort of like have some fun with it. But then I realized what was going on, and it wasn't it wasn't really very funny at all. But y'all saw the woman who decided to put a lawn chair up in the middle of I-45.
Is that the biggest part about that story?
No,
she decided to sit on the highway?
It actually was the biggest part making news.
Yeah.
It actually was. But I realized in the course of it how serious it was, how she was clearly having was not funny. But I did realize, so I'm not mocking it at all, but it was just bizarre from the word go. I kind of realized as this whole thing, it lasted 5 hours, by the way. It was from 1:30 to 6:30 p.m.
I guess I did not think, because I heard about it. I didn't hear about it at the start, so I guess to miss the first couple of hours, and then I did not see it through all the way to sit.
Yeah. So I realized over the course of this, one of the most underappreciated, we always talk about underappreciated jobs, in the world and all that. I guess, what do they call them? Police negotiator. Like that was like the kind of happy ending, if there is such a thing in situations like this. So the police negotiator talked to her for all this time. She had a gun. She was having a mental episode. She was sitting in the middle of I-45. Both ways were shut down for obvious reasons. And I'm like, this ended up about as good a situation as could come out of something like this because of one guy, the police negotiator. And once it was settled and she put down the gun and came over, she was hugging that negotiator, like a passionate, long hug, and I'm like, that dude just saved a lot of trouble, a lot of money, and maybe some lives.
Yeah. It's a job that I know I couldn't do. Like, it requires quite a bit of tightrope walking in a mental sense. And because also, who would have thought that this would be like in the job description, having to talk someone off of a highway who has a weapon in that space. And obviously you talk about dealing circumstances. Yeah, there's not, and I know that there's levels of preparation, but I don't know how you actively prepare for all the different circumstances that you get.
For that, it's a emotional job, man, because you got to understand that person emotions. You got to know how to talk to that person.
Yeah.
You got to know to stay calm and just, don't get ahead of yourself type thing.
And you can't break in any direction at any moment.
You don't want to be aggressive.
Yeah.
That's a tough job.
Yeah, that's what I took out. I was like, this dude, whoever you are, if you're listening, I mean, salute, because that is a really wild job that they do every day. Every day they have to negotiate some circumstance, some hostage situation, a situation like this that is completely unpredictable. So I was like, this is one of the more underappreciated jobs on the planet.
And then understanding the situation, too, because you don't want to go in guns blazing or anything like that.
Right.
And that could be a whole nother situation.
The SWAT team had her in sight. In their sights, they had to.
They had to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of their job a little bit, because you don't know what was going to happen.
And he negotiated the whole thing in a peaceful.
And everybody was able to stay alive and go home to their families and stuff. So.
It was a weird traffic day yesterday, though.
It was a wild traffic day yesterday.
One of those days that makes me very happy that I don't typically have to be in traffic. There you go.
These are my confessions.
So yesterday was a Hunter Brown day, as we have deemed them, and Hunter Brown delivered, as he often does. He lowered his ERA this season to a 1.74. It was already league leading before. I think it was but his 7 innings of baseball again lowered it to 1.74. That apparently is the 4th lowest ERA after the first 16 starts in Astros history. This is per Chandler Rome. The only guys better: Nolan Ryan with the 1.29 back in '81, Roger Clemens with the 1.50 in '05, which is kind of crazy to think about Nolan Ryan being a good 20 points lower than that. Justin Verlander with the 1.60 in '18, and then of course this 1.74 for Hunter Brown. And I got to be honest. One, I'm already in a place where I think Hunter Brown's going to be like one of those 10-year type pitchers. Like, I don't think this is going to be one of those, he came up, he kind of, was burned bright for a second and then went back to being just kind of like another guy. I think that he's going to be one of those special pitchers. And with that, how long before we end up in a Hunter Brown as top 4 pitcher
Mount
in
Rushmore?
Astros? Yeah, Mount Rushmore Astros pitcher history, starting pitcher history.
Well, on your first point, I do think he's here for the duration. He doesn't have a violent motion, which kind of shortens careers sometimes. He obviously does the work, very well groomed, as a pitcher, and has an arsenal. He's got 5 pitches, so he is built to last, so to speak. On your second point, boy, that's a high bar. Shout out to Rafael Stone. That pitching Mount Rushmore in Houston, that is a very high bar. Because one thing the Astros have always had is starting pitchers.
Right, because, who are we talking about? Obviously, the 3 that I mentioned are guys that are obviously in Cole. You talk about Roger Clemens, talk about Verlander. Those are easily guys in there. And there's
Garrett
other guys.
Cole,
yeah,
Dallas Keuchel, Mike Hampton, Roy Oswald.
There's some greats.
Mike Scott. Starting pitching has, I mentioned Garrett Cole. Like, there's 8 or 10 that are like all-timers.
This is year 4 of Hunter Brown. You have 3 more controllable years, and I think that they'd be smart if they can find a way to relatively early on find their way into an extension. If you were able to get more than the next, 6 years, you're able to get the next 6 years of them, I think that you could very easily be in that territory.
That's
which,
crazy.
Again, is just speaks
And I'm not saying you're crazy, because I would consider it, but it's a really high bar. It's a really high bar.
Shout out to the 281. Went ahead and put money on it. Bet Hunter Brown for Cy Young 2 weeks ago. I imagine that your odds are only getting better as we continue to move along here.
These are my confessions.
So we kind of brought up the traffic, crazy traffic day yesterday. Well, I was in that traffic. I was not on 45, so I wasn't around when the lady was sitting in the lawn chair or anything. I was somewhere totally different, and it was crazy traffic, man. I don't know what it was, but I'll get to my confession in a minute. But when I left here, I ran across 5 different accidents.
Yikes.
To go home, I ran across 5 different accidents, including a big-ass truck. Yes. I counted 5 stalled cars, and it was storming. It was raining, too.
Yeah.
It was a truck flipped over pretty much on the side of the freeway. So that was backing up the traffic on my side of the freeway. So it was just so much going on. It was a fender bender right in front of me. I'm like, damn, Lord, just let me make it home because it was crazy. And then I had to work an event yesterday, and I had to go to I think it's the Omni Hotel, which is 20 minutes away from me.
Yeah.
I left out the house around 3:15. I ain't get there till 5:30.
Yeah, well.
Yikes.
This was crazy, and this is my confession. I think Lamont hit me up on Twitter, pretty much said, hey, get out the city, pretty much, because he stayed far out the inner city.
Yeah.
And he don't have to deal with that traffic. He said, get out the city. I'm kind of thinking about that,
you ready to move out to the burbs, huh?
Now, honestly, I can't because I work here, so I will have to come to the city regardless.
Yeah.
But I actually thought about, damn, if I had a stay-at-home job, I would be out far somewhere.
Stay at home. I mean,
if it was a stay-at-home job.
Before you tell me, Figgy, Lopez, where you think we're talking about? We talking Pearland, League City?
No, he's talking about out the city.
I'm talking about
Montgomery.
Montgomery County.
Magnolia.
Yeah. I'm talking about there. At least let me get
Cleveland.
Let me get some land and all that stuff too. Some space.
Out, which will probably be in the city in 10 years. But.
Yes. As long as I got a Walmart, an HEB, something like that.
Yeah.
Because I realize I don't even be kicking it out in these streets like that. So why do I need to stay in the city with all this and people?
Called the job, Figgy. It's called the job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if I had to do this job, if I could do this job at home, I would be out. I would be far out, man.
Where should Figgy live? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Where would Figgy live? It's not where should he, but where could you see Figgy live? That was where my mind went.
But that day, it was crazy yesterday, man. To the point, it had me jump off the freeway.
Yeah.
And it took me right in the path of where Dyken Park is.
Yikes.
And the game let out at the same time. So I was stuck over there for like an hour.
Hey, no joke. You guys know how much I love to fish and everything, and that's the biggest reason. But one of the best things about getting away as much as I do on the weekends is that. I mean, there's just like open space, 2 traffic lights, just like no traffic.
It took me over 2 hours to get somewhere. It would have took me 20 minutes.
Yeah. They said Figgy Fig in Navasota, Texas, coming to a radio near you.
Going to Brenham.
832 said they have land out in Boiling. Come be their neighbor, Fig.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm down for it, man.
Yeah.
As long as I could just stay there. And if I choose to go to the city, I can go to the city.
Yes, you can always get there.
Yeah, but just the everyday commute, man.
I think PC is wrong. PC said you're going to move out to Katy with him.
Katie's not out of the city.
Katy is kind of getting crowded too.
No, Katy is just flat out not out of the city. It is some of the worst traffic there is.
Yeah, no, and that's getting crowded too, man.
Yeah.
I'm talking about. I need a couple acres.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Get out the city.
Gonna get a plow.
Yeah.
They said Figgy. All right.
No, for real, man.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. Coming up next, inspired by the NBA draft of sorts, where it feels like a couple of guys landed in places that it fits them perfectly. I got us thinking, what players in sports were perfect fits for the cities where they played? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Texans training. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Friday to you. Happy DJ Screw Day to you. You're in the loop right here on
Country
Sports Radio 610. We are having a good time. Yes. That has been an interesting subsection of what we've been doing today of our confessions is now apparently Figgy is operating like a college football recruit because all the people of various towns and municipalities.
Come to my town. Come to this town.
Yeah. They said, hey, come back and be my neighbor in Rocheron. Somebody said, come to Hitchcock. Somebody said you need to be in High Meadow Ranch in Magnolia. And then I don't think this person likes you because they said that they hear that land's cheap in Viter.
Oh, man.
So
y'all had to school me on Viter. I wasn't familiar. Yeah, and I'm glad y'all did.
You would get familiar. You would get. And then Captain Scott said, get your land, get your slides on, you can get your horse.
There you go.
That's a good idea, man. That's
be out here like Ed Oliver, living right.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, we're just having a little fun on a Friday. I hope your day is going well. And what's lovely is that you can look out and see, the sky and the clouds, which means they're not opening up in the way that they were yesterday. So hopefully traffic is a lot better on a Friday than it was on a Thursday. All right, let's talk about this because you were watching round 2 of the draft too, weren't you?
I wasn't
watching. No, don't lie. Don't lie. You're a sicko.
I checked in. I watched for round 1, which was kind of sick. Yesterday I was just checking in.
I totally missed it yesterday too. I was trying to find a list of all the people that was drafted. I couldn't even find it.
That's what I was doing, just seeing who went where. And one of my favorite players, which he haunted the Aggies once, although they did beat him once too. But Johnny Broom from
I think it's John I.
John I. Yeah,
I think that's the pronunciation.
John I. Broom from Auburn. One of my favorite players got drafted. Was it 38, something like that, to Philadelphia, and I thought that place is perfect for him. He is, rugged guy, kind of. No real definition in his game in terms of excellence, but does everything well, will do everything well.
Just real North Philly is what you're going for here?
He's a Philadelphia guy. And I'm like, that's perfect. And then I saw the kid from Mississippi State, Cam Matthews. The Rockets signed him to a 2-way deal.
That's right.
He is a defensive menace. I think it was SEC Defensive Player of the Year 2 years in a row.
That's what you like to hear.
Yeah.
I bet Ime. Look, Ime. I'm assuming that Ime actually knew, but for the purposes of the joke, let's assume that he didn't. And then Raphael's like, "Hey, Ime, I got this kid for you. He won Defensive Player of the Year twice." Ime was just like, "Stop!
Yep, that's all I need to hear.
Get him now!
He's perfect
in the SEC.
I love him already
in the SEC, which was arguably the best conference by teams in the postseason. They were the best team in basketball. So he is perfect for Houston. It got me thinking, what players in sports were just perfect for the city in which they played.
Yeah, that's a really good question.
We talk about in the past, right?
Past?
Anything?
Yeah. Present? Why? I mean, because look, the tough thing about it is if we go to the Texans, we can name up and down a lot of the dudes that seem to fit perfectly with what the ethos is and what they're doing. The name that immediately came to mind, and maybe this has just been like because one, the stature, but then two, kind of the conversation points. It felt like Tim Duncan fit San Antonio.
I had him on my list. Tim Duncan in San Antonio is perfect, just perfect. The other one that I thought of was Big Ben, and forget the controversial stuff. I'm not talking about Big Ben as a player in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, man, big tough.
Perfect.
Yeah, like perfect. Pittsburgh, Steel City, Worker City.
It's funny. I said the same thing about Will Howard.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, that's the perfect fit for somebody like them. And what do you know? He got drafted.
You sure did.
And Jack Sawyer, who played for the Ohio State.
Yes, he did.
When he got drafted, I'm like, dog, he got Pittsburgh written all over him.
One from way back and one from very recently that I think they're perfect for the cities in which they played or playing. Magic Johnson. I mean,
that is a great point.
That's perfect.
Come on, man.
And that's why he basically owns half of LA, right?
Yeah.
Like, there is not anybody that is as charismatic in sports, I don't think.
He got drafted by them and been in LA since.
Showtime. I mean, come on. Which the name came when he came, but still, it fits LA.
What are the Lakers if they don't end up with Magic Johnson? Because it's still a historic franchise, but I don't think the glitz and glam hit. I think that,
I don't know.
I don't know
Jeff West and Wilt and you go back. No, they were still, but he put it to an altogether.
Right.
I don't know if they would have been Showtime.
The Showtime ethos is still what they're rolling off of.
Yeah,
they're still eating off of that particular idea, and I don't know how much of that is just because in the '80s is where the league popped off. So as people in the American consciousness find who they believe the Lakers to be, it is in this time period that gets locked in. But I mean, they're still going to, honestly, as a mom and pop shop, as they've operated up until they just sold for a $10 billion, they've never really been winning off of just the money that they have. They've won off of the style and the flair and obviously the city
and the attraction.
So much of that is Magic. There's an argument to be said that Magic is one of the reasons why all of that goes. Can we bring,
and then one more. The other one more recently, real quick before you get it. Caitlin Clark. I mean, perfect.
Indiana.
Perfect.
I can see that.
Absolutely.
Some ones that are coming in, the ones that have really made me very happy. Shout out to Magic for having this spot on. Zach Randolph in Memphis. Zebo in Memphis was perfect. I remember hearing stories of Zebo. I don't know if it was game days or whatever, but just being in Memphis and not like in the city of Memphis, but in Memphis, out here shooting dice with folks on a stoop or something. It's hey dog, aren't you a basketball player? So you don't matter. These are his people, the type of people that will sit out on a stoop and shoot dice. That is Zach Randolph to a T. And then if we bring this back home to Houston, I feel like you've had a number of them on the basketball team. I want you to power rank for me, gentlemen. Who is the three? James Harden, Dwight Howard, Hakeem Olajuwon. Not who's the greatest.
I would say,
because obviously we know how that goes. But who's the most Houston?
Otis Thorpe.
Why Otis?
Big dude, tough, sleeves rolled up, does anything, represents Houston. I thought Otis was about as Houston as you could get. Maybe Vernon.
Vernon Maxwell?
Yeah. I
Mad
will
Max?
fight you. I will fight you.
I was going to say a king, to be honest.
Yeah, probably Dream.
Because, went to U of H, Nigerian.
Yes, sir.
And it's a lot of Nigerians that moved to Houston.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like you can't get no more Houston than that.
Yeah, it would be Dream for me.
I mean, you don't want to focus on James Harden supporting local business.
Yeah, as in what?
The robust industry of booty clubs here in Houston.
Hey, I mean he's on the list. He's on the list. What about Earl? Earl and Bum. Back in the day.
Well, I mean, Bum is easy. Bum was out here in the cowboy hat and everything like that.
I think Earl for sure.
Earl and Bum. Yeah, Earl and Bum both.
Somebody said James fumbled what he could have been to Houston. He had the chance to own this town. Okay.
Well, he
I feel
did
like,
for a while.
but see, I felt like outside of the strip clubs. I mean, what else was he? I mean, hitting the town type thing.
That's fair. Obviously, it was more joke than anything.
Like nothing wrong with that.
Gerald Green, obviously a Houston kid. The very, very most Houston. The 713 says, and it's not even close. It's good. I mean, obviously, we mentioned Hakeem, and JJ is beloved, but I don't know. Do you say that he is Houston?
I don't know.
Who's the most Houston that you think about of the one? Because I mean, you in particular have had the opportunity to cover guys for a long time.
You're talking about for the Texans,
just in general, because I'm just all the way around.
I'd say Earl and Bum.
Nolan
would be a really good one. Yeah. In terms of Rockets, it would have to be Dream, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody said name it in New York. Oh yeah, Broadway Joe.
For sure.
Definitely had that feel.
Derek Jeter in New York.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Derek Jeter in New York.
I mean, you definitely, kind of compare him.
Could have been an Astro.
At that, somebody said
should have been an Astro.
This is a good one, although obviously the dogfighting scandal really, soured it. But Michael Vick in Atlanta looked like he was going to be a thing, and obviously on the field he was a menace. But it was just like a cultural kind of.
Felt like he was from Atlanta.
Yeah, it did. But let me ask you this, because you're saying Atlanta reminded me. Was Dion more Atlanta, Dallas, or San Francisco? I think Dallas. I think Dallas.
I felt like he fit in more with
that
Dallas.
New money flash, that new money flash in Dallas.
That's a fair point.
That type of franchise, too.
Yeah.
Somebody said Mad Max was more third ward. Okay, I see what you're doing there. 281. Andre Johnson is an interesting one. They said quiet but gets the job done.
Mm-hmm.
Does that feels like, I mean, the thing about Houston is a lot of things simultaneously, so it's probably not fair to flatten it. But there is very much a greater Houston area that's just like, hey, man, we do what we do, we get it done.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And what you said is absolutely correct, too. You can define it as dream is perfect, bum is perfect. And those are two polar opposite personalities and styles, you know?
Someone said Jerry Glanville, Case Keenum came in. Clemens, Roger, obviously.
Oh, yeah, Roger would be there. Yeah.
Spring.
The Rocket.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, all the way down to the nickname. John Stockton in Utah. Are we doing something in particular there? Actually, if you talk about Utah and who fits the ethos more, isn't Karl Malone more of that?
Could be.
And that is probably derogatory and pejorative.
Yeah.
And I said what I said.
Yeah.
All right, keep those coming in. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Coming up next, I didn't want to get to this because we're halfway through the baseball season now. 81 games for your Astros on the books. They're, handling it incredibly well. A nice 6.5 game lead in the AL West. What's been the most surprising portion of the first half of the season for the Astros for you? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about some Astros and what they're about to do with the Cubs this weekend next.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, so Fig, you want to make sure that Funky Friday still comes through. I see.
Yeah.
I see. It's a Funky Friday. It is a Friday just period, so that feels great. And also happy DJ Screw Day because it is June 27th, not 29th as I kind of weirdly slipped earlier. I don't know where that came from. But hope you're enjoying your day. Nonetheless, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm excited because I am interested to hear from the fellas of the drive later. And I mean, obviously, when we hand this thing over in about an hour, because those guys are out at Traverse City, Michigan. And I just want to hear, I want to hear if, there's a difference in the way that they talk after playing all the golf.
Talking like this, the golfers are on the course.
They've already played 2 rounds of golf.
Had to have,
and they still got 3 more rounds on the weekend. They're having a blast out there.
Although not there because there's a tournament, but nearby.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they might have. I think there's a tournament there this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I did not check out that much. I'm just over here being jealous. Point blank. Period.
Maybe not.
We were talking a little bit about Alvin's own Nolan Ryan, and it's funny because obviously we were talking about him embodying kind of Houston in some ways. And it is funny that he really is identified with the Astros. He's also identified with the Rangers still very much. But if you were to pick 2 teams that you would identify him by, outside of just the cultural impact, would it not be the then California Angels,
yes,
right, with the amount of time he spent there and kind of the magnitude of his play? And then also, although he did not impact it as much, wouldn't it also be with that Mets team that won the World Series? What year was it again?
Sister Mary Ambrose rolled a TV into our classroom in first grade, and she was a Baltimore native and watched the Mets and the Orioles. That's what we did in first grade during the World Series. And it's a core memory, obviously. I was a baby, and I just remember watching the Mets and the Orioles in 1969.
So where do you identify him as an Astro?
Well, that's what Reggie's talking about, and he's 100% right. He will be remembered as an Astro and a Ranger, but he played just as long and probably had a better career with the California Angels. I mean, I think he had 3 or 4 no-hitters with California.
It's crazy you could say that with such casual.
Yeah.
What a man Nolan Ryan was.
I was looking at his numbers. In 1974, he threw 332 innings. 332 innings in 1974.
Somebody getting fired if they do that type of stuff in 2025.
I told Reggie, I said, that's when men were men and arms were rubber.
And we're here just yeah, Hunter, 7 is good, thank you.
Yeah. Now
you throw 93 pitches.
You got people like the Tampa Bay Rays now that would take you out if you got a perfect game.
They have openers.
They'll take you out in the 6th inning.
Yeah.
Even with a perfect game.
That's right. Well, Kevin Cash probably still not living that particular one down from the World Series a few years back. All right, I mentioned Hunter Brown. Obviously, he got a victory yesterday for the Astros to secure a sweep against the Phillies and move on to the second part of this interesting homestand. This time, the second part is against the Cubs. Going to be a team that comes in as a better, and obviously a return of a couple of familiar faces with Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley. But before we get there, Hunter Brown also helped you get to the numerical halfway point of the season. 81 games down, and I like these moments because they offer an opportunity to reflect. And so let's do a little bit of that. What for you has been one of, if not the biggest surprises with the Astros in this first half of the season?
I think biggest surprise would probably be Cam Smith just being seamless out there and growing. Maybe Jeremy Pena reaching an all-star level. One of those two, for sure. And because the bullpen was a little bit of a surprise, but we had confidence.
You had confidence in the bullpen.
I had confidence.
I can't claim that.
Yeah.
I'd be lying if I did that, but I'm very happy to be wrong in the regard, or at least wrong to have had my concerns in this instance. But yeah, the bullpen has been, that for me has absolutely been one of, if not the biggest things, because it's been huge in helping you continue to get through where you're going through, especially as you've had to have more of these guys that maybe only go 5 as opposed to 6 or 7. Like your guys typically will go, especially Hunter Brown and such.
These guys, Jake Myers.
Yeah. Jake Myers, who he hit cleanup, or was it? He hit cleanup a couple days ago. That's been huge. So you said Cam Smith is where you go?
Cam Smith, because it was a long shot that he was even going to make the squad.
But doesn't that feel weird to put him in that place, especially considering how much we were drinking the Kool-Aid in spring?
Well, we were drinking the Kool-Aid. We were also wondering up until it happened if he was actually going to be on the squad. And then once he's here, we were talking about, look, there's going to be some bad moments. There's going to be some long stretches. And he started maybe not awesome, but a little slow. And then now he's not only playing well and coming up with some big hits. He's playing great right field. I mean, he's playing good outfield, and so that's a little bit of a surprise. And then Jeremy Pena is he not? What is he? How is he going to be able to be the guy that can take it to another level like he did before? He is that guy.
Yeah, now he's added another surprise, which is switching his agent to the point where now we're considering how long are you going to have Jeremy Pena, which is a question that we weren't asking before. That actually brings me back to, I was talking about Hunter Brown and Confessions and how I think that, like, I'm now convinced, and I don't know how wild this feels to you, that he's going to be one of those, like, this kind of guy, maybe not specifically this guy, but this kind of guy where you're talking about him as an ace-type pitcher for a decade, like one of those types of guys. And someone on the text line, and I understand where they were coming from, was like, it made them mad to hear that. And I was like, ooh, what do you mean? And it was because they feel like Hunter Brown ends up leaving just like a lot of the other stars the Astros have let walk. Now, one, how do you feel about that? And two, because, I mean, you still have 3 years of arbitration, 3 years of control. I don't know for certain that that's the way that this goes. However, I can understand that being a concern now, especially with the way that he's dealing.
Frankly, what makes you think it won't? It shouldn't be a concern. I mean, let's go down the list. Let's go down the list of players that we're like, they'll never get rid of Carlos George Springer. No, they'll never let Kyle Tucker walk. Neither Bregman. Bregman's the heart and soul. And Fromber, of course, you got to keep Fromber. What makes you think that it shouldn't at least be a concern? And I'm not talking about like just you specifically. Like this has got to be a concern down the road.
It's funny because, though, like, you're right. Like, this is a concern. I understand that, and that Texter's frustration. It's wild that we get to be here again. Because, I mean, earlier on in the offseason, and as we're warming up to the season, we're talking about when is the window closing? Is it closing? And we're now in a place where, like, are you going to continue to keep these guys that are playing really well and continue to push things forward? Like, a great credit and a surprise for me is just how well Joe Espada has been. I returned to Houston knowing that Joe Espada is embattled, right, coming in. Like, there's a lot of people that think Joe Espada should not be the man with that particular situation. There's questions of him up and down. I have been amazed at how well he's been able to navigate the incredible obstacles that have popped up with this team when it comes to injuries all over the place, when it comes to, like, individuals not hitting well, and some of the guys that are hitting well being ones that make your decisions tough. I mean, again, Jake Myers has climbed the batting order, and it feels like every time it's been about the right moment, right? There's been instances where you're like, ooh, should you move him up to that place? And he's continued to deliver. Like, what is there to be said now about what Joe Espada has done? Like, it feels like you got to give him all the credit in the world.
How can he not be at the top or near the top of when you look at the stuff that he's manipulated and managed? It should be almost like he and another couple at most or the finalist or in the race. You go back, first of all, clearly a part of the Cam Smith decision. Managing to get, I know this general manager, but managing on the field players like, that are reaching another level. Jake Myers, we mentioned him. Jeremy Pena, we mentioned him. The way he's handled the bullpen, the way number one thing that he's done is the way he has managed this squad with just an almost unfair number of injuries and still being able to keep this team going. It's crazy.
And mind you, this is a team that, again, as we've talked about, is really, I don't want to say running away because that feels almost jinx-like, but has
been
in control. Really, in good control is a great way of putting it. Thank you. Of the AL West, a good 6.5 game lead there, but then also they have the second best record in all of the AL, and they do this, and they're not going to have a starter in the AL or in the All-Star game.
Yeah, that we have passed the threshold. It's now no Astros are going to even be considered at this point as starters.
Right. We've reached the second phase.
Yeah.
We've got all-star finalists. That came down yesterday evening after phase 1 of voting closed. And the places where you thought maybe you might get a guy, shortstop, Jacob Wilson and Bobby Witt Jr. are the guys that are going to be contending there. Maybe third base, Alex Bregman, Familiar Mirrors of Cleveland are going to be contending there. I mean, outfield, Riley Green, Javi Baez, which that one feels like it's absolutely earned.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Trout, Stephen Kwan, all those guys are there. So, I mean, look, you keep coming around to all of it, and you go, with a team of this caliber, you would imagine that, like, hell, the Tigers, right? You look at there, and they've got 1, 2, 3 guys in this space. And you talk about, another team that is up there as well, like the Yankees. They have a couple of guys represented. The Astros, who are in that same class of team, they don't have any of these guys showing up here, and that's a testament to the ways that they've just been navigated really well all the way through it. And then I guess the biggest surprise for me, more than anything, is the quad A guys that have come in and had to do the job, because starting pitching has been a large part of what you've done here. And the likes of Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter and all the guys who have stepped up, even AJ Blueball, who had to do a little bit of something earlier. Mm-hmm. They've all stepped in and done their part. And that's a lot to ask with what you've been able to do and or maybe the lack of offense that you've been able to do put up there. You would think that your starting rotation would be much more robust, and it hasn't been per se necessarily with the guys that have been in there, but they've gotten the job done.
And again, it does point back to the job that Joe Espada has done. I mean, there's a lot of potholes in the road. There have been a lot of potholes in the road, and being able to manipulate your way around them and still be comfortably in first place in the division and getting guys back, we have to mention that. We could see, and we may well hear about that any moment now.
Yes, that's a great point.
In terms of Lance McCullers Jr. Starting tomorrow's game, that has to today. Starter is going to be, and if he's healthy and he can add that third, big time arm behind Fromber and Hunter Brown, then all of a sudden it gets better. Then Jordan, no confidence level really, but they keep saying the right things, and he's been out on the field.
Supposedly swung in the cages earlier in the week. So we'll see.
It's only going to get better.
Yeah, love to see some insight there. Earlier in the week, or actually yesterday, someone asked why Hunter Brown is called Diesel. And shout out to Leah Vaughn of the Houston Chronicle, actually wrote a piece. Did you realize that he was called Diesel because this man drinks an absurd, or at least at the AAA level, an absurd amount of caffeine? Like energy drinks, fast twitch, the Gatorade, high caffeine thing. Like, that's how he gets himself ramped up for these games. Caffeine.
Not a surprise.
Like Diesel.
It looked like he was on that Diesel when the bench is cleared that one time.
Hey, starting pitchers drink a lot. Baseball players in general, but starting pitchers drink a lot of coffee before games. Like a lot of coffee. Back in the day, they used to do greenies, but that's a different time.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's so. Dear Texter, I don't even remember who exactly.
At least his nickname is not Greenie.
Lots of caffeine. Red Bulls. Things of that nature. So maybe, I was about to say, maybe if you want to be like Hunter Brown, drink a whole bunch of caffeine. Actually, that's probably not something
that's not good advice.
Actually, do not do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. What I will do, though, is we haven't done this in a little while. Turn it to the phone line because I believe right now Larry and Stafford is there. And I'm very intrigued to see what Larry has. Larry, what's popping, brother?
What's going on, Reggie, J-Lo, Figgy? Hey, it's Friday, man, so y'all know what time it is. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, so you might as well get you a glass and don't get in, man. Look here, Reggie, this is why you got to keep an OG on your team, man. And I try to tell these boys, we got a lot of experience around this city. But when Lopez was talking about men being men back when Nolan Ryan was pitching, and J.R. Richards and Joaquin Andujar and all them boys. See, that's when them brothers had them big afros and them mustaches, man, and they walked around looking like men and not in them old nut-hugging ass jeans we see these boys wearing. And they could go out and throw 9, 10, 11 innings and then go to the club or go get them some food or something and damn near come back the next day and throw. Now you get these boys all broke up because they not eating real food no more. They putting all that stuff in that bottled water. And so now these boys falling apart. That's why I always say I'm glad I was born when I was born. I missed out on that money, but that's all right. I'm still around here doing what I'm enjoying doing, talking to you boys, man. My next thing, I did not need Pro Football Talk or anybody else on whatever app that y'all go to tell me that Bobby Slowik was ass. Y'all know how many fights Y'all know how many fights I had to fight last season when everybody kept trying to tell me, well, C.J. Stroud is struggling, and C.J. Stroud isn't as good as everybody said he was, and C.J. Stroud has had a sophomore slump. I'd be damned. That wasn't no sophomore slump. That was Bobby Slowik as being the worst offensive coordinator and play calling in football. And when you're the 31st person or 32nd person who's running plays and pass plays, and I can sit in the stands and tell you the same stuff, we knew your ass was causing our team to lose games because we should have went to Kansas City and put their ass in the dirt last year. But now, not old Bobby. Old Bobby said, we're going to put old Shaq Mason ass, who ain't played in 4 weeks, put his ass back in the lineup, and then we're going to let our running back try to run behind his ass. Bobby did a lot of stuff that pissed a lot of people off, man. And I can tell you, man, it wasn't about C.J. Stroud. It was about D'Amico Ryans allowing Bobby to be his friend and continue to call some of them dumbass plays, and we did not go where we were supposed to go. But now, moving on from that, you got rid of his ass. And then you got rid of Larry Tunsil, old Gucci-wearing ass. And now you got you some boys that are ready to play some football like Nick Chubb, and you go get them Iowa State boys. Now y'all going to see something different. I like Nick Caley, and I ain't met him yet, but I'm going to meet his ass when I go over there to watch them boys in training camp. But I got a feeling Nick Caley got something up his sleeve that's going to allow C.J. Stroud to be the quarterback that everybody in the NFL know he is. And if they keep ranking my boy behind Dak Prescott and Sunshine and all these other boys, they need to close all them old silly-ass apps up in our hollow.
Well, all right. Covered a lot of ground there.
You covered a lot of ground, and you want to know the part that immediately jumped out to me?
What's that?
Larry still think these young boys wearing skinny jeans?
Yeah.
Still? Nah, there were some points in there, including how weird it was. Shaq Mason ended up playing again in that game later. Like, that was just service to veteran, right?
Yeah. Did he get signed, or is he still out there?
That is a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
That I did not check on. I admittedly was not trying to see what Shaq Mason been up to be entirely honest.
You didn't need to tell me any stats. I knew he was the worst.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He said he was out here fighting for his life to prove that Bobby Slowik wasn't no good. Now we know he was literally the worst play call in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
I imagine you can shut people up by saying that. There you go.
It's help. It'll help.
It seems like he is still a free agent there, Shaq Mason. And to be fair, I couldn't blame very many teams for looking at last year's tape.
Yeah.
And
he going out like that, huh?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's Mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so I got a crazy news story about a failed murder plot in Arizona.
What?
Plus, a former Rocket is trying to protect his fingers. I explain why.
Okay, that's a tease. We'll do it next.
All right, Low T Center. Why don't you do this right?
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So it was a crazy story. Something that happened last year, but it was still making headlines because of more developments and stuff like that. So it was a kind of a plot to murder situation. And
kind of a plot to murder situation.
Yes,
Okay. All right.
yeah. So I'm gonna play this story from Channel 12 News in Arizona. It's a city called, what's the name of this city? It is called, I want to say Surprise, Arizona.
Surprise, Arizona,
Yeah. And so I'm going to play this news story. And what I'm going to do, I want y'all to point to me if y'all want me to stop so y'all can kind of react to it. Because my wife was playing this story. And I was like, wait, what? I had to make sure this story was real. But here's the story from Channel News. And
an unusual story here. New details about a murder plot thought up by fifth grade girls at a West Valley school.
Press pause.
Yeah, right there.
Press pause.
Right
Wait.
there. That's quick and that's good enough right there.
What? Is little girls in here plotting to kill? Like, I know that, and okay, this ends up in, it's all matters of sex or what have you, right? And gender, whatever. Little girls sometimes can be, a little menacing, especially in the school age. There can be cliques and types of things. There can even be dealings in psychological warfare.
Yeah.
Moida?
Yeah, murder.
Moida?
Yeah.
Let's get deeper than this. Watch this.
All right. The girls accused of planning to stab their classmate and to try to make it look like a suicide.
According to the Surprise police report, one of the suspects allegedly had just broken up with the boy they were targeting. Some of the suspects told officers they didn't think they were going to go through with this plan, and they were too scared to tell an adult what was going on. A conversation between four fifth-grade girls at recess turned into a criminal investigation. According to a newly obtained police report, the girls are accused of plotting to kill their classmate at Legacy Traditional School in West Surprise by luring him into an outside bathroom and stabbing him in the stomach. Quote, just end him is what they allegedly agreed.
Stop that right there. You got fifth grade girls. First of all, this is having a boyfriend, and in fifth grade. It's one thing to have crushes and all this other stuff. That's set that aside.
Oh, are you about to?
No, but
when are they allowed to have boyfriends? Lopez?
Like you can have your crushes. Boyfriend, what? Anyway, side.
I'm sure Leah had a boyfriend in the fifth grade.
No, she didn't.
Not that you knew of it.
But end him, lure him to an outside bathroom, and stab him in the chest. Here's where they had a plan. Like, clearly, this was not just like, oh, I wish he were dead, like kids are wont to say. Like they had a plan to kill this cat.
Yeah, these quotes sound less like, at least that fifth grade girls or fifth grade children that I know of. It sounds more like cartoon villains. Like that's what it sounds. End him is just something I cannot imagine that being said by a child per se.
It sounds like a Lifetime movie. Some adults.
Does.
And a fair point from the 929 on the text line: suicide by stabbing. At least we know that it's their first time. That is fair. That's a good point.
Here's more on this story.
Upon while sitting at a lunch table on October 1st, 2024. Each of the girls had a role in the plan, which included wearing gloves to hide fingerprints, forging a suicide note, and having lookouts. The plan didn't pan out because another classmate overheard their conversation and told her parent and the school resource officer. The arresting officer notes 3 of the girls and their families appeared remorseful and apologized.
Wait, press pause. I noticed there was 4.
Yeah.
They were like 3 of them really cared.
Yeah.
Also, what is this, Ocean's 11? They all had separate roles to play?
Yes. And
let's wear some gloves so they won't get our fingerprints. They were thinking like that.
They were. And I want to see what the suicide note would have looked like with the child's hand. Well, it would have been a child, I guess.
Well, also they're little girls.
They
handwriting
in
was
crayon?
probably immaculate. Come on, let's be honest. The handwriting, but they weren't able to tell it wasn't the little boy when they saw that the eyes were dotted with hearts. You know what I mean? That would have thrown him off a little bit.
Girl smiled, laughed, and made excuses. And
Let me go back. Let me go back to this part real quick so y'all can make sure y'all hear this part.
Laughed and made remorseful and apologized, but one girl smiled, laughed, and made excuses. And a spokesperson.
That's a killer.
Keep that little girl away from me.
That's a killer right there. The cops, and you're in 5th grade, and a police officer or officer showed up in your school, you'd be terrified. She laughed.
Well, they got SROs now, so like
doesn't matter. The authorities,
Yeah,
she laughed.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I used to be scared when the teacher said, "I'm calling your mama."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, clearly there's a different level of authority than police there. My mom?
Yeah.
Might as well call the feds at that point.
Well, they kind of did. They kind of did.
Person for Legacy Traditional Schools tells me the safety and well-being of their students is their top priority and that they acted immediately and appropriate with the help of law enforcement on this matter from last year. I also talked to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, who tells me misdemeanor charges were referred to them last year, and this case has since been adjudicated.
That is wild.
How do you have to feel if you was that boy? That little kid.
I know.
Well, thankful that somebody heard it and spoke up.
Yeah.
These 5 girls or 4 girls tried to kill me.
One of them was laughing about it in the officer's face.
That is terrifying. That's terrifying.
Keep them kids away from me.
That's right. And, from 713 said, kids kill quite often. It's over the national level. I guess so. I guess I've been inoculated some ways from thinking about that.
I think I'm more intrigued by the plan they had.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's write a suicide letter, and y'all be the lookouts. I'm going there and stab them in the stomach, and make sure we all wearing gloves because we don't want our finger. What?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, that's enough Law and Order for all of you. No more. No more Law and Order. Y'all got too many ideas in here.
Yeah. I do kind of wish that was a Law and Order episode. I wonder how they will handle that.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I would like it so much if that was not a real news story, but it was a Law and Order episode. Like, as a Law and Order episode, like, maybe I could just...
If it was a Law and Order episode, I'd be like, man, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you
Come
wouldn't
on
buy it.
now.
You wouldn't buy it.
But now I'm like, this really happened?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is crazy. T's and P's to everybody involved. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Sheesh. We got to get some prayers to this guy as well, too. Former Rocket Dillon Brooks. So apparently
that feels weird already.
It do feel
Rocket.
weird.
Yeah.
It do feel weird. But Dillon Brooks is seeking a restraining order against Heather Andrews, who is the mother of his 2 children, alleging emotional abuse and threats to cut off his fingers.
What?
Yeah, so Brooks made the request for a restraining order against Andrews on this past Wednesday, according to TMZ. And in the filing, Brooks alleged that Andrews against him damaged his property, hacked into his various social media accounts throughout their relationship. And among her violent threats, he claimed that she will cut off his fingers.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Yeah.
That is, yep. You need that. You need that restraining order first and foremost. Absolutely. I guess here's where I'll start. I'm happy that it does not feel like we have reached a point where anything physical actually happened between them. That is a good thing, because typically we get these kinds of informations after somebody has been physically assaulted. Now, of course, there's already been a damaging of property, which, that's tough. But at the very least, nobody has gotten physically harmed as of this point, which is good. But yeah, that is terrifying to hear.
Well, and it seemed like they had a relatively long relationship.
I mean, long enough to have a child, or 2 children, rather.
I think one, if I read that right, one of them, 5-year-old and a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
But you know how I found out about this story, Figgy? One of my favorite headline writers on the planet, Black Sports Online.
What the headlines say?
I just love their headlines.
Goodness.
Y'all ready?
No, I'm not, but you're going to do it anyway.
Yes, I am. Sons Dillon Brooks played in the snow but got frostbite.
Okay.
Files restraining order against his milk of magnesia.
All right.
Goodness
for
gracious.
threatening to cut off his fingers. These are the greatest headlines ever.
Goodness.
That is crazy. A little more to the story. So
there's still more.
A little bit more. So him and Drake don't really rock with each other, which is shocking because they both from Canada. I would have thought they would have had some type of little respect for each other.
Yeah.
But apparently they don't rock with each other. And here's Drake's song on his album back in 2023 called For All the Dogs. And he was pretty much addressing this very situation on the song called Another Late Night. Pretty much taking a shot at Dillon Brooks.
Hey, thinking about this pill I took, pillow talking, shorty rinsing Dillon Brooks. Can't believe this again talking down. My bank account is Magnolia Millie rocking. Hey, widows in my comments talking about some Millie Bobby. Look, bring them jokes up to the game, we get to really flocking. Or send a finger to your mama and some FedEx boxes.
Oh wow!
What?
Oh wow! Really shocking.
So he pretty much addressed this back in 2023, but
sending the fingers in a FedEx box?
I guess people like us had no idea what the hell he was talking about.
Oh, so you're saying that Drake knew about the threats?
Yeah.
He knew about the whole finger situation
2 years ago, or going on 2 years ago.
Yeah. And by the way, these two having issues because of they probably messing around with the same women.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that's wild about sports is that you would think, hey, y'all got this level of y'all got this level of reach. How is the pool so small? Except, like, you know, there are tangible reasons because, you know, certain people know what the game is, and you would imagine it works. It just, the downsides are very down
yes,
with
they
these
are.
situations.
Yes, they are.
Callous look at it now, isn't it? From the 281, of course it's a good thing nothing happened. The trade isn't official yet. All right. Okay. That is, yeah, man. I didn't realize that this was the Women Be Tripping episode of the mixtape.
Yeah. So, like I said, T's and P's to everybody in this situation, man.
Yeah. Cut his fingers, huh?
Yeah. But I'll get y'all out of here on this. I don't think this guy gonna cut any fingers. But Kendrick Perkins, the pride of Beaumont, Texas.
That's right.
He had a little message for one Bill Simmons. And before I get to that message, here's what Bill Simmons had to say. I want to say it was during the NBA draft the first night. And he was weighing in on Toronto's draft pick.
Okay.
Toronto took Colin Murray-Boyles, leading Kendrick Perkins. I didn't know which telecast to watch. It was like, do I take this samurai sword and jam it into my temple, or do I take this chainsaw and saw my leg off? I couldn't figure it out. They took Colin Murray-Boyles, and Perk said they have the pieces. They're a top 6 team in the East. And at that point, I started looking for a third ESPN channel, but there were only 2.
So apparently, Kendrick Perkins didn't really appreciate what Bill Simmons had to say. And here's a little PSA for Ben Simmons, courtesy of Kendrick Perkins.
Just leaving set, heading to this other event that I got to do, thinking about Bill Simmons. I always have my name in his mouth, but I'm going to address you Sunday, okay? Believe that. I'm going to address you on my special edition, me only, yours truly, Sunday on Road Tripping. And I'm going to get on your ass like back pockets because I'm not tired of you. I don't know who anointed you, the preacher or king of the head honcho of overseeing basketball and way things need to be. Man, what have you done? You got your feelings. Because I feel like the Toronto Raptors are going to be a top 6 seed in the Eastern Conference this upcoming season. So,
and that video was about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So I had to cut it short.
And that was just the warm up, huh?
Yeah.
Can't wait for Sunday.
Say he's about to be on his ass like pockets, and I was like, wow, I hadn't heard that one before. It's a good one. It's a good one. I've got to say, I kind of understand where Bill Simmons is coming from on the front. Like, we talked about it when it came to the...
Maybe not as graphically.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Bill Simmons does have a propensity for talking about folks in a way that feels disrespectful. And me, personally, I wouldn't go about things like that. I'm not telling him what to do. He's a grown man. He makes his own decisions. However, I feel like one of the main things that you got to remember at any given time, you out here in these streets, you can get touched.
Yeah.
Act accordingly.
Yeah.
Right?
The thing is he really out in these streets or he's just at the crib doing the podcast?
Well, no,
and stuff?
he's doing it at the podcast, but when I say that, I think you understand. It's not just like, hey, you exist in society, probably have a level of folks, man. Like, I think we've all seen the person who, no matter what they say, they say it kind of crazy. And you can't be out here just talking crazy to people because eventually someone's going to take it the wrong way and threaten to cut your fingers off.
Yeah, and I'll get y'all out of here on this, too, because apparently he do have a history of this.
Yes.
And I want to say this was back, I forgot the year, but he had a little run-in with Doc Rivers. And this was right after he left the Boston Celtics to go coach the Clippers, I want to say. And this is him on this is somebody asking Doc Rivers on the ESPN coverage of the draft. And apparently, I did it. I was about to say Ben Simmons. But Bill Simmons apparently accused Doc Rivers of quitting on the Boston Celtics. And a reporter decided to ask Doc Rivers, hey, how you feel about what how you feel about what Bill Simmons had to say?
Right. Bill Simmons tonight said he thought you quit on the Celtics. What's your response to that?
I would like to call him an idiot, but I'm too classy for that. So, I mean, that's just his opinion. That didn't happen, and he really needs to know the whole truth, which he doesn't.
All right. Thanks, Doc.
All right.
Back to you guys.
Okay, so you heard what Doc had to say. What's your reaction to that?
The truth keeps changing. I mean, he's given different quotes about this. He didn't know. He did know. He kind of knew. He wanted the trade to happen. He was coming back. He needed a year off. When he sticks to a story, I'll believe the truth.
Apparently, he got this in his blood, man.
Doubled down.
I'd like to call him an idiot, but I'm not.
Truly a heady play.
Yeah.
Like where it's a great sleight of hand, which I mean it's not really that much sleight of hand.
But I'm not going to say idiot.
I would like to call you a stupid MFer, but I got class, you know?
I didn't, but also I did. So do with that what you will. There you go. That's Figgy's mixtape every weekday right here in the Loop on
Salute
Sports
to the
Radio
reporter
16.
even asking that, too.
Sure, man. Yeah.
I mean, look, might as well. Hey, he right here. You want to say anything to him? Yeah? No? Okay,
They
cool.
went right to Bill Simmons and said, thoughts? Maybe that's why the draft wasn't as good this year. Maybe you need some of that.
We need more mess. That's right. That's right. We need more drama. That's why it needs to be on TNT. No, I'm just playing. In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday for the mixtape at the Figgy Fig on social media if you want to get at him with anything that you see out here in these internet streets. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to check in with the fellas of the drive as they are on remote out there in Michigan. Before we get there, though, the Rockets have made, or at least there's reporting on what the Rockets will do once the free agency time period opens up. We'll talk about that coming down next.
Yeah, man, and stop dreaming.
vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co. LLC. Used with permission.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with Enrique Atatula.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. Hope that you've had a good one to this point. There's still a lot of Friday there for you to enjoy on a DJ Screw day here in Houston. Also, make sure that you get your appropriate screwed up listening. You maybe get that LaToya Luckett torn that B. Scott was
gonna hit that?
advocating for. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna go listen to that in full. Appreciation to B. Scott. Oh, you brought it back up? It sounds good. It does. We know B. Scott has good taste in sports and in hoop. And music. That was what I was trying to.
Sports and hoop.
Yeah, sports and hoops. Hoop is something entirely different. Sports and music. Appreciate him. Appreciate our guy Sean Pendergast for lending their voices to the show today. Before we go, a few things. First and foremost, this weekend, all love and support to the Houston SaberCats as they go and try and win Major League Rugby Championship. So support them. Obviously, some love to the Dynamo as well as they've got a home match tomorrow. But Shams Charania, you're familiar with him, correct?
Mm-hmm, very much.
He covers the NBA. He's the NBA insider for ESPN. And he sent out a tweet not all that long ago about this Houston Rockets team. As I'm already anticipating the upped level of anticipation, the upped level of coverage that this Houston Rockets team will have this season from being good and then adding KD. But Shams Charania was tweeting and he sent this: the Houston Rockets in free agents. Jae'Sean Tate, Aaron Holiday, and Jeff Green on new contracts and bring them all back for next season. So, I mean, that is a clear indication of what the Rockets are wanting to do. The legal tampering period when it comes to like gearing up for free agency before the deals can actually be signed or what have you starts on Monday. But one, do you like this general idea? And two, which of those for you is the most important of those three that to be signing back for the Rockets?
I think right now probably Aaron Holiday. I've had a little bit of reticence, skepticism about what you're going to do at point guard beyond Fred VanVleet. I have a lot of confidence that. Well, I have confidence. I have confidence.
He's like, don't say a lot.
Don't say a lot.
But confidence does exist in some amount
with Reed Shepherd. But you got, and I think this should please you. You've been a big Aaron Holiday guy. But is that the one that intrigues you the most?
I think so. I think it is Aaron Holiday because. Yeah, especially if the early reporting is true. Not to say that I disbelieve Kelly Iko one bit, but the idea that Cam Whitmore has been kind of talked about in trades. Obviously, he said the situation is fluid. Yeah. That's what Iko said about the possibility of, I guess, trade activity around Cam Whitmore. But I was looking at Cam Whitmore as a dude who has offense in his pocket, and that is something that maybe he would have an opportunity, or at least I thought, maybe he would have an opportunity to produce for this Rockets team in this upcoming season when you need to figure out what your offense looks like. If he is at least being considered to be traded, that seems to mean that they have him on the outside of their general, focused plans. And so I need to see feel confident getting out here. And you talked about it, right? Reed Shepherd as your backup point guard and having those opportunities. I do feel confident in that. However, you cannot treat that as an absolute. And having a backup that also fits within what Ime Udoka wants to do is important, right? For me, and I think I made this analogy off air, so I'll make it on air here. It feels like you could find point guards in this league, but what the Rockets want is an additional level of expectation than just regular free agents. For me, it's almost like in college football. If you are coaching at Georgia Tech, you have to get a guy who can play football, but also in addition to it, Georgia Tech doesn't lower their academic standards. So you got to get a guy that can go and take algebra and calculus and stuff, right? That seems like the same thing that the Rockets have as well. You got to be able to play the position, but you also got to be able to play defense. And you got to be able to adhere to the things that the Rockets want, particularly. Aaron Holiday has already proved that he can do that. Yeah. Plus, he can knock down shots. He can shoot the three. He feels like he fits all the things, and he's not going to be exorbitant. So him, Jeff Green, who I think would also be important in this as a guy that could space, knock down shots, but also play big. And then Jae'Sean Tate, obviously, I don't mean to, lower him at all. He also, all three of those guys were part of this like kind of stay ready crew where they also very much are comfortable sitting, being a part of the team, knowing their role, but when they are needed, stepping into that space without ego, without any level of attitude, and that's going to be absolutely necessary because those guys, you can't guarantee they're going to be in the rotation, but you will have moments where you need them because, as you mentioned, KD has missed somewhere around 20 games, and you can't expect to be entirely healthy. Mm-hmm. One of those guys, maybe two of those guys, maybe all those guys will have to step into the Rockets team in a rotation in a game and have to produce.
And it's their role.
And they've done that.
And knowing it, being comfortable with it, and certainly, I just like the fact that Aaron Holiday has been proven in this league, and it gives you a little backdrop, something to fall back on if things don't work out at the point guard position. Yeah.
I agree. So it looks like the Rockets are, again, even more so leaning on the idea of largely continuity with the added bonus of a high-level scorer in Kevin Durant added on top. There still remains to be things to be seen because, that's a big Kelly Iko kind of bomb that came down today that Cam Whitmore has been discussed in trade situations. To what avail, to what end, I don't know. But these are all things that we're going to be watching as the Rockets are trying to put together a team that should be trying to go and contend, championship or bust, as we said. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and we always want to thank D&M Auto Leasing when they give us an opportunity to talk with these fellas, but especially when it's at these great distances. As we go to Traverse City, Michigan to talk to the fellas that drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Oh, it's looking beautiful, man. It's been a beautiful time here. Yes, the drive is live, and we're live and out of town, as you said, in Traverse City, Michigan, and we're broadcasting live from the grill. Shout out to the grill. Just had me a nice little Caesar salad. Had the little wings there. I ain't gonna lie to you, it's the second time I've run into these wings since we've been in here. The salmon was fantastic last night too. So if you ever make a trip here, which you need to, it's everything. But man, we're gonna get into it big time here. But it's been beautiful. Now, they didn't roll out the red carpet for you boys here. I ain't going to lie to you. Clint is going to tell us about it. He just did a wine tasting in some caves. We got on that golf course.
Wait, in some caves?
Oh, yeah, the wine caves, man.
Yeah, man. You dabble. They got it all here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of everything. I mean, if it starts with wine, they got it here. Whatever, they got 50-something. Oh, you want me to start yet?
No, I do want you to start. In my mind, there's something I want to get to with Reggie.
All right.
What I do?
Okay. Well, get to him. I can get to him. We got 4 hours to talk about this place.
And I don't know if you, and I promise you, I don't know if you and John and Figgy discussed this. I don't know where your mind is at. So he attempted the thing yesterday.
Who did?
Reggie. Reggie went 9 hot dogs.
Oh, I saw that.
But he went 9 shots.
That's right.
He didn't do the beer. And I'm just wondering how you is that the same?
No.
Is that like do you kind of put that in the all right, that's good enough? Because I feel like a part of the difficulty is how you get filled up on the beer.
Well, there's a few things here.
Now, I think he was messed up. Now, he's probably a little bit more messed up at 9. I mean, my man was breaking down the hot dog machines in the building. That was a little – I'm like, okay, that might have had something to do with some of the shots he was taking. But I just wondering, is that a similar feat? I don't think it is.
Well, no, it is not. It is not because it's just the sheer volume that we're speaking changes significantly. But you see, the young generation, they take the finer things of life and try to put their own little spin on it and screw it up, Reg. And you end up hurting yourself along the way. 9 shots, Reg? I mean, if the boss lady wasn't in the room basically feeding them to you, I guess I probably would have.
Less calories.
Less calories, which is skinny ass. Tyler, he's worse than you. I mean, you two could eat a roll of biscuits this morning and not gain a pound.
Yeah. That doesn't sound like a good breakfast.
That sounds like a great breakfast. What you mean? Get some
butter
gravy?
biscuits?
You're right, though. The beer, the volume expanding.
It's a game changer.
It was a good feat, man. I just felt like, man, that it's obviously at the lower end.
I appreciate you documenting it for us, Reg. You documented it for us, and we, us not being there. I appreciate you. You give us a little peek behind the curtain, man.
Yeah, thanks. No, I agree. I just wanted to try because there was going to be a lot of hot dogs, and I put it up to the text line to see would this be something that they'd be interested in. They were like, hell yeah, so I did it. I put in a couple of sodas in a couple of those innings just to try and get a feel, and no, it's a very big difference when you start adding additional.
So you weren't even going to try to do it because there were beers there.
Yeah,
I know there are 9 beers there.
Oh yeah,
I know I can get to 15 beers right now. If you give me
I'm not a huge beer guy. However, I did say that with doing the spirits and handling that pretty well, I think that come playoff time, the way that these Astros are playing, I think I'm willing to try it one more again all the way.
There we go. What were you shooting, Reg?
Some tequila.
Hornitos.
You don't want to. Oh, the Hornitos. Okay, I was going to say don't. It's not a bad choice right there, man. That's not a bad choice. But you may be on to something. Keep putting them shots down, and you may be on to get you a little spirit client here.
I didn't even thought about that, but that's a fantastic point as well.
Let's not get on the tequila. I made a couple of tequila mistakes yesterday.
Oh, what? See, look.
Yeah, he did.
This is where I have a bone to pick with y'all, and it's not your fault. I'm just jealous. But have I let y'all know just how jealous I am of y'all doing all this golfing and fun activities? Have I let y'all know?
Well, you should be.
You
should be.
That's a great place, man. That's a great place. I'm sure you're going to get right into it.
Yeah, we're going to dig right into it, man. It's been a good. We've only been here. I mean, heck, is it a little over 24 hours at this point? So yeah, man, we hadn't experienced everything quite yet, but what we've seen so far has been absolutely tremendous.
Fellas, I picked up a golf club yesterday for the first time in 5+ years,
and I'm sure you shot great. And I'll take that laugh to mean a yes.
We'll talk about that.
The last thing I'll say before I let you guys get off and running in Traverse City with the drive, make sure y'all bring something back for my boy Tyler. He looks sad, man. He looks like he is going to be sick all day long listening to y'all.
Already got it, Tyler.
Oh, yeah.
What? I already got it.
What a guy.
Hold on. Let me check that out. I already have an idea of what I'm getting at. I have not purchased it yet.
I ain't getting it.
But I am. I'm gonna send you pictures for you to take your pick.
Okay.
Better not lie.
Yeah. Hey, man, I got a hell of a clearance over here at Tyler. It's got your name on it, man. I'm telling you, man, it's some nice golf.
I'm good with you finding some deals.
I'm telling you, Tyler, they got a nice grant. They got a nice golf shirt with the golf club. It's $14. I'm telling you, it's your name on it. Got your name
I'll
on it.
Venmo you.
I don't need you to Venmo it. It's a gift.
Oh,
under $15. I got you.
Okay, all right.
I don't need that back.
Under $15 around here, boy. I mean, I think we can get you a glass with a logo etched into it or something.
Oh,
bring you a beer mug, Bob.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. Somebody said it's a wonder his drunk ass showed. I'm sober, I think, probably. I won't be this evening, and I definitely won't be while I'm listening to my favorite afternoon drive show. You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Go enjoy your Screwed Up Friday. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are live here in Traverse City, Michigan, enjoying ourselves and doing the show live from the grill, as we are also here at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, and it's been a great time here, and we are obviously exploring everything that it has to offer here, and so should you guys. Listen, everything we've experienced from right off the bat. You can go up to Busch, you can go up to the airport, and I'm telling you, it's just over 2 hours. Just over 2 hours, you get right on, and people were coming now. That flight was full, and you can get right on there from Houston and hit right to the very, very convenient airport they have, and get right on the golf course. I mean, it is a beautiful spot. Clint, that Tyler, it getting dark about 10 o'clock, and you get a tee time at 6:10.
Little twilight action.
Oh man, and it stayed. The light, it was good, and it wasn't no heat out here, baby. It was 70 degrees.
It's twilight golf on steroids, man.
Oh, that's beautiful.
We were on the course at 9:30, 9:40 last night.
That's lovely. I mean, just beating the heat alone.
And I could have played one more hole. I think Boss Man tapped out. He said, all right, he real loud after he putted his ball in. Hey, y'all ready to go?
I think personally everybody tapped out because they knew I
could have played one more. I could have played one more. Maybe.
I think they knew I had reached the end. Hey, Tyler, we got in a situation. We finished 9, which is what I had bargained for, and everybody got hit that. Hey, y'all want to go ahead and cross over to 10? I said, oh yeah, go ahead, man. That's all right though. I had my best hole on 12, baby. Had my best hole on 12. That's
solid
right,
triple bogey.
Hey, something with it, baby. Might have been a double.
I don't know how we got through that with 13, 14 holes with us four and didn't with limited balls. I don't know how that happened, but we made it. I'm telling you, man, everybody, it is absolutely tremendous out here, man. Really this is an absolute beautiful getaway. The weather is tremendous. The golf opportunities here are you never have to leave the resort. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa is absolutely beautiful. It's got everything you could possibly want. I brought my wife with me, so she's in the spa right now. We hit the winery this morning, had a little wine tour this morning. There's a cave at Maury Vineyards where we were. Tremendous place. This is a getaway, man. The views are absolutely beautiful. You're down on these peninsulas, and you literally are surrounded by water.
Absolutely.
The view's beautiful. The weather's beautiful. The golf courses are beautiful. This is not just hey guys, let's go play golf. That's great if you do. Don't get me wrong, but that's not all it is. I mean, this is the ladies out there for ladies trips, the couples out there. My wife's already making plans with a couple of our close family, friends,
my
with wives.
My in-laws have already talked about making a trip down here.
Yeah. And the thing is, you can't. You 3-4 days, you're not gonna run out of things to do. Is what I'm telling you. You got the wineries, the amount of wineries,
shorelines, and everything.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. By the way, I just found this out. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. They've got a private beach and pool on the bay over here on the lake.
You go naked and stuff?
Well, I don't know. No, it's theirs privately. Like the public can't go. Not that you privately can go over there naked if you want to. No, none of that. But there's a pool there as well. So
always ready to get in that birthday suit.
That's right. That's right, T. But here's the deal, everybody out there. You can go to GrandTraverseResort.com. That's Grand, obviously. TRAVERSE. Resort.com for the actual resort. If you're talking about lodging, it is the premier place in the area. And if you want to just look at everything going on in the city, go to TraverseCity.com. Again, that's TRAVERS.com. Check it all out. It's a spot, man.
There's a couple things I want to get to, and while we have Caroline here, who I will talk to, I just want to know, you think I'm going to get charged for that robe if I take it home with me?
Probably.
Tyler, I've been walking around in that robe, man. They had a robe right on the bed for me.
Them resort robes?
Yes, it's a nice one. I've been walking around with that robe and just rolling. I'm glad. My man Aaron was about to come down and bring me some drinks. I said, no, let me come up to you, dog, because I'm just butt-ass naked in this robe.
Strolling around this thing like Rick Ross.
Hey, I left dinner last night, and I just went up and got naked and in the robe. That's when I was in.
I got the old headshot pic from the sauna today, man. So he's been in the sauna already on me. I got to get down in that sauna.
Yeah, I hit the fitness center. No, it was a good time. Tyler, man, a couple of things, man. I was proud of myself. Listen, I ain't going to lie to you. As I said, man, I probably have hit the driving range once since I've joined working at this station. That's over 5 years. I have not played a round of golf in probably 6. Before COVID is probably the last time I played on a course a round of golf. I think it was in St. Louis. I ain't going to lie, Tyler, I thought it was going to be like them bros that just walked out there after they saw Tiger for the first time and they just went to
Tiger
local
can do
course.
it. I can do it.
They went out there and looked the part, but couldn't look like they was out there swinging rakes and shovels as their clubs. I thought it was going to be like that, but I'm not going to lie to you. The boss man settled my nerves because I went through and I'm talking to everybody, and I know Clint plays tournaments. I know he plays. I know boss man plays a lot. I know he said he's got a big tournament coming up in 3 weeks. Aaron was thinking about bringing his clubs. He said he's been playing a lot lately. And so, Tyler, I thought this about to be bad, and I'm just accepting it. But boss man went up to that tee that first swing, and he hit that bad boy straight up in the air, and it came right back down to his feet. And then then Tyler, his second do-over shot, he yanked that bad boy about 56 yards to the left and almost hit those workers. And I said, well, you know what?
I'll be all right.
I'm like, this cat may not be as bad as I know. Now, I will say he came on and clearly showed that he plays often, and he had some really good swings. But that first one just really settled me down. And I ain't gonna lie, I think I had the second best tee shot on the first one.
Yeah,
I think I did.
When you ain't real sure about it, somebody else lay side over that tee box, boy. You immediately go.
Oh man,
make you feel a little bit better.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, Tyler, I felt a lot better about this thing. I'm telling you, man, I had a couple of great shots. I did, man. I can't hit irons worth. We'll be honest about that, but
here's.
I had a tee shot though, baby. That bad boy was up the right side of the fairway and it curved around. That was my moment.
He come around. Ron's just got to get like the club laid on the ground the right way and his setup, his stance a little bit better. His left foot comes off the ground when he backswings kind of deal, so there's a lot of movement there.
I'm hitting baseballs.
I mean, he is anchored down over that thing like he's damn near in a 3 technique. If he put his right hand on the ground, he could come off the ball now. I mean, he is hunkered down on that sucker.
Absolutely.
So I mean, I got a feeling if we just get, just a stance, grip, and kind of setup, going for him, he's got a real chance.
Tyler, I'm gonna be honest with you. You listening, Tyler? I'm concerned. I'm a bit concerned for you, Tyler. I'm not gonna lie to you. All this time, just listening to Tyler and knowing he played high school golf and knowing that Tyler has
pride of Sterling High School, baby.
There you go. Yeah, I know it. Pride of it, and I know Tyler plays like. In my mind, I want to see this matchup, but I had always
wouldn't be much of a matchup.
I had always felt like Tyler was probably. I would give the edge to Tyler. Just I hadn't seen you all play, but Tyler, listen. I haven't seen you play, so I've watched Clint play. This may be a little bit closer than I thought it would be.
Get
Tyler.
the hell out of
here! I'm just saying. Listen,
get the hell out of here!
I'm not going to say that Clint didn't shot. It didn't have some moments, right?
Plenty.
But, I mean,
I found my ball over here.
He was clearly the best out of the four. And
I know the other three he was playing with. It's not that impressive.
Tyler's going to beat everybody up on the way by.
I mean, this wasn't exactly the most impressive foursome I've ever seen.
Aaron did say he played his worst round of golf of his life. That's what he did say.
That's what they always say.
I do.
I hear you,
I believe Aaron was really mad at himself as he saw a few times. I just know Ron didn't put this one out here a little bit better than I did. I just know he didn't.
Old Shankopotamus, huh?
I'm just saying, Tyler. I think if you all have a match, I don't know, man. I don't know. He is definitely long off the tee. And I'll say that. And
he'll beat me off the tee more times than not, most likely, like I've always said. But you'll see.
Listen. I just have a different feel now that I've watched him play. I don't know. I thought you were. I would have.
I'll put your mind at ease the second you see me play.
Maybe. I don't know if I ever will or ever see you guys actually play together. But I just will say, okay, about midway through, I thought, well, I don't know, Tyler. I don't know what he'd be doing right now. I don't know. Yeah,
I don't think Tyler's ready. I'm just going to be honest with you.
I know you.
I just don't. I don't think so.
As I tell y'all, I'm always ready.
If he catches me on a down day, he may have a shot. But if he catches me on a day where I'm seeing it,
it can be the best damn day you've ever had on the links, Dirty. Coming for blood.
I have never wished more that we could have traded places on this trip. I really do. Now, unfortunately, we couldn't. But I've never wished to have been to watch. I would have loved to see what this looks like.
What do you think, T? If you went out there right now, what do you think you'd safely shoot? If you had to bet on it, what's a good number?
Boston said he shot a 104 today on that Jack Nicklaus course.
Ooh.
He said it's tough.
I mean, you just never know. But if I was just picking a number right now here today, where my game's at, I'd be looking at a 90, so low 90s, 90 ideally.
I got him. I got him.
Yeah.
Hell, I thought he was going to say. I thought he was going to say low 80s or something, 82, maybe 79. Thinking, damn, I may over. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, you're shooting in the 80s, huh, big boy?
Hey, Melissa says she's been trying to get a foursome and not trying to be nasty, but she's trying to get a foursome for a while now.
Need to get somebody to sponsor this thing and make like a big event for the station here one day if Dirty ever comes out of hiding.
For 4 years, man. Yeah, but both of y'all hide.
Well, we've built it up. We spent time building it up. If Grand Traverse Resort and Spa wasn't a flight away, we'd probably just do it here.
Should
you know
3 courses?
Oh.
Maybe I should avoid that bear though. That might not be the one. Maybe I'll slide over that Wolverine. I'm not sure that. Glad I didn't. I'd have lost 12 balls out there. If I'd have gone. Hey, by the way, I do before we jump. There's a lot to get to today. Again, man, Tyler, I know you were there for at least one of those games. The number that the Astros did on the Phillies from a pitching perspective. You can walk into a series and score 5 runs and sweep the first place Philadelphia Phillies because you don't give up but 1 run in 3 games. Yeah. That is from Clinton Tyler from just a regular season perspective, not talking about, what Jordan did in the postseason or what we've seen Altuve do in the postseason, but from a regular season perspective, what the Astros did pitching-wise the last 3 days against that offense. Now, I know Bryce Harper's been injured and he wasn't in the lineup, but, their top 4 were 6 for 46 in this series.
Yeah.
Kyle Schwarber is still one of the best hitters in the league, and Trey Turner and Nick Castellanos and Bohm is having a good bounce-back year. They're 6 for 46. Their starters, Clint, Framber, Gordon, and Diesel, that's starting to feel a little bit better right now. I'm feeling a little bit better about that.
I didn't like Diesel, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't like it at all.
When he had that issue with the Angels.
Bingo.
Yep.
I was big game Hunter Brown, 10 out of 10, but once he bowed his neck and came downhill off the mound at a hitter trying to stare him down, I said, yeah, Diesel may fit.
Yeah, he is. Aggressive.
Yeah.
Aggressive, but 10 innings, 0 earned runs, 16 Ks to 4 walks. And mind you, Framber had 4 walks in his start. So he's the only one who gave up walks. And then the bullpen, for the most part, shut him down, too. That yesterday was absolutely – these 3 games was insane, Clint, what they did pitching-wise.
Well, they got 15 games left for the All-Star break. And I mentioned it before this series that the 18 games remaining was going to tell us a lot about the Astros. Not only were we going to get a lot of, I think updates – on guys potentially coming back, the Lance McCullers, obviously Jordan Alvarez, a couple of different, Spencer Arrighetti. We were going to get a lot of information, I would think, update-wise on those guys, and they should be getting a lot closer to coming back. But we were going to play significantly better talent. And I think with the Astros, the question was, could these young guys – I shouldn't say young guys because the Peñas and Paredes and Hunter Brown and Fromm, those guys aren't old, but could the team as it's structured right now with all the injuries, could they continue to overcome and really excel through these injuries versus better opponents?
But they were going to have to step into new roles now because they were asked to be the Breckman and the Tuckers.
Absolutely. You got Jake Myers hitting the top 4 and 5 hitters.
Nobody asked him. You got
Cam Smith hitting.
Nobody asked Jake. Jake no one said go be Breckman, but Jake said okay, but I will.
It's just and so anyway, we're 3 games into that 18-game run to the All-Star break. And you did it in a fashion that's very believable because it wasn't like all of a sudden you went and scored 9 runs and the wheels came off of Zach Wheeler. No, Zach Wheeler went out there and pitched really well. Suarez went out there and pitched really well. And you found a way to win games, and you found a way to win games with not only your big-name guys that you come to expect it from, getting hits, timely hits, as well as pitching big time. But those youngsters chipped in along the way as well. So I know they didn't score a lot of runs, but I do think there's a lot to take away from those 3. That sweep of the Phillies. I think that was as close to playoff baseball as this team has seen this year.
That pitching is crazy. All right, as we continue here live on the drive from Traverse City, Michigan, enjoying ourselves. We'll let you know a lot more about this. By the way, if you're coming from anywhere, they got 29 stop flights in 20 cities here, man, that you can hit this up. So wherever you're coming from Delta to United, American, whatever airline you want to use, they have that for you to get here and enjoy this little piece of heaven right here in northern Michigan. Coming up, some news with the Rockets. From one of their young players. We'll push that across to you. And one of those guys are coming to town. Kyle
coming
Tucker.
to Traverse City?
No, he's not coming to Traverse City.
Oh,
Kyle Tucker is coming to Houston.
I wonder if he's ever been here.
We'll figure that out coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
All right, fellas. Look, I got big news for you about the replacement therapy industry, man. The Synergenics and Low T Center, they've joined forces.
on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. God, dog. That's right. Welcome back. I don't know.
That's what the whites used to do.
Thanks, Tyler. I don't know why it comes out like that. But that's right. We are live back here in Traverse City, Michigan. And it's been a great time. You'll get to learn a lot more as we will be joined by the communications manager of the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, Caroline Rizzo. She'll join us coming up here in just a minute, and she will let you know even more about everything you can experience here. And she's forceful. I will let you know. We've got Samuel Jackson, the negotiator. She is part two. I mean, I've never just been talked into a facial and a pedicure so quick. I mean, it was quick. I don't know how it was a real bargaining tool. I had to trade a pedicure for her to come talk to us. So she'll join us coming up next. Clint, I did want to run this past everybody here. According to Kelly Iko of The Athletic, who covers the Rockets, he has a report out that the Rockets' third-year wing, Cam's been the subject of a number of trade discussion in recent days. The situation is best to be described as fluid right now. So Cam Whitmore, he is an interesting character when it comes to Rocket fans. I understand it. He is ultra talented. You know, he is somebody when you see him on the floor, when he has gotten opportunities, he has put up numbers and produced, right, and can score and is athletic as hell. But there's clearly something between him and Udoka that prevents him from being a part of the rotation. Like he doesn't get on the team, and it seems to baffle a lot of Rocket fans. We get a lot of like, what changes can they make, or who could take a jump, and a lot of people will bring up Cam Whitmore. And my thought is always like, Cam's got to be able to get on the floor right now. Like, they struggled scoring at times last year. Like, they had guards who struggled at times, and Cam Whitmore wasn't able to get on the floor. So this, to me, is not surprising that he is potentially in trade talks, because it just doesn't seem that for whatever reason his get down kind of jives with what Udoka's looking for.
Yeah, look, I think there's several layers to this. And it's just, if we're just talking basketball, I just don't know what Cam brings to the table. Like I don't know what Cam brings to the table. Like, what position does he play? What does he? And now I know. I mean, obviously a freak and a super athlete that can go get a bucket. But it's this team doesn't need Cam Whitmore, the 7th, 8th, or 9th guy on the bench, to be a guy that's going to play enough to go get an extended. When we're blowing somebody out, or it's a game that doesn't matter, or he gets extended play, the athleticism pops up, right? But with this team, and it seems like with Udoka, it seems like guys are a little bit more position specific, if you will. And so you look at what the team needs, and does the team really need a guy sitting at the end of the bench that really, outside of the athletic ability to go just get the ball in his hands and go get buckets and almost play iso ball, where does that fit in with this team? It seems like Udoka, especially when you've got Kevin Durant and you've got Amen Thompson, who's doing that in the first wave. It's like I don't know where he fits. I don't know when he gets in the game. I don't know what role he plays. If he's going to play off of a true point guard, he's not going to have the ball in his hands enough to go get to do what it is that he feels comfortable doing. And then on the flip side of that, I think you're right. I think there's something, whether it's he just doesn't want to understand that it's more – basketball has to be more –
You know what it is, Clint. You're saying it. Like someone texted in, he's a walking bucket. But that seems to – like when I watch Cam, and you're right, the times he generally comes in is when They're completely resting guys. I remember a game late in the season against the Lakers. They were just resting everybody, and he really, went off. Or late is Bruss coming in. He's coming in to score.
Coming in hot.
He's coming in to score. Like, I know I've joked that let Cam get in there in 15 minutes. He's going to get up 11.
Yeah.
He's going to get up 11, 12 shots. And that does seem to be his objective when he's coming in. And if you can understand Udoka, and we see that, like, where your place is on the team, it's got to be more than just coming in and getting buckets. Like, that's not how he's going to judge.
It's got to be some level. I mean, anybody, though, Ron, any team. I agree. I think Ime Udoka is definitely this way. But, like any team, if you're going to be a contributing factor in that 7, 8, 9 spot, you got to know, when I put you in a game, I'm getting long-range shooting. When I put you in a game, I'm getting a backup point guard. When I put you in a game, I'm getting somebody that can facilitate, or I'm going double big, and I'm going to switch the lineup up. And I look at Cam, and I love Cam, and I love the way he plays the game and how aggressive he is. I'll be honest with you.
There are times where I'd like to see a little bit more of
a Yeah, absolutely. What's not to like when you're a fan and you're just watching a guy when he does get minutes, and nobody's more popular than the backup quarterback when he gets in and he plays well, and then all of a sudden, and he plays one game, and then he sits on the bench, and now everybody wants him to be the starter, right? But he strikes me as a guy that is like, Ime Udoka wants to see him develop and understand that it's more than just being aggressive and getting buckets, and that'll allow him to slide into some kind of specific role. And they've been patient with him. They've given him opportunities, and for whatever reason, he doesn't seem to be a guy that either gets it or wants to take that next step. And so, look,
I think what most people see. They see,
sure.
And I bet you, I would bet if Udoka and the staff was, in behind closed doors, clearly there is something that he is doing in the other spots of the game where they're like, I can't have him out there.
Yeah, no question.
Defensive issues, and that's not going to fly with Udoka. Yeah. For the most part, defensive issues.
It's interesting because you look at like Jalen Green, and I think Jalen was trying. I think Jalen was trying to read the defenses and facilitate, if you will, and he just struggled doing it at times. He even self-admittedly, said that. So it seems like Cam is one that just refuses to even try. He's going. You gonna give me 5 minutes? Well, I'm gonna get buckets in.
Yes.
And I don't think that's going to sit well. I don't think it ever has sat well with Ime Udoka.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue live, we'll talk to Caroline, who will get you even more information. I'm telling you guys, you've been hearing from us. This is definitely a trip you need to make, and it is all there right from Houston right to Traverse City, Michigan, just over 2 hours. You can do it. You'll learn more as Caroline Rizzo joins us coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man.
Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, that's right. Welcome back as we are, again, as you heard the big voice man say, live here from Traverse City, Michigan. And as we've talked to you here in the first hour, we have absolutely enjoyed our little over 24 hours here. Everything that we have been told, we are seeing and experiencing. And we're trying to get you guys to make that decision to come out there. I see some people on the text line already asking a lot of questions about it, looking at it. Some people who have on the YouTube and Twitch who have been out here and have also attested to the beauty of what it is out here. We are now joined by communications manager for the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, Caroline Rizzo. She joins us, and first off, we appreciate you guys have really taken care of us here. And this is great as you have sold it to us. And just to kind of let people know a little bit more about what you guys all have going on around here.
Well, I was down with you guys in Houston in April.
That's right.
And we planned this whole trip and talked all about it. I can't believe it's already here. And you guys are actually with us broadcasting from Traverse City.
That's right.
It's awesome. And you did it. You did the nonstop flight on United from Houston to Cherry Capital Airport right here in Traverse City, and then our favorite line, and you lived it yesterday evening, from runway to fairway in less than 30 minutes, and you were on T1 of the Wolverine, playing a pretty good game of golf last night.
I think we could have done it a little quicker.
I don't know.
You probably could.
I mean, there's a tad bit of traffic coming through the small homey town here and kind of coming through. There's a small bit of traffic, so that may swing you 5 minutes or so. But it legitimately 30 minutes you can be on the fairway. Now you need to make sure you got your golf shoes handy. You got to make sure you get your golf clubs at the court. I mean at the airport.
That's not hard for a golfer to do. They are always ready.
That's right.
Ready.
That's right.
Yeah.
You stay ready. I know all the golfers out there going, "Hey man, shut up and get back to this. We know how to do this." But just letting you know, here at Traverse City, you can absolutely make that happen.
Yeah, and the resort here is amazing. Everything to offer. I went down to the fitness area and worked out there, but they've got tennis courts. They've got your racquetball that you're trying to pick up. They've got
pickleball, bro. Pickleball.
Oh, your pickleball. I'm sorry. No, that's right. Cal is a kick-ass. But I mean, the amenities here are amazing, and this is, if you're going to find somewhere to stay here in Traverse City, Michigan, this is absolutely the spot because everything is top notch.
Well, look at how you guys have spent your day. There's 5 of you up here, and everyone has had a different experience today.
That's right.
Someone was out on the golf course first thing this morning. Others were down in the health club, utilizing the fitness studios, checking out the indoor pools, the tennis and pickleball courts, then totally getting that wellness experience by relaxing and decompressing in the sauna. We were out on Old Mission Peninsula, which is about a 20 to 30-minute drive here from the resort out into beautiful Traverse City wine country, experiencing all of the wine and estate-grown vineyards and that experience here. And now we're back here down by the golf course at the clubhouse, getting ready later to go have a great dinner up on the 16th floor overlooking Old Mission Peninsula, the golf courses, and everything you guys got to experience today. And then we've got someone, of course, relaxing in the spa for about 3 hours right now. Yeah. So all of that happening in one day. Totally different experiences for everyone, and I think that's the best part.
The different experience, Clint, that's what has jumped out to me is, for us, hey, we got guys that we could bring out here and have, a guys' weekend out here, but we also have families where we have kids and stuff. It's everybody under the same roof. I'm seeing families with kids, and I'm seeing guy groups. I'm seeing ladies who we almost hit on the course yesterday. I'm saying, that's the part is you're able to bring all of those different groups together and be able to enjoy themselves here.
And you guys asked me about that. You're like, well, who's here right now?
Yeah.
Because you're noticing all of that. Well, we're heading into the 99th National Cherry Festival. So it's one of our biggest parties and biggest events and celebrations up here in Traverse City for the summer, plus 4th of July. So right now, you've got your families, your vacationers, people from all over the state of Michigan, other nearby states and parts of the country, people from all over the country looking to take those nonstop flights and fly into Traverse City and experience it maybe for the first time, where it's become a tradition for their families. So that's what you're going to get right now. But I've also met a guy who's here on a bachelor party from Louisville. There's golf groups coming in from Arizona, Florida, and other areas of Texas like Dallas. So you've got that. And then for us, though, a lot of other times of the year, we're the largest conference center. Now, would you be so bored if you had to come up here for a work conference? There's no way. Not when you have all this at your fingertips.
You know what I think is really cool, because like Ron said, whether I got a bunch of buddies that we golf from time to time, I got a big family. I've got obviously my immediate family with kids, young kids. What I think is really cool about this as a getaway destination, again, whether you're doing it with family, kids, no kids, guys, girls, whatever it is there is a real small town, slow motion, easy going, easy to navigate.
Relax.
I mean, that is all just, to me, when we were first talking about this place, I was like, boy, I guess that's a hustle bustle, man. There's a lot going on up there. It's got to be. And it feels like home, good people, slower motion, relaxed. It's to bottle all the way y'all bottled all that up into one big, experience is pretty cool.
That's totally it. I mean, we're up here every day living life like we're on vacation. But that's just, I mean, it's true. We talk about that all the time. Even my days at work, it doesn't feel like work. You're just in this beautiful area of the country with so many different experiences and things to do. It can feel like there's a lot and there's that hustle and bustle, but then there's just that slower lifestyle of wanting to be at the lake, wanting to be out on the golf course where it's more peaceful and quiet, or the trails out we have up here, whether you're biking or hiking or on a nice run along the water, that peace and quiet. But then you get into downtown and you have the restaurant scene, the craft brewery scene, the events, and especially right now with the Cherry Festival coming up, the live music and the fireworks shows and everything for the 4th of July. And just so many fun things like that happening, but you've got your little pockets of peace, too, around here.
For speaking directly to our audience in Houston, one thing that's really cool, I was trying to explain to Caroline earlier, like I live on the bay on the east side of Houston, which it's not what I would consider a pretty bay. Now, it's a bay, it's waterfront, but I wouldn't consider it pretty. You get here, the views everywhere you go, obviously there's none better than the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, but the views here, everywhere you go, the two different peninsulas, you're surrounded by just unbelievable views that I don't know, I just strongly consider this place because it's different, it's beautiful, it's been a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to, my wife and I are going to, again, thanks to you guys, we're taking tomorrow and kind of getting out of the resort and seeing some of the different attractions around the city, which is crazy how many there.
Third wheel.
Oh, you want to go?
You've got Ron with you.
We'll see how you act the rest of the show, and we may get you.
I'm gonna see if Aaron want to hit up one of these distilleries tomorrow. I'm gonna see that.
Oh my gosh, the scenes up here for craft beer, locally made and grown and made wine, which you got to taste some of today, Clint.
Uh-huh.
Plus then the distillers. It's insane what you can come up here and do, and you could come up multiple times a year, different seasons throughout the year, and experience something different and make it a whole different kind of trip every single time.
So specifically, because as you said, you guys were just up in Houston. It felt like just weeks ago. You were just in Houston, so you've experienced that. I know you got some kind of ties, Arkansas and that part of the country. You know that area. What is it for people in Houston that, coming here that just says, this is why you got to do this. This is everything that you will get coming from Houston in particular to here in Traverse City?
It's that Midwest hospitality, that slow down and just enjoy what's happening in the moment lifestyle. Take a deep breath, fresh air, fresh beaches, fresh. Also, I think as you've experienced, a lot of extra daylight and cooler temperatures.
Great call, Caroline. We hadn't even talked about. I was sitting over here going, yeah, and it's easy to get here on the direct flight, but you start bringing up the temperature, and I know there's a lot.
That's a big one for people.
Well, look, I've known. I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm one that now I'm getting a little bit older, and I'm not out in it as much. Like, the heat had never really bothered me, right? But my father-in-law, for instance, is a guy like loves to play golf, but he's like, I'm not teeing off. If I can't tee off before 9 a.m., I'm not teeing off in Texas. Period. Right. So I mean, this just, if you're one of those guys that the heat does bother you, or maybe the heat doesn't bother you, but you want to be able to play 36 plus holes in a day throughout the entire day, you can do it here without absolutely killing yourself. But the weather, and then I'm gonna tell you, man, I don't know how many golfers out there, how many guys out there are similar to me, but I absolutely love being on the golf course in the evening time.
Yes.
And it seems like y'all's evening time just goes on and on and on and on.
There are moments
in the
summer.
It's like 9:30 and it's light.
It's still light out. Yes,
Yes.
you can play until 10 o'clock at night, which is awesome. And then there's times here where we've got live music happening back here at the Grill when you're coming off the golf course. We've got great food and outdoor dining options. So you can get on the golf course as early as about 6 a.m. in the summer and come off as late as 10 p.m. at times in the summer. And so you do get people, especially here at the resort. We have 3 golf courses all out of one central clubhouse. So whether you're playing Jack Nicklaus's The Bear, Gary Player's The Wolverine, or William Newcomb's Spruce Run, you're in and out of the same clubhouse, which makes it so convenient shot. And you do get a lot of golfers who come back in and go, can I get a replay and go back out to another course now? And they will easily do those 36 holes in a day with, maybe a little lunch break in between here at the Grill, sitting out on the patio. But that's what's so great about that early morning dawn and sunlight, and then that really late sunset through. It's not even evening, it's nighttime when that sun's going down.
And if you go to, if you're from a lodging perspective, if you stay at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, you literally can walk to the clubhouse. They got golf carts, they've got vans that can bring you down here as well. But you literally, now I would urge you to leave the resort at some point in time. There's so much going on. But you literally, for the golfers out there that you're coming just to golf, you literally do not have to get in your vehicle. You do not have to leave the resort again if you just want to come down here and play as many holes of golf as you possibly can.
Everything's right on property, or again, we've got people who will take you there down here to the clubhouse, our private beach and pool along East Grand Traverse Bay. They'll take you over there, and then Turtle Creek Casino. The fun doesn't have to stop when the sun goes down.
Don't mention that to my wife again. We're going to end up over there.
She already knows. By the way,
I miss my tea time in the morning, Caroline.
We got questions. We got questions on the text line here. What's the fishing like? Can you fish up here?
Yes. Oh, I'll show you guys some pictures. Charter fishing.
I ate whitefish today.
You did. You had whitefish today. That is right from the Great Lakes. So
That's right.
State of Michigan, surrounded by 5 beautiful freshwater lakes. We're the Great Lakes state. So the whitefish, absolutely incredible. Salmon, trout. I have caught some pretty big salmon before right here out on East multiple times today that you stare out of from your room. The charter fishing boats are awesome. And same thing, they're out really early in the morning at like that 6 a.m. time. So you're catching the sunrise. The water's all still. You've got so much space out on the lake to have a lot of boats out there. And everyone is just reeling in fish. And they are monsters. So then you're cutting up that salmon, you're taking that freshwater salmon home to grill up and have for dinner, freeze it if you want to savor it all summer long. But then same thing going out in the evening, you can be out there till 9:30 at night, just reeling in salmon and trout and fresh whitefish. It's incredible what you can do out there, and you can even go a step further and head a little further west up here and actually go out on Lake Michigan. So I'm talking about just being on the bays that are right here in Traverse City where there's awesome fishing all summer, but you go out onto Lake Michigan, onto the big lake, you are really enjoying some nice fish.
So for everybody out there, it's not if you come, it's when you come, and how long are you going to stay here?
Exactly.
That's ultimately well. Now that we've told them all about it, Caroline, what is the best place for everybody out there to go to find the information that they need to make these trips happen?
If you want to book your room and your golf tee times, your spa appointments, your dining, all of just your basic travel plans right here at the resort, just go to grandtraversresort.com, and then you can book your flights right into Cherry Capital Airport, TVC. And if you're just looking for everything happening in Traverse City around this whole area, traversecity.com is your home for everything that's going on up here.
And Traverse, by the way, Grand is pretty simple for most listeners out there. TRAVERS resort.com or traverscity.com.
All right, we appreciate it. I'm a little nervous about this pedicure that I've
man.
No, you're going to be
He's down here in open-toed shoes talking about he's worried about his pedicure.
He's going to be sitting there with a robe on and a warm neck wrap, and you'll be
I'm secure with my manhood, Caroline. Ron's got pretty feet.
Yeah. You're going to be.
Ron's got pretty feet, man.
I'm sorry. I know we have a guest here, but don't call my feet pretty.
I'm just telling you.
Don't tell me.
Let me take these steel-toed Jordans off and show you what you're up against over here.
Coming up next, as we continue here live, are you starting to get that World Series feeling from your Astros? We'll discuss that next as we continue live right here on The Drive.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets. After weeks of speculation, Kevin Durant is coming to Houston in a
Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back as we are live here in Traverse City, Michigan. And some of you asking, what are you guys doing in Michigan? Trying to get your ass to come on out here, too. That's what we're doing here. And honest to God, man, listen, I don't know how much. We're trying to give you the information and telling you the experience that we have had, and it has been top-notch. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. There has never been a time in life that I ever thought, yo, man, we're going to grab a little vacation. We're going to take the fellas or the fam and get a little vacation. Never in my life, Tyler, if I swear before God, if I ever thought we're going to do that in Michigan.
Hold on, so.
I ain't never thought it. It has changed. And I'm not just saying it because they want me to. I really believe it. It has absolutely changed. This is just one of these hidden spots in the country that you wouldn't even think to come to, and it is, and I can't wait to catch some of these this little beach action, shorelines. I want to get into that as well and have some drinks. So this has been a great find, and hopefully you take advantage of that direct flight with United at Bush that you can take right here in just over 2 hours to Traverse City, Michigan. So hopefully you look at that and take advantage of that. Clint, the lineup is out as the Astros are going to host the Cubs. We've talked about this homestand, Clint. They swept the Phillies, scoring 5 runs. They swept the first-place Phillies. Now they have the first-place Cubs coming to town. And the lineup is out. Jeremy Pena, Paredes, Altuve, and he is in at second base. Cam Smith up into the 4-hole, Clint, with Jake Myers, bat fifth behind him. Caratini is the DH with Diaz as the catcher, and Trammell is in there. Who is playing first tonight? I'm not seeing who's playing first. Diaz is
Christian
catching.
Walker.
Oh,
Walker right there in the 7-hole.
Oh, yeah, he's getting so low, damn, I missed it. He's getting so low.
It ain't good.
Christian Walker then dropped to the 7-hole in this bad boy. Him and Diaz. God, dog, come on, Yiner. Good Lord, Yiner was third in the Silver Slugger Award last year for catchers, and he's dropped to the 8th spot. So
we need some Yiner bombs.
Something, man.
Yeah, Yiner was in the mix a couple of times in this 3-game sweep of the Phillies.
He had an RBI single to drive in one of those runs.
I mean, there wasn't but a few of them. Now, they didn't score but 5 runs, and Yiner was in the mix on it. So it's the 8-hole is an interesting spot for him, but I get it. He hadn't had his best year to date. We'll see how it all ends.
Damn, Cam. Sorry. Oh,
Cam is rolling.
Cam is rolling. Whew. Wow. Smith, Myers, and Caratini is the DH tonight in front of Christian Walker. So that is what we're looking at right now. I am curious from the people, please. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, please jump in as well. And Clint and Tyler, I want to bring this to you guys. Clint, you first. We're at the halfway point officially after yesterday's game of the season, and they are 48-33 with now a 6.5 game lead in the American League West over the Mariners, and they are on pace 96 games. By the way, Tyler, did you make a bet on total wins this year for the Astros?
Yeah. Yeah, before the baseball season got started, I had 2 future bets I put down. One was on the Astros to win over 86.5 games, and the other was on young Hunter Brown to win the Cy Young. So I'm feeling pretty damn good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you? I didn't know you had it on Hunter to win the Cy Young, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I figured you got them wins. That 86 wins, that feels like.
Feels like they're going to get there.
Yeah. You
felt disrespectful.
I feel like you can. It almost feel like you can go ahead and plan things to do with that money coming in.
Oh yeah.
The way it is, I don't want to go too far with it, but on pace to win 96 games. They've got the third best record in baseball at this point, second best record in the American League behind the Tigers. All right, calm down. Calm down. Carolina's just put her hands up.
Detroit gal.
I don't know how they're doing this. But you all, as fans here, we've seen, obviously, the Astros had the run of going to 7 straight ALCSs here in the past, and they have been the best team in the last near decade in Major League Baseball. So it's kind of waiting for that to come. In baseball, and you've seen and had the feel of championship teams, whether they have been teams that won it like the 2 championship teams that won, or even teams that you felt were championship-level teams that just fell short. The one against the Nationals comes to mind. And with everything that is happening with this team, when you look at everything that's happening, do you have that feeling like you've had with these other past great Astros teams? Do you have that feeling of this feels like a championship team?
Yeah, for me it does.
For
me it does. I'm there. Look, I thought the World Series window was still open, although maybe not as wide as it was in the previous 10 years, say, give or take. But I just coming into this season, there were. I think a couple of wild cards, right? I think there was – I mentioned Jeremy Pena and I mentioned Yainer Diaz. One of those guys has jumped into potential MVP caliber player in Jeremy Pena. Yainer, we're going to need a little bit more. Also, almost tongue-in-cheek mentioned Jake Myers. That guy's hitting 300, and he's finding himself in the 3, 4, 5 hole. I think he even hit in the 2 hole at one point this year. So, the other guys I think was Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown's taking a huge step, obviously, in the Cy Young conversation. And we don't know exactly what Spencer Arrighetti's going to look like. But I just, where this team's at right now, Ron, you just mentioned it all. 6.5-game lead in the West, second best team, third best record in Major League Baseball, second best team in the AL behind Detroit. And you have had. Now, I don't cover every team in Major League Baseball, so I don't know who's had this level of injuries and had to weather this level of a storm. But the Astros have to be right up there with anybody in baseball, and to both the pitching staff as well as their top hitter. And so that's what the cavalry is coming, right? That the team that we just described, as good as they've played, you've got by far your best hitter coming back. And you've got 2 pitchers potentially coming back that will round out your top 4. I would think when it's all said and done. Now Tyler's Big C. He that was impressive now, but you've got some serious talent that you're going to infuse back into this team over the back half after the All-Star break. Ron, I got to think World Series.
So you're having that feel
absolutely,
with this team,
100%.
even though it looks different. Are you in that space, Tyler? Are you? Because, like I said, you and the fans of the Astros have experienced what it has felt like and looked like leading into, this is a championship team, and you have that expectations. This team does look a little different. I would just throw this out before you answer this. The first championship, this is the lineup. George Springer in center leading off. Bregman at third. Altuve at second. And this is Altuve in the midst of his prime. Carlos Correa batting fourth. Hughley batting fifth. Brian McCann at catcher. Marwin Gonzalez out there in left field. Josh Reddick was on that squad
World
as well. World champion. Sender of foes to Tyler's wife on her birthday through Cameo for some reason. But and then you obviously understand the pitching rotation that was there, led by Verlander there. Does that feel that was the first championship team? Jordan and Kyle Tucker is in the second one. Does this team feel like that to you? Do you feel like this is a championship team right now?
So that's the thing, and something you said in there is exactly, almost exactly the feelings I have regarding this 2025 Astros team. And it's that it's different But the answer to that question is yes, the World Series expectations are still there. And to go along with everything you laid out with what was here in 2017 for that first World Series, let me give you this little stat. 2017, at this point of the season, that squad for the Astros, 54 wins, 27 losses. 2022, 53 and 28. That is very similar to where you're seeing this 2025 squad at right now. And I think the expectations are the same. It's different. It's absolutely different than what we're used to because this Astros team is winning ball games 1-0, 2-0, and in those years it was 8-7, 6-4 wins for that team. It's not as much done with the bats and just the explosive kind of dynamic of the bats, but the way this pitching staff is rolling with 7 starters hurt, dude, yes, the expectations right now are World Series, 100%.
It just looks so different. Like that, those lineups in like 17 and 22 and 19 that lost to the Nationals again. I heard a lot of people feel this actually maybe the best team that the Astros have ever had. It just looks so different when you start pitting them lineups with each other and thinking like the pitching that those teams have had. But this Astros pitching, we got to start, even though they're not even completely healthy yet. This Astros pitching is a different monster than it feels like they've even had, and they've had moments where Zach Greinke was their third starter, and he was still a top pitcher in baseball.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, at some point we got to tip our cap to Jim Crane. Absolutely. And you got to tip your cap to Dana Brown and what I've had
real as a true professional myself.
I'm coming around to Joe Espada. I mean,
what?
Well, we talked about it last week. This is not. Hey, a pitcher got hurt. Well, let's pull up Hunter Brown. A pitcher got hurt. Let's pull up Ronel Blanco. A pitcher got hurt. Let's pull up Spencer Arrogate. Like the next best prospect. They've done some of that, and those prospects have been good. But this is more about how they bet on the Kyle Tucker move with the front office, and then Joe Espada and Citron and the staff has those guys playing at an extremely high level. And Joe Espada, I mean, I've never been a fan of the fluid lineup the way that Joe Espada clearly believes in it. But this year, I mean, I can't knock him. I mean, Paredes jumped around early, found a home in the 2-hole. Pena was absolutely crushing, and now this may be Altuve led, but Pena is now your leadoff hitter. Myers, although, you know, there's been some injuries and obviously Walker's struggling, those two guys have been hitting lights out, and they've taken advantage of how well those guys are swinging the bat by moving them up in the lineup. I mean, Diaz is – if you look at kind of where he's been and how he's swung the bat all year, it's pretty spot on. If he's at the bottom of the lineup, he's not swinging it well. If he's in I think he hit the 2-hole or 3-hole one game. He was swinging it well at that time. So Joe Espada and the way he's had to manage through weathering these storms, I just don't. And the young guys, Ron, you made this point a month ago. The young guys, and the reality of it is Citron, your hitting coaches aren't necessarily going to consistently make a difference in the Christian Walkers, Yordan Alvarez, Altuve world. Nobody's telling Altuve to swing out of his shoes every first pitch, right?
Nobody's teaching that.
Nobody's teaching that. But when you look at the Jake Myers, the Cam Smiths, even the Peñas and the Diaz's and these other guys that we see coming in here, Hummels of the world, these guys that are just kind of coming in and have been journeymen are recently, and they're helping you win games. Like that is coaching. That a lot of that is coaching, and I got to tip my cap to those guys, man.
Wow, Tyler,
he ain't no captain, but this is the year. This is the year to be a Joe Espada guy.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
This Traverse City air has really getting
to me, man.
Look at him,
it's that wine. It's that wine this morning.
I didn't know you had fish.
It's that wine.
It pissed me off. You kept that fish from me. You ain't tell me about that damn fish.
Oh, little whitefish. It was in a can. Great Lakes whitefish. You know where they caught it?
Whitefish in a can.
It was they had whitefish, a dip, kind of a spread. You know where it's Great Lakes whitefish. You know where they caught it?
What?
Great Lakes.
That's what I would guess.
Guard, didn't it?
She felt the need to explain that, and then caught herself as she was walking us through our wine tasting. It was a funny moment that I remember.
I wish I could have been
fresh Atlantic crab. Guess where it's from?
That's kind of the Great Lakes.
Hey, before any of us could say something, she caught herself. She probably
said,
Bonnie.
Damn it, Caroline.
Caroline didn't do it. It was Bonnie.
Damn it, Bonnie. Why would Bonnie say that?
Yeah, Bonnie, she beat us to the punch.
She's probably beat herself up somewhere by herself. God, Bonnie, why did I say that? Went to the bathroom and said, what the hell did I do that for? Of course, it's a Great Lake.
Hey, it was great, man. Bonnie was taking it. And Bonnie was – does wine chill you out? Like, wine's got a relaxing chill effect to me.
Drunks me up.
I mean, Bonnie was – whether Bonnie was talking about wine or Bonnie was talking about gummies, one of the two. She was chill as all get out now.
Coming up next.
Salt of the earth.
Man. Would she be a – what do you call wine experts?
Was it a
sommeliers?
Sommelier?
Would she be a sommelier, Caroline?
What did I say, Cavassier? I was about to say sommelier.
Well, she's been doing some studying. She didn't take no test, but she was sharp, boy, on that wine. It was unbelievable.
Idiot said salt of the earth, just out of nowhere. Salt of the earth. Tyler's just an idiot.
That she was.
Shout out to who gets a shout out here
at Maury Vineyards, by the way. Great spot. I'm a new wine guy. I'll tell you all about it at 4 o'clock.
Let's go. Let's attempt to get to break for a second time. The Rockets. There's a conversation with the Rockets. I've had it with a couple of people today. I want to bring it to the table here to you. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. While Ron is talking to people in the sauna about.
Info and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we all understand the big week the Rockets had. If you missed the news earlier, we've discussed it a bit. Cam Whitmore is apparently in trade discussions right now and has been in trade discussions in recent days. The situation, this according to Kelly Iko of The Athletic, is best to be described as fluid right now. Also, other moves made, Clint, with the Rockets. They have also decided that they are intending to sign some of their bench free agents, Jayshawn Tate, Aaron Holiday, and the veteran Jeff Green, to new contracts to bring all of them back next season. So there have been some action there with the Rockets outside of the Kevin Durant situation.
I love it.
Do you?
I love it.
Veterans coming back?
Those veterans coming back. I mean, again, guys that have specific roles. They know who they are. The whole organization knows who they are. Hell, the fan base, if you've watched, know exactly what role they play. Clearly, they're bought into what Ime Udoka is selling.
Or they wouldn't be here yet.
Or they wouldn't be here, right? They'd damn sure be gone and not be brought back. And so, yeah, man, I think, again, along with the stars aligning in Houston in a sense of being able to go get Kevin Durant and making it worth your while, not just going and signing a superstar and hoping it works, but the timing being right for an organization to go do that and take the next step. I think a big part of that is, you had to give up Dillon Brooks, obviously a key veteran in this rebuild, if you will. You had these, can't go back there, but keeping as many of these others, if you will, again, your 7, 8, 9 guys on the bench, keeping those guys there that are A-okay with being role players and doing everything they can to go in and play well when they're called on, but then not going back to the locker room and pouting because they played well and they're not getting more time, or pouting because they're not starting. Keeping those guys in-house, man, is critical for the Rockets. So, that's good to hear, man.
Yeah, the Jeff Green, who's won a championship with the Nuggets, it's been around. Yeah, those are three guys who, as you said, they could miss. They could get 3 DMPs in a row and then, can come back and play and be the same people.
Yeah, and look, we saw Holiday.
Which is probably a difference from somebody like Cam, potentially.
Yeah. Well, we saw all the guys that you mentioned, man. All those guys at some point in time played a critical role, and not just in mop-up duty or when somebody was resting, but played a critical role in a critical moment when you needed them. Fred goes down and Holiday comes in and he knocked down some critical shots. And so, I mean, that's big for this team, and it'll be big for the team in terms of whether they can or can't make a run at a title. The other, you mentioned Cam Whitmore, you updated Cam Whitmore there, Ron. We talked a little bit about this with the Jalen Green situation. In terms of if Jalen Green is young, we haven't given him time to develop, and you trade him for an older player. Now, what if he goes somewhere and he lights it up? I'm gonna be honest with you. if is one that another one that if they end up trading him away, which I have no problem with, I'm just telling you what I think your fans, a lot of your fans are going to do.
Yeah.
Cam's a guy that'll go somewhere to an organization that's tearing down, or an organization that is in dysfunction, and they'll go, hey, here's the ball. Go score points.
Empty calorie points.
and he'll go out there and he'll average 20-plus points, and everybody's going to be – if the Rockets don't win an NBA title, everybody's going to be, see, I told you, look about Cam. Cam strikes me as one of those guys. He's going to go somewhere. If
the shots are there, he's going to put up some numbers from that standpoint.
Well, but he's a guy, too. If you're not an organization that has, the everything built the right way, and you need a guy that can sell some tickets and a guy that can go out there and fill it up, I think he's going to have a chance to do that, assuming he goes to one of those types of organizations. But it's going to be interesting to watch if he does, and then he starts filling it up to the tune of 22 a game. Everybody's going to wonder what the hell the Rockets were thinking.
Cam is interesting, the way that people, really view him. I see people texted in, all he does is just – the kid is a walking bucket. All he needs is minutes. That is okay. Maybe. Someone texted in. We just literally have to give him minutes. He's a damn boss. Is what.
Yeah, they may be right. I got to, because here's the thing, though, Ron. I mean, look, Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone and everybody involved in that organization, they see the same athletic ability and is referring to as a bucket. Whatever you see to be that aggressive about Cam Whitmore, they see that as well. And they're sitting there telling you in moments when Jalen Green's going out there and single-digiting us to death, they're telling you it's not even a thought. Yeah. So clearly as a fan, I just don't know how you don't look at that situation. You got to be somewhere other than he just got to get minutes.
I don't.
There's got to be a reason behind it.
I don't think Ime Udoka all of a sudden becomes an idiot when it comes to Cam Whitmore.
Agreed.
Right. I do think if Cam played more, he would put up offensive numbers. But I think there has got to be a point where you ask yourself the question of why wouldn't Udoka put him in more? Just like the same reason why you would ask yourself, man, this team can't shoot worth a damn. And he ain't even giving Reed a shot.
Right. He ain't ready. But in the fourth quarter, you need points, and Jalen Green's on the bench. You ain't taking the ball out of his hands. You got him on the bench. There's got to be a reason for that.
And there's 5 guys they'd run in there before they get to Cam Whitmore. And I'm not saying it's right. Because I do hope if he does remain here, as someone texted in, please do not trade Cam. Cam has a pretty shot like Anthony Edwards or prettier. Dude can flat out hoop, and he jumps higher than Jalen Green and is stronger. What do you that's holding him back? Do you think it is just an absolute blown mistake by the coaching staff, or what do you think it is?
Are you asking me that?
I'm just in general because there are a lot of people who have responded in the thing. I'm not, and I don't think you are either championing trade him, but I think you understand what is happening, and there has got to be something on his end, at least on this team, that he has to meet.
Look, it's just like the quarterback that just can't understand you got to take less risk with the football. You got this big arm, you're athletic so you can extend plays, and you feel like if the ball doesn't travel more than 20 yards down the field, you can't do it. You just will never buy into checking the ball down, and you'll never buy in working low to high, and you'll never buy into your role as I got to protect my offensive line. I got to protect my play caller. I've got to get the ball out of my hand, protect my health. Like the quarterback that'll never do it. Nope, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to drive the ball down the field. For one way or another, that guy's uncoachable. Right, and so I would, and uncoachable is a very broad net to cast, and a lot of people think it is negative, but a lot of people think it's because somebody's a turd or not. That's not always the case. I would be willing to bet you that a guy that's that talented that can't get on the floor in the situations that we watched last year in Houston, there's some level of he is uncoachable to some level. Now again, whether that's he's being a turd and he just straight up says third, or hey, he just don't get it. And Ime Udoka and company aren't going to put him on the floor until he does get it. And he's just for 2 years now just hasn't got it.
I more hope that he is able to do whatever it is to meet the standard that they are having set that he clearly has not met.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. So but will I be surprised, or will I say, damn, they really blew it if they trade him? No, I wouldn't. All right, coming up, Tyler, we have a developing situation that I need to come clean about, and one of the major reasons why I cannot wait until this NFL season starts. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, before we do that, though, you might have a decision to make. You might have a decision.
Visit AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we got a bit of a situation here.
Uh-oh. Doesn't sound like a good situation.
It's, I feel bad, and I'm going to get crushed by the people, and it's fine, and I fairly understand that. Tyler, I think I'm gonna have to maybe take a step back on that gift thought.
Wow.
Well, it just may
not
have to
even
be
2 hours through you telling me you were going to give me something.
It may be a different gift at this point. As I walked over there to take a few photos of some of those polos, I was thinking it would look nice for you. They had, I don't know if you're large or an XL. I think
XL.
I think, as I was going to say, I think you choose the wrong size. There's not a chance in hell you're an XL, but whatever.
Every shirt I own.
I know it, but
so all my clothes are oversized.
I think so.
He double layers. He double layers because of that sweat problem you got.
I don't ever double layer actually.
I think.
Oh, do you not?
I think you're. A good large.
you wear certain colors, correct?
I think you're a good large.
Is that what y'all do?
Check the size of this shirt. This shirt right here. What's the size of that shirt?
Not a lot.
Be XL, bub.
There's no chance.
I know I'm thin in the ass, but I got a frame in which the Milner frame requires an XL.
So I was out there looking I took my phone. I just can't. I'm going to have to go past it. It'll get stuck. I just took my phone out there to go take pictures. So you think I'm
just walking around wearing tall tees every day?
I just think they're too. I think you're large. Maybe a tall large. Maybe you should get that. But I think you're large.
No, you're wrong.
As Clint just told you, I'm wearing an XL right now, and I'm going to tell you, I'm not in shirt size denial. This is not an XL that is just tightened to the tape. Anyway, I went out there to take some photos, and I don't know if I had my finger over my thumb over maybe the fullness of the price. Yeah, it wasn't $14, Jack.
So I'm not getting anything. That's fine. That's cool.
I'm just saying they were $114 is what I did.
Did you think you was going to get a T-shirt in a pro shop for $14? I mean, a polo for $14?
It said clearance, and I went out there as clearance. I
$114
said, wow,
is clearance.
Clearly, well, I'll tell you right now, I ain't got that for you, Jack. I mean, I'm going to have to find something else in there, but it ain't going to be one of the polos, maybe. I just say
I won't get my hopes up, bro. It's all good.
I looked at a few of them, man. They were 117, 163.
Tyler, I think you're worth it.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, Dirty. I think I am too, but it's not my money, so it's all good.
I may go over there and take some pictures and see what you got.
I wish one of y'all would stop taking something, but that's cool.
Well, I was going to give you a choice. I was going to give you a little choice before I did something.
I'm just telling you that 114 and 117 changes things a bit for me on the selection.
What does that? Does that mean you finna ask us to pitch in?
No, I'm gonna get something all on my own. It may just be maybe a marker. Maybe.
Yeah. Yes, a ball marker.
That would be a good one, right? Damn it. Hold on, let me check.
I obviously haven't spent $114 on all the different show shirts and stuff I had made and all that.
Fair point. So that is a very fair
good call, Ron.
Fair point, man. I'm thankful for you. I appreciate it. You spent $114 on them?
There's been a lot. Jesus.
It's been several years, ain't it, too?
Yes.
Been a lot.
Remember them fun big hats I got y'all for the Super Bowl, too?
Those are great, man. I appreciate it. You have to throw it back in our faces. I'm just saying, man.
I didn't get one of those.
You weren't here. There's one in the studio
one.
now, somewhere in the station. Yeah, me and Brandon were wearing them. I just at 114, man. That's just a little bit beyond where I am right now in my life.
It's a lot.
I'm gonna check out them ball markers now. If them ball markers are a little bit rich for my blood too, we may
ball marker that's a clutch pickup for somebody. It's probably better than a shirt anyway, especially if he's not picking it out. I mean, if it's me, I'd rather you get me a ball marker. If I'm being dead serious, I don't need anybody else picking out my shirt.
Text line
Especially my polos. I'm kind of critical of polos.
Text line coming through. Ronnie, it's Ron. You just cheap. You can't put a price on T-bill. Guys, I don't think you got to the polo. I just don't. And I love Tyler. I really do. Tyler makes my life easier. He is a great young man. Very emotional.
Well, you can prove it by getting a $114 shirt.
I could prove. Hell, I could make him a thoughtful card and really prove it. Not just $114 on him. Like, Tyler, I think I will spend $114 on you in stages. With
over how much time?
Hey, we're laughing. Tyler doesn't sound like he thinks it's very funny, by the way.
It's hilarious, dude.
That was the best part.
Hope y'all are having a grand time up there in Michigan.
Grand Traverse time. Look at that little fella right there with that big noggin sticking his mouth on the window.
Somebody need to clean that.
Look, I got a little Milner out here, Tyler. He got a melon on him, boy.
I heard the little guy with the big head. I was like, what'd I do now?
Your nephew's out of here.
I was listening to Payne and Pendergast this morning. I heard a little bit on In the Loop as well. They were
Pendergast
talking about
and Payne.
That one too, Nick. They were talking about that offensive coordinator chart. Did you catch that damn thing there where they had Bobby Slowik as dead last?
Bobby.
I mean, they said pass score. Joe Brady, who was number one on the list, was rated at a 98.1. Bobby Slowik, dead last on the list, was rated at a 0.0 in terms of pass score. Overall, his rating was 0.9. Second, who longer has a job, at 3.7. Also, Shane Waldron at 26.9, who got fired midseason for the Bears. I also want to make a note on this list that somehow Andy Reid is 27th when it comes to play calling last year, lower than Shane Waldron, who was fired, and Ken Dorsey. At 17.4%. So I would like to say this list is stupid. Listen, I understand the things that we have heard about with Bobby Slowik and other things. Clint, I cannot wait for this season to start because I have reached my it is all Bobby's fault. And I cannot wait to see somebody, because the way that you would hear it right now, they said they have been doing this study for 15 years, and Bobby Slowik is the worst play caller in the history of the 15 years.
Dang it, Bobby, that's exactly what we don't want.
I know we're going to be able to gauge this play calling by I guess the execution of the other dudes on the floor, on the field. I don't know how that works into this thing, but because somehow Andy Reid and Bobby Slowik may have had the two worst offensive line situations in the NFL, but somehow they're 27th and 32nd, and we all know Andy Reid ain't no damn worse than Zach Robinson or Alex Van Pelt on this stupid ass list that's come up. But because my expectations now from everything we've been hearing, Clint, is this offense ought to be leaps and bounds from what they were last year. And I'm going to tell you, I don't see it. I don't see that this is just about this. They about to just jump off the map. Now they have gotten released of Bobby Slowik, and now his ass is gone. And Chris Strausser, I cannot wait till this season starts so we can see this new change of the shackles that have been taken and released off of C.J. Stroud and the rest of us. I am so tired of this. Bobby Slowik is just I'm so tired of it. I can't wait.
Look, I love the thought of the Bobby Slowik fatigue because I agree. I agree that wholeheartedly that there's layers and layers and layers, and Bobby's just one of them. But this is, anything like this, a chart like this, and you pointed it out, any chart that you look at that's grading offensive coordinators, and Andy Reid is 27th, rip it up, throw it away, and don't ever look back. Whatever it is, even if the information is accurate, there's no sense in it. The story it's trying to tell doesn't make a lick of sense. So
Todd Downing, Jets, 8th best play caller.
Yeah, the Jets play caller. That's a good one. Yeah, that's tough. I am glad that particular graph or ranking or advanced stat ranking got you to a point where we could talk about Bobby, because I agree with you. But I mean, I'm one.
I'm not saying Bobby wasn't bad, Clint.
Oh, no,
we talked about it, or at least he didn't have his issues.
It was easy to justify why Bobby Slowik got fired. No question, but you know, the thought of that was the overarching issue with this offense is and I hope it's right. I hope they're right. I hope that is the overarching issue, and I hope the guy they hired flips the script and ends up a top 10 guy on that chart. But
I mean, they had some dudes. They had some dudes up front. I don't care what you talk about with the coaching. They could at least touch somebody. I mean, there was just you can't hit me with the coaching staff or the coaching was so much. We look on the field and you saw so many. I don't care. There were moments and plays all year on the offense from whatever the line mostly, but anywhere where you looked up there and you said to yourself, they have got to do better. I don't know what the play call was. I don't know what the execution was supposed to be, but it has to be better than that, Dalton Schultz. Nobody is teaching that.
Yeah.
Like nobody, like there just had to be for us to just lay it down there. I mean, I cannot wait till this damn season starts so we can finally stop talking about and all the rest of them. Oh, man, I tell you, man, he's going to put us in places where we're supposed to be, right? Kenyon Green stepping aside and letting people walk right through the line. And come on, man, get out of here with this. The worst in 15 years of a play caller.
Hold on, so.
Where do you think he was last year? Todd Downing of the damn Jets is 8th.
Yeah,
Press Taylor of the Jags.
Bobby had to be top 5 last year.
Oh, my God.
Get out of here, man. Brian Daboll's almost 10 spots ahead of Andy Reid from last year. That Giants outfit that we just watched roll through here. Man, get out of here with that thing. I just can't wait till we stop so we can move on and see the greatest show on turf. That's what I can't wait to see, because that's what I'm expecting to see. Once you take that person out of the mix, now, boy, we got to see it now. Yeah. Our run game was really working towards the end of the year last year because of stuff Cole Popovich wanted to do as the assistant, and we started doing more. And once they talked Bobby into I can't wait for this. Sorry, what you got coming up?
Tyler, look, if you listen to the drive, if you're out there and you listen to the drive, you're going to want to hear this next thing. Tyler, Ron don't want to spend $100 on you on a shirt. Wait till you hear what he did to me last night. Wait till you hear what Ron did.
I bet it's going to make me feel a lot better about him.
Oh man! Wait till you see what he stuck me with last night. And these Astros, y'all, they sweeped them Phillies, and it was a big time 3-game set. Hell, it's been a big time first half of the season.
Not 100% my fault.
Who's the biggest shock? Who shocks you more, Cam Smith or Jake Myers? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, before we do that, guys, as America's leading business lender, the place that I bank, Bank of America, is on your corner, and they're in your corner. With over $6 billion in business loans and more than 100.
Cooper now at 800-606-8169. That's 800-606-8169. Call now, 800-606-8169.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, y'all. 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know who to call. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Y'all, The Drive is live today from Traverse City, Michigan, northern Michigan. This is the getaway that you got to look into. You got to find a way to get up here. And we are, what was it, the Members Club at the Grill right here at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, which, by the way, if you're coming to northern Michigan and you're coming to the Traverse City area and you're looking for lodging, where you need to start is again Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, and it is big time. And this isn't just a resort for golfers, although it is an absolute golf destination for all the golfers there in the Houston area, in Texas, where it's hotter than hell this time of year. And if you don't tee off before 8, you might not tee off that day.
Or you could do what my in-laws did, and they teed off at 12:50.
Yeah,
and didn't finish.
You could. You have the freedom to tee off whenever you'd like. Now, here's the deal: you come to Traverse City, Michigan. You tee off any time of the day. You can tee off multiple times, and the weather is absolutely tremendous. The days are longer than anything we've seen in Texas. We were on the golf course last night, seeing our ball hit the ground. Mine on the green, Ron's not so much. Seeing our ball hit the ground at 9:30 at night, y'all.
That's not every time.
Well, no, you're right. You're right. That was a cheap shot. That was a cheap shot. I probably shouldn't have done it. But look here. They made it easy to get here, right? There's a direct flight, United, IAH to TVC, which gets you right here. A little over 2 hours. You're here. It's absolute money. And once you get here, it's less than 30 minutes. You can be on the fairway. We talk about runway to fairway. I did it myself last night. It's the real deal. But I get there. No doubt about it. This is a destination. But I think Caroline did the best job a little earlier. She's the only one that's not a radio personality, and she did it great earlier. We got a party of 5, 4 of us guys and my wife. We're all here, and just today, right? One played golf this morning. One had some technical difficulties. Had to get this radio thing set up, so he didn't get there. But one was at the gym, the resort gym, which is 5-star. 2 of us. We're at one of the 50 local wineries. My wife is now at the spa getting a facial, pedi, and massage. Ron's going to get him a little pedicure and facial, I think, tomorrow. We're going to play golf again in the morning. And tonight, we're all going up to the 16th floor, which is a phenomenal restaurant right here at the resort. And the views of the lakes, I guess they're bays. My wife, I didn't know that there was freshwater bays. I thought bays were just a saltwater thing, but there are actual freshwater bays, and they are here.
God, how hard was that for you not to jump in on that when she said that?
What's that?
I thought you wanted to jump in. Really?
When
freshwater bays?
We was just me and her. I definitely jumped in, and I was wrong because shortly after that, Caroline said, "No, that's a bay. that's a bay." So I was wrong, and I had to. Sometimes you just got to take it, man. But the views up there at this restaurant are supposed to be absolutely ridiculous, so we can't wait to get there. Look, this is one of them destinations that you got to get to. Again, from a lodging perspective, if you come, go to GrandTraverseResort.com. You can see everything you need there. If you're just looking for Traverse City, Michigan, go to TraverseCity.com. I'll let you know exactly Stay plugged into all of our socials. I'll let you know exactly how this ends because we're not leaving until Sunday. We can't get enough of it. But Tyler,
29 stop flights.
Yeah, 20 non-stop flights from all the different cities. All you need to worry about down there in Houston is that United, baby. IAH to TVC. Come on through. By the way, kid-friendly family, a couple of young daughters walking through with their mom. I'm sure their dad's out there on the golf course swinging the sticks. Actually, 3 young daughters and a dog, pet-friendly. So come on through. But the Drive listeners out there, y'all are pretty familiar with the personalities here. And I just thought this would be a great time to bring this up. Tyler, are you with me?
Always.
Okay. Ron's over here talking about not getting you a $114 shirt. You ain't going to believe what Ron did to me last night. Not once, but twice. You're not going to believe what he did to me.
Please fill us and the audience in.
Look, when you go on a little trip like this and before you play golf, if you've got enough time, what should you do? Stop by the bar and get you a drink, right?
Oh, yeah. Goes hand in hand with this game.
So we stopped by the bar, right, and we got about 15, 20 minutes, so we ordered some wings. They popped us some wings out there. Did a great job. I didn't catch our waitress's name. She was absolutely tremendous, though. Got our food out there. We knocked them back. Me and Ron, we're tequila guys, and we ordered us a little tequila. Each ordered us a tequila. Well, I get up to go in there, and Tyler and his tab was
it's not completely by
it's $150.
Woo! Love that money.
Tyler, we weren't at that table for more than 15 minutes.
I think it was the beers.
I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. And I look like a jackass because I sat there and I get our waitress. I'm like, well, ma'am, we ain't been here but 10 or 15 minutes. What are we doing? How did my tab get that high? Well, and next thing you know, I look down there. There's about 6 or 8 beers on there, right? Which I didn't know. I didn't know those were beers for the course. So I was like, oh, cool. Don't worry about it. I said, oh, cool. Don't worry about it. We'll drink some beers on the course. So I signed it and moved on, right? We come back by the pro shop, and my wife, I said, babe, you take this card. I'm going to jump on with Ron. You get in there and get us some drinks and just get another round of whatever we had and get a few beers, whatever. She comes back, and she's like, Clint, that tab was $72. I'm thinking, $72? What is going on here?
This is not completely my
Tyler.
fault, Tyler.
I look down at the receipts.
This is not. I don't think she was very clear.
Guess what your boy Ron was ordering?
I'm going to guess something that was more expensive than he normally would pay for.
My boy's drinks were $42 a piece.
Good
Hey, Tyler.
Were you drinking liquid gold?
Hey, Ron ordered 1942 with a splash of soda and a lime.
I'm telling you, I didn't.
And I didn't realize it until I'm thinking, why are these tabs so expensive?
And clearly that is not what I heard. What I said, clearly that is not it.
Can't spend so much on the guy that makes your life so much easier.
Hey,
I didn't. So I sure can't. And I want to also know. I want you to note this, Tyler. I am in the position of believing that I am paying for these drinks. So you damn well know that I wouldn't order no $42 drink. All right, I didn't.
It wasn't red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
This was not Clint's ordering. Well, let me go get the good stuff.
No, it wasn't.
No, and I have offered to try to cover my $84.
The showman.
No, that's not. That ain't that. $84 plus tips. So if it's got to be on $84, you look at what's 20% of 84. I'm gonna do math. That's 16 plus. I think it's 1680. I think is what it is. If you move the decimal, I think, and you do some addition there. So I mean, we're knocking up next to $100. I think I tipped 20%. But the only reason I bring it up, Tyler, is because I think that $114 gift to you is only fair.
No, I don't.
And
think
more than one way, yeah.
I think what's fair is that I give back to you. Listen, I'm just going to say she was not clear. She was not clear. That is not what I thought that she was saying. She just rattled off. She was not very confident on the tequilas. And I probably should have done what you did and got up and walked in there and looked in there myself. But she said a couple, and I just said, all right, go ahead. Yeah, that one.
She said a couple, and the first one started with 19, and it ended in 42.
Ron said, let's get around.
Look, when I realized what was going on, it was too late. Hell, I'd done signed everything and moved on, and I'm thinking, the hell would would let somebody order 1942 and then water it down with soda.
No, yeah,
I said, no, you can't. We can't do it. I said, that can't be right. Sure enough, I looked at the receipt. I said, ooh, we had us a good time though, didn't we, Chief? We had us a good time.
I still have a good time.
Hey, 1942.
I thought I was getting that down.
1942 over here. I tell you what, Tyler, he gonna get you a $114 shirt for it, y'all.
I don't think he is, Clint.
Yeah, I think that's a good bet, Tyler.
By the way, the other thing, I know a lot of our listeners out there. Every now and then, I like to put y'all when I hear some new live music or something, I taste a little something that's a little different. I'm no longer a Pinot Noir guy. Wine. We're talking wine here. I went to a winery this morning with my wife. For all the guys out there, Pinot Nero, very similar. Maury Vineyards, get you a bottle. I don't know how you do it. Look it up. Get you a bottle. Your wife will absolutely love it if you are a wine person. I'm telling you, it was the hit of the day for me. And my wife loves me so much. We got 4 bottles. She let 2 of them be my favorite. I think she really liked it as much as I did. But she got some brownie points with the commentary afterwards. But. Don't drink with Ron. He mixes 1942 with soda, and if you like wine, get you some of that Pinot Nero.
And I will continue to attest that young lady was not very clear with what she said.
Hey, when I saw that tab, and it wasn't the money; it was the mixing. 1940. I said, "Ooh."
It was the money for me.
All right, that's 1942 Hughley right there. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And T-Meal, quiet T-Meal. Now his feelings are hurt. Tyler, your feelings ought to be hurt after that.
Oh, that happened at 2 o'clock, brother. I mean, I'm just trying to recover, but I'll be all right.
I'm salt in the wound. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But we got to get to this real quick, man. The Astros, obviously, we know they just swept the Phillies in impressive fashion. It was as close to playoff baseball as you're going to see. I said multiple times that the 18 games leading up to the All-Star break were going to be very telling for all of us Astros fans. But really, the 6-game homestand that the Astros are in the middle of right now, with the Phillies coming to town and the Astros sweeping them, and now the Cubs are on their way. There's a couple of guys that are just playing out of their mind right now and well above expectations. And this is just quick stuff here, Ron and Tyler. I just been thinking about this. Which player are you most shocked is tearing the cover off the ball the way that they are? Jake Myers or Cam Smith? Jake Myers or Cam Smith?
To me, it's Jake all the way. Cam, you saw as a high prospect coming out of spring training. You thought, well, there's promise. Like, he forced the hand of them to put him on the roster the whole way. Man, Jake, you tell me, like, hey, Jake gonna hit 2. If you'd have told me before the year, Tyler and Clint, Jake's gonna hit 240, I'd have pressed the button immediately. And personally, I still can't get my mind off that he got struck out. I believe in the way that I see it in my head in 3 pitches by that second baseman for the White Sox. And Jake just didn't seem to have it, like, offensively, to be hitting the way that he's hitting and what he is doing this late into the season, and to think that, like, if you look at it numbers wise, like, there's some players' names out loud that you don't want to say that Jake is outperforming, that you never in your life would you have said, and I'm not going to say the names, but you know them, that he is outperforming. Hell yeah, it is Jake all the way. Jake should be talked about as, at least in conversation of probably all-star talk. I'm not saying he should be, but at least in conversation for talk. And I damn sure wouldn't have thought he could hit to put himself in that situation.
I mean, you're talking about a obvious, I know you call him the bronze glove, but you're talking about an obvious gold glove caliber defensive player that's hitting over 300. I mean, I don't know how you're not in the All-Star. I know you're not going to. He's not going to win.
June 27th.
Well, huh?
On June 27th.
Yeah.
He's hitting over 300.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not going to win a popularity contest, obviously, which a lot of that is. But I don't know how he's not in that conversation. I got to go with Jake Myers as well. I'm with you, man, and I think for me it's one reason. I dead ass serious. Jake Myers. I thought Jake Myers was going to be an 8 or 9 hole hitter, depending on if Maldonado was an Astro or not, and I thought he was going to be in center field.
He'd be maybe a tick over Maldonado.
And I thought he was going to be a rotational center fielder that they just kept on trying to force the issue, but when it came down to it, Dubon was going to end up back out there. Somebody that brought more to the plate was going to be out there. I literally had all but wrote him off. Maybe I had wrote him off. I don't know. Now he is shutting me up in a major way. I'm going Jake Myers as well. Although the Cam Smith side of things, the fact that he came over in the Kyle Tucker trade, boy, if that ends up panning out and bearing fruit in a big way, I mean, Jim Crane is an absolute genius. So there's an argument for Cam Smith, but I'm with you. I got to go Jake Myers.
Yeah. Jake's it's great. I can't even say nothing bad about him. Patrick Creighton, I think I probably owe you a bottle. Probably owe you a bottle too, Clint. But I think Patrick Creighton, and obviously owe Tyler a very heartwarming gift. And
you don't owe me nothing, bro.
No, I do. I want to make it personal, man. Like, to hell with the money on it and everything. I want to make it a real personal gift from my heart. I'm gonna get me some good.
I'll be waiting.
Scrap paper. I'm gonna find the receipt of our first meal together. I'm gonna do it all, but I'm gonna put it together.
I don't think you have that.
really show you what your
memorandums.
In my mind and in my heart. Lineups are out. We'll get you caught up on the lineup, and we know this means Kyle Tucker is in town, and he will be back. And listen, Kyle Tucker has done a lot, helped you win a world championship, had an amazing 3-year run here of the last 3 years with the Astros. How beloved is Kyle Tucker? What's it going to be like with him returning? How much are you excited, or what's your feeling about Kyle Tucker? Does it rival some of the other guys we've seen return? We'll do that coming up next.
I don't need to ask what your feelings are about them cold Coors Light, y'all. In fact, I saw somebody walk through here a while ago that had great taste. They had 2 bags, clear bags, obviously taking them to their golf cart. Guess what? My man had about a 12-pack of bullets in that bullets as
to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, I just saw on the text line a gentleman said, just looking at the website and to the old lady about it. Well, make your way on down. Traverse City, it's a beautiful spot. I just stood out there just kind of looking at the view a little bit.
You get a little fresh air?
A little break, a little fresh air. Sitting there looking at the view, seeing people who are going to be playing rounds of golf. For what time's the first tee time, you think? 7?
The
6?
First in the morning?
Whatever time that sun cracks
so
the sky.
6:30 a.m. until 10 o'clock, people will probably be out here on this course. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, it's a shame we can't go get we can't get out there about 7 o'clock and get us about 18 in. We get about maybe 14 in. Shame we can't do that. We got to go to a 16th floor restaurant with beautiful views. So we'll have to do that tomorrow or something, boys.
Yeah.
It's
a shame. I'll just say it won't be. We start at 7 o'clock, and if I'm out there with you, we're not getting through 18 and that time.
I mean, if we just get through 9, I'm a 9. I'm a 9-hole guy. I'm a 9-hole guy.
Beautiful.
I'm a 9-hole guy.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Tyler.
You're a half-assing it type guy, huh?
But that's fine, no question. Absolutely.
My obliques and hand, of course, I'm gripping that thing as hard as I possibly can.
Telling you, man.
I'm feeling it.
If you had to describe Ron's stance in one word, it's hunker. I mean, he is hunkered on that sucker, hunkered down on that sucker.
Got to loosen up that grip, though, man.
I just want to get my arms extended. I'm sorry.
A long swinging Hughley.
I will say the best iron shot I had was when Clint said, "Get a little closer to the ball."
You got to get clubs that fit, or you got to choke down on the ones you have. You got to stand up a little bit, and then you got to get that face set. And I'm telling you, swing hard. You make contact, it's going somewhere.
Or at least the one above where it's above my feet.
Hey,
helpful too.
I'll give you one thing, my boy Raybo. I like Parker hit that one on the first tee box. It just kind of fell right next to his tee.
Feels so much better.
And I thought, boy, that's the shortest shot of the day. And it was his first swing for like cold turkey off the plane.
Got to drop your drawers.
Now, Raybo hit one that somehow, Tyler, Raybo hit a golf ball with a driver that was on a tee. And if I'm lying, I'm dying. It went backwards 8 inches.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he swung. He swings. Hey, big fella swings hard now. He ain't leaving nothing in the clip now.
But he's got it in reverse.
Chief, the ball, and I'm not exaggerating. Parker looked at me and said, "How does that how does that happen? How is that possible?"
How was it not me who did it?
I mean, as hard as he swung. Now I could see you doing it. Ron took a couple cuts where the face of the driver was literally aimed at the inside of his left ankle. I don't know. He's got that thing hooded so hard. I'm like, he is literally going to hit one back into his own foot.
I did.
I mean, you know what I mean? No, you didn't. You didn't hit one backwards either. Raybo somehow
I did.
At one point, Ron, we were at a hole. I can't remember why, but I'd pulled my cart. My wife was with me. I'd pulled my cart down a little bit in front of the tee box to the right, and Ron's hunkered over that ball, and I'm like, boy, my bride is in a bad spot right now. But the way you had that club hooded, there was no way you were going to hit it right. You had that thing, had that thing hooded. I knew she was safe.
There was one though. There was one though, Tyler. I had positioned myself because for some reason for some reason it tails right on me, for some reason, and I had positioned myself for that thing to tail right. And right at the last second, Clint said, "No, turn your body around."
Well, you got to give more tail. First of all, it's not a tail.
It tails a little bit to the right.
Tyler, we were 120 maybe from the pin, and he is aimed at least 50 to 70 feet left over a pond left of the pin. And I'm like,
against that slice, huh?
I'm guarding against it, man.
I said, Ron, you're aimed at the middle of that pond, and he said, "Oh, okay." So he
strategy, Cotton.
he lined up straight, and he literally hit that thing 50 to 70 feet right of the pin. I mean, it would have been right at the pin if I'd left him alone. I was like, well,
let the man work.
I won't say another word, Chief. I'm sorry. It was like middle of a pond. I thought,
Come on,
we got limited balls, man.
You said, "Damn, hold on, man." He said, "Turn your body a little bit. Turn your body a little bit." All right, the lineup is out. Pena leading off. Paredes, Altuve's at second base. Cam Smith in that cleanup spot. Jake Myers behind him. Caratini at DH. And if you're wondering where the first baseman is, Christian Walker's batting seventh. That's where it's come to. Sure, that person who's going to text in again to me, telling me you're making a big hitting 255 over his last whatever games. All right. He's now dropped to the seventh spot. Yainer Diaz behind him in the 8 hole with Trammell in left field. All right, this is the return of Kyle Tucker. And we've seen a lot of guys come back to now the Daikin Park. And George Springer, I believe there was a certain feel of him being beloved. Correa, there was a feel of him being beloved. Those guys helped you win a championship. Bregman is in that camp. Even when Verlander left, all of that, we've seen these guys come back. I'm wondering from Astros fans, where does Kyle Tucker rank in that? I'm sure he gets a video tonight. Hell, I was at a game. They drug a video of Hughley out, and I think he got on the team the night before. They drug a Hughley video out before they gave him in standing O. I know he'll get a video, and I'm sure he'll get a standing ovation. But where do you think Kyle Tucker is when it comes to is he beloved by Astros fans? Because I think Springer, Correa, Bregman, hell, Verlander, I think those guys are Hughley. I think those guys are beloved. Ryan Presley, somebody else, potentially he's coming into this one. I don't know if he'll pitch, but those guys have a certain feel. Where do you think Kyle Tucker ranks in that?
I don't think this.
Yeah. I don't think there's a lot. It doesn't feel like there's as much emotion.
Well, there's a lack of playoff production that holds it. That big moment production. I mean, he was obviously great overall, but there's big moment production. He don't have. I don't think, and I could be wrong. Tyler would know better than me, but I don't think that Kyle Tucker has like a signature moment in the playoffs where it was just like, wow, that changed a series or won a game. The other part of that is on stuff like this, I go back to my immediate group where we got about, I don't know, probably 20, 25 Astros fans that in my group that we talk pretty consistently. Kyle Tucker's the only big name Astro like that, at some point or another, a good percentage of that group was like, you can trade him if you want. Now, I'm talking before he became Kyle Tucker and before they actually traded him. I don't know that. The rest of these guys, 99.9% of my crew was in love with. Like, hell, they're untouchable. I don't know that Kyle Tucker was ever even close to that with my crew.
No, I don't. It doesn't seem like it. Tyler, you would probably, from the fans' perspective, probably have the best thought of this. It does feel like, and to me, Kyle Tucker, this is a guy who is the last 3 seasons has been an all-star. The last 3 seasons he's been, since they've started this all-MLB team, he has been on the all-MLB team as one of the best players. He had a 5th-place finish a couple of years ago when in the MVP race, and a couple of years ago. I mean, he's got a great run here the last couple of years in stats, but it does feel like, to me, Tyler, as I said, I feel like you're probably best to kind of look at it from the fan perspective. It don't seem like he's on that level.
No, and I think everything you just said and everything Clint kind of laid out is right in line with how I feel. I mean, I'm thankful for Kyle Tucker and his service as an Astro during his years here, sure. But no, I do not put that man and his weak-ass shins in the same group as like Springer or the other guys we love dearly that left Houston. No, he's a tier below for Kyle Tucker and them shins.
Like he was 17 of 61 in the playoffs in 2021. Not pretty good. And that 1 year where he was real good, that fifth place finishing.
Mm-hmm.
My man went 6 for 40.
Enjoy
6
Chicago.
for 40. That 2003 playoff run seems to have become more talked about with Kyle Tucker than the entirety that he was here. That run where it was.
It just seems like when you play for a team that wins, what was it, Tyler, 7 straight ALCSs?
That is correct.
And wins as many games as the Astros won over a 10-year span. It's like if you're not having that right there, if you're not having like multiple big moments in the playoffs, then you're going to pale in comparison to the guys that do.
Never represented H-Town. Tucker is appreciated but not beloved. No emotional attachment.
That's good.
A polite applause and just move on.
I'm with you. Hell, I wouldn't play the video. Y'all know where I'm at. If anybody
caught the final out,
if anybody wants to stay after the game and watch Kyle Tucker take a little bow to the crowd or something, watch a video, you can. I'm finna go to battle with you.
I'll stand up and
I'm fixing to go to battle with you, man. I ain't gonna stroke you before I play you.
You're not gonna stroke him before you play him.
That's right.
Coming up next.
Can Ron get a 1942 with water?
I don't. Can I get it? I would like some tequila, spring water, and a lime, but I would like the lowest level of tequila.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
All right, coming up next, as Clint just continues to turn this thing nasty. The Rockets made a big move with Kevin Durant, but I will ask you this, and we'll discuss on the other side. For the Rockets to have the best chance, I had this conversation with Aaron in his hotel room earlier today. For the Rockets to have the best chance for them to win the championship next year, Kevin Durant and who needs to be their second best player? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets. After weeks of Free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, Traverse City, Michigan, and we will hear from the CEO coming up, Kevin Klein. Here, he will join us. We'll get to know him and let you know even more, folks. We're trying to get you out here because I'm telling you, you will enjoy it. We have enjoyed it immensely. It is, and I mean, we're just getting started. Look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I came here and I planned to play 9 holes of golf. That was everything I gave you. Hell, I played 13, and now I have somehow gotten to myself where I've agreed to get up at 7:30 in the morning to go play another 18.
I'm telling you,
I don't even know what happened.
What hole was that yesterday? 13, 12 or 13, where you hit 3 consecutive shots, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, I can do this. Let's go.
I'll tell you, Tyler,
that's the game right there.
That tee shot around and right down the right side of that fairway. I didn't know I had it in me. I drove up there and I said, "Are you sure that's my ball?" I did, man. Oh man, I pulled the 3 out. Well, that felt real good right there, man. Got that thing up there. Then we came back to earth. That's just the frustrating thing. How come I can't do that every time? I can't be consistent every time.
Well, if you could, you'd be competing, and hell, maybe even you'd be gambling if you could. That's the problem, man. You play great one day, and then the next day it's like, what happened? Where did this come from?
Next hole. Yeah, next thing you know, I hit that tee shot, and then the next one I rifled that one right into the water. Hey, that's where I am. I don't know about you, Tyler. I lose 2 balls. I'm gonna move on and just keep on going. Yeah, I yanked 2 in the water. Let's go ahead and go. I thought about sticking my hand out like 10 Cup and just keep calling for another ball. Shout out to Kevin Costner. All right, someone texting, where are y'all at in Michigan? We are in Traverse City, Michigan, and you can make your way out of here straight flight right here. You can go to United. They've got 20 nonstop cities, and Houston is one of them. And you can go to Intercontinental, Bush, and fly right out. Straight flight. We got here at about 2:05, 2:07, easily just over 2 hours. And as they say here, which is the truth, runway to fairway in 30 minutes. Make way on out here. But I talked to Aaron about this in the hallway of his hotel room for about 5 minutes. We discussed this, and I want to bring this one to the people. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in as well, please. I think as we're looking at it, the Rockets should have championship expectations. Now that they've done what they did last year, they have added the piece that they really needed, and the only major pieces they're without are obviously Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green. But they seem to have guys that are ready to take this step. For them to have their best chance to win a championship, to be there like the Pacers and to be there like the Thunder were ultimately, I think we all know Kevin Durant has to be a huge factor and probably viewed maybe as his team's one of its top 2 players, maybe his best player. Who needs to be this team's second best player to give them the best chance to win a championship? Who would that be? I think there are obviously 2 options right off the bat that come to mind. Yeah. But if you were to say, if this player ascends to being the second best player, and he's the 2 to the 1-2 punch of Kevin Durant, who would you say that would be for the Rockets' best chance to win a championship
I think,
next year?
I think it's Amen Thompson. I think it's and he may be this. He may be by default the second best player because everybody else is so young. Depending on what they do beyond the Kevin to be able to be the same guy that he was last year and still be the second best player. But to me, I think if we look at it, and I know they're 2 different positions, so it's not apples to apples. But if we look at this thing and we go, hey, Amen Thompson is a bigger part to what the Rockets are doing than Şengün. And we're saying that not because Şengün falls off, but we're saying that because Amen Thompson takes his game to the next level and becomes a more polished player next to Kevin Durant. I think it's got to be Amen Thompson, Ron. I say that also thinking, again, I love Şengün. I don't like some of the antics, complaining to the refs and stuff.
That's the other name that's coming through.
Well, yeah. I mean, but like I feel like we've seen Şengün. Like I think it's gonna age really well. I'm not minimizing it. I think he's a tremendous player, but I think we've seen the best of Şengün. I think that is what we're going to get. If Amen Thompson develops, we know he's going to develop, but if he develops to a point where we say Amen Thompson is a bigger part of what the Rockets are doing than Şengün, the Rockets got a real shot to be one of the best, if not the best team in the league.
Yeah, because someone texted in here, I think the popular answer is Amen, but it's got to be Şengün. If he's a more consistent scorer in the post, in the playoffs, this team is more dangerous. This team advances against the Warriors if he can do that. I don't think it's easy. I do idea of what Şengün is probably most likely to bring to the table. Now, last year he's 19 and 11, with 5 assists. 4 to 5 assists a game, which made him an all-star, which is, he was an all-star last year. But there is just a dimension that Amen Thompson has the potential to bring that affects so much of the game.
I feel like Kobe.
So, if we come back in here in this puppy and Amen Thompson is now pushed this 14 to 20 a game with everything else he does, and if that also means that he has become, as somebody texted in earlier and you kind of talked about a bit, was now more of a playmaker, and he can do things to help others, that to me opens up something I don't think that they have right now. Then if you force a guy who was an all-star to be the third, if you force an all-star post player who looks like a poor man's version of Nikola Jokic, which is great for him, that changes the game. Because for me, I don't all of a sudden think we get a step back somewhere from Şengün where he's 14 points and 8 rebounds a game. I think we pretty much will see even more because he's still young and growing. But it does feel like to me that's a dimension they don't really have. If Amen Thompson really takes his game, especially offensively, to the next level.
Well, here's the other part of that, and it's obviously between two guys. It's Alperen Şengün and Amen Thompson. Look, and I think this is fair. Şengün's ceiling is significantly lower than Amen Thompson's.
He is 23.
I watch Şengün. He's not all of a sudden going to show up and be more athletic next year. He's not all of a sudden going to show up and he may be a little more physical. He may be a little bit more, have a little more substance to him.
If he can develop his shot, that to me, if he can develop a shot, that is what could change.
I don't know. I just when I watch Şengün, I just don't think there's going to be a level of development, and all of a sudden we're going to see a different athletic ability and development, like a high-end athlete. Like Amen Thompson, he is an above-the-rim guy that plays great on the defensive end of the floor, that can get the buckets. Now, if his shot develops a little bit, it changes.
If he ever gets the Russell Westbrook level jump shot, it's over.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's just I think if you take both of those players and they play at or above their ceiling, you got a significantly better player, relatively speaking, than Amen Thompson. And I'm just comparing them to their peers that play their same position. I think a playing at his ceiling Şengün is pretty close to what we saw last year. Maybe there's some little improvements here or there. An Amen Thompson playing at his ceiling, he is one of the best, most athletic, most explosive players, perimeter players.
You're one that says, all right, if we wake up and we look at it, all right, they've won a championship. odds are you think Amin Thompson has really taken off.
Yes, in fact,
taken off fast.
Yes,
Shingu.
Yes, it's the exact opposite of what you asked me last week or earlier this week, Ron, when you said, "Hey, what about, when I said I wasn't as confident as everybody else that the Kevin Durant moves makes the Rockets a contender." The reason why is I'm less confident in that Amin Thompson's going to make the jump that everybody thinks he's going to make. Yep. That's why I didn't think as highly. I like the move. Don't get me wrong, but I think title contenders a little bit aggressive there. So, but yeah, I think it's Amin Thompson.
All right, 5 o'clock fire as we continue here live from Traverse City, Michigan. We'll get you ready for the Astros as they welcome Kyle Tucker and the Cubs into town. We'll let you know the details of that, as well as some news coming from the Rockets, some news outside of Durant that we will let you know. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light. We already talked about it once, but I can't help but reiterate it to the fine folks of H-Town. You listening? Them cold Coors Light, it's the way to go. If you are a beer drinker in the Lone Star State, then you ought to be drinking cold Coors Light, right?
services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, will have the latest. We are here live. The Drive is live on the road, and we are live here from Traverse City, Michigan, and we are at the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, live at the grill during our broadcast here. We got here yesterday, and it has been a spectacular time thus far. The golf has been amazing. Clint has done some things, has gone to one of the wine vineyards and enjoyed himself, him and his wife. His wife has done the spa today. I'm guessing that was beautiful. I've got a pedicure to hit on Sunday, so that should be a blast.
Facial, too. Don't act like you got that.
Honest to God, I don't even know what a facial is. I don't even know what that means. I don't know. But
we've got several. I know for sure ladies in the building. Have you
had a facial? Have you had a facial before? You look like you got some good facial skin right there.
He takes care of his skin, huh?
He had one. But
there you go. You can figure it all out right here in this next break.
But, yeah, coming up, we'll talk to the CEO of the Cherry Capital Airport. That's how you fly into Traverse City Airport. Very convenient airport. We'll talk to him, which is the first step to getting here and what they're able to offer here for you in Houston. So that's coming up here in just a bit. But, Clint, the Astros, they are back at it, man. They just swept the Phillies in especially in that series, and they're back at it against another first-place team. They will face the Cubs. Kyle Tucker makes his return back, and old Walter gets the ball again. We'll see if they can keep this pitching up, Clint. I know the lineup here as it is. Al Pena leads off. Paredes, Altuve's at second tonight. Cam Smith up in that cleanup spot with Jake Myers behind him. Victor Caratini is the DH. And then Christian Walker's at first in the seventh spot with Diaz, batting eighth, and Trammell in left field. And I know a lot of people are looking at the lineup, but this pitching has been absolutely amazing thus far in these first three games of this homestand. And we'll see if Walter can continue because their starters against the Phillies went 19 innings, no earned runs, 16 strikeouts against 4 walks, and absolutely dominated the Phillies, who only scored 1 run in a 3-game series. So we'll see if the pitching can continue because that's been the story thus far.
Yeah, look, a big part of what the Astros have been able to do with this lead in the West and being one of the best teams in the American League is no doubt about it. The stars that are healthy have been great, have been really good. But the reality of it is, when you got to look at Ryan Gusto, you got to look at Brendan Walter, you got to look at Tyler's guy, Colton Gordon, right. Gordo. I mean, those guys have. I mean, it's mind blowing how good those guys have been and how above expectation they have pitched this year. And hopefully, we can keep it rolling until you get your big guns back and all of them healthy and in the room. For me, I'm glad it's lasted this long, and I hope they can keep that thing rolling. Got another one of them going tonight against a really good team. Are the Cubs still first place in the Central?
I believe so.
So, yeah, I mean, you got another good team. We'll see if Walter can keep this thing going.
Are you all excited about Tucker?
I am. I'm more excited.
He's been very, very good, by the way, this year.
Yeah, I'm more excited about the 6-game homestand where they've already played 3 and swept the Phillies. I'm a little bit more excited about what my Astros are going to look like in that 6-game run. They're off to a hell of a start, and now can they? You asked, what'd you ask for? Would I take 3 and 3 in this homestand? I would have took that. Now they've already got the 3 wins, so anything else is icing on the cake. Can they? What can they do against the Cubs? And I think a secondary storyline's obviously Tucker. Tucker's a low-key, quiet dude that never caused any problems, and other than that maybe pissed Tyler off with that shin injury that he had last year.
It really wasn't his fault. It was broken. They were telling us it was a bruise, but it was clearly fractured.
I don't know. I don't put a lot of stock into former Astros coming back anyway, but and Tucker was kind of an under-the-radar personality, so I don't make much of it.
Get out there. Everybody get up off your feet and give him a round of applause when he comes up and they play that video. Yeah. And they bring it out there. Really give him a round of applause.
Save that for post-game,
I would. Maybe even a Tampa Tuck. Let's go Tuck. Maybe a little bit of that action. So we'll get you ready there.
No.
We'll get you ready there tonight. By the way, and I'm sure Cheryl will check this out for me. I believe they have won, or they have not lost, in the last 10 straight series they've played.
That is correct.
They have split. I know they split with the A's. They've split a 4-game at least, but they have not lost in the last 10 series they have played.
What is that number, Tyler? They've won 16 of 20, something like that.
I'll have to double check on that part of it, but no, the series thing,
Yeah, I think I saw that earlier. They are rolling, son. They are absolute rolling.
Cheryl will find that. All right, as we are here live in Traverse City, Michigan, it is great for us to sit down and talk with the man here, the CEO of Cherry Capital Airport, where we flew in and where you will fly in when you arrive here in Traverse City, Michigan. Kevin Klein joins us. And, Kevin, we appreciate Kevin. Boy, he met us there, baby.
Yeah.
He met us there right when we got off the plane.
Hey.
And listen, this is a big part of it. You got to get here. You got to get here first. And for the people in Houston, how does the airport here and how the arrival of how easily you can get here, how does that happen here in Traverse City?
Well, it ranks some of the best when you have good friends coming to visit you.
There you go.
Thanks for coming back and seeing you. I think I met you all last year about the same time.
Yes, sir.
And it was great. But how do you get here? It's easy. United Airlines nonstop from Houston to TVC, and it's just about 2.5 hours to get up here, and you fly on a great aircraft, which is an Embraer 175 with 76 seats, and you arrive into what I call a very simple terminal, and where you can almost see from your gate to your bag claim and to your car, you're there within 5 minutes, and we love to tell everybody that when you fly into Traverse City and you come out to Grand Traverse Resort, you're literally 15 minutes from runway to fairway. And it's just so easy to get here and get out onto the course and get out and play. So
I tell you, Kevin, that time is getting shorter and shorter. How fast it is.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, if you're into golf, some of these guys, they have their shoes already laced and ready to go when they touch down. So, and you're welcome into our terminal, which is really it's a Frank Lloyd Wright inspired terminal in the design, and so really, what does that resemble? Is an up north resort. And we want everybody to come in and be relaxed in our terminal and see that, hey, we want you to be on vacation when you arrive and be able to get right out there and, quickly get through the terminal, because we're just a means to get there, to be able to see what everything Northern Michigan has to offer. And with great golf, great facilities, great food, our beaches, our wineries, we have it all for everybody to come on up. And then, on top of it, our summers, long day, cool nights is what we like to say. And, and I think you guys experienced, you were out to about 9:30, but, just even a week ago as summer kicked off, 10:15 is not uncommon to still have some daylight showing up. So, Northern Michigan has a lot to offer, and we want everybody to come on up. It's a great place to be.
Long days, cool nights, and had a real Bill Worrell feel to it. Tyler, I hope you got that one. I think I was talking, we've done a million things. It feels like we've been here a week, and I've only been here a little over 24 hours. But I'm one that appreciates the little things. I think a little bit more. To me, what you're talking about from the airport perspective of a big part of coming up here is the ease and the comfort it starts when you're playing lands. And you literally, it's a small, low-traffic airport.
Your wife, first thing she said was, "Look how this is."
It's convenient. I mean, you don't fight the things that now you're gonna fight it in Houston. Now you're gonna fight it it's gonna be hell getting out of Houston now with all that construction going on. But you leave all that behind, and that's part of going on vacation. And when you land here, literally, it's just so easy. And I think people, I don't know how much time you guys spend emphasizing that, but I know for our listeners out there, a big part of it is just how easy, relaxing when you touch down here. And it doesn't just start when you get to Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. It starts when you hit the ground at the airport.
And that's what we want. We want that welcome mat out for everybody to feel what we feel every day and take for granted every day. And we put simple things in the terminal that, of course, the creature comforts that everybody wants. Everybody wants plugs for their phones and computers and everything else. But we also want that atmosphere to relax. And so we have an outdoor area, outdoor patio where people can have a drink before their flight if they'd like, or if it's in the morning, I like to say a cinnamon roll and some other great things, good coffee. And then we also, even going through our security checkpoint, we have gardens that you can look out and see, stained glass windows, and it really just, it makes people more comfortable. And the word convenience, I always tease, TVC stands for total value and convenience, and that's important to us from the curb all the way to the plane experience to make sure that we really focus on the safety and security of our passengers. And through all that, the strength makes us a very self-sufficient airport, and we're very proud of that.
What is that? Because I think another thing that's interesting here is the relationship and how close you guys are as a group. Everybody that we've met here, y'all all may work for different entities and get your paycheck comes from different places, but the way y'all work together, again, makes it seamless for the customer that comes in.
Well, it's about cooperation and those co-op opportunities. And when we can work together, we can take our marketing dollars, our messaging dollars, and just grow them 10 times. And you can do that through partnerships. And if you're working together and doing that, so many people that when I say, hey, it's Traverse City, people look at me, used to years ago, like, where's that? Today, the word is out and it's getting here, and people are starting to see, hey, this is no different. It's an alternative to maybe some of the traditional vacations they've gone. And when they land and they fly in and they start seeing the blue water and the Caribbean-like atmosphere that they can have on the beaches, the family activities that are in our downtown, and even our great festivals. We have so many different festivals. The National Cherry Festival is going on this week. We have the Great Lakes Equestrian Festival that's up here. And even in the pro sports, we have Red Wings preseason training up here in Traverse City with their prospect camp. So all great things. We have such a variety of different things you can do. It's a great experience. And even if, you were talking baseball before the segment, we even have the Traverse City Pit Spitters that people can enjoy. And it's a great Northwoods Bat League to be able to get these collegiate students that first kind of professional experience that they have.
Kevin, we appreciate you joining us right now, the CEO of Cherry Capital Airport, Kevin Klein. Kevin, I think the big thing, though, is we're learning. There's so many great things to offer here at Traverse City, but I think the best part, and I think where you come in, is you're making it so easy for people to get here. In my mind, I'm thinking, all right, how do you – if I were thinking, like, all right, it is probably – I've got to fly to Detroit. I've got to fly –
Chicago.
But it's not just Houston. I think the big thing around the country that a lot of people – I've talked to several people who are from a lot of different places around here. I know I'm weird. I've talked to stuff. But it's so many places that you can get here immediately on one flight. And I think that takes a lot out of decisions for people.
Absolutely. We have 20 nonstops.
20, huh?
20 from all over the country. 7 great airlines. So we have Allegiant, we have Avelo, we have American, Delta, JetBlue, Sun Country, and United. That brings us these 20 great nonstop. JetBlue is our newest carrier. They started here June 5th, going to Boston. And so, when we look at all these great towns, one of the best things about it is I do a little special thing with the Tigers, and the Tigers travel to a lot of these towns, and so you guys took Verlander from us, so I still am hurting over that one. But
2 championships he won too.
Yeah, I know.
That's all right. Y'all got a hinge. That's all right.
Yeah, I know. There you go. I know. We'll see how it works out, man. We'll see how it works out. But anyway, with getting those 29 stops, it's just what it speaks about volumes for a community of our size, typically a small airport. You don't see 29 stops. And what it does, though, is our community flies. It uses it. But that's why we want to also bring everybody to us. We want to be the destination that people want to go to. And when you have Traverse Resort and Spa, this is the destination. Yeah. This is what it's all about.
Getting them here is the deal, man. Because once they get here, it's no doubt they're gonna enjoy themselves. They're gonna come back. They're gonna tell their friends about it, which is we're proud to be here with y'all and partnered with y'all to tell everybody in Houston about it, man. So we appreciate you guys having us, and it's easy to tell the folks about, ain't it?
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. And it's great to sell, and we appreciate you joining us, Kevin.
Well,
and I'm sure certainly we will see you as we continue our time here. We appreciate you joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for traveling up to Northern Michigan. Thank you to United, and thank you to all the Houston travelers.
Hey, the way it's looking, it looks like your Tigers and the Astros may run into each other here. The 2 best records in the American League.
I'd love it. I'd love it.
All right, thanks you. That's Kevin Klein, CEO of Cherry Capital Airport, as we continue right here live on The Drive. Listen, I talked about this with Clint a bit, and I said I cannot wait for this to change, for this to happen. I cannot wait for this football season to start so this stupid conversation is done. We'll get Clint's thoughts on that coming up next.
All right, so I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived around
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live. I feel like that was a real good, solid hug over my head, Tyler. I don't know if you felt that was you felt the love there.
Lean in, man.
It did.
Firm
it
grip.
Felt like
it's kind of like a handshake, man. You can't half-heartedly hug a woman.
No, I know
What's wrong with you, man? It's like you don't half-heartedly shake a man's hand, do you? You don't go in there with no gentle grip. It's firm. It's firm.
You went after it. Yeah. People on YouTube and Twitch were able to see it.
That's a show, man.
There you go. There you go. All right, Clint. As we talked about this a bit earlier, and I want to get your thoughts on this because, you know, the latest thing of how bad and how much Bobby Slowik sucked has come out, and I'll be honest with you, I'm a little skeptical of this list just when I look at other spots of it, but there is a list here. That they are doing it with a grade of the scores of play callers this year in the NFL, this past season. Play callers in the NFL based on what they did in the 2024 season, and they have been doing this for 15 years, Clint. And Bobby Slowik was 32nd, dead last, when it came to him. A 0.0 score he got when it came to passing. The only person to get a 0 on anything. They did a score of run, pass, and then the overall score. His run score was a 7.3. So that he as a play caller was better running the football but a mile than throwing the football, and overall a 0.9, which was well last. Luke Getsy was in front of him at a 3.7, not even really excuse me, even close. This is yet like another example shown of, all right, this is Bobby Slowik was this bad. And look, we've had the discussions about this, but Clint, for me, when I look at this list, Andy Reid is 27th and Greg Roman is 28th. So I'm a little good on this list when it comes to that. Yeah. When Alex Van Pelt and Brian Callahan of the Titans are ahead of Andy Reid and Greg Roman, Zach Robinson as well. And number 8 in the list coming in, no, it wasn't Kyle Shanahan. No, it wasn't Sean McVay. No, it wasn't Kevin O'Connell. Nope, it was Todd Downing of the Jets, was the 8th best play caller of the year, with Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay at 13 and 14. But for me overall, Clint, my thought is I am really ready for this season to start, because I've reached my point of being over the everything was Bobby Slowik's fault conversation. Or that this was because by the way that we're looking at stuff like this, like no, they ought to be a top 10 offense.
Yeah.
And I personally don't see that. I see that. Hell, and I would imagine you don't. If you remember, Tyler, earlier this week, stock down, Clint had it on the Texans offense. But earlier this week that we did that on Wednesday, that, you know, a lot of people were pissed off about. I believe somebody texted in and said, Clint, you don't believe that yourself when you said that. But Clint, I just feel like it is way, way too aggressive on this was all Bobby's fault. And I am really, really ready for this to be over. I'm ready for Nick Caley and another offense for us to watch, so we can stop with this deal, because it is just wearing me out.
Yeah, look, forget the graph or the rankings or whatever. I mean, anything that has Andy Reid that low, we don't go any further. It's silly. It's useless. It clearly has very, very little to no value. But the fact that it brought the conversation to the fatigue, the Bobby Slowik fatigue, I think is real. Look, I was one that I could understand firing Bobby Slowik. I could understand keeping Bobby Slowik. Now, look, I don't know what was going on in the building, and clearly there were some things going on in the building under Bobby Slowik's watch that were unacceptable, and they decided to move on. Fine, I can understand it. Now, I think the moves that the Texans have made. I know you're fatigued with the conversation, as am I, but the moves that they made tell us that it was Slowik. It was Chris Strouser, the O-line coach. It was, and not only that, it was they removed the O-line coach and they bring the assistant O-line coach that was here over the last couple of years. They elevate him, so that's literally telling you, yeah, Strouser was a problem. Right, Bobby Slowik, they get rid of him, and everybody else, with the exception of Chris Strouser, stays. Anybody that had anything to do with scheming or installing or developing the offense, they stayed except for Bobby Slowik. Laramie Tunsil, he's gone.
They revamped the offensive line.
They revamped the offensive line, and D'Amico Ryans is now paying a ton of attention to what's going on the offensive end of the ball, on the offensive end, especially the offensive line. So
the receiving core is going to look different.
The receiving core is going to look totally different.
They added another running back in Nick Chubb.
Yeah, so I think if you look at the Texans' move overall, I mean, I think their moves tell you that it was well beyond just Bobby Slowik. But I think if you listen to the commentary, it always goes back to Bobby and what he wasn't doing. Again, I find it very, very interesting how quickly people forget what he was able to do in year one, and in year two. Look, I totally get it. I'm not opposed to them making the move, but it was a quick turn and a quick trigger.
Yeah, for me, it's. I'm just more fatigued of just the thought of, like, I'm sorry, I just don't buy that this was, this move of removing him change at all.
Well, removing him, and keep in mind to emphasize your point is, like, they're not only removing him, they removed him and did not have a replacement. They removed him and replaced him with a guy that's been a career-long tight ends coach. So it was bad with Bobby because you were parting ways no matter what. So it is pretty damning the way that it all went down.
Yeah, listen, it does not look good on his behalf. When you look at it, it feels like a lot was rolling there. I wonder how many people were pulling on the same rope. Like, I wonder how many people were in there and 100% rolling the same way. And I'll be just honest, like, when you look at it, like, their offensive line was, whether you say it's well coached or not, it was, the dudes up front weren't very good either last year. Now, how much emphasis you want to just say that was all coaching, but we saw these guys just getting their asses kicked at times. We looked at there and we could see, a lot of different things. It'd see, like, hey, man, he went through most of the year never really having Nico Collins and Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs all together as is planned, right? I mean, do we blame Dalton Schultz, just complete fall off a map all on him?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I don't fight again different on Bobby Slowik from year one to year two. And that now that we're kind of seeing some things that he damn sure could have done a better job. But for me to think, all right, now we got him out of the fold, Clint, now this thing's going to take off. Now we're going to see the real C.J. Stroud that's been held back by him. I just don't buy that.
Well, we'll see. They got to kick that thing off here for too long.
Yeah, I just don't buy that at all. But I am just now at a point where I am ready to see it. And if Nick Caley comes in here and they take off and take a jump with this offense, and this offense looks incredibly different, all right, then I'm. But either way, I'm just over the. All right, man. Hey, every week it seems like we're going to find something different about. Oh man, it was all Bobby. And it's all coming out after the year, and nobody wasn't really saying much then. All right, coming up, some Rockets news outside of Kevin Durant. They've made some moves to keep some guys, and then the big one that seems to be bothering some Rockets fans, a player they may be shopping. We'll let you know all of that. And Tyler going to win you some money. He's been in the green the last 2 days that he has had T-Mill's best bets on Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll try to make you some money again coming up next right here live on The Drive from Traverse City, Michigan.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Payne and Pendergast.
These three teams right now, the Astros all feel they've got the behind-the-scenes stuff really kind of sewn down and good, and now they just got to win.
I'm so tired of you framing things in terms of wins and losses, Sean.
I know.
What about the experiences we enjoy along the way?
You sound like Aaron Rodgers yesterday. Right now. I hate him.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports.
Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Traverse City, Michigan. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we're live here in Traverse City, Michigan, and having a great time again, guys. If you're going to make your way out here, not only as we've told you throughout the day, there's amazing things to do, but real talk. Not only should you not just make your way to Traverse City, Michigan, but you need to make your way to Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. I haven't even been able to explore everything, but they have everything and all the accommodations. I just found out there's a beach across the street that is their own personal beach,
private beach, and a private pool over
pool over there. They got jet skis and water sports and boats that. In a real upset, Clint's not comfortable driving. I didn't.
Nope, not with nobody here.
Tyler, I would have bet. I would have. I would have lost good money that Clint Stoerner wasn't ready to just go ahead and throw himself behind the boat and drive a boat. I would have lost good money on that one.
I ain't got it, man. I'm at a point in my life where I just don't need it. I don't need the risk.
Like if you'd have told me that, I found out last week. Clint said, "Oh man, I could throw on some roller skates right now and get out there on that rink and roll."
You on that.
And then tell me that he ain't feel comfortable driving a boat. That I would have reversed those.
Well, I mean, to be clear, like if you could guarantee me there's no accidents, there's no traffic, there's no weather, there's no functions, I'd feel plenty comfortable just driving out there across it. But if we got into a bad predicament, I need somebody in that boat to be able to get us to confidently get us out. It's kind of like I told y'all, you ain't going to like this story because it's a private jet story, but I'm flying with one of my boys one time. My college roommate's got a plane, and he's flying us. And all of a sudden, it comes time to land, and he said, "Oh, hell, one of the landing gears ain't down. One of the wheels didn't come down." And my thought is I
don't need nobody to tell me that in no plane.
Hey, I never checked up. I said, well, I never got nervous. Honest to God, it's one of about two friends I've had my entire life that I knew if there was a way out of that, if I knew it wasn't, if the good Lord wasn't finna take me and it was their way out of it, my man was gonna know exactly how to. So what are you gonna do? He said, we're gonna fly by the tower, we're gonna lay this thing on its side, and the tower's gonna tell us whether that gear's down or if my signals are right and it's stuck. I said, okay. We lean that thing on the side. They come back. Your right front, landing gears are stuck up. I said, well, what do we do now? He said, I got a button down here, and I push this button, and there's apparently some kind of like CO2 deal that pushes it out. It blows it out. And I said, well, what if that don't work? He said, we got to land this thing on its belly. I said, all right, let's do it. But the key there was I wasn't in the plane with Capetillo, with my boy Cap. You know what I mean? I was in the plane with a guy that I knew was going to get me out of that predicament. If we got out on that water, and well, Aaron may know, but if me and you's out on that water and something bad happened, I ain't going to feel as comfortable with you trying to get us out.
I'm going to be honest with you. I would not have felt comfortable. It was fine. Where you told me, I didn't. We're going to land it on its belly.
If you knew my partner, it was well.
I don't care if your partner. I got some partners that I trust in a lot of things, but if it is, hey man, we might have to land this plane on its belly. Like you said, I ain't check up.
Nope. Then I never got nervous. Now we figured it out and landed on wheels, but I'm just telling you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm out on it, Ron. We can stand. Hey, we can get that pool, that beachside pool, and a beach right there. We can have just as much fun, if not more, right there.
I think we can. All right, I'm with that. Boss man didn't bring no. I'm gonna put him out there. He didn't bring no swimming trunks.
Hey, he got some draws on. He got some whitey tighties. We get you off in that cold lake and them whitey tighties, boy.
Get you out in there, man.
Call you light switch. Boy, that cold water will hurt you, boy. That ain't nothing worse. There ain't nothing worse, boy, than that cold water.
That boy light you. All right, shout out to everybody help us put this together. Our engineer Aaron, who's taking care of us, keeping us on the air, not only on the radio but also on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler holding it down big time there at the station as well, and then all the staff here at the grill. They have been fantastic as well. Tyler will get ready to win you a little cash coming up. See if we can end the week with 3 straight days in the green and really be off the schneid here. I did want to pass across some news with the Rockets, Clint. The first one is they in some of their free agent bench players to join them next year. Jayshawn Tate, Aaron Holiday, and Jeff Green are all going to have new contracts. And then I think the news that's a little bit more juicy for Rockets fans, and we've seen a lot of people comment on it today, and that is, according to Kelly Iko of the Athletic, the Rockets' third-year wing, Cam Whitmore. A lot of people that we've seen feel like Cam Whitmore is a potential budding star, has been subject of a number of trade discussions in recent weeks, or recent days, and the situation is best to be described as fluid right now. So that is the thought there. And, you know, you really at times, Clint, in this business of what we do, sometimes don't know what will elicit a reaction and emotions from people. But Cam Whitmore, I think Cam Whitmore might be one of the top 5 kind of lightning rod names for the Rockets, right? And just how certain people feel about him. And it does seem like there are a lot of fans who are completely the other way, in which it clearly sees the organization, and Ime Udoka sees Cam Whitmore. And that is, they're in some form or fashion don't trust him to be on the floor. And he's not on the warm-up games in the playoffs and things like that. So it is an interesting thought, and not a real surprise that he would be talked about in trades.
No, look, not a real surprise at all. I question, and I've done this for a while. Look, I like Cam Whitmore. I love the way he plays, the aggression, the dog that he has, and the chip he has on his shoulder. I absolutely love it. But when I look at Cam Whitmore and I look at the Rockets, I'm like, where does Cam fit? What role does Cam Whitmore play? He's not Kevin Durant. He's not Amen Thompson. He's not Şengün. He like you said, he's not Jabari. Hell, he's not Tar. He's not anything. So how do you effectively use that player on your bench throughout a season? Now, the other part of that is, I think if you look at where the Rockets are not a team that's in disarray or dysfunction and rebuilding this or rebuilding that or tearing this down. They are when it comes to an identity and players having roles, they have guys that you know exactly. You just mentioned Aaron Holiday. He is a backup guard, point guard that can come in and he may play 10 minutes one night. He may play 2 minutes tonight. May not play at all. You know what? He's not going to bitch. He's not going to complain. He's going to be. He knows what he is. He's a role player, and he's he serves a specific purpose in a depth role. And I just don't know where Cam fits in that, and I look at the Rockets differently. I think the Rockets are a team that the stars have aligned. Everything's in position. Every player on the roster, on the active roster, should be a guy that has a role. And Cam Whitmore is such a get him the ball, be aggressive, go get a bucket. I just don't know that has a role on this team.
See, yours is what is his role. My question is what is he doing that is triggering Ime Udoka to not have trust to use him at all? Because if you just, say it out loud, the Rockets struggled with scoring at times last year. That would make sense. He's a guy that can put the ball in the bucket and can score. The Rockets at times struggle with Jalen Green scoring and then would take him out at the end of games, and he's a guard, and so is Cam Whitmore. But he never, ever even thought to play him in those positions. That one time in that game against the Warriors, where it was a blowout in the playoff game, and they put in the subs, and he wasn't one of the subs the first time they put him in. That was weird. He became a sub the next time they put the subs in. That's my thing, is what is going on behind closed doors, or what they're looking for defensively or whatever, that is putting him in a place where he doesn't even think to use him? That is the question for me, because if you look at it on the surface, there are things that he does and that you would think he has shown that this team could have used at times.
Yeah, I think if you're just looking at the ability to score, I think that is the case. But I believe where you may be joking the right, they just need more out of their guys that are going to predominantly handle the ball. They're going to have an identity. They're going to facilitate. They're going to be able to read defenses. They're going to be coachable and at least push to accomplish what the staff wants them to accomplish. And somewhere along that way, Cam wasn't getting that done.
All right, Tyler, let's get some money here, man. What's the best bet? See if we can finish this week. 3 straight days in the green.
That's right. Get them pens and pencils ready, because 3 of tonight's 5 best bets, well, it's in this Astros game. As Kyle Tucker and the Cubs are coming to Dyken Park. But I got 5 MLB best bets for you. And like Show said, we've worked our asses off, got back in the green. We're moving in the right direction. Here you go. 5 best bets. First, Dodgers money line as they travel.
Royals have lost 9 straight at home. Go ahead.
Yeah. That game is at the Royals. So Dodgers money line, I got mine at -145, somewhere in there. Next, I got the Brewers -1 run, also at -145 as they host the Rockies. Brewers -1. And now your 3 Astros bets. First, I'm on the Stros money line tonight as the Cubs come to Houston. Stros -115. Next, I'm on the Astros. Good Lord, I want this to hit for the first time, maybe for the entire season. I've lost money on this bet, but it's got to hit at some point. Astros over 3.5 runs for their team tonight against the Cubbies. And then lastly here, Jeremy Pena, shortstop for your Houston Astros, over 1.5 total bases at great odds, +125 for that one tonight. Those are your 5 best bets.
Yeah, love the Dodgers are just let me stop talking about them for I cuss. Jeremy Pena, that 1.5 bases, that one's hard not to love. And for the first time, I'm with you on the Tyler. Like, at some point, they got to break out offensively for 4 runs in a game.
Come on.
And maybe they're not facing some of that Phillies pitching as much. So, love those. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Shout out to Caroline, who joined us. Shout out to Kevin, who joined us. Shout out to the whole staff here at the Grill who's taking care of us. I am Ron the Show Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.